7:43 lead, and you're like, uh-oh, looks like this is starting to slip away. But CU stayed calm, knocked down a couple of huge shots to Silva with a giant three, and then as you're trying to get to closeout time, big bucket underneath by Lampkin Jr., and you're home free.
Was that the one with like 0.001 second left?
Yes. Barely got it off. But wasn't anything quite like the game that we watched with CSU, was it?
No, it was an actual basketball game.
Correct. Yeah, one that featured teams that were both were competent. There we go. In executing a little bit of, offensive basketball, which I think we can all appreciate. Maybe you felt a little bit more calm a couple of nights ago once CU had a doubling up lead because Virginia couldn't score and because you took care of them, like all of that. But at the end of the day, both teams take care of business. Both teams move on to the NCAA tournament. And now, let's see if you can make some hay with this stuff. And I love that the first game today is going to be Michigan State and Mississippi State because I want to see the Spartans get rolled by about 30 points. I hate that not only did they make the tournament, they got in as a 9 seed. CSU is going to play Texas at 4:50 today on TNT. So obviously keeping an eye on that.
God, they schedule these so perfectly. For like 3 hours, it's just going to be like one game ends, another game ends, another game ends. Boom, 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 boom.
Okay, honest question here. Do you think a sport like football should do this scheduling? As opposed to everything kicking off at 11 and then everything kicking off at, I say everything. A lot of times those afternoon games, the afternoon window is like, 3 games are on? What if they just went, all right, we're going to start one game at 11. Another one's going to start 11:20. Another one's 11:40. Another one's noon. You know what I mean? Like, what if they did it that way?
I would like that because when you're watching Red Zone and everything's at halftime, you're like, okay.
Right.
8 games going on, but no action. Yeah, stagger them by like 30 minutes, 20 minutes.
I'm saying even 20. Like, let one game kick off. Even if you want to start, how about this? You get an East Coast game. How about you start that one at 10:30 Mountain Time, right? So that would be 12:30 Eastern. Or you could even go start at 10. 10:20, start with the East Coast stuff, and then just kind of work your way over to the West Coast in 20-minute increments. Oh, I'd love it. But that's what's happening today. First game, 10:15 this morning, Michigan State and Mississippi State. Then you got Duquesne, BYU, and then you start running down the list.
Michigan State and Mississippi State are in the West region, but this game is tipping off in Charlotte, North Carolina.
Huh?
Got it.
Why? I mean, I was always weirded out by this that, the Memphis Grizzlies are in the West. And look, I'm not great at geography, but I'm not an idiot. I've always thought of Tennessee as Eastern. Now, the argument, and I guess this is true, this actually blew me away when somebody told me this, that Tennessee was farther west than, what was it? Was it Detroit? Farther west than Detroit? Because it's not farther west than Chicago, is it? I guess it might be. It's close.
Like straight south.
But that doesn't feel west. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, it's a really long state, so there are parts of it that are further east than Detroit and farther west than Chicago. It's just a long state.
Yeah, but
the Grizzlies came from Vancouver, so that makes sense why they were in the West.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. You used to be somewhere? Well, what if they used to be in Japan?
All right.
What if they used to be in China? Then what? Are they in the Far East Conference?
When I was growing up, one of my friends always got to take the day off school today, and I was always so jealous of him.
Wait, like his parents would pull
Yeah,
him
his
out?
parents would be like, "Yeah, you don't have to go to school on the
Are
opening day of the NCAA tournament."
Are there parents that do that?
There was
Like,
that
still.
kid's parents.
Well, that's a cool parent. That's
Yeah.
a really cool
I was
parent.
always so jealous. We didn't have phones to track this stuff back then. This was back when the game only one network had the game. It was just CBS. It was if that game sucked, oh well.
Man, I wonder. There's got to be parents out there that do that, right? There has to be. Like, do you guys take. Hang on a second. I'm sorry, my mind was just blown. Somebody said, fun fact, Lake Tahoe is further west than LA. That, I don't buy it. Marty, look that up.
I think he's joking with you.
Yeah, that is not true. But that's a very random two things to put together. So, Marty, I need you to fact check that.
Oh, no, wait. He might be right.
Is that true? Lake Tahoe is further west than LA. See, this is how it should be done. This is from Adrian on the text line. I always loved teachers who were sports fans who had the tourney on the TV all day. Those are good teachers. They know the importance of what today is. And by the way, you guys should know the importance of what we have going at AltitudeSportsRadio.com, which we have teamed up with Mix 100 and Cool 105. It's our Bracket Madness bracket. If you go to AltitudeSportsRadio.com/brackets, you can take a road trip for a Nuggets playoff game just for filling it out. So again, joining our friends over at Mix and Cool, this year's grand prize winner will win a trip to the Nuggets' first playoff game this year. You get round trip tickets, a 2-night stay at the team hotel, dinner for two, and tickets to the game, and it can all be yours if you fill out the best bracket. Thanks to our sponsors at Cheyenne Frontier Days, the daddy of them all. Concert and radio tickets on sale now at CFDrodeo.com.
You fill yours out already?
Yeah, I did yesterday.
Okay. I was going to say, it's going to lock like during our show at 10 a.m.
I was going to, well, this is why I'm reminding people now, you still got a few hours if you guys want to get in on this. I'm not the guy who's like, here's my bracket. Nobody cares. I don't know what I'm doing. Nobody knows what they're doing. I just looked at my bracket and I go, that's pretty chalky. I guess I'm going to throw this 11 seed as a winner. This 12 seed's going to take one. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
I don't know what to do.
I'm never ballsy enough to have like a double-digit seed go to the Elite Eight or something.
I can't
I pick
do it
I pick them
either.
into the second round. I'm like, yeah, this is going to be great.
The only question I wonder of what you have, first of all, do you have either or both of CSU or CU winning in the next couple days?
I have CSU beating Texas and then losing to Tennessee. That's it.
I actually got them both winning the first round and then them both losing the second. Somebody on the Twitch feed says, Mix 105 greater than Altitude Sports Radio. Well, that's Mix 100 and Cool is 105. So make a choice. It's perfectly fine to like them more than us, but at least get their station correct. My friends right down the hallway, Dom and Jeremy and Winston and Mel, how dare you do that to them?
Who do you have winning?
Houston.
You
Marty,
don't have Longwood having the upset?
I don't got the stuff for that. I can't.
You don't have Nebraska taking down Houston? Even I have Nebraska taking down Houston. That dude is consuming me. I can't stop watching his highlights.
No, I don't have that happening. Fun fact, Marty, Nebraska is one of, I think, like 30 schools to never win a tournament game ever.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh.
They have never. So if this Tominaga guy starts raining threes and gets Nebraska their first ever tournament win, he will be revered as a god.
Never.
Japanese Steph
won a
Curry
tournament.
will have a statue outside in Lincoln, Nebraska.
Never
Yes.
won a tournament game? Did they just never
Ever.
make it?
Barely.
Oh, my God.
Dude, the last time Nebraska made the tournament, Tim Miles was their coach. Yeah. It's not a storied basketball program at all. So if you think I'm going to throw them in the Elite Eight without ever winning a tournament game before. No, not yet.
Are you saying I should not have him in my Elite Eight?
I would advise against it.
Huh.
Is what I would do. Now, who knows though, Marty? Maybe this is the Cinderella year where, he becomes the darling of the tournament and they do great. I have no idea. Don't ask for advice from me. I don't know what I'm doing.
You know one school and one school only. I'm asking advice on that school.
I don't know. Dude, if you asked me about Nebraska basketball when I had to cover it like 7 years ago, I could have given you all the stuff. I got nothing. I haven't watched a single game of them. Nothing.
I got to take this from the top then. I'm tearing it all down. I'm starting over.
Oh, no. That's a bad place to be. Marty, you just got to roll with it, man. You made your choices. You live with your choices, okay?
Have you ever won? Like a bracket
Never.
before? I won
Never.
the very first one I did in like 8th grade. I won like
Was it just for a class?
No, I won like $80 with my friends, and I was like, "This is sick."
And then
I
you
haven't
think
won
you're a
since.
genius.
And then I haven't even come close since.
That's the thing. Like, the same thing happens with fantasy football, right? When I first played fantasy football, I won. And I was like, dude, I know so much more about football than anybody else. And now I finished. I was like 3rd last year. But most of the time, Marty, I'm like sitting there at 8th, 9th in a 12, 14 team league. I'm like, yuck.
But that 1 year keeps you coming back.
It does. But really happy that CU moves on to this round of 64 off of a great game by De Silva. God, was he good yesterday. 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line. So we'll be talking intermittently today about the tournament as we kind of go about. By the way, is baseball on again this morning?
Yeah, and it's a slugfest. It's 10-8.
Really?
Mm-hmm. That Yamamoto started for the Dodgers got touched up in the first inning.
Okay. There's a story kind of surrounding this subject. We've treated people who have committed this act, or at least have been accused of this act, very poorly in the past. And I'm very curious when one of the biggest stars in sports has an accusation thrown against him, what's the reaction going to be now? We'll get to it next. All right, so as we got on our TVs this morning, we have baseball on, and we've talked about how this is dumb. That we have live baseball in South Korea at 6 a.m. Mountain Time. And then they will go back to spring training afterwards for a few games and then start the season again. It's all very stupid. So the Padres are up 11-8 in the top of the sixth right now. That new addition for the Dodgers, Yamamoto, just got peppered.
He got spanked. What's his ERA? Like $1 billion?
Gotta be. But there's somebody on the Dodgers that has been embroiled in some controversy. And I'm going to be honest, Marty. I read like 2 or 3 different articles on this, and I still don't understand what's going on here. So, Cliff Notes version, okay? Gambling is not legal in sports on your own sport. All of them have basically come out and said, you can gamble on sports, but it can't be your own. So if you're a football player, you want to throw a bet on this Dodgers game, totally fine. You're a basketball player, you want to throw a bet on who wins the Super Bowl, that's okay. But if it's on your sport, that is illegal, and it's grounds, from what I understand, for kicking you out of the sport. This story surrounding Shohei Ohtani is bizarre. So I'm just going to take Dallas Braden's Cliff Notes version of this, which is rough timeline of what's going on. Ohtani rep goes on record with ESPN stating Ohtani transferred $4.5 million himself to a bookmaker on behalf of somebody. So I'm assuming this is the translator here. Ippei. Spokesperson for Ohtani delivers Ippei to ESPN for statement. Ippei says Ohtani never bet and felt bad for him and paid off his debt so he'd never do it again. Spokesperson for Ohtani says Ippei is lying after he gives his 90-minute statement to ESPN. Ohtani's lawyers claim it was massive theft, and that's why the money left his account. And then Ippei then says Ohtani had zero knowledge of his debt or his gambling habit in general. So I don't know what to do with this here. All I know is this translator is going to be gone. And I'm just like, what are you going to do to Ohtani? He just signed a 10-year, $700 million contract, and he's one of the biggest stars that we've seen in decades. They aren't kicking him out of that sport, and I don't even know if he's done anything wrong. I'm confused entirely. Every detail that they had in the story, Marty, felt like it was a different story in its own. But if the bottom line is Shohei Ohtani is looking for a translator, I'm going to get on Babbel and I'm going to walk up to Ohtani like Brad Pitt in Inglourious Bastards. Arrivederci. I'm just going to say, Konnichiwa.
Delete.
Is that good?
Delete Circa, delete FanDuel, everything from your phone first.
Oh, yes,
and
of
then
course.
Be like, I'll do this job, Shohei.
No, I mean, look, I love Circa Sports. They're very good to me. I will dump them in a heartbeat if I can be Ohtani's translator. I will dump this job in a heartbeat to be Ohtani's translator. I almost like the idea more of I just pretend to say what he says. Like they're interviewing Ohtani. I'm standing next to him and just nodding my head. Yeah, he thought his slider was working today. He was.
What about when you have to talk to Shohei? He'll be looking for some Japanese.
I think that he won't care either.
I
won't do anything out loud. I'll just fake like I'm whispering. I'm whispering the translation so they don't have to hear it. I want that job though, bad.
I'm pretty sure this is just going to be like, this is fine. No, we got the guy here, the interpreter. He's the bad guy. We're good.
Well, that's it, right?
We're all fine.
Part of that gig is also you gotta get dirty. Who is the dude, the former football player was talking about you need a fall guy? Who is that? Remember, he was talking to a whole bunch of young players, and he's like, you need a fall guy. Textures, help me out. Football. Hang on a second. Chris Carter. That's who it was. Chris Carter apologizes for fall guy advice to rookies. That was back in 2015. I think it's a great thing.
I'm sorry, you guys weren't supposed to hear that. That was just for their ears.
Wait a minute. What? Somebody at the house had drugs? That was my translator. Obviously, it's not me. Anyway, bizarre story.
And Shohei, I didn't even know $4 million was gone. The number in my bank account is just so big, I didn't even notice it.
Also an insane thing, right? It's just like, I didn't notice that $4.5 million just left. Okay.
That stuff happens all the time.
By the way, before this stuff starts, I feel like this is going to be a common refrain from a lot of people who aren't thinking very critically about this, where they say, well, dude, what did these leagues expect to happen, Marty? They opened up sports gambling to the world. They didn't think any of these guys would get in trouble. First of all, you think the thing that stopped players from betting was the lack of legality? I was 19 years old and I had a bookie, okay? They weren't hard to find. Secondly, why is that any different than, Marty, you watch those athletic sporting events that are on television? Do you ever see commercials that have booze in them? There's a lot of them, right? Do the players know that you can't booze while on the job? Why is this any different? It's amazing to me that people think, well, if you allow sports gambling to be legal and then run advertisements for them, then players will get confused. No, it's very simple. You can't bet on your own sport. Now, in the NFL, I had an issue last year because the NFL, they were suspending guys from they were at the team hotel and they throw a bet down on a women's basketball game. It's like, what's the problem with that? Why is that wrong? Even if they were to do it in the locker room during lunch, what's the big deal? The rule's simple. Don't bet on your own sport. Easy.
So what about it's still illegal in 10 states, including California? How does that play into this? Sports betting.
I mean, if you make a trip to Denver for a 3-game road stand, then it's legal. There's a whole bunch of places where weed is not legal. But if you travel to a state where it is, enjoy yourself. You know what I mean? I don't know what to tell you. I do think it's dumb that some of these laws, I don't understand how some of these laws across the country, it's legal here, but the second you cross into this, it's not anymore. So is that have you ever seen the movie Blue Streak with Martin Lawrence?
No.
So he's a diamond thief, and he gets barely across the border of Mexico. They're standing there basically at, what do you call it? Customs. And he crosses over that line, and the cops are like, well, can't get you now. Sorry. It's a good move by you. That's how gambling is. That's how weed is. Can we just all agree on something? If most states are yeah, this is cool, then let's just make it cool. We need to have some uniformity. I believe in this. Bottom line, though, Shohei, I will put in my resume, and I will start hammering out that Babbel class, if that's what it's going to take.
This is the first negative thing about him ever. Everything else has been completely perfect.
So just keep in mind, Shohei, konnichiwa. That's my start.
Yes, I am from Omaha. I am now your translator.
Konnichiwa, I am from Omaha. My name is Brett. I just start speaking different languages. Me llamo es You
just use your little Google translator. Yes. Okay, read this. Can you read that? It looks crazy to me.
You know what else? I saw this yesterday. I don't buy this for a minute. So I think Russell Wilson was taken by surprise that the Steelers traded for Justin Fields. This, though, from an NFL executive and what he told ESPN, okay? Here's the report. Russell Wilson could be released by the Steelers if he doesn't play well during training camp. Justin Fields would then be the starter in Pittsburgh. There's one thing I know for a fact about the Pittsburgh organization. They are not stupid. They're a very smart organization. It's why they've only had like 4 coaches ever in the history of their franchise and have sustained an insane level of success. So let me ask you this question, Marty. Do you think it would be dumb that if Russell Wilson doesn't play well and Justin Fields wins the starting job to cut a backup quarterback of his caliber who's going to make $1.2 million this year?
That sounds dumb, yes.
It would be incredibly stupid, wouldn't it? He's not getting released by Pittsburgh. Unless Russell Wilson does something so out of character and something he's never done in his career before, which is cause a stink. That's the only way he gets released. But if I asked you guys right now, if I asked any team in the league, would you take Russell Wilson as a backup quarterback for $1.2 million? And if your answer is no, then you are fiscally irresponsible. Because I'm watching guys like Josh Dobbs get more money than that. There is zero reason to cut Russell Wilson, whether he's the starting quarterback or not. Zero. Unless, again, he just goes full scorched earth on not only the Steelers, but his own reputation because he's never done it before. The closest Russell Wilson has ever gotten to causing a stink was the very end here in Denver where he said, yeah, they tried to rework my contract and I didn't like it. That's the most he's done. Again, it would be incredibly stupid.
Do you see what's back, though? Did you see?
Yes, I did.
We got Russell Wilson workout videos.
No, can I say something
Love
about that?
the work.
Oh, how do I want to put this in a more palatable way? I don't like the dictator sort of thing. The dictator coaching style. It might have worked back in the day. It just doesn't work like that anymore. And it's a very simple reason why. Marty, when you got guys making $250 million, it's hard to tell them what to do. Because end of the day, those guys are more important than you are as a coach. In almost every instance. Think of just Marty go one by one. Doesn't matter the sport. Just give me best players in the world in X sport. Go ahead, name them. Go.
Connor McDavid.
Connor McDavid. Is their coach more important than Connor McDavid? No.
No.
All right, keep going.
LeBron James.
Is Darvin Ham more important than LeBron? No.
Shohei Ohtani.
Is Dave Roberts more important? No.
Nathan McKinnon.
Is Bednar more important than McKinnon? No. Is Michael Malone more important than Jokic? No. It's a no almost across the board. Now, especially you throw a contract in there. The issue I have a little bit with the Sean Payton style about this is stop treating them like they're 16 years old. Like, I don't think this needs to be Fort Knox of information. You know, I will say initially I thought it was probably the right call when he first got there because it was a little bit out of control. And to be honest, Marty, it wasn't helping Russell either. It was just fodder for more things to make fun of him for. So it's probably better for him too. But I'm a big believer in just let the guy be who he is. Don't change your personality. You are very successful at what you do in being who you are. So why not do that? And why would you force somebody not to? You know, this is a minor thing. So yeah, he posted a workout video on Twitter again. Okay, fine. But to some extent, I could argue You allow somebody to be themselves, and I think it makes them better. Like, who's a big personality, I guess? Well, you could take LeBron, sure. LeBron James. If you told LeBron he can't do his barbershop show and he's got this new podcast now, right, with JJ Redick, you can't do any of that. First of all, he would give you double middle fingers and say, well, I'm going to fire you myself then. But secondly, it's like, just let the guy be who he is. Like, it would be in an opposite way, forcing Jokic to be in the spotlight more. He doesn't want it. Hey, Jokic, you have to go do this and this and this and this and this. That's never going to work. And I think he would be worse off.
Can we just talk about Russ's? Is this his backyard? Like what?
Oh, that's
his
remember?
logo is in the middle of this football field. Like this is insane.
That's his house. I still remember that's when he was posting a lot of videos when he first got here.
In California, right?
That's his, I think, San Diego house that he had Judy and Sutton and all those guys over for a couple of weeks. And yeah, it's his backyard.
It's a sports complex.
Correct. Always said, don't tell me that guy doesn't work hard. He works hard. And he will also let you know about how hard he works.
Right.
Both. This is a great name, by the way. Like, this is what I was thinking of. Terrell Owens. As much as Terrell Owens might have annoyed you, that's who the guy was. Okay? He was very much brash and in your face. Ocho Cinco's another one. Like, Marty, if you tried to keep Ocho Cinco under some sort of like, no Wi-Fi, can't post videos, can't do interviews, like, I don't think that would make him a better player. I think it would make him worse. It's part of who he is. Here you go. Forcing Jokic to stay in America the entire offseason. He would have 2 points a game the next year. 303-504.
I've quit the game.
0925. Speaking of Jokic and McKinnon, you brought up both names, Marty. McKinnon is on a 16-game point streak. And I want to take this subject and put it somewhere else. They are arguably the best players in their respective sports, but it's for completely different reasons. We'll get to it next. All right, McKinnon is riding a 16-game point streak right now. He has gotten a point in every home game so far this year with 9 remaining to that sets the record, right? Because Gretzky's was only an 80-game season, I believe.
Yeah, I think you're right. He
So
would
I
own
think
the record.
it would set the record. But he's on a 16-game point streak right now. And this guy is going to win the Hart. If he doesn't, we should riot.
Does he have to complete this record to get the Hart? Or
I
can he
think
win it without it?
As long as he just plays at this level, whether he makes that point streak happen or not, I don't know how you don't give it to him. Again, Marty, if this were the NBA, we'd be arguing it's his turn, right?
Yeah. That's one of his good arguments. He deserves it after many years.
Like, he's been a top 3 player in the NHL for years and still hasn't won one of these suckers yet. Like, I think it's time. Secondly, I got to thinking about this. McKinnon's on a 16-game point streak, and you have 2 of the best players in the world that reside in this town. You have potentially, Marty, 2 MVPs that would be coming to Denver at the end of both of their respective seasons. But they're so different in how they go about it. Like, I can't get over it. I think it's incredible. Think about these 2 athletes, and I want you to tell me what makes them so good. Because McKinnon, it's what? It's brute skill, force. I can do things athletically that you can't. Like, and nobody doubts McKinnon's skill. There's still a few people out there around Jokic that's like, oh, yeah, I think he's overrated. Whatever. But the way that they get there, it's like, McKinnon has talents that nobody can doubt because it's evident, it's right in front of you. You watch him play, you're like, wow, not maybe 1 or 2 guys in the world can do what he's doing right now. Jokic, nobody can do what he does. But because it looks weird, it's hard for people to get it into their heads. So one of them has an undeniable talent. The other one has made their talent undeniable against some people's arguments against it. And yet, Marty, Jokic is the one with the hardware. Isn't that weird? Jokic is the one potentially winning his 3rd MVP, even with all the doubters. McKinnon has talent that nobody denies, and he's yet to get one yet. But you have 2 of the best players in their respective sports, one of them with obvious skill that will leave you in awe. Another one that has the highest intangible factor, which is just raw basketball IQ and being the smartest guy on the floor at all times and knowing what's going to happen at all times, like that. It's just funny that if you're going to get 2 MVPs, you would think it would look like McKinnon and Giannis, right? But it's not. They're the most opposite kind of guys from a physical, athletic standpoint. But again, in between the ears.
One was drafted first overall, one was drafted in the 2nd round.
You know what I mean? Like, all of that. Just funny to me. And just a couple of details here since the Avs are on this big win streak. They're just flying right now. Their confidence should be incredibly high. They've been perfect on the PK since the new additions have come along since the break. Trennan, Duhaime, Walker, all really helping that department. Perfect on the PK. Goaltending has been a lot better. So is there anything that still concerns you about the Avs? Or have they now, with this win streak and the way they played over the last 10 games, have they just cured all of your concerns and been like, nope, I got no problems anymore? Because I'll tell you what it is. For me, if there's anything that still concerns me, I think it's just the defensive consistency still. Even in that game against St. Louis, there was a lot of like, whatever, dude. If they're going to get a shot on Georgie, then, or I guess that was Juice at that time. If they're going to get a shot on him, they're going to get a shot on him. But we're just going to try and fly down the ice and put one right back on their head. The consistency part on defense is still something that I have a couple of concerns over. Because if your answer is, well, I need better goaltending, that's done. Like, they've made their decision. You have what you have. But the effort and sort of locking in on the defensive side, you can have that fluctuate and improve and decline in every single game. So you keep the consistency going. I think that's going to be your best bet. But that's the only thing right now. Because ever since these new additions came through, and especially Val coming back to the roster, it's like, yeah, do I think this team can win a cup? 100% I do. And Marty, I'll be honest, like that sort of feeling was waning a few weeks ago. Like never the question, are they capable? But I guess the question of, do I think they will? I was at no. Now I'm
So
a
what
lot
changed?
closer to yes.
The trade deadline? All the moves, did that change?
Yeah. I mean, that changed some of it. I mean, really what changed it, Marty, is I'm like, I just needed to be reminded what Val looked like in the lineup. Like,
Yeah.
that guy's important. Incredibly important. And so once I got a little taste of that again, I was like, okay, now, I don't know how else to say it, Marty. I said, now this just looks right. Like, this looks like Avalanche hockey, where it didn't with Val out of the lineup. But his ability to bring just that extra whatever that is to the table, that's what changes things. For me, at least. Game tonight, not for the Avs, but for the Nuggets, as they had a nice little road trip of their own. I mean, the Nuggets went 3-4 over a 4-game road trip. And the Nuggets, Marty, have the, according to Tankathon, which is a website that keeps track of who's going to get what pick, strength of schedule remaining in the NBA. So the last 13 games here for the Nuggets, or is it 13 for the Nuggets? What is it? They're 48-21. That would put them at 71 games. No. Goodness, Brett. 69 games.
See, that's why you don't do live math, dude. You just don't.
So it is 13. In the last 13 games, the Nuggets have the second easiest schedule in the NBA. The only team with an easier schedule, Marty, is the Boston Celtics. So you look at it right here. There's a couple of tough ones, like the Knicks are going to be tough tonight. But at Portland, home against Memphis.
They still get Minnesota twice, right?
Home against the Suns, home against the T-Wolves, Cavs, Spurs, at Clippers, Hawks, Jazz, T-Wolves again, Spurs, Grizzlies. So I think what tilts the scales there, Marty, is a couple of Spurs games, a couple of Grizz
3
games.
Memphis games.
Yeah. Wait, did I read 3 Memphis games? No, there's only 2.
2. Minnesota and Memphis look similar.
So 2 against the Spurs, 2 against the Grizzlies. I think that's what really sort of tips the scales over in their favor. The Blazers, obviously not great. So they got a couple of tough ones mixed in, but they got a real opportunity here to also grab a 1 seed, as I think that the Avalanche can as well. So we'll talk about this as we go along today. 303-504-0925. Tournament starts today with both local teams making it to the first round of the NCAA tournament. CU with a big win last night over Boise State. What a game by Da Silva. What a game by Simpson. Big time last night. We'll break all that down in just a few minutes. You can watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar of the Altitude TV simulcast. That is the Safeway Twitch feed. Moshe Lombardi and Kane starts next.
Final seconds are going to come off the clock, and the Colorado Buffaloes are moving on to Indianapolis.
Hey, the Buffaloes.
Did you tell me that Yamamoto just got roasted?
Yeah, Yamamoto's. We're watching live baseball right now from South Korea. Yamamoto pitched an inning and gave up 5 runs in his first start for the Dodgers.
Nice. Second highest paid player on the team, correct?
Thank God.
I'm not sure
Maybe
about
the second most expensive acquisition
That's
of the
what it
That's
offseason.
what it is.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
That was 300 million sight unseen. Nice.
that. Dodgers are down 12-9 to the Padres
They're coming.
in the bottom of the 7th,
They're
but
coming.
they are coming. That's right.
They're coming.
How about this, guys? We spent a couple days ago asking, are CU and CSU in the tournament or not? And now it doesn't matter. They're both in.
They're in.
They're both in. Yeah.
2 state schools in
Got
the
them both
NCAA
in.
tournament.
That's so fun. They're going to win. Go on a run. Yep.
Good, Moshe. A lot different feel to that game last night than the CSU game.
It was a grind. Grind
It was.
Grind. I'm in a mood today, by the way.
I don't like
Well,
it.
what? Wait, you're in a mood like a good one or a bad one?
Yeah,
What is it?
I'm kind of just, I'm pleasant.
You should be, because today's like a national holiday. This is an American holiday.
This is.
You're annoying.
And by the way, Lori Stores, I'm going to go meet Greg today and have fun and talk to my guy, but Lori scheduled a lunch meeting for me at 11:30. And I want to go. I'm going to go. But I'm like, Lori, I think Greg will understand, my man from Silterhar. It's the start of the tournament. Hey, what are we doing here, right? So we're going to watch some games.
What are we doing indeed?
No, listen.
Why don't you shut it?
I don't know about Mosier's lunch escapades that he has, but
Turn my camera off.
let me tell you something. We have an all-staff meeting tomorrow at 11:30, and I'm like, guys, let's read the room for a second, okay? Like, you get the 2 best days of the tournament, 2 of the best sports days of the year, where it's the entire day.
Yeah.
You get to watch things. And that feels like the appropriate time for
Yeah,
an
well,
all-staff
you-
meeting?
you know what
Vic,
this
who
calls
are
for?
these people?
This
Who-
calls for you at the beginning of the meeting to walk up there and say that and make mention of exactly that. Read the room.
Like, what are we doing?
Well, again, once you get fired at 11:30 tomorrow,
Yeah. That's why I'll be keeping my mouth shut.
who has a better chance to advance further? CU or CSU?
That's a great question.
Mm.
I like the Rams' chances against Texas. I just do.
I have them both winning this opening round.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, there's something to be said for a little Mo. There's something to be said for, okay, hey, we just played our winner. We played a winner go home game. We got that feeling out of our gut. Now let's go play, baby.
Did you do your bracket?
No, I have not. I will do it this morning.
Kevin's
right-
going to yell at you.
Oh, that's right. I forgot, Kevin. I'm sorry.
I did it yesterday.
I had
in
a charity thing last
42
night.
seconds. 42 seconds it took me to do it.
I didn't take
online.
much longer.
Literally, I just went bam, bam, bam. Now that you can do it online and just push the buttons.
So let's say that CU wins against Florida. That means they're probably going to play Marquette. And if,
Florida's only a 1.5 favorite.
and if CSU wins over Texas, they're probably going to play Tennessee. So a couple of tough matchups there in the following round. To answer your question, Vic, I have no idea who has a better chance to go farther.
I believe Florida, one of their better players is injured. The Buffs, watching the Buffs play, here's the one thing that I can't understand. They've got 3 players on the roster who are potential NBA players. All right?
Yeah.
De Silva played great last night.
Very well.
Oh, my
De
God.
Silva
was
played
good.
great. What's going on with Cody Williams?
I don't know.
I know he's overcome some injuries. He's had
Mm-hmm.
some injuries, especially late in the season. He's had some issues just staying healthy. But he played 11 minutes last night and really was ineffective.
Yeah, he didn't do anything.
Yeah.
What? And he's a bona fide lottery pick. They're calling this kid a lottery pick.
No, I was reading
What-
an article about.
What is this?
I was
Well,
reading.
Vicky's very young. I would expect him to have up and down moments in his young career. That's what I would expect. Sorry, Brett. Go ahead.
No, it's fine. I was just reading the ESPN had this article about the top draft prospects that are in the NCAA tournament, and the 3 CU guys were on the list, obviously. Isaiah Stevens also came in. He was 46th on here. But when you go down and you look at, okay, so who are some of these guys that they consider tops, right? Well, one of them is KJ Simpson. He comes in at 23. De Silva comes in at 14 out of the top 50 prospects. And then you're right, Vic. Cody Williams is sitting there at number 6. Like they have him as the number 6 NBA prospect in the NCAA tournament, and he didn't get on the floor much last night. Now, to be fair, Vic, CU played well last night, and Simpson and De Silva had some great games. They also got a big contribution down low from Lampkin Jr. That guy's a hoss. Huge. Tough to move.
Big dude.
Somebody suggested on the text line, very similar to Peyton Watson on that UCLA team. But here's the difference, though.
But he played this year.
Yeah, Cody Williams was actually a part of the rotation.
Yeah.
He was a very viable part of the rotation, and we've seen spurts where he has dominated in games and looked really good in games. So I don't know if it's the injury issues that's holding him back or not, but he has not left an impression. I don't know. You guys watching the same game I am?
Well, his numbers really took a dip once conference tournament time came around. Like, Vic, towards the end of the year, he was getting, 31 minutes against UCLA, 41 against USC, and then the conference tournament started, and it went 24, 19, 17 in the conference championship, and then 11 last night. So
I'm not trying
I
to
don't
take
know.
away. Listen, I am not trying to take away from the kid. I hope he develops into a star. I've watched him a lot this season, and I'm like, what? Lottery pick?
Yeah, you
What
got
am I
somebody who's
missing here?
lottery pick and not on the floor. It's weird. And maybe you're right. Maybe it is just an injury thing. Who knows? But CU plays well last night. It was another one of those. It feels like the pressure kind of got to some teams. Obviously Virginia couldn't make a shot to save their lives, but it's funny, man. When I've been watching so much Nuggets basketball and I see this many missed shots, and I'm like, What's going on here? Like, you're truly watching a different sport,
It
aren't you?
does feel
Yes.
different.
Yeah.
It's like much harder to put the ball in the basket.
Well,
at
and
the
that's
collegiate
why
level.
for guys like De Silva, when he hits that big 3 to really
That
solidify,
changed the game. They were down
yes.
by 4. They were down 4, and things were slipping away. How much time was left? Like 4:22,
Yeah,
something
around
like that.
4 or 5 minutes.
Things were slipping away.
Yep,
He doesn't hit that 3 from the left corner.
you're in some
and-
trouble.
Yeah.
But nails, as De Silva was killing it last night. But that's the thing about, I guess that's the difference with college basketball. For example, guys, if in a college basketball game, at the end of the game, when the opposing team's trying to close out a lead, what does that game look like if they do what the T-Wolves did to the Nuggets a couple nights ago, where every time you felt like the game was out of reach, they hit a crazy 3? I don't know how the other team responds in a situation like that. You know what I mean? Like, the Nuggets were okay. They were able to hold them off, fend them off, whatever. But that kind of shot making, oh my God, it's such a difference maker.
The shot making at the professional level, the ability to contort your body, whatever it takes to have the ball go in the basket, it's the best we've ever seen ever in the history of the game. Would you guys agree with me? I mean, it gets better every year.
Mhm.
But in this day and age, I have never seen the ability to put the ball in the basket from anywhere on the court like these guys do it today.
Yep.
It's
pretty
insane.
crazy. It's pretty crazy. It is. So here we go. Today's the day, baby. Let's get it on.
By the way, Marty said something that, I was joking earlier. I was like, this should be a national holiday. People shouldn't have to go to work, blah, blah. I was kidding.
Why would you kid about that? I think I agree with you.
Well, Marty said something. He goes, he had, was it a classmate of yours, Marty? Go ahead.
Well, it certainly wasn't a friend, but yes, someone I knew in school.
Oh, okay.
His parents gave him the day off every Thursday of the NCAA tournament.
Like,
Let
his
him stay
parents
home and watch basketball.
Would call him out of school to let him stay home and watch basketball, which I think is so cool.
That's good parenting.
Cool parents.
Yeah, it's a great
Good
parents, right?
I think there are certain things. Listen, what are national holidays that we could do without? Arbor Day. I mean, you celebrate
I'd give
tree.
that one up. Yep.
Okay. Well, I mean,
Well,
but-
do they? People don't get work off Arbor Day.
right, that's true.
Yeah, what's a day that you get off of work?
We just had President's Day off, and everybody was confused. Why?
Yeah, let's
That
do
one.
that.
Yeah, let's take President's Day. Remember, my
I'm not a
idea,
president.
and a lot of people thought of this, take President's Day and make it the day after the Super Bowl. And that's two birds,
That'd be a good one.
two
too.
birds, one stone. Just relax the day after the Super Bowl. Bam.
Yeah, you know what? We get our ultimate patriotism on with the Super Bowl,
The hell's-
and then
The hell's Labor Day? What are we doing on Labor Day? Why does that exist?
Labor Day.
Yeah.
But what? Just a random Monday in September. Can we
I mean,
just chill with that? And move
Everybody's
that to-
everybody's working. I mean, yeah.
Wait, is Labor Day always the day after the first week of the NFL season, or is that the week prior to the NFL season? Is that what it is?
I
It's
now
always
it's
the
the week
calendar.
prior.
It's
now.
always somewhere in that early September range. We're like, oh, what? It's Labor Day? What?
Yeah, I would be totally cool giving one of those up to have us, this Thursday, done. Nobody goes to work.
I bet
we
there-
all watch.
I bet
You
there are
should pick
people-
and choose. You should be able to pick and choose and move them around.
I choose my holidays.
Yes.
So, Vix, yours would be
Masters
Masters.
Week, I would definitely have 2 days of one of my Labor Days would be there.
right.
I'd move a Labor Day.
wait, one of your Labor Days.
Well, there's got to be some other day like Labor Day that we're off.
Like we
federal
work,
office.
We work every MLK Day, so we get a floating holiday, is what they call it, right? So there's another Labor Day for you.
Okay,
What's the next one?
So I'll move those two to Thursday, Friday of Masters Week.
So there you go. That's two.
Well, we have the policy here that if you work on a holiday where people are normally off, but we
No, that's
That
what I'm.
doesn't apply to us.
no, but then we get it. We get that day back. Sometime we
It
can
doesn't
use it for
apply to
free.
us.
Yes, it does.
Yeah, we can
I
use
just
it for
told
free.
you that's what MLK Day is.
yeah,
it
we can
applies
use
to
it for
us.
Because
free.
we always work on MLK Day, which is a national holiday,
Or
but
the-
because it's playoff football, we come in, we talk about the games.
or January 2nd, or there's always something, right?
Yeah.
So then we get that back. So I think there are many people out there who are off not only today but also tomorrow, the first two rounds.
Can I ask you a question, Vic? Have you ever filled out the PTO forms, or do you just say I'm leaving?
I'm not sure how.
Yeah, that's what I figured happened.
In Vic's defense, they do change like every year.
So wait, does Vic maybe have like 900 hours banked of PTO just because he doesn't ever
Probably.
log them?
Let me ask you something,
Mhm.
and be totally honest.
Yeah.
Do you think I ever even come close to using the required PTO days during a calendar?
Dude,
year?
none of us do.
Yeah, but I mean, just look at me though.
I-
Do you think I even remotely approach the necessary days off?
I'm telling you, none of us on the show do. None of us. We've all carried over. I still have like 120 hours.
I don't know what people do with these things.
Oh,
I
hold
don't
on
know
a
what
second.
they are. I don't
hold
know
on,
what it is.
Hold on a second. Stop. Aren't you off tomorrow?
Workday.
That is not a work day.
100%.
Oh my God. Are you using the Mosier clause on
This
this
is-
one? I know I'm in France, but I called
me
into
ask
the
you-
radio
All right,
show, so that's a work day.
Answer a question. Was I asked to do this, or did I volunteer myself to go? Was I asked? Answer the question.
Wait.
I'm not going to tell you what it is.
Because I can't say what it is,
I know.
this makes this conversation very difficult
very
because
difficult.
everybody, if they know what's going on with you,
They
would
would
be on
say
my
you're-
side.
yeah, they would
let
say
me
you're
ask you
full
though,
of crap.
Was I asked to do this by my employer?
Technically,
yes or no?
technically,
Yes.
yes.
Okay. Is it a work
if you got the opportunity to do this, would you tell your employer to bleep off for a few days?
Probably.
Yeah.
But was I asked by employer to do this, what I'm
You
about
were.
to do?
Yes.
It is a work-related maneuver. Therefore, I am working.
You know what, Mosh? I got to leave the show. I forgot to tell you. I forgot to leave the show today. A client has asked me to go to Shotgun Willie's with him today.
Yes, yeah.
So I have to leave.
It's work-related.
That's work-related.
It's work related.
What-
So
whatever.
it's not a PTO day.
You choose your own work.
Anyway, all right. 303-504-0925. Champ Mazda text line. We'll talk about the tournament as we go along today. And I'm not so much interested in what everybody's bracket is or what all that looks like or who do you got winning, who's in your Final Four. I don't care. But I want to know, is there any specific storyline surrounding the NCAA tournament that you're like, I'm all in on this? We'll get to it next. That's the lucky sound of Tilitero, and picture this. You wake up, you have your coffee, you check your phone, you know, the normal routine, but then you see you hit the lottery jackpot on your phone. Well, with the mobile app Tilitero, this could finally be a reality of one of your future mornings. Tilitero allows you to purchase official state lottery tickets straight from your phone, and what will you pick? Powerball? Mega Millions? Colorado Lotto? They got them all and more for an alternative, easy way to play lottery games. It's so easy, and we have a code for you to try it out for yourself and give it a quick go. The code MAGIC gets you a free lottery ticket. The app is available for download in your phone's app store or through an online browser. Register real quick and then enter that code MAGIC to access your first free ticket. It's valid for new registrations. Tilitero, the lottery app. So this is kind of what I'm getting at here. I don't know if this is a circumstance, and I could be the one that's just kind of fallen off here. But it felt like whenever this tournament would come around, there was always a guy, right? There was always a dude that you kept an eye on. Some big-time prospect, some guy who's going to be a surefire top 2, top 3 pick that you had to watch when the tournament rolled around. And I know those guys exist, but I don't know any feel of like, nobody's a Zion, right? Nobody's a you take big name prospect who's surefire number 1, number 2 pick.
In fact, I can't name, like usually when it comes to draft order and draft picks coming,
Yeah.
can you name 4 or 5 potential draft picks from this class that are top value draft picks?
I know of, well, high value, I don't know. I don't know about that.
Last year we knew it was Wemby, right? There's always a couple guys.
But he wasn't, I guess this is what I'm getting at though, Vic. A lot of these, and maybe it's just like outside of the U.S., there's so many great basketball players that are coming through now and becoming top picks like Wembanyama or Luka or you choose. Maybe that's muddying the waters a bit.
The lack of top flight talent on these teams at the collegiate level, the fact that we can't identify top flight potential NBA players is also the very reason why there's so much more parity at the NCAA tournament.
Yeah. So Marty's got the mock draft here pulled up in the NBA.
I mean, come on, dude. How is Cody Williams the 6th overall prospect? Help me understand. What am I not seeing?
I really
it
don't
must
know.
be
Vic.
a potential thing. Maybe that's it.
Well, there's on number 12 is Dalton Connect, the kid for Tennessee, Thornton kid.
Well, and look at the top 3 picks that they have right now. They're all international guys.
Yeah.
By the way, another Nikola almost Jokic name.
Yeah.
Nikola, is it Topic, I'm assuming?
Topic. Yeah, there's a Jovic, there's a Topic.
And a Jokic.
Yep. And he plays for Red Star. He plays for that team in Belgrade.
Anyway, so with that in mind, is there a specific thing that you are looking for, a specific story, or is this just all about I'm going to watch the games and hope an upset happens today?
I have one.
Okay.
And because they're not going to win, and I know they're not going to win, it's going to go away very quickly. But watching Dan Monson coach Long Beach State when he's already fired is weird.
That is weird.
I would love to see them be like a 7 or 8 and go on a run. They're a 15, bro. They're going to get punked. But it's going to be cool. I mean, he gets at least one more game with his kids, right? And they can go on out and win one for Dan. Did you see his quote yesterday about living in a Seinfeld episode, that he was a human Seinfeld episode?
That was funny.
Mark Few defended him pretty, I don't know how to say it, defended him in a very big way at his press conference, too. It's such a weird situation, just bizarre. One of the things I'm looking for, by the way, Purdue, was it last year or 2 years ago that Purdue lost to a 16? That was last year?
I think it was just last year with the big guy in the middle.
Yeah, Zach
Who
Eddy.
did they
Zach Eddy.
lose to in that game? Who slayed Zach Eddy and the Purdue Boilermakers last season?
I don't know. I just
Isn't it
forget.
Fairleigh Dickinson?
Yes, that's it. Fairleigh
Sure-
Dickinson.
Sure wasn't Oral Roberts.
Is it me or is Fairleigh Dickinson in the tournament every year?
You gonna play this game
Don't
again?
do this.
Well, I mean, are they not?
Don't do
Every
this.
year, it's Fairleigh Dickinson.
Did I hear that Zach Eddy got taller, by the way? He's now listed at 7'4".
What?
He's not an NBA player.
At 7'4",
He's-
isn't everybody an NBA player?
He's not an NBA player.
Well, I mean, what does that mean, Vic? He's going to make an NBA roster. He's 7'4".
But he's not an NBA player. He's not big, he's not fast enough. He's not quick enough. He's not mobile enough to play at that level.
He's tall enough.
Yeah,
He's got the wingspan enough.
sure.
So you're saying he's Taco Fall?
Can't play in the NBA.
He's averaging 24 points a game.
I'm just telling you, he's not an NBA player. Go back to that list that Marty had. See if he's on the
Yeah,
first or
where
second
is he
pages.
on there? That is funny, though,
He won't
because
be on there.
the National Player of the Year just a few years ago, we actually just watched him play the Nuggets. You guys remember, why am I blanking on his name? I just had it. Luka Garza.
Yeah.
Luka Garza.
Yeah, barely an NBA player. He's
Barely.
a two-way player.
Yes.
Is
Barely.
that's the UCLA kid, right?
He was Iowa, I think.
Oh, Iowa.
An Iowa kid.
Who's the UCLA?
Peyton Watson's who you're thinking of.
No, not him. It's our guy. I'm just losing track of time. It happens. Anyway, Long Beach State. That's my thing. I mostly just want to enjoy, watch hoops.
Well,
They
what
were
I
a
wanna
20.
do-
They were a 20.5 point dog to Arizona. They have no chance of winning.
Hey, so for those of you who didn't hear the show last week, this is a quick fix if you're confused on where to see the games, as Mosier normally is, like where to find True TV and all that. The easy fix is to download that March Madness app,
Mm-hmm.
and from there, you can roll that on your television screen if you want. But you can watch 3-4 games at the same time on the app.
It's an
It is
amazing
the
app.
coolest thing ever. They do such a great job, and it's free. Download the app. They give you updates. It's awesome. What do you call when you take the picture on your phone or your computer and you can put it on your television screen? What's that called again? mirroring,
Screen mirror?
mirror.
Screen mirroring? Yeah.
Isn't it casting?
Moj, do you know, what is it? Moj, do you know how to
Screen
do that?
mirroring. Yeah.
Moj, can you pull that off?
Yeah. Yes, I've done it. It's a pain in the butt, and the quality's not that great.
Well, it's not that hard. Pain in the butt. It's like 2 buttons.
It is to me.
Here's a quick way to do it.
Yeah,
Top,
swipe.
top right of your phone.
All right, swipe.
Swipe down.
Boom. Okay.
Right here. Boom. There's your screen mirroring.
Can you put something on that screen behind you?
Oh, that's a computer. It's not.
Well, that's a screen. Serves as a mirror.
It's not a
It's
television.
a desktop.
It's a
All
monitor.
right, see, now you guys are confused. You've confused me. Now you've taken me to an area of confusion.
Well, let me.
I can screen mirror Jesse's MacBook Pro from here if you'd like for me to do that.
Jesse, let's bring it in and start screen mirroring.
I'm going to do this and just play a whole bunch of inappropriate videos loudly on your computer, Jesse. So watch out.
Let me tell you what I went through. This is okay. This is old man yelling at a cloud.
Oh, Marty, then we need the open.
This is a granddad's happy hour. Mix a little Metamucil with my whiskey.
Okay, let me get after it. I'm trying to log into an app on my TV.
Have fiber in it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm trying to log into an app on my television. And great.
Hey, excuse me.
Go on, Granddad.
And I forgot what the password was.
We all do.
So I have to type in, you go to M.
It's
A.
pain. And you got to do it with your, it's
R.
pain.
Excuse me.
C. M.
And then if you mess up,
And if you mess up, you gotta go down and go to the back. You gotta back it up and then
oh
go.
my God. And then when you hit enter, but you're just praying it works. Because if it
Correct.
doesn't, you have to do it all over again.
So then I have to do that to reset your password. Then then you got to go to your phone.
Yep.
To your email. Then you got to re-put in your password or your email again. M.
Grandpa,
Hey.
come on, Grandpa.
What is that? Not to go each individual? I want a keyboard for my TV. Isn't it a pain in the butt to go each individual?
Well, buy
letter
one of the
on your-
nerd goggles, and then you can do this in front of your
Then
face.
you got to go down to the capitals. You got to do capital letters, and then go back down to small letters, and you got to find the special symbols and all. It's just also it's not hard. It's just time consuming and annoying.
Tedious is the word you're looking
Tedious,
for.
and it pissed me off pretty bad.
Well, don't you remember, though? I mean, I guess the only parallel to the old days is when the cable in the back of the television was spliced a bit and you had to like tape it and make sure that it was working, that it got the entire. Remember that?
Yeah.
Do you remember those
Oh, yeah,
days?
yeah.
I mean, I remember, give me the electrical tape. Let's go. And you performed surgery on the back of that thing because it would come off.
See, this is how we know how to do stuff. You don't know how to do jack. You can't even change a tire.
You're so clueless, dude. You don't even know.
You were just complaining about typing something.
Yeah.
You guys don't know what it's like when you pull the
Listen,
cable out the back of the TV.
I don't care
and
if
the
you're-
cable comes out the socket and you got to re-slice it.
Kiddos, I don't care if you're 18.
I can change a tire, by the way.
Okay, I don't care if you're 15. I don't care if you're 60. I don't care. You're anywhere in between. It's tedious to have to type in one letter at a time and go all the way across the grid. Type in your.
It's not tedious. It's insulting.
Okay, can I do something here while we're on Granddad Happy
So
Hour?
if you're talking about downloading the app, if I have to do that, I'm out.
I did my almost annual trip once a year to DSW at the clearance rack. 3 pairs of shoes for $91.
I could see you got clearance shoes on today. I was going
What do
to
you
mention
mean?
them.
I love these shoes.
Yeah, I mean,
They're
if you're
comfortable.
Sure, if you're bowling,
These aren't the bowling shoes.
They look like bowling shoes.
All right, whatever.
They look like. I say this in the most sincere.
Here, let me take. I
kindest
got to take
way.
a photo of that.
I
Hang
say
on.
this in the kindest
These are
way
not-
possible.
these
No,
are
no,
not
listen.
bowling shoes.
Those look like shoes. Those look like shoes an elderly man would wear in an elderly
Great.
rest home.
Great.
And I joke you
Fantastic.
not.
Well, I'll tell you this, Vic. They are one of the most comfortable shoes I've ever purchased.
Understood. But you're not 94.
Here's the question I have, though. Don't get off subject with me. I'm normally a 12 to a 12.5. I tried on the 12s. My toes are about to burst through it. I'm a 34-year-old man now.
Mhm.
My feet have grown another size. I'm now a size 13. Why?
Because the feet flatten out.
That's what my wife said.
Yeah, the feet flatten out. My feet have gotten bigger too,
So-
as you well know.
So just the weight of life
Yes.
has forced your foot to become flatter and
you
push outward.
And I've gotten shorter, as badly as it is, and you will have gotten shorter because everything compresses. It all
So
compresses.
this is the sagging of life, dragging you back into the crust of the earth.
It's life saying it's all going to come crashing down at some point. And this is the beginning. See, for Mosier, it happens in different ways. It sags in the middle. Big old sag up in there.
But this is a real thing. Your feet grow because they get flatter as you age. That's a thing that happens?
Dude, I have completely flat feet. You know when you go swimming and you come off and you see people's footprints?
Yeah.
All you see are like 2x4s for me.
So there's
Jeez
no
Louise.
sole
No. Doesn't
with
exist.
the missing arch
no toes,
between
no nothing.
just
like,
a
bam,
block.
like a
it's
cell
like if I
phone,
got
a
this
cell
remote
phone.
wet and I
Yes.
just went like that.
A brick. It's a brick.
Yes. That's
like
funny.
like if in 5 million years from now, people see Vic's footprints in the mud, right? They were preserved, and we got a brick foot.
Well, that would suck for you, Vic, because that feels like if you could swim, you probably could swim faster. Now they're like flippers.
Have some paddles.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got some flippers going on there. Yep.
Okay, never mind. We don't have to. I was just wondering, is that a real thing? And I guess it is.
I can't believe it's 7:33 in the morning. We're talking about feet.
Okay, well, I'll bring it back.
Comes back to this on the show, doesn't it? Because of freaking Jesse's presence. That's why I look
That's what it is. Jesse finally came in today, and now the subject's on feet. We'll talk to Jeff Legwell. He's going to join us at 7:45. Okay, so just in about 10 minutes as opposed to his usual 8 o'clock time slot. So before that, Moj, Nathan McKinnon is riding a 16-game point streak.
That is correct.
He is now going to have an opportunity to continue tomorrow. His home point streak, which is at 31 games currently. Is that right? 32?
It is
32, right?
That is correct. It's 32 games because they're 26-6 at home. That's correct. Best home record in the National Hockey League.
Feels like he's going to win an MVP. Feels like it's going to happen.
Kucherov won't stop. Kucherov won't stop scoring.
He won't
Don't care.
relent.
He refuses. Okay. I mean, and you're right. I think the only thing Kucherov really has going for him, he won it before, and the next closest score on his team is way down there. Right? That's what got Taylor Hall the Hart over McKinnon like in 2019. The discrepancy.
But let me pose something that I thought about yesterday. Because I'm reading this article about McKinnon's point streak and how good he's been this year and blah, blah, blah. And I was like, look, we got a really good opportunity because Jokic is also the favorite to win MVP, to get his third. We have two players that could both win MVPs this year for their respective teams. We have two teams that could both bring home championships at the end of this season. You know what's funny about McKinnon and Joker being the best in their sport is how damn different they are at being the best player. McKinnon is undoubtedly one of the best players in the world because watch him. He's the fastest guy on the ice. He's got an insane shot, insane skill. Like, it's obvious to everyone.
Powerful.
He's a top pick in his draft. Like, all of that stuff says, yep, that feels like a bona fide superstar in the league who should be an MVP. And then on the other side, you have Jokic, who you watch him just from a highlight reel, you're like, doesn't look like the best player in the world, doesn't move like the best player in the world, but he is. How opposite these guys are from just a physical, athletic standpoint, but both being the best is so funny to me. So funny. Like, it's the raw power of Nathan McKinnon and the insane brain of Jokic that make them the best.
You know,
it's just weird.
Everyone talks about Joker's brain, and I totally agree. You don't do what he does without being able to play chess out there. But he would not have that ability if he were not 7 foot, 265 pounds.
Oh, sure. Sure.
Right? If he's a 6'2" man, it's a different game. It just is.
It would have to be.
It's just a different game. So you do have to have the body. You do have to have the body. And then everything else from there comes.
So if he's 6'2", he's Andre Miller?
I don't know what he is if he's 6'2". I don't know. But he's not as dominant as he is at 7 feet.
But here's what's funny, Vic, is that we watched the evolution of people who were wrong about Jokic continue to be wrong and then finally say, okay, he's the best player in the world. We watched that from Nick Wright and Kendrick Perkins and all these doubters that existed. But here's what's funny. Nobody has ever doubted McKinnon's skill, have they? They've always known, Moj, that he's amazing.
Well, he was the overall number one pick in the draft. I mean, I think everybody anticipated that he would have a brilliant career. Now, it took a little bit. It took a little bit, Brett. I mean, he bounced around, in the 50-plus point range for a little bit. I mean,
Well,
burst
he's
on the
really
scene
young,
as a rookie.
yeah.
And then in late October of 2017, 6.5 years ago, it just clicked and blam, he went right to the top.
But what I'm saying is, from just a narrative standpoint, how the hell is it Jokic the guy with all the hardware as opposed to McKinnon? You know what I'm saying? Like, given that Jokic had all these guys who thought he was overrated and not as good as he was being made out to be, nobody's done that with McKinnon, at least in the last 5-6 years. And Jokic is the one that's carrying all the trophies right now.
Well, he does have, he's got plenty of All-Star appearances.
Sure.
Right.
Well, I can answer that question for you. Because McKinnon, in the bulk of his career, has been surrounded by players closer to his level. That's why.
Are you talking about on his own team?
On his own team.
Okay, gotcha.
That's why.
I mean, people can throw out, well, McDavid's in the league too, and that's going to be a problem. And I go, well, the NBA has a guy named LeBron and Steph Curry. Like,
Well, I'm just saying. I mean, McKinnon's the best player. McCarr's also on that team.
sure.
Rance is also on that team. Gabriel Landeskog was on that team.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, these are all-star players that have shared the ice with him.
What's
How
amazing?
many all-stars share the court with Nikola Jokic?
Well, none.
Technically none.
On the Nuggets.
But a lot of
technically
people
none.
feel like Jamal is.
Of course.
I'm looking at the standings. Dallas won last night. Beat up on the Coyotes. And the Avalanche are 9-1-0 in their last 10 games. They've won 7 in a row. And they can't get away.
Mm-hmm.
You can't make up any ground. I mean, the Jets are 7-3-0 in their last 10. The Stars are 7-3-0 in their last 10.
Dude,
Hell, Nashville's
Minnesota
8-0-2 in their last 10. You can't get away from these guys. It's going to be a dogfight to the end, man.
Minnesota got throttled last night too. They got crushed.
Oh, by the Kings?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Same with the Nuggets. The Nuggets are 11-2 since the All-Star break.
Yeah.
They're
And they can't-
11-2 since the All-Star break.
And you're sitting there like, can't you create I mean, typically that would create some separation.
And they're
would
in
it not?
second place.
Yeah.
Because Oklahoma City refuses to lose. Now, again, take a look at Oklahoma City's record and watch what happens in the next 2 weeks. Because their next 2 weeks of schedule, rigorous landmines.
Well, and I want to get back to that because there's an added benefit to this, Vic. If you want to see the Nuggets maybe gain some ground, well, there's a reason why they can do that we'll get to in just a little bit. But let's talk to Jeff Legwold, ESPN.com next. Let's head out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. And we are joined by Jeff Lakewell of ESPN.com. Now, we usually talk to Leggy, NFL, Broncos, but Leggy, you're covering the tournament right now in Memphis? What's going on?
Hey, the more you can do, baby.
The more you can do.
How many mistresses do you serve?
Whoever will have me, I guess is the way to say it.
So Leggy, just one quick one off the top of the tournament then. What to you is, we were just kind of discussing this, if you would say the most intriguing story of the tournament, what do you think it is?
Hoops-wise, I'm not sure what I think the most. I guess the number of, for me, because it's so different, the number of older players and like two-time transfers, you never used to see all of that, and now it's just crazy. Like Baycott for North Carolina, I feel like was there with Phil Ford.
Yeah.
But just stuff like that, and here Nebraska's got a native-born, Japanese player, which I think is cool because he learned to play on YouTube, with Steph Curry videos, and I just think that stuff is really cool.
I think it's the best story of the tournament.
We were talking about him, Leggy, so Tominaga, I believe his name is.
Kensei Tominaga.
You know that guy grew up watching YouTube highlight videos in basketball because his game is everything. He wears the number 30 because of Steph Curry.
Correct. And to take it a step further, Jeff, it just further explains the growth and the explosion of basketball worldwide. So when we look at basketball, we look at here in the States, and we don't even understand how big it is worldwide now compared to 20, 30 years ago. Folks in Japan are watching YouTube, and they're taking on the NCAA tournament. Every team's got a story like that, Jeffrey.
No, it's crazy. And best player in the world, is in with the Nuggets, and it's just cool to me because I love hoops and all of that. And my son is actually in Japan, and he said that the sports dailies, anything that's not Ohtani is this young guy at Nebraska being in the basketball tournament, which I just think that's really cool.
That's super cool. I mean, it's a storyline that we're definitely going to follow here.
Sure.
In fact, I asked the guys yesterday, Jeff. I said, from now on, I want to be known as Casey.
Yeah,
and they're like, no.
Can I be your interpreter?
Well, as long as you don't take $4 million from me, that'd be fine.
You'll never notice.
You're probably right. Hey, Jeff, but you're back in Tennessee. I mean, those are your old stomping grounds. How's it feel to be back in old Rocky Top?
Yeah, I don't need a map. I can get around okay.
Yeah.
So.
Leggy, can I jump to football with you for a second? And here's my thought on this. You just tell me if this is a dumb thing to say or not. I don't think the Broncos should do anything at quarterback because guys that are available to them right now, guys like Tannehill or Carson Wentz or you name it, they're probably going to be available after the draft anyway. So just get through the draft, see if a quarterback pops up that you like, and if not, then you can go get one of those guys. I don't see the rush in doing this.
There isn't a rush. No, I guess I'm still slightly surprised they didn't even, it's not that they didn't even, they didn't sign anybody in this sort of initial wave. It's when I ask around to people who know, there haven't even really been that many discussions between the Broncos and some of the reps for these guys. So I guess that part surprised me a little, but I have told people around the league who've asked me that I do think they like Jarrett Stidham more than other people do as well. So I think some of that's working. But what you're saying is right. I mean, right now there's no reason. Who's available is going to be available. Likely after the draft, and you might as well see how it goes. And I know people are just sick of me raining all over the parade in the draft, but I just asked the question to everyone I talked to in the league. We all of us, talking about the draft and mocking it and doing all those things, we are making this possibly the greatest quarterback draft in draft history by putting 5 quarterbacks in the top 12. And I don't see the league, when push comes to shove, really doing that, because I never heard anyone not a single scout, GM, coach during the season say this was shaping up to be the greatest quarterback class in draft history. But that's where people are saying the quarterbacks are going to get taken.
That's very interesting. And I guess we'll wait and see what the Broncos do at 12. And I know that Mel had them leaning toward Bo Nix. But, nothing right now, Jeff, and I told the guys, there's no splashiness that's going to happen here. None. And that's fine with me. I don't need splash yet. I just need the team to get itself correct and then be able to splash a little next year and then splash in 2 years in a big-time way and find your quarterback and so on and so forth. So I'll ask you, this is not a splash at all. What's with the new tackle? What's his story? Just a backup tackle from the Giants?
Yeah, rotational guy. I mean, they kept him 4 years. They drafted him in the third round, and he's got left and right capabilities and all of that. But, I mean, he only started 7 games in 4 years there, but that's kind of what they've been working in free agency. I mean, Brandon Jones, the safety, got the biggest deal of the new guys with 3 years, and he started 30 of 54 games when he played. The Malcolm Roach, the defensive tackle, started 5 of 41 games. I mean, these are the very specific targeted players they're looking for and could afford in their current cap state, and they're hoping, that they've done their work and that the good traits these players have flashed will hold over. Jones was a full-time starter before he hurt his knee, so some of that is a little skewed, but it is an indication that, they were not working the same tier of players and that they're hoping their pro personnel scouting holds up here and that the things they like about these players will only be better when they play more with the Broncos.
Jeffrey, it seems like the Broncos have decided to take the biggest bite of the apple in this upcoming season regarding that dead money and Russell Wilson's dead cap space. How much of that are they allowed in cap space? How much are they allowed to carry over into the following season? So if they have 13, 15 million excess this year, can they carry it all over?
That's a pretty technical thing about the salary cap that I'm not positive about. I'd hate to give you an answer, but I missed the day they taught law at law school. Mm-hmm. But that is a good question. My gut instinct is that they give you no break on dead money ever. So I would guess the answer is no, but I don't know that for certain.
On top of that, Moshe was mentioning something, and we were kind of talking about this a few days ago. When it comes to the draft, you have a number 12 overall pick. That's a pretty coveted pick. That's the top half of the first round. You feel like you should get a good player. And we were like, is there a guy that the Broncos would get that would make you, excited? And it's one thing, you get a quarterback, you're excited about what the prospect of it can be, but there's a whole bunch of questions whether it's going to work. Is there anybody that you feel like if the Broncos got at 12 would be a slam dunk?
I think there are multiple players there because if all these quarterbacks truly go where people are mocking them and they're not really going to be graded there by even the teams taking them. So that means they're going to be top 10 players, top 8 players on this draft board if you're willing to take another position. So a tackle, a corner, an immediate starter, or an immediate potential starter for either of those positions would certainly be available. One of the top receivers would be available. Tight end, Bowers could come tumbling down because all these, the quarterback frenzy. Even if the Broncos took Bo Nix, for example, at 12, guys,
yeah,
he would not be the 12th rated player on their board.
Right.
There's almost no chance. I mean, I've told people as recently as the week before the combine, I talked to teams that had Nix and Penix in the 40s on their draft board.
Wow.
So
wow.
When we all talk about all these quarterbacks are going to go in the first round and it makes sense and it's all of those things, I honestly, I trust the people doing the work and all of that, but I'm just telling you, in terms of grade, that's not where these guys are, and it could make a really intriguing draft day, and we could see a lot of players that are truly graded in the top 8 down in the middle of the first round if all of this really happens.
That's the thing too. Like that makes it such an amazing. Like in one way, I know people want to get like the quarterback part figured out, but it's a huge advantage if you're picking in that spot and quarterbacks just start flying off the board. You're going to end up with a really good player, at least the opportunity to.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately that was their thinking when they took Surtain. You know, I know a lot of people were not happy they did it, but that's exactly why they did it. You know, that they were sitting in a pretty good spot and did not grade the quarterbacks there, you know, worthy of that spot, and they took truly their best player on the board at the time, and you know what, a couple Pro Bowls and All Pro. I mean, it's worked out okay.
All right, so you're in Memphis, correct, for these games?
Yes, sir. Yep.
So Houston versus Longwood is one of the games in that slate. Nebraska versus Texas A&M.
That's the one.
The Japanese Steph Curry. Then you've got Clemson and New Mexico, followed by Baylor and Colgate. Of all those teams I told you, who is the upset of that entire region, do you think?
Ooh, wow. But, you know, the A&M game, isn't that like an 8-9 game? So that's really
That is. That's Nebraska A&M.
I mean, Nebraska, just because, I mean, they shoot it when they get it right. But, I mean, that would be the one for me. But they've never won a tournament game, I don't believe, as a program. No. So I think that would be intriguing to see, too, to see a school win its first tournament game. So, yeah, I don't think the big guys are getting upset here. I think Houston's going to be pretty miffed at getting beat by 100 in their championship game. So I think they'll come out pretty steaming.
You gonna go visit Elvis's grave?
No, you know, I've done the circuit in Memphis, so I'm good.
Okay.
Yeah.
All
I've done Sun Records, I've done Graceland, I've done it all. You know,
I've never been there. Yeah, I've never even been. If you can imagine me, I've never been to Graceland. It's hard to believe. I know it's hard. I've never seen Sun Records. I know, crazy.
That is just crazy, man.
It's crazy. Well, you know me. I'm a geek for that kind of stuff. So whatever.
You've been thinking about that?
Can you take pictures for Moj, please, Leggy?
Oh, yeah, I'll just do a travel log. You know, the bosses might not be too happy with me, but I'll tell them I was very busy taking care of Moj.
Yeah, use your per diem. You'll be fine. It's all good.
Jeff Lakewell, ESPN.com, joins us every week. Always appreciate it, Leggy. Have fun in Memphis.
Anytime. Thanks, fellas.
Jeff Lakewell, ESPN.com. Isn't that crazy, by the way? You know, it's something I continually forget. For as long as Nebraska has been a school with athletic programs, they've never won a tournament game ever.
It's crazy. That is crazy.
How is that possible?
I don't know.
You haven't gotten lucky once?
I don't know, because, again, we've gone through this list of all these random schools all over the country who have done well in the tournament, right?
Yeah.
And I continue to ask the question, why are we just content in the fact that Colorado and Colorado State are there? How about win there? How about win 2 rounds there?
Got
and
the
I
opportunity.
think these two teams, one of them is capable of going to the Sweet 16.
I do too.
Why not?
Brett, have you been to a regional before, right?
Yes.
To me, like if they had it down at Ball Arena, the regional is so fun.
It's so much more fun than the Final Four. See, when they moved the Final Four Moj to the big
Enormo Domes,
stadiums,
and I've been to several Final Fours,
I think it's dumb.
and I hate it because
it's dumb.
Like Cherry World?
It's dumb.
What are we doing?
It's terrible.
It's dumb. It's not terrible. It's dumb.
It is. But I tell you what, the regionals, man, if you've never been, you have no dog in the fight, it doesn't matter. It is awesome.
Colorado State and Texas. That is tonight at 4:50 on TNT. Got a lot more to discuss. Stick around.
That
yeah,
was,
yeah, yeah, with the
So poor Brett walks in and suggests to Mosier, who's filling out his bracket manually. He's doing it manually on paper.
It's for my
the way
kid. It's
the way
for my
we used
kid.
to do it. You have your brackets, you carry them with you. Usually just one bracket. That's it. So Mosier's filling his bracket out manually, and Kane decides to help out. Says, "Hey, you can. It's a lot easier if you just did that online."
Well, no, I didn't know if he was trying to fill it out for our thing because Shockey told us we all have to do ours on the website with all the listeners.
Sure.
And Mosier's is filling out one manually, and I know he didn't do it. And I'm like, hey, you need to do it on the website. And he goes, this is for my kid. Mind your own bleeping business. And
with
I go,
a lot of curse
No,
words.
I didn't say that. I said shut the blank up.
Okay,
and then
sorry.
Vic said,
He
mind
let
your
you-
own blank in business.
Yeah, so I went on top of that because I sort of liked him snapping at you, so I snapped at you as well. And all you were trying to do was help.
I was just trying to have him not get yelled at by our boss. That's all I was trying to do.
Do you know what we call this? A double snap.
Yeah, it was a double snap.
Yeah, but in the future, mind your own business.
Okay, fine. If I see Mosier doing something that might get him in trouble, I'll just mind my business.
Just go on your merry. Nobody likes a narc, dude.
Can we get to our drop tournament, please? We've started this late today, so we're going to roll through quite a few here to start this off. Our final region of the first round is the Marty region. 1 versus 16 seed. The 1 seed in the Marty region is...
You're a joke.
I mean, that's a strong one. That's a
Oh,
strong one. That goes against the 16 seed, and I have no idea what this is, what this means. Go ahead.
I like some of those ball things. Put those in there.
Okay.
I like some olives. What are those tan balls? Those tan little balls. What are those? No, not the crunchy. The tan. There's a bunch of them, and people. What are those called?
You were looking for garbanzo beans.
Garbanzo beans.
Yeah, that's what you were looking for.
I'm reading on this drop tournament.
What's
I'm
it say?
reading garbanzo bean. I'm like, what the hell does that mean? And now I remember, Marty. That's a
good poll.
good 16.
That's
really good, Marty.
That's a good 16.
I completely forgot
I mean, tan
about
little
that.
balls. That's pretty good one.
Next up, the 8 versus 9, the 8 seed.
I know. His name is escaping me right now. He's long-time Denver sportscaster, worked for Channel 7. Help me out, people. Wait, hold on. Let me look up his name.
This is amazing. This is
I'll see you later.
I refuse to go to break until he finds this. It's his friend.
Is it Hernandez?
No, it's
a
not.
Spanish last name. Hold on a second.
Kurt Sandoval.
Kurt Sandoval.
How did I?
Oh my God, that was funny.
I saw Kurt in L.A. 2 weeks
we
ago
had-
when the Nuggets played there.
Yeah, we had Kurt on the program in the studio, dude.
Vic's good friend, who he couldn't remember his name. Is it Hernandez? He said.
Oh my God.
All right, so that goes against the 9 seed, which is.
Look at me right now. Do I look like I'm launching? I'm running. I'm running at a human being.
What floor are you on?
I'm on a carpet here.
For those who didn't hear that day,
Oh my God.
so Vic is in the hotel, and I ask him what floor he's on, and he says, "I'm on carpet." And I'm like, no,
Like the 20th floor?
I thought you were
Oh
asking
my
if you're on
God.
tile, wood floor. What is it? I thought that's where you were going with that.
What floor you on? Carpet.
I'm on a carpet here.
I'm on the carpet here. Oh my God.
All right, let's do a couple of more. 5 versus 12 seed. The 5 seed is.
Press the damn mic.
Hey, I'm pressing the damn mic. This is really Auga! Mamma mia! Papa Pia!
What was
That's
that?
when he found the mic button that the people can talk to us on our app.
Yes, yes.
And
Oh my
I want to hear that again. Push the damn button. Hey!
Press the damn mic.
Hey, I'm pressing the damn mic. This is really Auga! Mamma mia! Papa Pia!
What an idiot.
That goes against the 12 seed, which is.
And I'm like, Kaner should watch this because that is Zlatan all day and all night. Anyway, what were we talking about?
Oh.
All right.
Oh.
Then let's get one more. The 4 versus 13. The 4 seed is.
Oh, Corey
Marty. Marty.
Sipper. Oh,
We never got her on the show.
I know.
Guess I've been different
Corey,
I
sing
miss
it.
all
this
my
song.
life.
So, for
been
those that
too
don't
long.
know, we had to use this song on
Gonna hide
a couple of the videos we did.
For
'cause
Gary, when we first got Gary,
Yes.
we had to have music that wasn't copyrighted.
That was company sanctioned music that we bought. So we bought this music.
No.
from
This is
free. This is free to
what
the
do they
world.
call that?
Government music?
License-free music.
License free. Yeah.
from the real.
I literally
on, Corey.
randomly picked this song, and it turned into a big thing.
It did. And it was sung, but at the time I said, Marty, who sings this? And he goes, female singer 1.
But we tracked her down.
We
Yeah,
did.
Corey Sipper. We found out.
So
yeah.
why did we never get her on the show?
Well, she sent in a long email to our
Thanking us.
PD.
She thought we were making
Well,
fun
no-
of her.
I don't know if it
Oh,
was.
she did?
She did,
Well,
but
we
she was
were.
playful with it. She was she wasn't offended.
Not at first.
But then she was like,
Then
didn't
she was
know
in
this.
after a
she was
little
in,
bit,
yeah.
So
Once
she
wrote-
was, what was she mad about? I mean, we make fun of everybody.
Because
Well,
you said this
I
song
think-
stinks.
Yeah.
And
well,
she
that's-
found that.
that's
The
subjective.
the initial clip that we sent out was, I believe, both you and Mosier saying this is the worst song I've ever heard.
Well, I mean,
And for some reason, she took offense to that. I don't know why.
It grew on me very, very quickly, though. I mean, honestly, second listen, instantly, I'm a fan.
I
well,
know.
you should have wrote her back. It's the top-rated sports show in town. We gave you a freaking platform, lady.
Well, no, that's what she said. Thank you, though. It's like I saw my plays on Spotify just balloon out of nowhere. I wonder what was going on.
So if you get a chance to go to Spotify today, just put in Corey Sipper and Born for This.
Yeah.
And
Give her some love.
Give her some. I mean, get her listens up again. It's called Born for This, and her name is Corey Sipper. She lives in Southern California, someplace on the coast.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah,
we don't need the whole
Thanks for the
background.
bio.
Okay, you're welcome.
By the way, that goes against somebody that's going to, I think, get bludgeoned in this matchup, the 13 seed, which is. Glad to see you worked in some PTO on that new contract.
That's right, man. You know, always working. Find a way to get it in.
Thank you,
guess,
Coach.
I guess when you're booted out, maybe the Coors Light tastes just a little bit colder, right? That's all good stuff.
Guys, great talking to you. And I look forward to speaking to you again.
That pregnant pause. That
Oh,
pregnant
Coach,
pause.
so funny.
Is so awkward and so. I mean, are you guys with me?
One of the rare
It's
times
so
that we
good.
got to talk to Malone, by the way, because he's usually on Dempsey and Company, as he
Correct.
was yesterday. He was great. But scheduling stuff, we got to talk to Malone. And that's how
You're
it ended.
booted out, maybe the Coors Light tastes just a little bit colder, right? That's all good stuff.
Guys, great talking to you. And I look forward to
10 seconds.
That's never not funny.
Wow.
Yeah, he's processing in his brain. Is this guy for real?
Ugh. Moj, I'm out.
Guys, good talking to you.
Like, so good.
Like, don't
If you
call me
did that-
again.
If you're having a casual conversation with somebody, okay? And you're like, yeah, so anyway, yeah, I went to the store and they were out of bananas and I needed them to make banana bread. They didn't have any. And the guy's response is, good talking to you. I'm gonna.
I want to count. I want to count the pause there. Okay, one more time. Let me just count the pause. Go ahead.
When you're booted out, maybe the Coors Light tastes just a little bit colder, right? That's all good stuff.
Guys, great talking
Two and
to you.
about 2.5.
I look forward to speaking
That's-
to you again.
That's
Okay.
About
full.
2.5.
Like I did full basketball ref, by the way, counting that.
That's 3 seconds in the key.
Yeah, that's
That's a 3-second violation.
here comes a free throw. Exactly. So we'll have all those up at Brett Kane Radio on Twitter. In just a couple of minutes, you decide what moves on to the next round. Just quickly here, because I don't understand this story. We're just watching this Dodgers and Padres game. The Padres won 15-11
Softball
today
game.
in South Korea. I don't know what's going on with Shohei. Like, there's a million different details that
I think this could be a massive cover-up.
it almost certainly is.
I think this sounds like a massive cover-up that there's no way baseball wants it out there, that the poster child of
Exactly.
baseball today, the most popular baseball player, not only in the country, in the world, is embroiled in a betting scandal that they're pinning on his interpreter, who somehow embezzled $4 million from
4.5.
Ohtani's account
4.5.
without Ohtani knowing. What?
So $4.5 million, I guess, disappears from Otani's account because we all know if you lost $4.5 million, that's going to take a few days for you to notice.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
absolutely.
But that disappears and it's transferred to an account of a booking place, okay, gambling place. The story is that the interpreter used the money. The Ohtani camp is claiming it was theft. But there's a whole bunch of details that just don't make all that much sense. But Vic, your first point is the correct point, which is very simple. They are not going to do anything to Shohei.
They can't.
Because he's got a 10-year, $700 million contract, and he is the face of baseball, not just in the U.S., but internationally.
It's deeper than that.
Yes.
You go down that rabbit hole, and you deal with players and betting, and you do it with that player.
Yeah.
That is a big deal, dude.
So they are going to scapegoat this interpreter, who, to my knowledge, him and this interpreter are like boys. They're friends.
Are always buddy-buddy. I want an interpreter's job.
Well, that's what I was going to say, Vic. I am going to go on Babbel immediately and put in my resume to be his interpreter. Now, I might sound like Moj, Lieutenant Aldo Rain in Inglourious Bastards.
Yep.
I might be showing up saying, Konnichiwa, Arrivederci. But I'm going to give it a shot because I want to be part of that.
I have played interpreter many times. Like when my wife, we visit Italy, she doesn't speak Italian, I do. So I have to interpret a lot. So the way you do it, it's a very easy process. You just speak as loudly as you can. It doesn't matter if you're interpreting the right words. You just speak as loudly as you can. So if you spoke, give me a foreign language.
Spanish.
Speak to me in a foreign language.
¿Cómo te llamas?
He says he wants to know your name.
Why would you yell that at your wife?
It's just it hits home when you yell it. It works, trust me. That's how you interpret these days.
I feel like that's too much power for me. I would make up things. You know, every once in a while you get that story of the lady who's on during a press conference from the mayor, and they have that little corner of the sign language lady.
Yeah, absolutely.
You ever see the stories of the people that every once in a while just fake it? Did you see this one from a few weeks ago? There's a woman who just said she was the sign language lady, and they go, oh, okay, stand up on stage. And she was just doing this. Like, nothing. This meant nothing. Yeah. I don't know why she did it, but she just was faking the sign language. I'm going to be that as an interpreter.
You know, there's a lot of people, too.
What's that? Oh, yeah, Shohei felt like his slider was working really well today. And he was trying to work the corners more than anything else.
I thought you're being serious.
You know, a lot of it, too. Like, Ichiro played this game that he couldn't understand or speak, and everybody knew he could. Mm-hmm. So he went through his entire MLB career playing that game, right?
Oh, sure.
Oh, I can't do this interview. No, don't. And his teammates would chuckle. They'd laugh because they knew the game. I just wonder how much of this is a game.
Dude, Ichiro was hilarious. He was so funny. He told this story to Bob Costas. You guys remember this? He said, what's your favorite American joke? And he said, when you go to play the Royals in Kansas City in the summer, it's hotter than two rats bleeping in a paper bag or something like that. And it's like he's saying this to Costas, and he's just like, I don't know, whatever. Whatever comes out of my mouth is going to come out of my mouth. That guy was awesome, though. I loved Ichiro. I want this interpreter job. So somebody help me out. Put me in contact with some people. I'll figure it out.
Probably got to pay well.
Well, if I can just take $4.5 million without people noticing.
Sure, absolutely. You know. Well, they apparently did notice eventually. Well, I think they noticed right about the time that people thought Shohei was placing bets on stuff. Whatever. 303-504-0925. So, Vic, you were just talking about something relating to the Nuggets and where they're at in the Western Conference, but they have a giant advantage here with 13 games remaining in the season. We'll get to next.
All right, all the poll questions so far today are up at Brett Kane Radio on Twitter, so go vote in those. Vic, Nuggets, they're atop the Western Conference in a logjam of two other teams, but there is a big advantage that they have. According to Tankathon, which keeps track of where the draft order looks like it's going to be in the NBA, they also keep track of some other things, including strength of schedule. The Nuggets have the second easiest schedule left in the NBA. The only team with an easier schedule is Boston.
That means nothing to me.
Okay.
It means absolutely nothing to me. The opposing team's schedule, who they've played, who they're going to play, I don't care. Every game has a different feeling. Every game has a different... Like, this game tonight versus the Knicks, if you played it the second to last game of the season, it would have a different meaning, right? So it's when you play a team and what their motivation is in that game. It's not necessarily how good that team is. What is their motivation in that game? How healthy will they be for that game, that night?
Well, for the easier opponents, wouldn't you think the motivation in that game for them would be to lose?
Yes.
Yeah.
But again, that motivation changes for other teams is what I'm saying. It changes. It's up and down the schedule. You might have a couple of those, like you're playing Memphis, right? You want to play Memphis now. You want to play Utah now. You want to play those teams now because those teams do want to lose. But then you've got teams that still have a slight chance at getting to the play-in or a team that has a chance at moving up on the seeding process. How do you weigh that? How do you balance that?
Well, I'll put it this way. It's funny when I look at the schedule, it doesn't seem like it would be the second easiest in the league because they have some tough opponents left. Like the Knicks tonight, that's a tough opponent.
Minnesota twice.
Minnesota twice. You play Phoenix. You play the Clippers in LA. Like those are some tough games, but that's mixed in between 2 against the Grizz, 2 against the Spurs, a game against Portland.
Utah's in there.
Utah's mixed in the middle. The Hawks, that's where you're talking about, okay, there's some high-end games,
sure,
but there is, as low as you can get on the totem pole.
But see, Atlanta is a classic example. Atlanta is a 10 seed in the East.
But they're pretty much locked in. Brooklyn's not going to catch them.
Understood, but they want to host the game rather than...
Are they going to catch the Bulls? I mean, the Eastern Conference, honestly... There's only 2 teams out there, as far as I'm concerned, too. It's Boston and Milwaukee. That's it.
Well, the Knicks, as luck would have it, they come in banged up again tonight. They're not going to have OG Anunoby.
Correct.
They're not going to have Randall. They're not going to have a lot of players who have really helped them rejuvenate that franchise.
What's up with Julian Randle?
He's been out with a shoulder injury. Hell, he may not be available for the playoffs.
Wow.
They're not sure how long that's going to take.
I haven't paid attention as of late, but you're right.
This team,
he's out.
If you remember, they've won 4 in a row, mind you, with a short-staffed roster. It's a gritty team. They play great defense. They don't mess around.
Well, Jalen Brunson's a terrific player.
You're darn right he is. And go back and look at what they did to the Nuggets in the Garden earlier this season. Go back and look at that game.
There were some circumstances around that game. Wasn't that in the middle of the end of a long road trip where the Nuggets just didn't feel like basketballing that night?
They didn't basketball that night at all. They lost that game 122-84, my friend. 122-84, and it was never close. It was 33-21 after the first quarter. It was a double-digit lead from the get-go, and it was never a game. It was never in doubt. So I don't know if, that carries over. Michael Malone said it yesterday. He said he doesn't want to get swept by anybody. He doesn't want to get swept by any team, let alone a New York team that comes in here understaffed. They don't have all their bodies. They don't have them. And I'm going to say the same thing I always say to Mark Mosier. And Mark Mosier's going to react the same way he always. Beware of the New York Knicks tonight, Mosier. Beware.
Oh, the Knicks are good. Yeah.
But what's he going to say? What's he going to say? You know what's coming.
They should spank them.
Say it.
Well, they're a 9.5-point favorite.
Go ahead. Say it.
They should absolutely work them over tonight.
Okay. You're going to play the same
So,
game.
at what point are you going to take my side when it comes to
I
this
don't know
little
that
game?
I don't know that
No,
I don't
because
know that I am.
your
I
side
don't
is
know
no
that I
better,
am.
Vic. I got constant
is a
scared,
dub.
and I got constant overconfident. Why can't one of you guys just...
Look,
literally, you're two ends of the spectrum,
hold on a
and I'm
second.
asking somebody to meet me here by the computers in between
Okay,
you.
the last two games for the Denver Nuggets. The one they lost in Dallas, out-rebounded like crazy. That's not going to happen again. The win in Mini, turnovers like crazy, 17 in the game. That's not going to happen again. The Denver Nuggets are going to put it back together in a big-time way, and I feel like this is the one to do it. You got spanked at Madison Square Garden, embarrassed on a nationwide basis. I mean, you weren't even in the game, as you said, Vic. I watched the whole dang thing. Time for revenge. It's time to say hello.
I hope you're right.
Hello, Jalen. It's good to see you. You're a great player. Now it's time to get spanked.
I do believe the Nuggets will win because they are the best clutch team in the NBA. But it's how we get to that end game that we differ. I think every Nuggets game is going to be a tough game. I think every game is going to be a fourth quarter game. I don't think this team is wired to do that 40-point slap in your face, let's get out of here before halftime type. They're not wired that way. It's not the way they're built. It's not the way they act. It's not what they do. I would love to see that. I mean, they're favored by 9.5. That's a good number. I could see the Nuggets pulling away down the stretch and winning this game by, 108-100. There you go.
By the way, I was just kind of looking at this. So Boston is a full 11 games up on the 2 seed in the Eastern Conference, which is Milwaukee. They don't have to do a damn thing the rest of the year if they don't want to, because they'll still come away with that number 1 overall seed.
Mm-hmm.
But if you were to take Milwaukee, the 2 seed in the East, and just throw them in the Western Conference, they would be 4th by half a game right now. That's what the second best Eastern Conference team does, which makes me question, like, if you put Boston in the West, they aren't at 55
There's
wins
no way.
right now.
The West is better than the East. Again, every year we do this. Every year. Oh, look at the East. Look who's East.
Why,
Oh,
though?
Hey, guys, Damian Lillard went East now. He's with the Bucks.
That
The
doesn't
East
matter.
is loaded.
Well,
hey, look at the East,
Hold
guys.
on a second. I think Milwaukee's good, clearly.
The East is not as good as the West. The
No.
West is the better conference.
By a million miles. And honestly, outside of Boston, and I'll give a little bit to Milwaukee, no one else can win. And that is the bottom line. Cleveland can't win. The Knicks can't win. Orlando can't win. Pacers certainly can't. Miami, Philly, Chicago, Atlanta. No. Boston is clearly and easily coming out of the East.
Any part of
I don't
you
even
that
know why we're
thinks
discussing this.
any part of you that thinks Miami could do that Jimmy Butler thing,
Not a chance. Nope.
where they go back to the finals despite being like a 7-8 seed,
Nope.
something like that.
Not a chance. Not this year.
Well,
no, not this year.
Tonight, it's going to be. You know what you're gonna see at Ball Arena, right? You know what you're going to hear at Ball Arena. It's the Nuggets and their one appearance against the New York Knickerbockers, who are really good this year, who are much better than they usually are. By the way, the Knicks have not won an NBA title since I was 2 years old. I was 2 at the time. Mosier was 17. It's been that long.
Did the Second World War happen already?
It's been that long since the New York Knickerbockers have won an NBA title, and yet their fans carry themselves as the greatest franchise in the NBA. You're not that
You
great.
try to think about that team. Walt Clyde Frazier, Dave DeBusschere, Phil Jackson.
He doesn't know Dave DeBusschere.
Bill Bradley. I think those are the guys that are on that team.
The point is, they carry themselves
Brasky?
like they're the second coming. They this is the Knicks
To Bill
basketball is
Brasky.
it. Well, your franchise has sucked for the better part of half a century. Okay? You have not been good. You had that one Patrick Ewing year, and that's it. Can you give me another example where the Knicks have done anything?
They were really cool with Jeremy Lin for like 2 weeks.
Okay, I'll give you this. Let me ask you this, Knicks fans who are listening. I know there are a lot of you out there, and you'll be at the game tonight like this, talking like this. I know you're going to be there.
Huh?
That was my New York attempt.
Marty, I need to hear Vic's New York attempt. Go ahead.
Since 1975, better franchise, Knicks or Nuggets? Since 1975, who is the better franchise, Knicks or Nuggets?
Nuggets.
The
yeah.
Nuggets are.
You're darn right they are.
Yeah.
You're darn right they are. They lived in the playoffs in the 80s, got to the Western Finals 3 times before finally breaking through. They won an NBA title. I mean, I don't understand this fantasy land that Knicks fans live in. Like, oh my God, we this is our sport. It's not your sport. What have you done?
Let's hear from a Knicks fan. Go ahead.
And you'll be at the game tonight, like this, talking like this. I know you're going to be there.
I don't think that's anybody from New York.
You know the whole stadium, the arena is going to be like that tonight. Hey! It's going to be that. One of those nights. Hey!
Look, my New York accent is basically just anything that sounds like a soprano. That's New York to me. Hey.
That's Italian. Now you're just being...
Well, I mean, that's what I think of when I think of New York.
It's not all Italian in there.
Well, I know that. But that's the way that look, your New York guy was no New Yorker I've ever heard in my life.
Hey!
Isn't that what I did?
Yeah, but I'm not.
But you're Italian?
You're different. Do yours.
My New York guy? Hey.
See, I take offense to that.
Hey, go down and watch the ball game with me. Huh?
Yeah, go
like
watch
this,
it.
talking like this.
No, you can't do it. You cannot do a New York accent. It's terrible.
Let me get a New York slice, huh?
That sounds awful. I lived in New York City. I lived there for 8 months.
Yeah? So why was that impression so bad? You
I
should
don't
be an
know.
expert at this.
Marty, do you have one?
Oh, hey! I got Magoo, huh?
See,
it's all Italian. That's all it is. Or is that more? Is that more Jersey-ish?
Hey, I'm eating over here.
See, it's all Italian. That's
the
what it
Upper
is.
West Side.
All
Jimmy
right.
from the South Bronx?
Oh,
You want him
Jimmy,
back?
yeah, let's hear Jimmy. I forgot about Jimmy. I forgot Marty does a great
you're
South
right.
Bronx guy.
All right, let's go to the hotline and bring in Jimmy from the South Bronx in regards to tonight's game. Jimmy?
Hey, listen. My mom was saying the other day that she loves hockey, but hates all that fighting and stuff. I says, Ma!
What was that for?
The mock draft. He was making the pick for the
Oh,
Jets.
that's right. That's right. Gosh, we got the mock draft coming up,
Moj,
too.
do you
We
know
got
how
that.
many New Yorkers are going to be at Ball Arena tonight?
A lot
Brett,
of
are
people.
you aware of how many New York folk will be at Ball Arena tonight?
Yeah, I'm sure a ton.
I mean, listen, the New York Knicks, for all you kiddies out there, boy, did they have.
I'm from Rochester. I'm from Upper New York.
My ma's new boyfriend asked me to help him out in some fantasy draft tonight.
I'm not from I'm from Staten Island. I'm from Long Island.
For you kiddies out there was a time when the Knicks, they had ample opportunity to win it all, and they blew it. Patrick Ewing, Charles Oakley. I mean, they Anthony, who's the
Hey,
big...
which borough are you from?
It's their 2-week anniversary tonight, but I knew Jeff has something important. So I says to my Ma, Ma!
Who did you end up picking that time?
Oh, God.
I don't think I did. I think Goodell forced something on him.
Okay.
I mean, think about that. The biggest city in the country, the epicenter, and everybody talks like that. What are you doing? What
Well,
you do to the language?
can I bring up something else just quickly here?
Fix your language.
For all of you Scott Hansen guys that are out there, he is, I guess, going to do a gold zone for the Olympics this summer, which is going to be like NFL Red Zone, but for Olympic events.
So when he goes to
See,
the
that's what I
figure skating,
want. Listen, when you're going for like the javelin, right? Like this is Anatoly, so blah, blah, blah. And that's what I want. I'm like, it's come down to the finals of the javelin and is watch him huck it. That's what I want. I'll totally watch that.
I told you guys.
Does it cost money?
It doesn't sound like it.
Okay, then I'm in.
I don't know what channel this is going to be on.
it's so different the way they're packaging the Olympic Games versus other years. Do you remember in the olden days, Moj, when the Olympics would take place in parts unknown, countries around the world, and they would try to package to in a like something would happen yesterday and they would package it to you the next night on prime television.
Yeah.
As if you didn't know the result already.
Right. There was also a time.
Everything was tape delayed. Like everything.
There was also a time, Brett, when they had pay-per-view Olympics. This is probably more than 30 years ago.
What?
Yes. And it was like they had the red, white, and blue channel. Like you had 3 different channels. And people went insane. It was a total failure, total disaster, and they've never done it again.
Wait, so if I remember correctly on this show, am I on an island or Mosier, are you my only ally in I'm not a Scott Hansen guy?
You're a Andrew Siciliano
No,
guy.
so, it's beyond that. Not only is Siciliano better, I don't like listening to Scott Hansen.
Why? He's really good at what he does.
It's
He's
too
incredible.
much fake enthusiasm.
What are you talking
and
about?
Fake broadcaster guy
He's
voice.
not fake at all. I've actually met the dude. That's who he is. He's very thorough and detailed, and he wants to make sure he gets the information across.
I'll do
that's
an
a great
impression of Scott
broadcaster.
Hansen, what I think this might sound like for the Olympics. Oh, she's going for the triple axel. Oh, she nailed the triple. Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
enough.
thank
That's
you,
enough
thank
of
you,
that.
Mark.
Well,
Yeah, thank you.
That's way too much.
Well, how do you want to
Way
deliver
too
it
much.
then? Oh, she's
Siciliano
going for the triple
did.
axel.
Oh, and it's a score. Like he talks like a normal guy. Siciliano, it's the fake sort of cartoonish enthusiasm.
I think you sound fake.
That's fine.
I think you
I
fake it up
myself
every
worked at
morning.
a sandwich shop down in South Woodhaven Park, just east of Hofstra there.
All right, listen, Knicks fans. I know a lot of you are going to be at the game tonight. Now, a lot of you live and work among us, and a lot of you are my friends. And this is not personal. No disrespect. But I want you to chime in. Call the show. Text the show. What has your trash franchise done the last 50 years?
Vic just wants to start a war.
I'm not joking. I'm not joking. 50 years of Knicks basketball. 50. There are people under the age of 50 among us. And they've never, you've done nothing.
See, look at the text line, boys. This isn't like a Vic, one person agrees with me, first 4 that comes through. Boom, 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 boom.
Well, I think the problem with Scott Hansen, Vic, and correct
Somebody
me if
says,
I'm wrong.
I actually like Scott Hansen, but Brett, that was a fantastic impersonation. Thank you very much.
It was
That's
very
exactly
good.
what he sounds like.
The problem with Scott Hansen, it's not even a problem, but maybe it is. Maybe he's got a lot of teeth.
Well, Siciliano had a lot of
ears.
Yes.
Well, Martin, that's your boy.
This texter goes, are we going to ignore the fact that Vic was just talking about figure skating at the Summer Olympics?
That was Brett. That was Brett.
Well, I was just trying to do, triple axe. I don't know how I do a javelin throw. He threw it 70 yards. It's like, all right, enough.
He's just got, I don't know if he has I don't think he has too many teeth like Vic does in the bottom row there.
By the way, New
I just think that
It's not so much the amount of teeth.
it's the size of
It's
the
the
teeth.
size.
The teeth are big. He's got
like
big
urinals
teeth.
are in there. You know what I
Can
mean?
I add one more thing
a row
about-
of urinals.
One more thing about New Yorkers.
That's correct.
I don't care what part of the state you're from. I don't care if you're from the Upper West Side, Rochester. I don't care. I don't want to make a big deal about where you're from in New York. Just go to the game, watch your trash franchise, take the L, and go home.
Sounds good, North Side.
But this is my home. This is where I live.
303-504-0925.
He's taking me out to a nice dinner. We're going to the Olive Garden. Okay.
I mean, how long was that?
It's like 3 minutes.
Jesus Louise.
All right, when we come back, I want to talk more about the tournament. And again, storylines, or I guess a lack thereof. Why is that? Next. Whenever this glorious day comes around, which is tournament time, first round, it's everybody's favorite day. It's one of the best days of the sports calendar. There always is a narrative. There's always a big story. And it doesn't feel like there is right now. Doesn't feel like there is. Why?
What are you looking for?
Oh, Vic, there's always something, isn't there? There's always some big, like, this team has lost, one game all year. Can they make it through the tournament? It's always this player is a huge prospect. Will he rise to the occasion? But there doesn't seem to be any.
The answer's simple because the blue bloods they're not as blue anymore. They're just not. The parity has overtaken the tournament. It's even, in my opinion, it's made days like this that much more exciting. My prediction, you're going to see as many upsets today as perhaps we've seen in the last 5 years of the tournament. I think today is rife with upsets.
I want to remind people of this. You got about an hour and 20 minutes, not even, hour and 10 minutes to get this filled out. Your chance to win a road trip to the Nuggets playoff game just by filling out a bracket. You go to altitudesportsradio.com/brackets and fill out your 2024 Bracket Madness bracket. A lot of brackets. Joining our friends.
Say bracket again. Say it again.
Joining our friends at Mix 100 and Cool 105, this year's grand prize winner will win a trip to the first Nuggets playoff game this year. Round trip tickets, 2 nights stay at the team hotel, and they're 5-star hotels. Dinner for 2 and tickets to the game. They can all be yours for filling out the best bracket thanks to our sponsors at Colorado Off-Road. Colorado grown, Colorado owned, Colorado Off-Road, online at cooffroad.com. So go fill out that bracket. Mm-hmm. Here's the question I have. Because of that, Vic, I am so... And I was like you. I just filled out my bracket last night. I just did it quickly.
Fast.
Didn't think about it. Boom, 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 boom.
Who do you have winning it all?
Well, before I tell you that, here's what I realized. I went super chalk. And I actually went back to just change for some 11 and 12 seeds to get in because I'm like, it's going to happen.
You chalked it up.
But I couldn't
bring yourself to pick one. You just can't do it. Yeah. My school that I have going which one is it? Grand Canyon. I have Grand Canyon upsetting St. Mary's.
I do too.
In a 12-5. I have them going all the way to the Sweet 16. I have them beating St. Mary's. I have them advancing in the next game. They would meet, I believe,
Alabama.
Arizona at some point in the Sweet 16.
I think you're wrong because I have Alabama going all the way and winning it all.
Okay. Why?
I like Bama. Bama's fast.
Why not?
Bama's fast.
I'm just curious. What do you know about Bama?
Not a damn thing.
Isn't that how this works, though? Isn't that how UConn?
They were second in the SEC.
I got UConn repeating. Only because I ran out of options.
I have Houston. Houston's good. Houston went to a good Big 12, traditionally good anyway, Big 12 conference, and just ran through.
You don't think they're scarred up by what Iowa State did to them?
Spanking by Iowa State.
It's a motivator.
Scarred them up.
Motivator.
That's a doubt putter inner.
A doubt putter inner.
But could this be the year? I mean, remember who made the Final Four last year? Remember who made the finals last year?
Yeah.
San Diego State, not expected to be there.
Why are you saying it like San Diego State?
That's your boy.
Not expected to even get to the Sweet 16.
Yeah, San Diego State, the basketball team, went all the way to the Final Four.
And I'm not saying...
They won a national title game.
Who's this year's San Diego State?
Well, dude,
I tell you who this
is.
That
Elite Eight last year was crazy. I mean, that was... The Elite Eight last year had 0 1 seeds in it. It was number 5 Miami and number 2 Texas. Mm-hmm. It was 4 UConn, 3 Gonzaga, 6 Creighton, 5 San Diego State, and 9 Florida Atlantic, 3 Kansas State. That was the Elite Eight last year.
Stupid. You know, the fact that you do have...
Guess who I've got going to the Elite Eight? Look right there. What's that say?
Let me read. I love the...
I thought that's your daughters.
All right, so this is Mosier's bracket. And Mosier, your handwriting's pretty good.
Thanks.
Penmanship is good. I like a great handwritten bracket.
Look at the bottom. Look at the bottom right-hand side.
See, bottom right-hand side. You've got CSU in the Elite Eight.
Blam!
So they would have to beat Tennessee
in
the second round.
No problem.
Which they can do.
100%.
Wait, did you say CSU?
CSU. Yeah. You have them beating Creighton. They've already beaten Creighton this year.
Exactly right. That's why they're going to do it again.
They pounded Creighton. Remember that?
They
It was a
pounded.
double-digit pounding.
Just pounded them.
Yes, they did. I don't agree with your Kansas. You got Kansas going too far. Their best scorer is out.
I know.
Yeah. Do your homework next time.
I did my homework, dude. They're still a damn fine basketball
You got
club.
Purdue in the championship game? Dude,
I
they didn't
do.
even get out of the first round last year.
Motivation.
Wake up.
Motivation.
This sucks.
Okay, who's the lowest seed you have in your Elite Eight?
CSU.
I have to go back and look at it. I think it's Grand Canyon.
CSU.
You have Grand Canyon in the Elite
I think
Eight?
I got Grand Canyon going all the way to. If not, I have to look at my bracket. I got them advancing.
I got the Rams.
You got Texas Tech. 6 seed.
Why are we going? This is boring.
I know
Why are
it
we going
is.
over our brackets?
But you know what? It's almost as boring about talking about your brackets is like talking about your golf game.
It's like
Nobody
talking
cares
about
about your
no. It's like talking
brackets.
about your fantasy football team. It's stupid.
What's more boring? Talking about your golf game or your brackets?
I'm so utterly confused. You guys talk about your golf games all the time.
Well, because we're good.
It's part of the summer content.
That's because
Actually,
because we can actually strike
and
the
you're
ball.
saying this out loud?
Yeah, but we're speaking on a different level. We speak when you like it's our own language. We can't talk golf with you. It's not
You
part of your
shouldn't be
lexicon.
talking about your golf game with anybody other than the people that are actively playing golf with you.
I don't know.
I
Golf
don't know,
nerds
man.
like to talk golf.
Yep.
Have you
pretty
watched
much.
Full Swing? By the way, Wyndham Clark, who lipped out at TPC the other day to finish second to Scotty Scheffler. Wyndham Clark joins us live tonight from Ball Arena on Nuggets Live around 6:15.
By the way, Wyndham Clark, who lipped out at Sawgrass,
Yeah, do that whole thing.
might join us live in studio tomorrow.
That's why I didn't say tomorrow, because we're not sure about that. I am sure about tonight.
But he might tomorrow.
He might as well be here in the radio studio. So you're going to get an awful lot of Wyndham Clark.
Well, he's
So-
also going to perhaps hang out with Kyle Keefe on the set tomorrow night.
He's making the rounds.
He should. He's
Wyndham
a total
Clark,
stud.
who lipped out at Sawgrass, might
Timeout.
come to my house and have a party with me. Might. I don't know.
Please don't. Okay, here's what I'm not going to allow anymore. All right, I'm not going to allow it.
Wyndham Clark, who lipped out at Sawgrass, Moj, might
What we're gonna say from now on is Wyndham Clark.
take a side-by-side bubble bath. with
Okay,
me.
stop it. Stop the lip out crap. All right,
He's
Wyndham-
U.S. Open champion.
U.S. Open
Reigning
champion.
U.S. Open champion.
AT&T.
I'm just repeating what Vic said. Don't yell at me. You
Hang on.
said it.
The pride of Alec Christian.
AT&T Pebble Beach Pro-Am champion, Wyndham Clark. So put that in your pipe and smoke it.
Eat
He's
that.
a U.S. Open champion.
So when you talk golf, you better treat it with respect.
Damn right. This is why we don't talk golf with you.
All you do is
What
make
did I
fun of-
do?
Everything.
You try to take a bath with Wyndham Clark.
Oh, man.
That is true. I did do that. All right. 303-504-0925. Champ Mazda text line. We'll finish off the Marty region of our drop tournament when we come back. Also, something was here. That was a big story. And then disappeared for a couple of years. And now it's back again. We'll get to it next. All right, let's finish off the Marty region of the drop tournament, the final of the first round of the drop tournament. And let's go to, music first, Marty. Music. Thank you. 6 versus 11. The 6th seed in the Marty region is.
Yeah,
That's all.
Blaming Bud Black for the Rockies right now is like blaming Jack off the Titanic at the bottom of the freaking Atlantic for not passing a beer to somebody else. Sure. I confused myself just listening.
Dude, I don't
to that.
even know what you said there.
That was the worst attempt at an analogy ever made.
That's about as bad as it gets, yeah.
What was I saying there?
I don't
For the
know.
Rockies right now is like blaming Jack off the Titanic at the bottom of the freaking Atlantic for not passing a beer to somebody else.
I just don't understand that.
It's also one of the wordiest analogies I've ever heard. All right, so that's going to go against the 11 seed, which is?
Say out loud.
When does the part where we sing?
Right here. You once, twice, 3 times a lady. That's it.
That's pretty good, actually.
I'm going to ask a
Here's a
question
que-
that
yeah.
you guys are probably going to yell at me for. What does once, twice, and 3 times a lady mean?
Ask Lionel Richie. I don't know. He's the one who wrote it.
Did you do that with the Commodores, or was that
Commodores.
Yeah.
I have another question. Why was that sung on a sports radio show?
I don't know. I don't remember. Now, that I don't recall, but I remember we did it really well. That one.
I still think our George Michael was better.
That one and yeah. What's the name of that song?
The Way She Wants, or What
No,
She Wants?
Everything She Wants.
Everything She Wants. That was our best
That was
harmonization.
really good.
That's the one you need to find, loser.
The 3 versus 14, the 3 seed is?
We failed to give you Blolandis Gary this morning. That's failure. We can't give it to you. There's no reason for us to blow Gary this morning. None.
Gary is our inflatable wacky arm tube man.
Where is he, by the way? Where does he live right now? Where,
He's here. He's in the building.
He is?
He's working.
I haven't seen him in months.
Wait till the playoffs come around, bro.
That goes against the 14 seed, which is?
Control the football, force the turnovers. The last 3 wins have been formulatic. God.
You did the Vic.
He can't do it. He can't.
Formulaic.
I know. That's why I said, damn it. Excuse my language.
7 versus 10, the 7 seed.
Tin Cup did not have a loser ending, according to the texters. He won the lady, dude. He won the lady, and he won his grandma's house back. He won. You see?
Wait a minute.
See?
Wait. Won his grandma's house back. Isn't that Happy Gilmore?
Whatever.
You know what's funny? The first half of that applies to both movies, though.
Yeah, pretty much.
Happy won the lady,
Yeah.
and so did Kevin Costner.
He got Rene Russo.
He got Russo.
And he got his grandma's house back. It's so good. Oh, my God.
I'll never forget in Tim Cup when Apollo Creed's hand was bitten off by an alligator. That goes against the 10 seed, which is?
Okay, here we go. Kinda like name an NFL equivalent for each NBA player. Let me see this.
Wait, what was he trying to say?
That was Kevin
Okay, here
Durant's.
we go.
Hang on, pause.
Kevin Garnett.
Or sorry, Kevin Garnett. That was Kevin Garnett's attempt to say equivalent.
Kinda like name an NFL equivalent for each NBA player. Let me see this.
Wait.
Equivalent.
Wait, that's not
Let's hear it
even-
again.
that's not even
Equivalent.
in the same ballpark.
NFL equivalent for each NBA player.
Wait, there's no V, there's no Q. What?
He hit the eject button immediately.
Dude, here's the funniest part, though.
on.
He's at a board almost like this, right? It might be like a whiteboard or something like that. But he's reading it, and he's going like this. All right, name the NBA. He just... He hit the word, he's like, nope.
Equivalent for each NBA.
He just glossed over it. Totally glossed.
His version of equivalent is Kolif Ish.
All right, and then the last matchup, the 2 versus 15. The 2 seed is...
Please split the D. Oh, what's he gonna do? He's shooting the roof, Daddy. Oh, look at that. Look at this, look at that. And there's the speed, and the old banana splitting Rudy, and
That guy's going
That might
to
win
win.
it
I'm
all.
calling it right now. That is, if I'm making a bracket out of this, we've gotten to the last matchup of the first round. That's my winner.
Oh my God.
That is my
that's
winner
so
right
good.
there. I think
Look at this, look at that.
I think that's going to
Only
win.
because it's real.
It's a real thing.
It's a real person doing a real hockey game.
Slipping on a banana peel there as he went. Slipping on upstairs there. A goal. As Burton is happy.
Jeez Louise.
Well, I would hate to see what that goes up against because this opponent stands no chance. This is, look at this, look at that. Is 5 starters who are all seniors and all NBA draft picks. That's how I feel about that.
That's UNLV in the day.
Yes.
That's UNLV.
So who is
Under
the
Tark.
sad sack it's going to go up against?
Able to get lasting relief. He just messed up my ad. He just messed up my ad. Right in the middle of my read.
I actually remember this. Vic is doing a read in the old studio.
Was it live?
No, it was
That was
recorded.
not alive.
No, I'm going to start over. I'm going to make everybody pay for that. Nope, here we go.
So Vic is doing a read for, is it the QC Kinetics?
I
I'm
don't
assuming
remember.
it's a pain thing. And Mosier is so
Nope,
mad because
everybody's paying for it. Here we go.
Vic interrupted him during a live read. He bursts in the door and goes, "Butt pain!"
Butt pain! I forced us to come back late from commercial.
Yes, you did.
Because he interrupted me. So I forced upon the audience an extra 2 to 3 minutes of commercial time.
I think all the Twitchers who were there at that time, they all remember that, I think. I think that was on Twitch, actually, at the time.
That's going to get demolished, though, by look at this, look at that. So all of those will be up shortly at Brett Kane Radio on Twitter. So here's what I wanted to get to, by the way. I said there was something that was here, and then it left, and now it's back again. Did you see what Russell's doing?
He's tweeting about how he's working out in the offseason, getting ready to grind.
Those videos are back, aren't they? That beautiful San Diego house with the sports complex in his backyard.
Correct. Yep.
2 things on this that I was thinking about.
If he sends a photo of him in Sicily emerging from a pool.
Oh, God, yeah.
Because remember that one we got in his first offseason as a Bronco?
Yes. I want to ask you 2 questions on this. Number 1, I understand why the Broncos went about it the way that they did last year, which was shutting everything down. Because it was getting to be too much. In fact, I think it was hurting Russell, the amount of videos that he was putting out.
He did the Formula One. He was everywhere and doing everything.
But now that Russell's gone, because that felt like a rule made for Russell Wilson, correct? Like there's some other guys that had those, but Russell was the one that was just kind of abusing the Twitter stuff.
Do you remember how when he started posting and everything he did, Seattle folks, the media in Seattle and fans in Seattle would pretty much roll their eyes.
Yeah.
And our reaction was always, what's your problem? Is this a good guy? Great play? Why are you guys reacting like that? Well, now we know.
Well, here's the question I have. Do you... What's going on, Moshe? You playing some tunes over there?
Well, it's Russ. He's got sticks on his. He's got sticks.
Well, that's
he's got
pretty
Renegade on his video. Sorry, my bad.
Anyway,
and I'm so
Sean Payton shuts all of that down. What's that? What'd you say, Marty?
What have you done? You can't start a song.
That's right. It's my
That's
bad.
actually a really
it's my
good.
bad.
By the way, that's anybody who doesn't like Renegade by Styx is a loser. That's a great tune.
Here's what I did as the point guard. There's 2 seconds left on the shot clock. DeAndre Jordan standing outside the 3-point line. I just kicked it to him. That's what I did. So that's my fault. My
your
bad.
fault. Yep.
Okay. My question, though, surrounding all of this is, first of all, does Sean Payton keep this policy, or was that only implemented with Russell Wilson being there?
I think he keeps it, Brad. If we're going to prematurely guess, I think he wants his dudes focused on football and football and football.
As do I. Second question is, does it feel like he's treating them a little bit like they're teenagers?
Yes.
As opposed to grown adults who they can send out a promo video on Twitter and still be focused on football? Does it feel a little bit over the top strict?
Listen, if it was me, if I'm a coach, there's got to be a
Because he got to Seattle and Mike Tomlin has obviously said, Do whatever you want, dude. Don't care.
Pittsburgh.
I'm sorry. Yes,
Yeah.
Pittsburgh. Like, I'm not going to monitor everything that you're posting.
There
so
has
do
to
what
be
you
a
want.
certain amount of decorum amongst the team and focus on the task at hand. But you don't need to babysit, okay? And he probably doesn't want to babysit, so he's just trying to make it easier for himself to not have to babysit, I guess. I don't know. I think it's probably going to stay in place. He just feels like that old school kind of guy. If I was the coach, I'd say, dudes, promote your stuff, do whatever you got to do. But when you get in the door here, you are going to work and you're going to focus only on work. That's the way it should be.
Because I just can't help. I feel this way. I thought at the beginning of last year it was probably appropriate just to cool it a little bit on that stuff because I don't think it was helping Russell. It was just creating more fodder for him to be made fun of. But now I'm like, let the adults be adults. They can take care of themselves. I don't.
Well, when the Patriots were winning Super Bowls, didn't Tom Brady pretty much do whatever he wanted on a social media level with his company and his brand and all that stuff? Wasn't Gronk?
Well, he had a brand.
But wasn't Gronk allowed to do what he pleased?
Yeah,
Gronk was crazy.
He did whatever he wanted.
So what's the issue here?
Martin, I think, aren't you the one that bought the $25 bottle of water?
Are you talking to me? What's
I got
the
a
issue?
smoothie.
Or-
No, TB12.
Why is there such a need to police that if you do it
That's
within
what I'm saying.
framework of the team and you don't abuse it?
If the guy still works hard, who cares what he does outside of that? And I just wonder, like, does Sean Payton need to be that strict about this stuff, especially now with Russell gone? Because I feel like that was just a rule made because Russell was going too far.
What made it worse with Sean Payton is that he violated his own policy.
Well, the hypocrisy, especially at the very beginning. Hey, we aren't here to make headlines, and he made like 10 of them immediately.
That's what I'm saying. If you violate the policy yourself, how are you supposed to impress that upon your team?
Yeah. I've always been this way. I feel like if you let people be themselves, they're more comfortable and they will do better at whatever job it is. Now, are there lines they can't cross? Obviously. You know, if I were in New York, I'd be like, hey, Aaron, how about we calm down on some of the podcasts that you're doing, the stuff you're talking about? Because you want to talk about hypocrisy again.
They're paying him $40 million. He can do whatever he wants to do.
Well, you want to talk about hypocrisy again, Vic? It's like Aaron Rodgers in January said, we need to cut the distractions on this team.
Sure.
And then he jumps on podcasts and starts making national headlines.
As you well know, there are some athletes, there are some players, there's no policing. There's nothing you can do.
Right.
What, are you going to tell LeBron not to tweet?
Exactly.
Good luck with that.
I got a problem right now. I don't know how to tell you this, but I've got Renegade stuck in my head.
So do I, actually.
I don't know how else to tell you. I feel like singing it. I won't, but I feel like it really bad. Really, really,
you want
really
some time?
bad.
You want to leave the room?
Yeah, do you need to head out and just start
Why don't
belting
you
it in the
Go
hallway?
out to the hallway. Actually, go in the glass here. Sing it out loud for everyone.
Oh, mama.
No. We said
No, out there.
We said outside.
For my life from
Outside.
Okay, bye.
Outside. Leave. Go to that window and yell it as loud as you want.
Yes.
That's a catchy number, though. You know it is.
Moj, can you go do it? I'll put it on video.
Get it out of
Just
your
go
system.
outside, go in the hallway, and I'll just put the camera on you so everybody can see it, okay?
Get it out of your system.
I'll go right out of here.
Hey, so that CU game last night when they were down by 4, and they were like
I wasn't feeling great.
5 minutes left, you're worried, aren't you? And then all of a sudden, the tables turned.
Mm-hmm.
3-pointer from the corner, bam, down to 1.
De Silva hitting that shot changed the game.
KJ Simpson, little pusher, little push floater in the lane. They take the lead. The game changed in a hurry, and Boise couldn't do anything about it. And there's Mosier singing Sticks live from outside. Is that Shockey walking upon him?
Yep.
Yeah. All right, so we're doing a show. He's singing. That's the way it should be.
I actually like this better. If Mosier acts up, guys, we need to put him in an enclosure
Yes,
like a
like
zoo
an
animal.
aquarium.
Send him to his room.
Yes.
He's in an aquarium right now. That's exactly what's happening.
We need to put him in the corner outside of soundproof glass and let him get it out of his system. That's
Hey,
what we need to do.
Regarding that CU game, what do they need? I'm going to tell you what they need. If they want to make a run, okay? If they want to make a run, a serious run now, and I think they can. I think both CU and CSU can make a run. It's possible. They need
Sure.
more out of Cody Williams, the freshman. And I know he's only a freshman. I get it.
Do they need more if he doesn't play? I mean,
But I guess when I say need more, what? He's a lottery pick. How is he not contributing?
I don't know.
And I know we've seen this even with Peyton Watson, who was a first-round pick of the Denver Nuggets, and he really didn't play for UCLA. That UCLA team was a Final Four team. Much different circumstance.
Right.
Would you agree?
Yes.
Jaime Jaquez and that group, much different team.
Jaime. No, it is different.
He's got to contribute.
Well, again, I don't know what exactly the story is, if it's an injury or what, but Vic, he was playing a whole bunch of minutes a month
played
ago.
11 minutes last night.
And then he played 11 minutes last night. And so I don't know, is this a him thing? Is this a coach not trusting him thing? Is this an injury thing? Like, I don't know what the situation is. It's going to be hard for me to say we need more out of him if he just plays 11 minutes.
But would you agree with me, for this team to get to where it wants to get, they've got to have more from him?
Oh, yeah. Like, it feels that way. You need all the talent you can get. And if there's somebody that's seen as this talented, then damn.
Well, I think the appropriate words here have to go back to Renegade by Styx. The jig is up. The news is out. Coach finally benched him. The Renegade who had it made couldn't make a basket.
Well, you know, it's funny you say that, because I think coaches, when you're dealing with today's rules, and
You're
I think
trying to kill Marty.
everybody knew that Cody Williams was a one and doneer, right? He was coming in for 1 year. And if you're a head coach and you're trying to build a program, develop a program, cultivate a program, get a team, how do you coach a one and doneer while coaching everybody else? And how do you treat them equal? How does that
It's
work?
difficult.
You know what
It's
I'm
a
saying?
difficult job.
That's a very delicate balance. Would you agree?
Sure it is.
So you're trying to have this guy help your program when you know full well he's leaving soon, and his thoughts, his eyes are on the NBA, not getting hurt. He doesn't want to throw that down the toilet by doing something silly at this level. So he's going to be a little more careful. That's got to be a tough situation for a head coach.
Should be.
You want that talent. You go recruit that talent. Everybody was excited about getting that talent, but they're treating this almost like they're taking a little insurance policy out.
Well, not to mention, Vic, it's like young guy in a big high-pressure situation. If he can't handle it, do you let him play through mistakes because he's talented or not? Like,
hey, man, you're in the tournament. Just win a game. I don't give a crap how it gets there. I don't care if he has to bench him or he goes off for 30.
But what Vic is asking, Moj, is if somebody is of the talent of being seen as potentially a 6th overall pick in the draft,
you do whatever is best for your basketball team. Period. End of story.
But this may have ramifications down the stretch. Word gets out there. Other teams, Tad got this other one and doneer and barely played him. Sat him late. Do you really want to go there? You know how this stuff works. You know how this works.
I know how it works, but I'm talking about for the good of the program coming up tomorrow night. You do whatever it takes to win. And by the way, I don't think he's going to have an 11-minute game again tomorrow night.
We'll
I think
see.
he's going to be a little bit better tomorrow night.
Who has a better chance of emerging after the first game, Colorado or Colorado State?
I said CSU. I had the Rams. That's my thought. I do have Colorado winning, though. Don't get me wrong. I have Colorado. Actually, I have Colorado beating Florida and Marquette to get to the Sweet 16 and then bounced by Kentucky. I have the Rams going all the way to the Elite Eight. These are more hopes than realistic expectations. But if I'm going to pick them, I might as well pick them to be good. They already played their play-in game. Good basketball teams that play the play-in, they get those nerves out of the way. Now it's time to go.
One last reminder to you guys. Get another 40 minutes, okay? We have your chance to take a road trip for a Nuggets playoff game just by filling out a bracket. If you go to altitudesportsradio.com/brackets to fill out your 2024 Bracket Madness bracket, say bracket again. Join our friends at Mix 100 and Cool 105. This year's grand prize winner will win a trip to the Nuggets' first playoff game. It's round-trip tickets. It's a 2-night stay at the team hotel. And you know they're 5 stars. Dinner for 2 and tickets to the game. It can all be yours just for filling out the best bracket thanks to our sponsors at Cheyenne Frontier Days, the daddy of them all. Concert and radio tickets on sale now at cfdrodeo.com.
And the chances are Vic's going to be there too. And you'll be able to hang with Vic. He'll be a tour guide in whatever city you go to.
I will tell you, of all the giveaways we've offered on this show, this one is about as good as it gets. You
Pretty
will
awesome.
love it.
Pretty awesome.
You will love it.
303-504-0925. Shump Mazda text line. We'll break down more of the NCAA tournament, but also big game tonight against the Knicks. Is this a revenge game? Get to that next.
Anytime you want to start talking.
Decorum.
What
Anytime
happened?
you want to start talking, oh, I'm sorry, you're just a bystander on this radio show? Speak.
I know, but the music's running. You guys are too busy playing your little reindeer games, and I'm the only professional ready to do a radio show.
So why didn't you say something?
Because I'm waiting for you guys to join me here in the premises.
What am I, your daddy? Do I need to give you permission to speak?
All right, from now on, I'll just start doing the sports talk show. You guys play little games, and we'll get on our professional way.
Okay, guys, let's go.
All right, cool.
All right. Let's talk about Yonkers. The 6 train. Nuggets and Knicks tonight in a game that many see as a revenge game for the Nuggets. If you remember the last time the Nuggets played the Knicks in the Garden, it was in the middle of that road trip, and they got blitzed. It was one of the worst performances from start to finish of the season for the Denver Nuggets.
100%.
One of the worst.
Yep.
They were not there. They were not ready. They were not engaged.
Late January, cold in New York.
They were not engaged. Remember that?
Crap game. Yeah.
Well, tonight they're going to be engaged. These games matter. Oklahoma City won again last night, so they move up in front by a half game. Trying to ward off Minnesota as long as you possibly can. These games matter, and we know how much they matter. Tonight, what's the line? 7? 9?
9.5.
9.5. This is an injury-riddled Knicks team that has overcome those injuries, and I give a lot of respect to Thibodeau and that crew. They're not making excuses. No Julius Randle. They haven't had OJ Anunoby for a few games. They're not making excuses. They've won 4 in a row.
Anunoby went for 26 in that game. I'm looking at the stats from Madison Square Garden. There was no defense played by the Nuggets. New York shot 53% from the floor overall. The Nuggets were 19% from three-point range. They committed, you ready for this? We thought it was bad the other night. They committed 19 turnovers in that game. And were out-rebounded. They lost every quarter. They lost everything.
Yeah, they weren't interested in playing ball that night. It
They
was
were
just one
not.
of those nights, you know.
Yep.
And you could see it. You could feel it tonight. Every game that, 13 on the schedule, right? The goal I would think for the Nuggets is to get to that point with 3 games remaining where they've already locked up a top 3 seed. That's going to be, I think, a foregone conclusion. But maybe a top 2 seed.
I mean, the only way they don't get a top 3, the Clippers are 5 games back. Well, 4.5 back of the Nuggets. They would have to collapse.
But here's why I don't think a top seed is as important as people think. Because if Oklahoma City ends up being that top seed, I don't think they'll get out of the second round. So if the Nuggets go in as the 2, I think the Nuggets still end up hosting a Western Conference final.
What is it about your disbelief in Oklahoma City?
They're a young team, and when you're young and you've got those big eyes, you play hard every game, and you don't sort of pace yourself. You're like, let's prove them all wrong. I think when the playoffs come around and people game plan for you, and you have to play a 7-game series, veteran experience means something. Those 3-pointers they shoot, this is a very 3-point reliant team. It's not as easy to hit threes in the playoffs. Just look at what happens to 3-point percentage. I think that'll come back down to the means. And I think they're not going to be as good as they think they are.
What is the story?
That's
I'm going to be honest with you. I didn't think Chet Holmgren was going to be as good as he is.
I think he's better than expected, too.
I think he's a pretty good player. But, Brett, if you're asking me, and I agree with Vic, I mean, we all know that the basketball changes in the postseason. And the Nuggets are going to ramp it up, and they are going to D up, and they are going to be incredibly serious. And I'm sure that OKC and company and other teams will want to be that way too. I'm not sure that they're prepared for what they're going to face. Now, maybe they will be. I don't know. Holmgren's a better player than I thought. We know that Shea is an all-world player.
I do.
You could put this team outside of Shea. This is a college team. This team could be vying for the NCAA tournament right now, if you think about it.
Did you say Shea is not an all-world player?
Well, I said he's an all-world player.
Oh, yeah.
By a million miles, he's a total stud.
Look at the age of this team, and you could trot them out there and say they're legitimately a college team playing in the NCAA tournament. That's how talented they are. But you tell me, for those who think that OKC is a legitimate contender to win an NBA title, give me the last young team with 0 playoff experience. 0. Outside of the guy they just acquired, the white guy from Butler.
Gordon Howard.
Or
Hayward.
Gordon Hayward. Outside of him, give me the last team to enter a postseason, complete the postseason, and play in the finals and win. It doesn't happen. Not in the NBA. It doesn't happen. Somebody give it to me.
Plus, they've got 2 guys named Jalen Williams on their team. Now, that you can't go far with 2 guys named Jalen Williams. Everybody knows that.
JALEN JAYLIN.
I'm not trying to rain on their parade by any means. I'm just saying history shows, and it's going to come crashing down. They've already exceeded expectations. They're already at a place that nobody expected them to be here right now. That's not going to work in the postseason. You'll see. So I don't think the number 1 seed is as important as everybody thinks.
Well, if they were to have the matchup right now, it's going to be one. They would get the privilege of facing Dallas or Phoenix or LA or Golden State. That is going to be their choices as of right now.
The one thing is true about the NBA, and I think Nuggets fans and having survived Nug life, you'll appreciate this. Every NBA team outside of Toronto that had that remarkable run when Golden State was hurt, and you remember what happened to Durant, he tore his Achilles, and they rode a Kawhi train all the way to an NBA title. Every other NBA team along the way, if you're going to win an NBA title, you have to feel pain on the road there. You have to have that, oh my God, I can't believe we lost that series. And then you come back the next year, you recoup, and then the adversity is part of the journey.
Correct.
You can't just pick up with no adversity. You can't.
When you think about it with the Avs, I mean, think about the adversity they went through the previous couple of years. And then they put it all together, and they used that pain to their advantage, and they kicked some serious butt. And the Nuggets have done the exact same thing. Hey, real quick, though. I was watching First Take, and Mad Dog and Stephen A. This is yesterday. And I'm going to lay down for a nap because I desperately needed one. And I couldn't turn it off yet. I had it on, and they were talking about Dallas, the Suns, Lakers, and Warriors in the play-in. Is that bad for the NBA? And I'm thinking to myself, are you kidding me?
Why would that be bad?
Because you have all these big names. You got Luka, and you've got Kyrie, and you got the three-headed monster in Phoenix, and you've got LeBron and AD, and I know that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Win more games.
Win more games, Cub Scout.
But I'm saying to myself, what do you mean bad for the NBA? I mean, the NBA should be about the best teams, and you prop up the best teams who move forward, not this, well, we can't have a playoff without these guys. What are we going to do? I mean, you can't. Screw you, man.
Well, we know.
I mean, I can't even believe that silly topic is brought up by them. I mean, is it bad for the NBA? I would argue to you it's good for the NBA to have OKC doing what they're doing and Mini doing what they're doing and the Pelicans rising to the 5-hole and Sacramento being in there. I don't care if everybody in New York or LA thinks this is boring. Screw you. Screw you.
Yeah, we know
these are the teams that deserve to be there. These are the teams you should focus on because these are the teams with young studs who are the next generation. When LeBron's gone and Steph is gone and AD is gone and Durant is gone, when all these people are gone, Kyrie is history. When they're all gone, these are the guys who are going to be taking over the league.
Well, I don't need to tell you guys what the Nuggets have done since the All-Star break, going 12-2. Those two losses, one was a fluke lefty hook. The other one was an overtime defeat at home to Phoenix. They could very well be perfect since the All-Star break. Since the All-Star break, we talk about crunch time and why this team dominates when games get close, and how yesterday I put out there that it could be a curse as much as anything because they know they've got that gear and they can flip into that gear, which is why it's hard for them to just put teams away early because they know that gear exists. In the fourth quarter, the Denver Nuggets are first in the NBA in scoring since the break. First in scoring. They were 25th going in. They were first now since the break. In the fourth quarter, defense third in the league since the break. They were sixth, so that moved up a little bit. The point differential, went from 14th to first. They're plus 5.5 in point differential in the fourth quarter. That is a dominating performance by a team that knows how to win.
Do we know where Michael Porter Jr. went during the break?
I think he went to Cabo.
Did he? Because here's what I want to do. I want the Denver Nuggets. I don't even want him to practice. I want the Denver Nuggets to send him back to Cabo. Wherever he went, I want, before the playoffs begin.
He's a different player, isn't he?
He's a totally different. He said, I needed to get some sun. Well, whatever that vitamin D did for him, it did something really good because he came back flowing and he came back dropping buckets from everywhere. So whatever you got to do with MPJ, heck, Vic, between game 1 and game 2 of the postseason, how was it 2 weeks off or something like that in the NBA? How much time do they take off between?
Usually because they have to wait for the play-in games. So it's usually a week.
No. They play that first game, and then they don't play another game for like a week and a half, 2 weeks.
You're talking about the actual?
Yes.
Yeah. The NBA stretches that stuff out. They stretch it out.
Okay, so here's what I'd do. I'd get a PJ and just have MPJ Go down for a day. Just go down for a day, come back. Whatever it takes, man, because I want that guy. I want the guy that I'm seeing right now. I want that guy in the postseason. And think about this. I mean, MPJ was great last year, don't get me wrong. But think about the MPJ that we're seeing right now. And think about him in the postseason. Raining it down from all over the place, Kaner.
Mm-hmm.
You can't tell me that's not going to get your dander up there. That's going to be awesome.
Yeah, it's going to be. I need you guys to do the show without me for a second.
What happened?
Okay, do your thing. I'm going to give you one more stat. Moj, listen to this. Because I want you to equate this to what the...
Oh, you're filling out the
No.
Let him go. Let him cook. Moj, it's striking to me the parallels between the Nuggets and the Avalanche right now and how both seasons are finishing. Both seasons are wrapping up. Both winning big and yet not making any headway really in this. I mean, they're making headway. You would think that if the Nuggets go 12-2 that they got a nice 2-3 game lead in the West. It's not the case.
Correct.
Because Oklahoma City keeps winning. Avs the same way. I mean, the way they're playing of late, you would think they've made some headway, but those teams keep winning too.
They do.
And it's going to be that way for the rest of the regular season. It just is.
It certainly is. I mean, again, you think about 9-1-0 in your last 10, won 7 in a row, the Avalanche. And you're still locked in a 3-way tie for the top of the Central Division, and Winnipeg still has a game in hand on you. These teams don't want to lose, and I keep looking at the regulation wins. And Winnipeg's got 39 compared to the Avs 37. That's the first tiebreaker right there. And
How are they doing in a row, by the way?
They got the Rose, too, over the Avs, 44-42, and I'm like, hey, man, slow down a little bit. Just chill out. I mean, they're not. They just keep going and going, and an impressive win for Winnipeg a couple nights back
against the Rangers
at Madison Square Garden. And I'm like, all right, nobody wants to slow down. Nobody wants to chill. So if that's what it takes, then that's what it takes. And by the way, Jared Bednar said on the program yesterday, hey, we're not shying away from the competition. We're in it to win it, he said. And that's the mentality you have to have. And so here we go. But it's sort of, I guess, Vic, disappointing that you've won 7 in a row. You've gone 9-1-0 in your previous 10, and you gained 2 points.
Well, imagine if they had not won 7 in a row. Imagine. See, that's that. We had Jared Bednar on Wednesday. That's that post-trade deadline push, right?
Correct.
Teams that make moves, you usually get that. Now the goal is to extend that as long as you can because the push is there. Hell. By the way,
Nashville has points in 15 straight games. They've made a push. They can't get to the top with the Stars and the Avs and the Jets, but they've made a push, and they are definitely in the postseason. You know what's funny about Yakov Trenin? Before he came to the Avalanche, his previous 9 games with the Predators, he was 8-0-1. And then with the Avalanche, he's now 5-0-0. So he's 13-0-1 in his last 14 games as a player.
Just to add something to the conversation, because I've been absent over the
what
last
have you
few
been
minutes.
doing?
The Avs PK has killed off every single power play since the additions of the new guys in Duhaime and Trenin and Walker.
And that's saying something without LOC in the lineup.
So what I have done is I've made a giant mistake, and I need the listeners and the viewers' help. I had forgotten to put up the poll questions for our final 4 matchups. So I just put those up. I need people to flood my Twitter page at Brett Kane Radio and get on these votes now.
Otherwise, we can't have results?
Correct. I need a healthy amount of votes to come in to make this accurate.
So when I told you guys quit playing these little shenanigan games, these little reindeer games, and be professional, you're costing us right now.
I was just late.
You're out there late. Shooting hoops with everybody, just frolicking about.
It's a big game, though. It's a big game.
I got them down 3-1-1.
It was a big game, though, Vic. You don't get that. You don't understand it.
Big game. I had them down. Vic, my
cost us now.
Dude, my no look in my Scoop D-Loo, right on the money. I got them pretty good.
So listen again. We're going to get the updates, and we're going to see what advances in our drop tournament. But I need you guys to go to at Brett Kane Radio on Twitter right now and start filling these things out so we can get an accurate sample. I apologize. And on behalf of everybody, for myself, I was playing games.
Yeah.
And I forgot to
big upset
do my
brewing
job.
too.
And you've got 20 minutes to get into the bracket madness at
That too.
altitudesportsradio.com. Altitudesportsradio.com. Get there.
/brackets.
And go get you some.
So go right now at Brett Kane Radio. Throw those votes in. We'll tally all these up, see what advances in the drop tournament next. Oh, Circus Sports. What a time to jump on with Circus Sports right now, especially with college basketball's biggest tournament. And it's here. It starts today, and you can start betting like a pro with the world's largest sports book right at your fingertips. Circus Sports is sports betting the way it should be. High betting limits, tight money line splits, and exceptional customer service. Bet on all the props, including the first to 10 for every game. And the games today, a host of them, but especially CSU trying to get that tourney win today. They're 2.5-point favorites against Texas. So go check it out for yourself on the Circus Sportsbook. Also, the Knicks and Nuggets tonight. Nuggets 9.5-point favorites over the Knicks. Circus Sports, download the app and get your new bookie for the college basketball's biggest tournament, or go to circusports.com.
Did you guys see what James Harden did last night by chance?
I did not, no.
You didn't see that? Clippers won a game going away. Wasn't much of a game. And late in the game, Kawhi Leonard takes a pass from James Harden. He's on the left wing, three-pointer, corner pocket. He's in his shooting motion, attempting the three. After Harden delivers the ball to him, Harden goes out to contest the shot. His own teammate. Like, he goes out and does the old hand in the face to contest the shot.
So, can I ask a question about this? teams get really up in arms about, oh, it's late in the game.
I thought it was hilarious, mind you.
You're gonna dunk on us? Really? How disrespectful. But guys can do that, and that's just like silly, nobody has a problem with it sort of stuff.
Yeah, it's
like
like-
another unwritten
Here it
rules
is right
thing
here.
that I don't understand.
Take a look at it. He's just out contesting his own teammate's shot. Passes to him. Here's the shot. And the closest person to Kawhi is James Harden. And Kawhi's like, what are you doing? What's going on here? Why are you trying to defend me?
Does he think he shoots better with a hand in his face?
Maybe so. You know, and it goes back to my theory. Remember that shot that Jamal had in Dallas that would have put him up by 2 late, wide open from the elbow?
Yeah.
And the first shot he made before that was that 3 with a hand in his face. I am convinced that Jamal Murray is a much better shooter when you make it tough on him.
Some guys wait for it, don't they? If they're wide open, it's almost like they pause to have a guy come out and try and defend them.
Do something. Come at me, bro.
Yeah.
I think the big story here is how bad the Trailblazers stink.
Oh, they're tanking.
They're awful. That's an awful club. I mean, they're not as bad as San Antonio, mind you, because San Antonio is junk and Popovich today is junk. Absolute junk. But Portland's bad.
You got a couple of more minutes, so go to @BrettKaneRadio, vote in these poll questions. We got plenty now to get a sample, but go ahead and go out there and vote.
Okay, so we got you asked and received?
I asked and I received, yes.
Okay.
I just wanted a sizable sample. We got that. We're fine. After this, NCAA tournament today, the first game is going to be Michigan State and Mississippi State. That's at 10:15. I had a thought. What do you guys think about this, by the way? So Marty mentioned this. He goes, I love how they stagger these games, that there's one game that starts like 30 minutes after the next one, right? So like Michigan State, Mississippi State, that's going to start at 10:15 this morning. After that, hang on, waiting for it to pull up. At 10:40, it's going to be Duquesne and BYU. After that, at 11:30, it's Akron and Creighton. And then it's Long Beach State and Arizona at noon. Here's my idea. Why doesn't the NFL do this on Sunday?
Stagger?
Why don't they start some East Coast game at 10 o'clock Mountain Time? Next one starts at 10:20.
I can give
Next
you the
one,
reason.
10:40.
I can give you the reason.
Why?
Network television wants that whatever game they're doing, whatever territory they own, they want that time slotted. And it's all driven by network television. They don't want to play the stagger game that you're playing. They have different rules. This is a special circumstance.
They do their halftime show. They try to hit as many games as possible.
Exactly. Nobody cares to watch the entire Wagner Carolina game or the Akron Creighton game. We're watching these games because we're all going to get the exciting finishes, and that's how we watch and why we watch. In the NFL, fans are married to and loyal to their teams and their games.
Sure, but you bounce around channels. You do that all the time.
You do. Not everybody does.
What do you mean?
Well, when the Broncos are on, I don't bounce around. There's no bouncing. I'm parked.
So if the Broncos played at 11 a.m.
Yes, I don't go to any other game.
And they go to commercial or it's halftime.
I don't move. I don't move. I'm
you
parked.
don't go to red zone during a commercial?
Never.
That's
Never.
insane to me.
Never. I do red zone when the Broncos are not playing.
Well, I do.
But when my team is
I bounce
playing,
around.
I am married to that team.
Okay.
Jesus, are you okay?
Take
I
a
don't
drink.
know.
My
I'm
God,
trying.
Are you dying?
I wish.
Hey,
decorum.
Power of Christ compels you.
Jeez Louise. Oh, my God.
I was watching the game. I watched
Hey, by the way, the National Hockey League. The National Hockey
Wait,
League.
what was that? What just happened?
That was a clip of Vic saying he fell asleep during the Broncos game. He's parked because his eyes
When
are
you're
closed.
out, you can't move. Yeah, that's right.
The National Hockey
The
League.
fact that you don't bounce around during a commercial break, you're an insane person. You're crazy.
I never leave.
Can I finish? The National Hockey League is now staggering a little bit.
Well, hockey's got its own hockey will have like 15 games one night and 2 the next.
you
That
can't
makes no
do-
sense to
and
me
you
either.
can't do red zone in hockey because goals come at times that you never know when a goal's coming, right? In the NFL, the final 2 minutes, red zone, or you're in the red zone. In the NBA,
What do you mean, like a hockey game that's 4-3 with 2 minutes left? Why couldn't they just?
it's
what do you
hard to
mean?
do a red zone hockey equivalent.
I think you could.
It's hard. In the NFL, it's easy. Once you're in the red zone, you go to that game. Well, how do you know when you got a goal coming in the NHL?
You
How do
don't.
you know to flip from
You
game to
don't.
game?
You
can't.
absolutely do
We're
not.
going to get the results of these drops in a second, but Brett, you do not turn the television to a different channel during the Broncos game. This is Broncos religion. What the? What?
Well, I'm just telling you how most people watch their games.
There's
and their
no
teams.
way that's most people.
So when you're watching
I
your
refuse to
precious
believe this.
Lions, you bounce around?
Of course, when it's on a commercial.
Weirdo. You know,
Especially at halftime. I'll bounce around at halftime.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
You have no
Some
focus.
teams haven't gone to half yet.
Dude, we work in radio. You know what 3 minutes, like for a break, you know the feel of it. It's like, oh, it's about time to go back to the
You
game.
know why I don't do that? Because I'm afraid that I'll get invested in something and then forget to go back.
Well, you have
Well,
no
then
willpower.
that's on you.
Yeah, you have no willpower.
That's your own problem.
Dude, a lot of people are agreeing with Vic. What's the matter with you people? Bounce around and check something out for a second.
Committed. We're not impatient. We don't have attention deficit disorder like you do. We just sit there and we use those break times to go to the restroom to refill the cup.
Everybody takes a squirt during the game, bro. I mean, and we all do that, but it's okay to bounce around and look at a little, I mean, maybe we have attention deficit disorder and we got to bounce around game to game to game and take a look at stuff. I don't know.
You guys are crazy. Crazy. All right.
I'll
Let's
tell you
get
what I do. I tell you what I do though.
Do.
What I do with the center ice package. I'll flick around like games that are going to overtime. I'll start flicking through those and seeing who's going to win. I like that.
Well, of course, it's overtime.
That's fun. Yeah.
Different circumstances.
All right, let's get an update on the Marty region, see what moves on to the next round of our drop tournament. So we start with the 1 versus 16. The 1 seed is You're a Joke, which is great. And the 16 seed, which is actually a strong 16. Vic calling Garbanzo Bean tan balls.
Tan little balls.
Yep.
Or little tan balls.
The winner with 63% of the vote is...
You're a joke.
Yeah, I had to move on. Had to.
Just a quickie.
8-9 seed, the 8 seed. Vic cannot remember his friend Kurt Sandoval's name. And the 9 seed is, what floor are you on? Carpet. The winner with 78% of the vote is...
Is one of my feet going to be off the ground?
Of course.
Does that look like I'm launching? Look at me right now. Do I look like I'm launching? I'm running. I'm running at a human being.
What floor are you on?
I'm on a carpet here.
You meant like how high in the building?
Yeah, are you on floor 22 or are you on floor 13?
Gotcha. You should have been more specific with your question.
I thought it was pretty well known what I was talking about.
Plenty specific. 5 versus 12. 5. Hey, I'm pressing the damn mic. Auga. That. The 12 seed is... Anyway, what were we talking about? The winner with 59% of the vote is...
Press the damn mic.
Hey, I'm pressing the damn mic. This is really auga, mamma mia, papa pia.
Your best work. That's your best work.
The 4 versus 13, the 4 seed, Born for This, against the 13 seed, which was Michael Malone not playing along with Mosier's final question to him. The winner with 64% of the vote is... You take a night off right away. Glad to see you worked in some PTO on that new contract.
That's right, man. Always working. Find a way to get it in.
Thank you, Coach.
I guess when you're booted out, maybe the Coors Light tastes just a little bit colder, right? That's all good stuff.
1, 2.
Guys, great talking to you.
all right. See you
And I
later.
look forward
Look.
to speaking to you again.
I like that clip. Born for This was a 4. They got
brutal,
upset
man.
by a 13.
Listen,
happens.
Do this
gonna happen today.
in honor of our friend Corey Sipper. Go to your Spotify or whatever it is you have and click on Born for This. Corey Sipper. I think he's Born for This. You'll recognize it. Give her some love. Get some clicks going for her. She put up with a lot of crap from Vic.
Hey, 13 beat 4 a lot. Hey, wait till Yale upsets Auburn today.
There she is. Go, Corey.
No, Marty, we got to get through these. We'll play that at the end. We had a few more to get through. 6 versus 11. 6 was Vic's Titanic analogy. And the 11 was once, twice, 3 times a lady. The winner with 63% of the vote is...
Right now. He's like blaming Jack off the Titanic at the bottom of the freaking Atlantic for not passing a beer to somebody else.
I mean, just awful.
I don't even know. I just don't get it.
Illogical.
The 3 versus 14. 3 seed was Vic saying that we can't blow Gary today. Talking about our wacky inflatable tube man. And the 14 was Mosier can't say formulaic. The winner with 94% of the vote
We
is...
failed to give you Blolandis Gary this morning. That's failure. We can't give it to you. There's no reason for us to blow Gary this morning. None.
And then finally, or no, two more. 7-10. Vic thinks Tin Cup is Happy Gilmore, and KG can't say equivalent. The winner was 65% of the vote.
He won the lady and he won his grandma's house back. He won. You see?
Wait a minute.
See?
Wait. And then finally, the 2 versus 15. Look at this. Look at that. And Mosier interrupting a read from Vic. The winner was 69%.
Look at this, look at that.
Yeah, has to be. Has to. All right, Marty, as we embark on a day full of hoops, can we get Corey Sipper to take us out? I would love to hear some Corey Sipper. She lost in the drop tournament, but she will take us to the end of the show.
She'll be forever in our hearts.
Exactly.
Thank you, Corey.
Right.
You helped us a lot, and you helped the Nuggets to an NBA title. You deserve all the praise.
iTunes, Spotify, Spreaker, Mosier, Lombardi, and Kane. Have a great day. Enjoy the hoops. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Go CSU.
Go Bama.
Or show one side. In a world gone mad, I need to be free.
4.5 seconds to go. Colorado on top. Rice hoists a 40-footer. He missed it off the backboard, and it's over. The Colorado Buffaloes have won 25 games for the first time in program history. They beat Boise State 60-53. The Broncos' woes in the NCAA tournament continue. They are 0-10 on all-time record, and it's Colorado dancing on to take on Florida on Friday afternoon in Indianapolis.
So much to unpack from that basketball game. Welcome into the program, Dempsey and Company. Christopher Dempsey and Kim Becker Thursday. What's up, Kim?
Oh, what's going on, everybody? Happy Thursday. Happy tip-off of March Madness. Look at this. What a time to be alive. Let's go!
It's my, it might be my favorite day of the whole year. This day right here, when at 10 a.m. the basketball starts, and it just doesn't stop all day long.
Chaos just ensues at 10 a.m. I wonder how many people are out in downtown Denver right now, enjoying the sun, maybe out on a patio with some TVs, getting this March Madness started early. I saw a few bars were opening up 10 a.m. today. Specials like crazy. I bet so many people calling in sick today and tomorrow.
No one's, I was going to say, no one's at the bars.
No.
They're all at home sick. That's what they told their bosses.
Right.
Just horrible stomach ache. Boss, I have COVID. I cannot come in. I have to stay at home in quarantine.
Mm-hmm. I almost called in sick.
Oh, wait, Dempsey, what? You can't tell me that. You're going to leave me hanging this morning?
I want to vomit. I want to vomit.
I'm going to put
I want to vomit.
an anonymous poll out on my Instagram and see just how many people would actually call in sick for March Madness, because I guarantee you it's over 50%. Don't you think? The majority.
It's a lot.
Yeah.
It's a lot. There's no doubt about it. It's a fun day. Colorado is going to be a part of the big dance. Please save all of the, but they are already in the tournament text. Just to save it. They played their way in yesterday is what they did. They played them in.
Got a little dicey there at the end.
Yeah, I did. a little bit. A little bit.
Got a little dicey.
But they survived. They're such an interesting basketball team to me because there is a lot of talent. There's just a lot of talent on that team. And I was talking with another guy just here right before coming in, and he was looking up the first round projections in the NBA draft.
Who were you talking to?
Dan Tanner.
Oh, just another guy. I was talking to another guy before I came in. Like, who are you talking to, Dempsey?
A person,
Okay.
a human. I was talking to another human.
Okay.
Are we giving Dan Tanner the Jerry Judy treatment?
I know. I'm
Just
like, wait,
another
Dan
guy.
Tanner, he doesn't
He's a
get
jag.
credit for his opinion on this?
I didn't say just another guy.
You did. You said I was talking to another guy before I came in here.
Just another guy.
Like you were just like you stopped someone in the parking lot. I was like, hey, you want to go over my bracket real quick? That's like what that sounded like. Sorry, go on.
We were talking about the first round of the NBA draft and how many CU players are currently listed in it. And the answer is 3. Yeah, I know.
That's pretty
good. That's really good. I mean,
surprising.
It's been a minute since there's been that many projected. So anyway, they're Cody Williams, KJ Simpson, and Tristan Da Silva. The latter two had a really good game yesterday.
Right.
Cody Williams played 11 minutes.
What's going on there?
He's a projected lottery pick.
What's going on there?
I really kind of want to know.
You don't have your inside sources from when you worked back at the Denver Post? Come on, get into CU, figure out what's going on. Something's going on there, right? That's not normal.
Something is just awry. Something is amiss. That is you can't have a lottery pick that's healthy. This is not an injury situation. Sitting on your bench, 11 minutes, 0 for 4 from the field. Only committed 1 foul. He wasn't in foul trouble. Only committed 1 turnover. It wasn't like, he turned the ball over 5 times. I don't know what's happening there, but I do know this. They face Florida. If you're not going to play your best players, you're going to immediately be at a talent disadvantage in this tournament. And for Colorado, if they are going to just not play Cody Williams, then they will be at a really big talent deficit against Florida, and they will lose that game. And so whatever it is that's happening there between Cody and Coach, because, Coach controls the playing time, right? Hopefully they get that sorted out because they need him to be on the court to have their best chance to continue to advance to this tournament. You're not going to play a bunch of Boise States.
No, you're
you know
not.
what I'm saying? So
It's, I mean, I looked this morning. There's nothing. Nobody asked Boyle last night. No one addressed this.
Yeah.
He hasn't said anything. You know, it's just crazy knowing that this is a college sport because you expect this in the pros, right?
Yeah.
Like in the NFL, Sean Payton and Russell Wilson. Like you've got a couple NBA teams. If there's a tiff going on or if there's some heat, some tension, okay, maybe they're going to sit him, but not in a college game.
Next question.
Heading in to the first round of March Madness. I mean, you got to put all of that aside. Let the kid play, figure it out, bring him in. He's a college kid. He's a kid.
Yeah.
Well, I don't understand how this could even be a factor. There's got to be something else, don't you think? Something maybe that none of us are even really anticipating right now.
Yeah, there has to be. Yeah, you know, the conspiracy theorist, like the reporter in me, immediately kind of focuses on okay, so something must be wrong. But maybe there's, you know, at the end of the day, we just don't know what's happening there. What that dynamic looks like. It just doesn't look great. And, you know, over the course of the regular season, he had been in and out of the lineup a little bit due to injuries. He had I think he had a broken nose and a sprained ankle, and he has had things that have kept him out of the lineup. Actually, yesterday was the first time I'd seen him not with a mask on, so that has been healing for him. But he is a talented player, and you know, it's you know, I flash back to Dominique Clifford a little bit, and we talked about him. Or I mean, I might have shouted him out yesterday for shout-outs. Dominique Clifford started at CU and played the majority of his career there and transferred to CSU. And he looks like a completely different individual at Colorado State. And he looks like the individual he probably should have always been at the University of Colorado. And, you know, it is – you don't know what happened there with Nick Clifford and Tad. But it looks a whole heck of a lot like what's happening with Cody Williams and Tad. And so it's too bad because I think these things have ripple effects that go beyond just what's happening here. Could Colorado beat Florida at playing Cody Williams 11 minutes? Maybe so. Yeah. I mean, Florida's not UConn, but also, do you want more 5-star recruits to your team? Because if you do, and they're watching this actively go down, and
they're not going to want to go there.
Why would you?
That's why I feel like it has to be something personal going on. I mean, maybe it is. Maybe he is sick. Maybe he wasn't feeling well. Maybe he didn't feel like he could go out there and play the best, you know, that he could. So he wanted his teammates to go out there and maybe play the best that they could. Maybe it's something like that. You know, maybe it's not a negative thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, we'll see. I mean, like the Colorado has been. They won yesterday. They looked fine doing it. Defensively, they were awesome.
Mm-hmm.
They were awesome. You know, it's. One thing Tad's teams always are really, really good at is like man-to-man defense. Like he very rarely plays zone. He just wants to get after the team in a man-to-man sense. And they were really good yesterday against Boise State, and they had to be. You know, Boise State has a couple of players that if you let them get kind of rolling, it will be a problem. So they were good yesterday. See some of this. Some of the text messages, a lot of text messages about this. Cody Williams didn't play more because he was terrible, says one person. Cody Williams has played like a lottery pick one time this year. a lot of this happening. I think from my vantage point, playing for Coach Boyle in CU is. You almost have to you almost have to earn your shots, and so what I'm saying is, so KJ Simpson and Tristan DeSilva, they've been in that program the entirety, right? So they got the coach's trust. He runs offense for them. They're talented players, obviously. Coach runs plays for them, like he's got total trust in them. What you rarely see is in his programs is a freshman walking in taking a bunch of shots. And I think there has to be, if what you want to recruit are 4- and 5-star players, sometimes you're going to have to say, okay, I got to get this guy going. I got to get his offense going. We got to get this talent on the court because we recruited it for a reason. We didn't recruit it to sit here and go, well, earn this for your first year, come back for your second year. He's not coming back for a second year. He's not coming back. So what do you do to balance the trust that you have for your seniors and your juniors who have been there, who have been through the battles with you, who you trust on the basketball court? And then how do you balance that with the stud recruit coming in who you don't necessarily want to just hand over the keys to the offense, but probably should get a good chunk of the share of the offense?
So do you think that his performance is going to be a factor in the NBA lottery? Because Kevin makes a good point here on the text line. He says chances are as a future lottery pick, he's deciding not to play. Is it the same as college football? You know, if they opt out of a bowl or that kind of situation, do you think that Cody Williams could be saying,
no, I don't think that's a case.
You think March Madness, the tournament is like...
Yeah, unless I've missed some quotes from him somewhere saying that, and I don't think I have, but somebody on the text line will tell me if I actually have missed some quotes from him saying, I just don't play me that much in the NCAA tournament. That's usually not a thing with basketball players. They want to play in the NCAA tournament. It's a big deal. They want to get as far as they can go, if not win a national title. And Cody Williams is exactly like he would want to play.
Yeah, I'd imagine it would be a benefit for them to play.
If you looked at him on the side, if you looked at him on the bench, I thought that he was putting on a pretty brave face because he knew he wasn't playing in that basketball game. And yet, obviously, you want to be a good teammate, right? So you're cheering, you're making sure that that you have that you're supporting the guys who are out there on the court. I thought he was doing that to the best of his ability, but you could kind of see a little bit of
biting his cheek a little bit.
Yeah, like maybe I could be out here doing some things as well. It's just been kind of a lot of text messages saying, well, look, he's hurting the team, all this kind of stuff. And when Colorado wasn't their best offensive selves there yesterday, could have used him. They could have used him, and I promise you, they will have to have his offensive contributions at some point during this NCAA tournament, which starts for them tomorrow against Florida. I think that game is at 2:30, right thereabouts. Colorado State plays today at 4:50 against Texas. They're favored in that game, which is look at that. Hey, wow. I know, I get Rams. So we'll see what they can do. I don't think Texas is an insurmountable task for Colorado State to beat. They're kind of an up and down basketball team. Got some talented players, but certainly a team that Colorado State can handle. And if they can do that, wow, you're making it. You're kind of off and running in the NCAA tournament, which begins in just about a minute with Michigan State taking on Mississippi State here in just a few minutes. Who do you have in your Final Four?
Ooh, well, okay, I have to pull it back up. Dang it, I had it ready. I had Arizona. I had NC State.
Shut up.
Yeah, I'm going rogue with NC State. I think Purdue and no, not Alabama. One other. Hang on, I got it here. I'll pull it up.
NC State.
NC State. I don't know. Yep.
Arizona,
I'm going for
Wildcats.
Yeah, I had to go Arizona. You guys know me, even though they're showing the upsets on the TV screen right now. Remember when Princeton upset Arizona last year? I also had Arizona going all the way last year, so I didn't learn my lesson.
It's a big show today. We're among our guests. Actually, we will have the Denver Post's Rockies beat writer Patrick Saunders. The regular season for the Dodgers has gotten started already, playing a couple of games in Seoul, Korea, and then for everybody else next week. So we'll talk to him a little bit about what can be expected from the Rockies this season.
Second dick shot.
We can only hope.
We
can only hope because you know what I just don't want from the Rockies this year? Can we just please get them to late July, early August? Just as a team that is compelling to watch. How will we watch them anyway?
Well, have they decided that yet? I think it's like MLB Network.
You mean aside from that streaming package?
Yeah,
How
the
can we watch
streaming
them on a good
package.
old-fashioned TV?
Yeah.
No clue.
I think MLB Network is taking some of them, maybe.
Oh man!
But no, you might be right. It might just be that streaming
Yeah.
situation that we all argued about whether or not we would pay for.
Are we going to pay for that?
No, I'm not. You guys might be.
If anybody has a
Sorry.
Rocky subscription,
Not
can we
me.
borrow your
Yeah.
login and password? We don't want to pay for this.
I find it really difficult to sit at home and watch a baseball game on TV.
Well,
The entire thing.
yeah, that's not fun for you?
No, I mean, I guess they're shorter these days because of the new pitching rules and the timer and all that. But
Yeah.
no, I'll go to a game for sure, but I'm not sitting at home watching a game.
You think the Rockies TV package will drive more people to the ballpark? That's because they don't.
No.
They're like, well, if I'm going to pay for this, I might as well pay for a $1 ticket to Coors Field to go watch it in person. Maybe, honestly.
So
I
we'll
thought
talk.
you meant it'd be the opposite, where they'd spend $20 for a month of Rockies baseball, see how bad the Rockies are, and then go, nope, I'm not even going to those games.
I'm not. You know what?
I want my $20 back.
The games are still fun.
The games are fun. Hey, it's tough. It's tough.
I'd go to a game.
It's tough to hate ownership when you're standing up on the party deck with an ice cold
Right.
beverage of your choice in your hand, and the sun's setting over the left field
Yeah.
wall, and I go, you know what?
There are worse,
Maybe I'm
there
okay.
are worse things
Yeah.
to do.
I'm okay with them being 30 wins out of first in the NL West if I'm
Yeah.
gonna be at these games.
It's such a unique situation.
but sitting on your couch inside when the sun is shining outside so that you can watch the Rockies game that you paid 60 cents to watch. Nah, I'm good.
It's such a unique situation with the
Really
Rockies.
is.
It's just we love going to the games. We just do. We do. I mean, and I'm not going to sit here and rail about that. Like, go to the ballpark.
Yeah.
The guy is drunk. It's a fun time. It just is.
And most guys are drunk.
Yeah, yeah. But because we love going to the ballpark, it's just it's a weird situation, man. They don't have to necessarily improve that team for us to go because we go anyway.
Go anyway.
Or the opposing team's fans go.
Oh,
And so-
that's the main one. I went to the Cubs Rockies game last year.
Yeah.
Straight Cubs fans
Yeah.
everywhere.
Yeah.
I had a Rockies hat on. I almost felt embarrassed. I almost took it off. I was like, oh no, I'm an imposter here. I'm an imposter, Coors Field, rooting for the Rockies. I'm at a Cubs game. It was straight Cubs fans.
So we'll talk to Patrick Saunders here coming up in about 12 minutes about the Rockies. Obviously, we will jump into more of this NCAA tournament stuff. Also, Avs playing great. Kim is here. We want to get all of her thoughts on that. And then, you know what? Actually, I didn't know this. This kind of skipped. It was under my radar. The CU football started spring football.
Oh, yeah. It's time. Football is back, baby.
They're like a couple of practices in already.
I know. I want to get your take, actually. Like, what's more exciting right now, CU football or CU basketball? I shouldn't say right this minute because obviously today it's a different story. But
Yeah.
this era.
Yeah. It's a good question. No, I love CU basketball. I do.
Okay.
I
There you go.
really do.
All right.
I know that. So there are these times where I sound like I'm getting on that program a little bit, but it's only because I love it.
Yeah.
I just want the best for it, and I want expectations for it. You know, that's
Sounds like
what
you're in a relationship with them.
No, it's
I just
like
want the
my-
best for you, so I'm going to nitpick.
It's like my kid.
Ah, there you
I
go.
just want the best for you. But I do.
Honey, I just feel like we really want different things.
I'm
Big
hard on
picture.
you because I love you.
This is not like a girlfriend.
Tad, if you're listening, Tad, honey, I just feel like sometimes we're not on the same page.
I just want the best for you.
I
So I'm
do.
going to dissect why you suck on offense right now. So that you can get better.
It's facts. Look,
It's you.
see you.
It's not me.
What I want for you is not just a trip to the NCAA tournament. Aren't we better than that?
Yeah. Here we go.
Don't we want to make deep NCAA tournament runs? That's what we want.
We want to get past this surface level.
Yeah, the days of
Open
just
up.
being happy that we're here,
I
aren't
want
those over?
more. Wow, that's pretty good, Dempsey. I'm not going to lie. But you got to turn that music off, Nelly. I'm going to go crazy.
Well, it's the Russell Wilson music. So
yeah, I know. It's bringing me back to a little PTSD here. Turn it off. No, turn it off. Turn it off. All right. Moving on. There we go. What's next?
All right, let's quickly take a break, come back, and speak with Patrick Saunders. This is not what I'm thinking of for University of Colorado.
I remember.
No.
Oh boy, we're really in for it here.
I am not breaking up with the University of Colorado.
You're gonna be really sad if they
never
lose.
will.
You gonna cry tomorrow if they lose?
You know what? Unfortunately, Kim, if they lose tomorrow, I'm just gonna go.
What?
Typical.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Yep.
You have a heart of stone, Dempsey.
Typical.
No empathy?
No.
What if they gave it their best shot? What if they did their best at the time?
Kim, do you
I
want
believe in KJ
Gatorade and
Simpson.
orange slices and Capri Suns at halftime? You play to win the game. Hello?
You're right, actually.
Dempsey, before we get to Patrick Saunders in a few minutes here, at what point, for Tad Boyle, at what point does his seat start to heat up, and does he become one of those coaches that's good and can get you good seasons, get you deep in the Pac-12 tournament but not win it, get you into the dance but not get out of the first round? At what point do you say that's not enough success over the past 12, 15 years, and he's one of those stuck in limbo coaches?
Yeah.
Is his seat hot right now?
Unfortunately, it's not. I should just remove, unfortunately, but it is not.
I was like, wait, what?
But it probably should be. You know, the thing. Look, let me be very clear here. Tad Boyle, to this point, is the greatest coach in CU history. Is what he is. He took a program that was very rarely making the NCAA tournament, and then he made it at least a semi-regular participant in the NCAA tournament. And for that, he should be lauded. He should definitely be lauded for that. There does become a time, however, at which for your program, you should expect more. So now what you have done is you have proven that you can get this program, you can recruit decent players to the program, decent to good, to maybe to great some years, and you can get this team to the NCAA tournament. That is great. But now, are we satisfied with that, or do we want more for the program? And that is where I am. And so, yeah, for me, I've been over this for years now. Like, I'm tired of seeing really good Colorado teams in some circumstances get to the tournament and just lose in the first round. And I want to see this team legitimately walk into a tournament scenario and go, yeah, this is a Sweet 16 type team. Or if we get a couple of breaks here, maybe we can be an Elite 8 team. Like, this is what I want for that program. We are watching it actively with J.R. Payne's program, the women's program. Last year, they went to the Sweet 16. They lost to Caitlin Clark. Great. You know what? Like, a lot of teams are going to lose to Caitlin Clark. But it's not just about getting there. It's what you're doing when you're there. And I think there's been just no expectations put on that program. We're all just so very happy that they get there. And we should be. But at some point, especially CU fans have to go, when do we make a run in the tournament? When do we win 2 games in the tournament? When do we do? Can we do that on a regular basis? And we are not there. And if he isn't the coach that can now take it from the level that he has gotten it to the next level, then maybe there does need to be the coach that can do that.
Dempsey, do you think CU is a basketball school?
No, it's
or a football school?
Okay, is it a football school?
I think it's more of a football school than a basketball school.
But
I guess I'm just surprised that you're this passionate about it.
Because the reason why is because I feel like that I feel that university, like the football program, will do what it's going to do. Like, yes, football at most schools is the breadwinner, right? It's the program that is the forward-facing sporting program for the university, and I think that's not different at CU. I want CU's football team to be good too. They won 4 games last year. We're going to hear from Deion Sanders on the show about what he sees from his team this year as well. But I do think you can do both. If you're saying that you can only do one of these things, then I don't believe that.
Well, and you're probably right, because guess who was the athletic director of the year? Rick George, Colorado's AD.
Yeah, he was
athletic
the AD of the year.
AD of the year.
Right.
So I guess it is a sports school. For those of you saying it's not a sports school, it is a sports school, but I'm just questioning, is it more football or more basketball? Because I appreciate your take on the basketball team. Where is the bar? Obviously, like you said, Tad Boyle. Best coach recently in Colorado history when it comes to basketball. What is the bar? But people are excited about the team being in the tournament, but you seem to think, no way, this needs to go even further.
Yeah, I think we should be excited, but I think we should expect more.
'Kay.
Let's go to the Ramos Law hotline and get to one of my good friends. And just like he's just one of the best baseball writers that we have seen around here in a very long time. He's Patrick Saunders of the Denver Post. Patrick, what's going on, my guy?
C. Dempsey, how are you, man?
Doing great. I worked with him for so many years at the Denver Post. Patrick, look, I'm conflicted of how I should think about the Rockies this season. I'm just going to defer to you. Tell me how I should be thinking about the Rockies this season.
I wouldn't get your hopes up.
Oh, boy, not again. Oh, literally
Okay, well,
crash and
guys-
burn before it even starts.
Guys, nice talking to you. Have a wonderful summer. No, okay. I'm without trying to be too much of a smartass. I mean, let's face it. The Rockies won't say it publicly, but they know that they're at least 1 year away from really getting close to 500. And you know, in baseball these days, if you get 500 or a little bit above, you can sneak into the playoffs and do some damage, just like the Arizona Diamondbacks did last year. There's some good young talent on this team, particularly on the position side. Some exciting young players that I think fans are really going to like. Nolan Jones and Ezekiel Tovar and Brendan Doyle and some guys in the minors. But as it stands right now, those guys are not quite ready to, be big-time stars, and the Rockies still have a ton of pitching problems. I think most of the national pundits guys are saying the Rockies are going to lose anywhere from 98 to 105 games. I'm not that bad on him. I think my prediction is, what did I pick him? 65 and 97, which isn't great. So yeah, I know. So an incremental improvement, but the Rockies just, they're not in a good place right now. They're charting up. But I wouldn't look for a huge turnaround this year.
All right, let's start with that pitching rotation. What does it look like, and what can they do this season to kind of build a foundation there that they can then be very successful with going forward?
Yeah, that's the big question, Chris. Okay, to start with your first question, the rotation as it sits now: Kyle Freeland, the Thomas Jefferson grad, Colorado native. He's the opening day starter. He's a veteran. I think he's going to have a pretty good year. He's looked really good in camp so far. And then you have Cal Quantrill, a right-hander they got in a trade with the Guardians, and then a lefty, Austin Gomber, and then a right-hander, Ryan Feltner, who throws really hard. He has good stuff, but he's still pretty raw. He's the guy who came back last season after getting hit by a line drive in the head. Really scary moment, but he's back full force. The back of the rotation is kind of still, the fifth spot still in flux right now. The problem for the Rockies, though, guys, they had some good young pitchers in the minors that they thought would pop here maybe this year or next. Unfortunately, three of their top prospects, including Gabriel Hughes, had to undergo Tommy John surgery last July, and that was really a setback for this team. So the problem for the Rockies is they have all this really good young position talent coming up and ready to go. But that window to win, so to speak, can they pair it up with pitching? And right now, the pitching's way behind the position players.
Patrick, give me your elevator pitch on why I should spend $19.99 a month to watch the Rockies on TV. Go.
Well, if you're a baseball fan and you have a local team, I'm a baseball fan lifelong, then it's worth it to me. But I could understand if you're only a casual baseball fan and really your best thing is to go out to Coors Field and party a little bit 4 or 5 times a year. I could understand why people are going to balk at it. There's still talk that the Rockies are going to at some point, and I was told it was going to be before opening day, but I don't know now, that they were going to find a way to have a quote-unquote cable-type presence where, you could just, if you have a Dish Network or an Altitude, or not Altitude, I'm sorry, but Comcast or something, you could find them instead of just streaming. But so far, they have not announced anything like that. But I think the Rockies are in a tough place with that because they're coming off a 103-loss season. I'm wondering, are people going to pay, almost $20 a month to watch this team via streaming? I don't know.
It's a good question because I think when you're talking about the people that do go to Coors Field, and obviously it's annually one of the most well-attended stadiums in baseball. I don't think I don't think that these are crossover people that would actually watch the product, on a regular basis. It seemed to be a little bit more of the super casual. We love the atmosphere. We love the ballpark. We loved the sitting out in the sun, all those kinds of things. And those individuals don't seem to me, Patrick, to be the same people that would actively buy a subscription to watch the team on a day-to-day basis.
Well, I think that there's something to be said of that, and the fans who come to the games because of the opposition, right?
Mm-hmm.
When the Red Sox will be coming to Coors this summer, and guarantee you there's going to be a lot of Red Sox fans, as there's always Cubs fans, Yankees fans, Dodgers fans, Giants fans down the list. There's that core group of people who are hardcore Rockies baseball fans who will do whatever they need to watch them on a nightly basis. But, Chris, you've been covering the Nuggets for a long time. Before the Nuggets had their resurgence and their renaissance, and they were one of the worst teams in the NBA, I don't think the viewership was all that great with the Nuggets at the time either. But now they're must-see TV, well, at least in places where you can get them. The Rockies are they're not in a good place in terms of the product on the field to be trying to roll out a new way to watch them on TV. Let's put it that way. The circumstances aren't great for the Rockies right now.
Patrick, we'll get you out of here on this one. There have been extension talks with Bud Black, right?
Yes, preliminary. Yes.
Okay. Do we expect anything to go down? They don't want him to be. What is this? The last actual year of his contract, or is it next year's last actual?
No, this would be. So he's in the final year of his contract now, 2024. And the talk is, and Buddy Black and owner Dick Monfort have talked. The discussion is to extend him through 2025, so he wouldn't be a lame duck manager this year. I expect that's probably going to happen. I talked to Buddy about it the other day, and he said, I don't know when, but he expects it to happen. We'll see. And then beyond that, I don't know. Buddy, I think he turned 67, if I'm not mistaken, in his next birthday. He's been here since 17. He took him to the playoffs first 2 years, and now they're on a 5-year losing streak. He's still, vibrant. He's got all that going for him. He loves teaching, loves managing. But, I think it's fair to ask, is change in the offing at some point? We know the Rockies are reluctant to make any sort of changes in-house, which I think is one of the flaws in this team's history. No question about it. I think they hold on to players and probably front office and everybody else too long. So we'll see what happens. But Buddy will certainly be around for the rest of this year.
All right. He is Patrick Saunders. You can read his stuff in the Denver Post. It's well worth your time. He's the best at this. And so, Patrick, we really appreciate you, my guy. We'll definitely talk check-in soon because we have to check in. We have to do the early check-ins because if the kid's really bad, we can't do late check-ins. And I want to do a late check-in with the Rockies.
Okay, that'd be awesome. I'd appreciate it, guys.
All right, we'll see you. That's there he goes, Patrick Saunders. And the Rockies get started on the 28th.
A week from today.
Yeah, at the Diamondbacks. Speaking of the team that they took a lot of people by surprise last year with what they were able to do.
So there's still hope, people.
There is.
The Rockies could follow suit.
Baseball, it's interesting that way too. Because there's so much team building that has to happen. But if you just hit on a couple of guys and they just all of a sudden have a season, your team is just suddenly much better than anybody projected it to be. I don't know that the Rockies players are ready to hit like that. I mean, Patrick just kind of mentioned that, but I don't know. We can always hold out hope. We can always
both the Denver Broncos and the Colorado Rockies at least 1 year away from being 500.
Rockies and D-backs next week. It's the first of a 4-game series. They start on the road before they come back home for their home opener. All right, let's take a break. And the sports betting thing is a lot of fun. until it's not. I'll explain next. Chris and Kim with you on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Kim Becker Thursdays. I didn't notice banana bread.
Whoa, I was really hoping we would get through today without the mention of that. Look at that, you guys. We made it 46 minutes.
No. Well, you brought it during the snow day.
Yeah, when you weren't here.
Right.
And no one was here. I brought like half a container and literally left with a quarter of a container. I was like, well, there's 3 people here.
Nobody
so
here.
3 people get banana bread. But, okay, cool.
And then I wasn't even there for the first 45 minutes of that show.
Yeah, that was fun. You really left me hanging, talking about leaving me hanging. You would have called in sick today. Sick, quote unquote, with COVID like the rest of the world. So you could go to Lodo and watch the madness.
Frolic.
I would have been so mad. Someone would have seen you. Dempsey, you can't do that. You're too much of an icon here in Denver.
Okay.
People recognize you on the streets.
Nobody recognizes me.
Everybody does. It's true.
Sports betting is fun, yeah?
Oh, boy. Yeah, this is not a great story.
Which one are you talking about?
Oh, maybe I'm talking about the other one. With the threats.
Yeah, this is the one.
Oh, wait. You think this is a good story?
No.
Okay.
No, it's not.
I was being sarcastic.
It's a thing. JB Bickerstaff, a guy who incidentally I played against in high school. He went to Denver East.
Humble brag.
He is the coach of the Cleveland Cavaliers now, and he's a good one. And Cleveland has had a good season. They're dealing with some injury issues right now, but they've had a good season. The subject of sports betting came up in one of his press conferences, and he had kind of a harrowing story about some experiences that he has had personally. This is what he said.
I personally have had my own instances with, some of the sports gamblers where, they got my telephone number and were sending me, crazy messages about, where I live and my kids and all that stuff. So it is a dangerous game and a fine line that we're walking for sure. It brings added pressure. It brings, a distraction to the game that can be difficult for players, coaches, referees, everybody that's involved in it. And I think that, we really have to be careful, with how close we let it get to the game and the security of the people who are involved in it, because, again, it does carry a weight. A lot of times the people who are gambling, like this money, pays their light bill or pays their rent. And then the emotions that come from that. So I do think we're walking a very fine line, and we have to be extremely careful in protecting everybody who's involved.
He would go on to say this, quote, "The amount of times where I'm standing up there and we may have a 10-point lead and the spread is 11 and people are yelling at me to leave the guys in so that we can cover the spread, it's ridiculous." Kim, I just ask you this question. Is there a line in which, this is everywhere, right? We actively talk about it on this station all the time. You hear the promos. They're integrating it into the games that we watch on TV. Is there a space at which this just goes too far?
I've always had an interesting perspective on this because I've seen both sides. I've worked closely with a college football team. I know there's not a whole lot of betting going on specific players in college football, but there's bets that go on the team, right? And then I've also worked for Altitude hosting You Bet Tonight, hosting a betting show where it's fun. Mm-hmm. It gets you more involved in games. It helps you understand games. I really wasn't a huge baseball fan until I started hosting You Bet Tonight with Nate Lundy. And I'd bet on how many runs in the first 5 innings. It was fun. It engaged me to watch it. I learned more about teams. I learned more about players that way. And I realized, okay, so I can find some joy in watching baseball if I'm betting. But then I think about the players and how much work they put into this and how it is their life, and the coaches, like he said, being out on the court on the side, and you're hearing fans, probably drunk fans too, yelling at you to do a certain thing so that they can win some money. Yeah, that would absolutely boil my blood. So I think there's a line, because just like everything else in life, all fun things and all things that we have been given in light and in entertainment can go too far. And that's where it gets scary. And I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, no, there's no line, because it's totally fine that Bickerstaff is getting threats and, about his family, about his kids, about where he lives. I'm not going to sit here and say, no, it's totally fine. Forget what he says. So I do think there's a line. I honestly don't know what it is, because I see both sides, and there's a lot of fun in this. There's a lot of engagement, a lot of interaction, a lot of learning, honestly, for someone that can handle it. But of course, gambling is not something that you can take lightly if you have any kind of history of, taking things too far, really. And so it's hard to decide what the answer is on this, but it does break my heart to hear both coaches and players. Tyrese Halliburton also said sometimes he feels like he's just a betting prop.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't want to hear that from someone who's dedicated their entire life to their sport.
And the NBA obviously has really, they jumped right into the deep end with this here and are all in on betting. Commissioner Adam Silver has, been a real proponent of this. I don't know. I don't know how to think about it. I know that, I was very vocal about prior to last football season saying, I bet on the CU Buffs to win more than 3.5 games. And I bet on them to beat TCU. And, I think for the NBA, they probably do have to just understand the dark side and to make sure that their players and every sport should have to do this. But I think the NBA in particular, just because you're so close, everybody's so close to the court. And, is security where it should be? Are you educating fans who are maybe just jumping into this betting thing and then all of a sudden maybe at some point they're getting themselves into financial issues? Make sure that you're educating them that way, keeping it fun. Because if you're just betting on who's going to score the most runs in the first 5 innings, that's kind of fun. If you're going to you see a lot of this stuff go by as we're watching these NCAA tournament games. Who's the first to 10, right? The first team to 10 points. Who's that going to be? That's kind of fun. But it's when it becomes kind of heavy in life and you do need this money for sure is when it gets a little bit difficult. And I think for the NBA. Their athletes and coaches are just now being exposed to a lot of this stuff. And, how is the league going to, mitigate that at the same time while they're pumping it up, right? On one side, they're pumping it up. And I saw something go by earlier this week that said, there's a plan to integrate, betting lines and stuff into the actual broadcast. So that it's always present on your screen. So you're just seeing that all the time. And so what you're creating is just a population that's going to be doing a lot more of this, and how are you, not just profiting from it, but also making sure people do it in a safe manner. It's very it's a very interesting line that they are walking.
Yeah, it's a fine line, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, no pun intended there. It's a fine line to be walking. And, it didn't just start with fantasy football. I mean, that's the same thing when you look at NFL players. How many of you are out there that have a fantasy football team and you cheer for a specific player more so than a team? It's the same thing. They just can't hear you, like you said. Yeah. NBA, it's different because you're so close to the court. You can hear the fans. Mm-hmm. But you've heard NFL players say these kinds of things in interviews too. I'm just a fantasy football player to you guys,
right.
know?
Or fans will tweet at them.
For sure.
Get into their Instagram DMs or whatever. And so it's a complicated scenario, but it's not going away. North Carolina just, I believe, 10 days ago started with their own online betting. And so it's just going to get bigger, not smaller.
40 states, I think, it's legal in now. So, it's going to be all of them soon.
No doubt. All right. Earlier in the program, I did express surprise that I forgot that CU started spring football. They did. Deion Sanders had a lot of interesting things to say about this year's team and also what he learned from last season as well. We'll get to that next. All right, hour 2 of the program. Chris and Kim, Steve and Josh with you. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. On a NCAA tournament, first day of the NCAA tournament, Thursday, all the games going on. Colorado State plays later on today. They will take on Texas. They are favored in that game against the Texas Longhorns. So we will wish them good luck in that. Games are actively being played right now. Michigan State, Mississippi State, and BYU is playing as well. The CU football team got back to it this week, this week. They've had a couple of practices already, spring football. This is a team that's obviously looking to be better than 4 wins. I mean, there was a lot that went on last season, right? I mean, it was the beginning of the season was just all of the spotlight just descended on Boulder, Colorado, and that football program, and they won their first 3 games, right? It was the upset win at TCU. You come back home, you smash Nebraska, then you beat Colorado.
We're coming.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of baby were coming. I ain't hard to find. All of those things. But
Too much.
But then the wins were hard to find.
Too much spotlight.
Late.
Too much spotlight.
I'll be here all week.
Boom.
So that leads us to year 2. And year 2 begins now. I believe their spring football, I believe the spring game is on April 27th for CU. I'll double check that just to make sure I have that date right. I'm pretty sure I do. But there's a lot of practicing to be done before then. And Deion Sanders did meet the media yesterday. Had a lot of interesting things, I thought, to say to say about his program, what he learned from last year, what he thinks is present on the roster this year. And one of the first things he got to was he said the standard is the standard, and in terms of what he expects of this year's team, and he likes what he sees.
When I look out there now, I see guys hungry, eager, and have a commitment and willing to sacrifice whatever it is to get to the next level. And their goal is to get to the NFL, and my goal is to prayerfully get them there as well as education. But these guys are different, man. It's some different cats in there right now. There's some different coaches up there as well.
Some different cats in there.
Huh.
Yeah.
Didn't he say that last year? Are we all having a little deja vu?
But these are different cats because those cats last year, they're all right. But these guys.
Well, last year he talked about dogs. This year they're cats. He's switching pets, switching strategies.
Hey, you know what? Something had to switch. No, I'm not here to harp on CU. Honestly, college football is so fascinating to me. There's so much that goes into it. They're kids. They have to go to school. They're learning how to be men. They have to be respectful. They're learning how to play with one another. Like there's so much to it that I just don't love coming out here in front of everybody before the season kicks off, before the spring game, and getting everyone's hopes up. Because as Colorado fans, I'm sure most of you know that has not worked well in any sport in Denver recently. I mean, the Nuggets and the Avs, great story. I think the Nuggets, people didn't have their hopes up about the Nuggets last year. They just became this championship team, and now they are defending their championship title, playing well, having a couple hiccups here and there, but really being a strong team. You look at the Broncos, we got our hopes up the last 2 years. You look at the Buffs, we got our hopes up last year.
Yeah.
I think that we're going to get our hopes up again about the Buffs this year.
You know that GIF, or I guess it's a GIF, it's also a scene from The Office where Michael Scott looks at the camera and he says, "No doubt, I am ready to be hurt again."
Yeah.
That's me at the start of every football season for CU. I'm ready to get hurt again, baby. Get my hopes up, Prime.
That's right. And he's not shying away from it.
No.
He expects them to be a really good football team. I guess we'll see. One of the things that he was asked about was, about some of the individuals that did not work out on the football team, and there's a number of players that obviously won't be back for one reason or another. This coming season, a lot of those players, some of those players are on the offensive line who he plainly said, but
are
we're
not good.
Going to change these guys out, and then he did. But in regards to what did and didn't work out, this is how he sorted through that with media.
You got to really take your time and truly be prayerful to understand who's in your room and who you bring in. Sometimes you think it clicks, but it just don't click. It just don't work. And that's not saying a guy's a bad guy or a bad person, but it may not work for you. may not work for me, and sometimes it didn't. That does not mean that they can't go somewhere and soar. Like the Atlanta Falcons, it worked for me athletically, but winning-wise, it didn't. So we went to San Francisco, and it worked out tremendously, as well as Dallas. So some things that initially it may not, and that's what transpired a little bit with the staff and some of the players.
Yeah, so look, Sean Lewis went, he was demoted in the middle of the season, and now he's the head coach, I believe, of San Diego State. And then you have various players who he brought in, right, with a lot of fanfare, and just didn't quite work out for one reason or another, just as he said. I think the cautionary tale, what I would have hoped for him, the cautionary tale would have been not that you wouldn't expect, great things out of the players that you have brought into your program, but that maybe you just couch it just a little bit publicly. Yes. We brought in some good players versus we're going to the playoff. Because when you don't go to the playoff, then you start, because I think this as well. When you truly believe that, and he has said multiple times, because people have now asked him, did you really believe that you guys would be that good last year? And he keeps saying yes. But when you truly believe that, then I think you also evaluate your players differently. So here's my point. If he comes into last year and says, we bringing in some really good players, but look, this is a process, and we got to build, we got to get from one level to the next level, blah, blah, blah. Then when you have issues on the offensive line, you're probably looking at that a little bit differently in terms of, okay, but how do we coach these guys up to get where we need to go versus you guys are all terrible and I'm going to get 5 new guys in to replace you. And I think how you talk about your team prior to what it does on the field on Saturdays also colors how you view what they're actually doing and how you can or cannot work with it. And I think that's something that he isn't quite still yet learned.
You know what? The bar was set way too high. I think it's going to be set too high again. But I don't necessarily think it's all Coach Prime's fault, because he is a superstar. He is a former NFL champion, athlete, superstar. He's a celebrity, right? So that's just the world. That's the bubble that he lives in. So of course, he's PR trained. He's media trained. You go out and you speak to the public, and yeah, you hype everything up around you because that's what you have learned to do for your own personal brand. It's hard to just shut that off. I think he's a great coach. I think he's probably a great father, a great guy, all of these things. So I don't necessarily think it's to 100% fault of his own, because it's just the world that he's lived in. But when you come into a brand new team with kids who are also going to school, who are doing all these things, like I said previously, in college, and you are bringing in College game day and big noon kickoff on the same Saturday on only their 3rd game of the season, you are bursting the bubble way too early. You are going straight to all of these kids' heads, and that's what I'm worried about. Like you said right now, just couch it a little bit. Just take it down a notch before the second season. Maybe learn from what happened last year, because yeah, you could have the greatest team. You could have the greatest changes from the end of last season into this next season, but until they get on the field and until you see what you actually have out there, just don't hype it up as much as you did last year, please.
He's not wired that way.
He's not wired that way.
He's not wired that way. And look, this is going to start even on Friday. So Friday apparently is a padded practice for the bus. So that's tomorrow, obviously. This is what he expects to see in that practice tomorrow.
I know what's going to go down Friday. I really do. We might have to have the police out there Friday. It's going down Friday, I promise you that. These guys are a little different.
Did you expect too much of them last year?
No, I didn't. I knew my team. I knew them. I knew what we had. I knew what we didn't have. I think truly we could have put them in better situations to be successful. I think everybody, including the staff, wasn't built for the noise. Mm-hmm. What I mean by the noise, everybody's not built for the moment. Mm-hmm. You got to understand that, we took the moment to the greatest heights. It was and we plan on doing that again. But everybody's not built for that stage. That stage comes with tremendous responsibility. And you got to get young men that are used to that and committed to that and want it and relish that opportunity to be on that stage.
So that question, was, did you expect too much out of your team last year? And, I thought the beginning of that answer was one of the more honest moments that we've ever heard from him. That just wasn't, saying, hey, we're going to be this incredible football team. But to say that we could have put those players in some better positions to be successful, and coaches as well. He's not wrong about one thing, Kim. If you are going to play for him, no matter where that is, and obviously that's at CU, you have to be able to compartmentalize, because there's going to be celebrities and shows and Dion everywhere. And people they are going to promote you. They put their Twitter handles on the back of their jerseys last year. And so if you can't keep football, the main thing, and you're super distracted by all the noise around, you heard some of the players say, that was actually a lot more than even what I bargained for. Then you can't play for a Deion Sanders team. And I think what he is going to find is it's harder to find what's a college football team, like 70 scholarships, 85 scholarships, that many players who can handle it, versus maybe you meet them in the middle somewhere so that everybody can be successful, but the program is still in a spotlight that you like.
Well, and that's a very good point, because there are a lot of programs that do have coaches that do not care at all about the spotlight, do not care at all about social media. But yeah, like you said, Coach Prime is wired differently. And you know what you're signing up for. All of these kids know who Coach Prime is. I just think it's a different dynamic that we've ever seen in college football before. And I think the way that we saw it played out last year was eye-opening for all of us, because we had high expectations just because of the flash, because of the spotlight. And then, okay, cool. So they're over 3.5 wins, right? They got their 4 wins. But now what does it look like? Now you kind of take a step back and you're all, okay, until I see what's actually out on the field, I don't really know who Coach Prime is as a coach in college football necessarily in, the FBS here. So it's interesting. I'm very intrigued. I do think that he's probably learned from last year a little bit, but I think until you see these players actually get out there and play with one another and how their mentality and their confidence and their maturity level plays out, and we won't know anything.
Yeah. Spring football game, the spring game is April 27th. They are into practices now, and we will obviously hear more from them as the spring goes on. Just very, very interesting stuff from the CU football team. CSU also, incidentally, into spring football practices. They did a real fun video for their basketball counterparts that they put on Instagram, congratulating them and obviously supporting them on their NCAA tournament run here. All right, let's take a quick break, come back with Nellie's NFL Notes. All right, 11:20 a.m. on Thursday morning here in the Mile High City, the greatest city in the greatest state in the world. Nelly, what's story number 1?
Anytime Kim Becker's on the show, we do two things. We defend Russell Wilson, and then we read the tea leaves of social media. So let's do that again in that order. Now, Kim, you had quite the heel turn because, for some context, Russ is back to posting his cringe stuff on social media because he's out of the iron curtain of the Sean Payton regime. Now he's in the steel curtain of Pittsburgh. And so he's doing what he did best. And Kim, you sent this tweet here to our group chat and you said cringe. So you're turning on Russell Wilson here.
No, Nelly, no. You interpreted my cringe incorrectly. I said cringe because the Steelers used him in a Broncos jersey on their graphic.
Well, hey, first of all, let's remember for the listeners, this is an audio medium. We'll describe the tweet for you here. The Steelers shared a picture of Russell Wilson with a bunch of his career stats, welcoming him to Pittsburgh. And as Kim pointed out, the photo of him is in his Broncos uniform. And then Russ quoted that and said, "Can't wait to wear the black and gold."
Yeah.
Black circle, yellow circle at Steelers. So you were not... So you got to clarify your cringe.
Yes. Okay. So apparently I do have to clarify my cringe. I can't believe you think I'd heel turn on Russell Wilson that quickly, Nelly. Come on. Give me a little credit here. No. The cringe is the fact that Russell Wilson literally had to retweet his new team's own graphic and say, can't wait to wear the black and gold, only bringing more attention to the fact that the Steelers used him in a Broncos jersey. Now, do you know how easy it is to Photoshop a new jersey on a player? It's so easy these days, okay? So there's no reason that the Steelers needed to use him in a Broncos jersey on their graphic with his stats. And then Russell Wilson has to say, can't wait to wear the black and gold. Like, I'm over the orange and blue. That was cringe to me, is the fact that how all of that went down from the team to Russell Wilson having to retweet it.
You know, also, maybe that was a little bit more, can't wait to wear the black and gold. Like, bye-bye Broncos. Like no, it's cute that I'm in this picture this way, but those aren't the colors I want to wear anymore. As a matter of fact, I don't even want to see those colors anymore.
Well, exactly. So why didn't he just write the team and say, hey, can you guys take that down? Or maybe Photoshop me into a Steelers jersey like every other person has done on Twitter?
It was one more chance to stick a little knife into the Broncos and go, yeah, I can't wait to wear the black and gold. Not these colors here. Not this.
The whole thing is weird. I don't like it.
I could have photoshopped him.
Look at it. Look at Russell Wilson's Twitter photo, his profile photo. He's already in a Steelers jersey with number 3 on it. Someone photoshopped that for his profile picture. Why couldn't they photoshop this graphic?
Well, because this is an action. It's an action shot.
Do you know how much graphic designers get paid in the NFL? Pretty well.
You know what they should have done? They should have pulled a Seattle action shot.
That would have been really funny. See, that would have been really funny.
Because here's the question I have for you. If they would have used a Seattle action shot instead of a Broncos action shot, would he then quote tweet it and say,
probably not.
Probably not. Exactly. That's now we're on the same page.
We're on the same page, Dempsey. Nelly, we're all on the same page with you now.
Well, how about this? He also, in the cringe posting medium, he's back to sharing workout videos. What do you think of this one? He said with the caption, "Love the work. The best is ahead." He's rocking the cutoff sleeves. He's got the shades on. He found the one sunny day in Pittsburgh to record this video. What do we think of this? Dropping back, working on how he's going to be in the pocket when he has no O-line and has to scramble. Look at that. Ooh, quick release. Now he's doing the classic sprinting drills with some poor sap holding the bungee cord behind him. Does this get you juiced up, Kim? Are you going to be a Steelers fan next year watching this?
This is San Diego.
I saw someone retweet this and quote it and say he posted the exact same video 2 years ago. And I was like, yeah, I think he actually did.
The second the Steelers signed Justin Fields, he said, okay, I'm going to my workout hype. I can't lose to Fields. I'm going to show him what I got.
A flex for us to see his home in San Diego, I think.
Yeah,
I'm just looking at the palm trees.
Yeah.
I'm trying to look at where that pool is. There's not a cloud in the sky.
Yeah, this is ridiculous. You know,
oh boy.
Why did he feel the need to do that?
Because I think what Nelly just said, Justin Fields got signed and Russell Wilson's like, wait, what?
Oh, I can still throw the football too?
What? Yeah, I got to make sure everybody knows it. This is my job to take.
See, it's just that because he did do that a couple of seasons ago and then it crashed and burned,
Yeah, you'd think he'd learn. Well, apparently he doesn't. Remember, all these guys are wired differently. Just like we talked about Prime being wired differently, Russell Wilson is also wired differently. He doesn't know how to not promote his own brand on his social media.
That one doesn't even look as good as the one he did. Wasn't Cortland Sutton out there too? When
they went to San Diego.
Yeah, they were all in.
The whole
they were all
story.
in the video.
Yeah, it was, Russ invited all the guys to San Diego. They're practicing. They're working really hard off the field. The whole thing just breaks my heart.
You think he practices in shades? They look like the Deion Sanders blenders.
I'm telling you, it's because there wasn't a cloud in the sky. Dempsey, you got to save those retinas. Protection.
That's
key.
That was cringe. That was cringe. Kim, it was cringe. It was.
I know, you guys. That was a little cringe.
We got her. Yes.
That one was a little cringe. I'm not going to lie.
All right, Nelly, what's next? I'll take that dub.
You'll eat that dub just like Jameis. All right, so we've defended Russell Wilson for the most part. Let's read the tea leaves of social media so we can check all the Thursday boxes.
Thank
I
you.
sent this tweet to you two a while ago. Cortland Sutton. We've made a lot of the vagary that he's shared on Twitter, including, let's see, back on March 9th, he shared that gif of Will Smith in The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air where he's looking around the empty house in honor of all the Broncos players getting traded or cut. And then he retweeted Jerry Judy's "I'll see you later, Denver. Thanks for the memories" video. About a week later, he tweeted out, "It's funny how everybody keeps telling me I'm being cryptic, or maybe y'all are just looking too hard into it." And you can't find that tweet anymore because it has been deleted, folks.
No way. Really?
It's gone.
Which one? The one where he says the cryptic, or
The one
the
where he
actual?
says, "You guys think I'm being too cryptic? Don't make anything of this." That thing is gone.
He's like the football LeBron James.
God, I hate
LeBron
Twitter.
just tweets out all the most cryptic things, and then just looks at you dead in the face and go, "What?
I didn't do that.
What do you?
It means nothing.
You're reading way too much in the
Face value. Come on.
Cortland Sutton is that guy.
Yeah, you're right.
Look.
I can't stand social media. I'm not going to lie to you guys. I cannot stand this. It hurts my brain to be able to try and take all of this and understand what's going on.
You have full understanding of what's going on.
Do you think that? Do you guys all think that Justin Fields knew he was being traded away from the Bears when he unfollowed them all? Now, are we all on that ship?
Yep. Yeah, that's why he unfollowed him.
NFL. He unfollowed the NFL. That was a cover up.
Yes.
See, I cannot. I cannot keep up.
Justin Fields is actually thinking this through.
Gosh.
Not like Russell Wilson, who's like, I'm just gonna rerun that same. You know what? One of my greatest hits was the San Diego throwing the football down the field video. Let's just rerun that. He didn't think that through. Justin Fields thought it through.
I'm not kidding you guys. My brain hurts.
Cortland Sutton. He's somewhere in the middle. He's somewhere in the middle. Just say what you want to say, Cortland. Did you know what? Cortland,
Yeah.
just say what you want. Cortland, we would love to have you on this program. Say what you want to say on this program. We would love to give you a platform to get it all out.
Invitation sent.
Yeah. Nelly, what's next?
That's the opposite of what we would say to Cortland Sutton. By the way, now that Russ is back to his old ways, I'm just going to say it now. The Primanti Bros Danger Witch is going to go so hard.
Oh my God.
Now that's dangerous.
They don't need the press. They don't need the marketing. They were on diners, dive-ins, and drives. They're good.
Oh, and Subway
They're
needed the
good.
publicity. The upstart mom and
because-
dad company.
Yeah, because all the advertising that came out, that there was like tinfoil in the bread in Subway or something, so they needed good press. So they turned to Russell Wilson. That's a real thing. Look it up. I'll look it up for you.
Yeah, well, while you're
Aluminum
Googling that, I'll tell you who
in
gets a lot of
Subway
good press
bread.
from us. That would be Mountain High Appliance. They sponsor this segment, and we are Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs, offering every major appliance line and brand. MountainHighAppliance.com. Should I get to my draft note, or do you have some Subway truthing for us here?
So here you go. Here's an article from August 8th, 2016. Subway wasn't the only chain to use the yoga mat chemical in its bread. See? Bad press. Primanti Brothers doesn't have bad press. They don't need Russ. Subway needed Russ.
Bringing out an article 6 years before the Danger Witch. Cool. I like it. Kim Becker, the historian.
I used to really like Subway, okay? I was very upset when that came out.
Well, here's some current news. At their media availability yesterday in honor of spring football, both Coach Prime and Shedeur Sanders spoke about his potential draft stock and why he didn't declare for the draft this year. Prime said that he would have been a high pick in this year's draft, but he would not have been the first quarterback off the board. He probably would have been at least the second. And then Shedeur himself said, I didn't want to go out this year because I wouldn't have been the first pick, but I will be the first pick next year.
Uh-oh. Oh, boy. That's not good. That is not good.
Plus, he's making like, what, $5 million in NIL money anyway, so like, why would you leave?
Do you know how much crap he's going to get for saying that sentence in about a year from now?
Yeah, well, now the pressure's on him, right? So the season better be good.
And now it's on the rest of his team as well.
Well,
because if his team doesn't play well, they're going to blame the receivers. They're going to blame the running backs. They're going to blame the offensive line. Don't you think?
Well, they're going to certainly try not to make it about Shedeur, for
exactly.
Sure. But we're all going to be watching the games, Kim, and we know whose fault it will be.
I'm stressed about football season already. Like, I feel stressed right now sitting here. My ears are hot. My heart's beating really fast. I'm nervous.
It must be all the yoga mat chemicals you ate in your Subway sandwiches. It's going to your head.
I was bummed, you guys. I'm not kidding.
And like, and can we just be honest here? Like, Jaden Daniels would still be going second. He won the Heisman.
Yeah, he's not going first. That's what I mean. Why did he say that?
But he wouldn't even be going. Like, I know Deion said he would not go second either. I mean,
his dad's giving him the confidence to say it. I mean, would you say that to your son to be like, yeah, go say this in public to everybody? No.
He probably believes it.
That's just that's the Hollywood speaking.
Yeah, I just, they just need to concentrate on this season. How about we get more than 4 victories on the football field, and then we worried about what draft spot you will be when it comes around. It's a full year. We haven't even gotten to this year's draft. We're talking about next year's draft. We haven't gotten to this one. Let's get to this one first. Let's get through spring football. Let's get through, throw some touchdown passes in spring football. Let's do that first.
4.5 wins is the line for CU this next year.
4.5.
Literally 4.5. You guys taking it? Over or under?
Oh boy. I'm taking over, Kim, and you know I'm taking over.
Yeah, because they're going to get 5 wins, you think?
Yeah.
Okay.
5.
All right.
Kim, this is an 8-win football team. 8. No? Okay.
Yowza.
I might eat those words. Watch that. I will get this on the text line, and then they will all remember this. I was just joking, kind of.
Sure. We have the receipts now. You and Prime both joking.
Nelly, what's next?
Aaron Donald shared a quote recently shedding some light on why he decided to retire. And the summary of it all is he feels like he's accomplished everything he can accomplish in his career between the multiple defensive players of the year, the Pro Bowls, the All Pros, NFC championships, Super Bowls, played into 1-1. And he said, quote, "I'm complete. I'm full. I think the passion to play the game is no longer there for me. I will always love football, but to think about going through another camp, another 17-game season, I just don't have the urge to want to push myself to do that anymore. I'm burned out."
I respect that. 100%. I 100% respect that. But I mean, I skated with Disney on Ice for 10 years, and after my 9th year, I was like, I need to leave. I was ready to go. And I stayed for my 10th year. I overstayed my welcome. I was very bitter my last year. I didn't enjoy it. I should have quit after 9, but I have OCD, so I had to do 10. So I really respect that Aaron Donald can be honest about being burnt out and being done.
And let's be honest,
more than I could say.
You did everything that needed to be done.
Yeah, I was over it.
What's like the pinnacle? What was the, like, if you get into Disney on Ice, like what can you do there that I've reached the top?
I mean, there are a lot of roles that you can play, like the different princesses, some pairs. You can be Anna, you can be Elsa from Frozen. Like, that's what it is. I was ensemble, so I didn't actually have to do all of that. I'm very tall for an ice skater also, so I was taller than the princess cutoff.
Mm-hmm.
Couldn't be any princesses. But mostly for me, it was just like, I've skated for 20 years. My feet hurt. I can barely take a lap around the rink without being out of breath, and I've got all these little 18-year-old whippersnappers flying past me. This isn't fun anymore. And so I respect that Aaron Donald can say, I can't push myself through camp because I couldn't push myself through another rehearsal process. But I did my 10th year, and I hated everything and everyone around me, and I was not a great person to be around, and I feel bad about that.
Aaron Donald, 10 times to the Pro Bowl, 8 times All-Pro. Obviously, he won the Super Bowl, 3 times AP Defensive Player of the Year, to 2014 AP Defensive Rookie of the Year. Much like Kim, he did everything that he could do on a football field, and I don't blame him.
I did that. I'm just saying I was burnt out too.
Oh, I'm sorry. How many times did Aaron Donald put on ice skates and a Mr. Potato Head costume, huh?
That's very true. So when I was at Arizona, I did this video. I asked all the players if they thought figure skating was a sport, and a lot of them said no. They thought it was a hobby. And one of the offensive linemen, Jordan Morgan, he was like, it's a hobby. It's not a sport. It's just a hobby. And I was like, are you serious? You should go put skates on and get out there. He's like, no, I'm not putting it. I was like, yeah, you're saying that ice skating's too hard. You don't want to put skates on and go out there? And he's like, I'm not going out there. I'm not doing that. They were scared of it.
Is it a sport?
You put that in your pipe, you smoke it.
Is it?
Dempsey, yes. It's in the Olympics. Are you kidding me right now? My ears are getting hot again. Figure skating is a sport. And any of you out there, please come to my rescue and agree with me.
If they judge it, is it a sport?
Oh my gosh, you get scored on it. Is gymnastics a sport?
Yes.
Oh, then yes. It's the same thing. It is the same thing.
Nelly, you got one more?
I do. we have a quick question that was posed on Twitch, and it's a great question. Justin Simmons is still a free agent. Why has he not found a home yet? I even made a Phil promo that airs on this station of the two of you talking about why Justin Simmons should be a Broncos Ring of Famer and what a presence he was in the locker room and how he really set the bar for the team culture. And now that he's gone, that there is no team culture because there's no Justin Simmons anymore, how has that guy not found a home yet?
Yikes. Yeah, that's actually a very good question. I don't have an answer. Why not? Something's going on.
So do you remember, like, right at the beginning of free agency, I mean, there were a lot of safeties being cut, just released, just outright. And obviously Justin Simmons was one of them. I mean, I think a number of them are still out there. I do wonder with Justin Simmons why that might be. And maybe, look, I think this is always a two-part thing. One, you obviously have to have suitors. But two, if it's a situation that you don't want to necessarily go to, maybe you have turned down some suitors. And I think in the case of Justin Simmons, I think that's where I would think. I mean, obviously I don't have any like knowledge about what's happening with his free agency right now, but I'm going to guess that it wasn't 0 teams that had nobody had interest in Justin Simmons, or maybe it's just a situation where I thank you for your interest in me, but I don't want to necessarily play for you respectfully because I'm Justin Simmons. I'm saying this with all the utmost respect.
Which is crazy to me because he seemed like a guy who just truly loved football, loved the game, loved being around teammates, putting it all out there on the field. I mean, his wife seems super supportive. You've seen a few of her tweets, And so it's crazy to me that he would be that selective just from hearing kind of the buzz about what kind of guy he is. But maybe it's just because, like you said, the safety market was just so loaded. There were just so many of them. I mean, I look at all of them that were available, and Justin Simmons to me is the top guy. So I don't know what's going on, but It's got to be something like that.
He deserves to be on a winning football team. I do know that. And maybe he feels that as well. And if what he's not going to do is just walk himself into a situation where it's losing upon losing upon losing again. Like he's done that, been there, done that. But then that would reduce your pool down to just a few teams. And if those teams are already good to go with their safety position, then maybe you find yourself on the outside looking in a little bit. We'll see what happens with Justin Simmons as we go forward. All right. The Nuggets play a game tonight. The Avs are on a roll. I wanted to get Kim on her view on what the Avs are doing right now. They're playing great. How great is it? She'll tell us next. Well, the Nuggets certainly hope to not have this song playing tonight. They play the New York Knicks. The Knicks beat them 122-84 back on January 25th in New York. The differences there are actually kind of a lot for the Knicks. In that game, they played Julius Randle, OG Anunoby. Neither one of those two players will be present for tonight's game. OG Anunoby will be in the arena. It's just that he suffered an injury that they are managing, and this is a management game for him. So the Nuggets looking to kind of avenge that loss earlier this season to the Knicks. It's one of their worst losses of the season, to be honest with you. Meanwhile, the Avalanche are looking for their 8th straight victory. Kim, they have been on total fire since all the new players, basically, and Val Nichushkin returning, and all. So all these things have gotten them into a space. What have you liked best from what you've seen out of them?
I think just the speed that they're playing with has been very reassuring. They still have the most come from behind wins in the NHL. Their 23rd was the other night on their 4th straight win on the road there, but in St. Louis. But they still are playing with a lot of speed. So they might not necessarily be coming out of the gate really hot, which is something that I wanted to see out of this team after the All-Star break. I talked about it with you a couple weeks ago. I was like, you just can't keep letting these other teams get out to a hot start before the Avs do. But they're still not quite doing that. Again, come from behind wins, most in the NHL. I think every single win that they had on the road was a come from behind win these last 4 games. But they're playing with speed and they're not letting that slow them down, which I think is really important. And like you said, the addition of those 4 new guys, especially Casey Middlestat, who has really added an element of, I think, just substance to the second line, substance to the chemistry that you're seeing with the other new guys and with the returning guys. And then having Val Nichushkin back, I mean, that's a no question. I don't have the numbers right in front of me, but you can see the record that the Avs have when Nichushkin is in the lineup versus when he is not. And it is significantly better with Nichushkin back on the ice. And so that's been huge. I just hope they can continue with the consistency and the speed that they've had over the last 7 games, because this is the final push and they need to be able to beat these teams with the same confidence and level, especially at home over the next 5 games. Yeah, 5-game homestand, as you just mentioned, begins with the Columbus Blue Jackets here in a couple of days. They have kind of quietly won 5 of their last 6 road games as well. And I wonder, because that is been one of our biggest concerns with this hockey club. Is it still as much a concern? I mean, do they just have to do this in the playoffs for us to believe it, or are we starting to turn a little bit in terms of what we think they can be as a road team? I think it's definitely turning because of this last 4-game road trip, 3 of those games being in Canada, 1 of those games being against Vancouver, who the Avs have swept this year. They swept both the Canucks and the Flames, which is who they played back-to-back last week on both Tuesday and Wednesday nights. Swept them in the series this season. Played very well on the road. However, I think that needs to continue. Now, they only have, I think, maybe 1 more road trip, just a couple more road games, honestly. There's so many home games left in their last little stretch right here. But I think that it's the issue of the other teams playing really well also, and I'm sure Mosier talked about this or has talked about this in the last couple of days, but like the Jets are playing so well still. Like we keep looking at the standings during the actual Avs games and we're like, oh, the Jets losing. Dang it. No, they're winning. Yeah. Because that's the problem, is the Avs are going to need to continue to play really hard and win games because they're neck and neck with the Stars and the Jets in the Central Division. I believe they all have around 93 points now. 93, yeah. Yeah, 93. And that's something that they can't let get away from them. So it's going to be very important to finish strong in this final stretch right here. I don't think it just comes to, they have to play well in the playoffs. No, I think they have to play well to the end of the season. 9 of their last 13 games are at home. Good. So it's thank goodness for them. Yeah. It just seemed like they were on the road all the time. Yeah. They are very interesting. It is a good point. It's not, they're winning to this level and they have to, because everybody else around them is winning as well. And, look, I think in these instances, it's not a bad thing. Everybody's kind of pushing everybody. I think it just every night it pushes you to be your best when you step out on the ice. I think as a team, it gets you ready for the playoffs. You're not trying to lose ground to any of these teams.
And so you're bringing almost a playoff-like mentality to these regular season games, and I think that benefits you in the long run.
Well, and this is something we talked about on Avalanche Live the other night. The Avs have actually bumped up in the NHL power rankings on ESPN. They were in 8th last week. They're in 5th this week because of the addition of Casey Middlestat and because of how every other player is helping their teammates play. You've heard a lot of the Avs guys say this over the last week. Oh, he's allowing me to have these opportunities to succeed. You know, they've said that about, it was Devon Taves, it was Casey Middlestat saying that about Duhaime. I mean, they're all realizing, okay, this guy is putting me in a place to succeed, so I want to do the same to him. And ESPN is even noticing that. The NHL power rankings, like I said, the Avs bumped up from 8 to 5. So being 5th right now, I mean, that shows that this is a team that everyone's looking at to finish the season strong and to make a good run at the playoffs. So I think it's important.
Are you surprised at how seamlessly they've all fit in?
A little bit, to be honest, but I don't know if it's seamlessly. I think the end results of all these games are showing that it's seamless, but when you actually watch them out on the ice, it took a little bit, and that's why these teams are getting ahead of the Avs before, and the Avs are having to come from behind. It's taking a little bit in the first period for these guys to kind of mesh and to find the chemistry. I think it's working. They're figuring it out within the 3 frames, but I don't think it's actually been seamless.
Yeah. It's interesting. Avs and Blue Jackets are tomorrow night at Ball Arena, 7 p.m. puck drop for that one. The Nuggets and Knicks tonight at Ball Arena, 7 p.m. tip-off for that one. Colorado State in the NCAA tournament today. That game is 4:50, I believe, against the Texas Longhorns. Colorado State 10th, seeded 10th in the brackets, and Texas seeded 7th. Colorado State was very impressive in their win over Virginia the other day. It was, for my money, having watched the majority of their games this season, it was one of their 3 or 4 best, let's just take offensive games from the standpoint. And look, you could say, well, it was just 67 points. That's not easy to do against Virginia, and it's not easy to make a defense like that look like it's not even there. And after the first few minutes of that game, which both teams, it took a minute for them to score, then Colorado State understood what they had to do, and they got straight down to it. I thought it was very, very impressive. Now, the defense that Texas is going to put on the court it's not quite as stringent as what they just faced. So, this game has the potential to be a lot more like regular, right? 75-70, something like that both teams are scoring. It probably gets down to the last 5 to 10 minutes before it's decided, and it should be a lot of fun. Nico Medved is a great coach. He really is. Hi, Scott Hastings.
Hastings staring at us through the window.
Through the window. He's a great coach, and it's going to be. I hope for Colorado State that they are able to retain him, for the foreseeable future, because I do believe the suitors they'll start knocking on his door and showing him the money to come coach their team. But Colorado State today against Texas. Colorado gets the big win over Boise State last night, and they will face Florida tomorrow, and that game's at 2:30. I'll be on a plane.
Oh,
I know.
Going to Portland?
Going to Portland.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Going to Portland for the Nuggets at the
It'll be a thrilling
Trailblazers.
one.
Well,
are they going to play everybody? Is Jokic going to play?
They should leave Jokic at home.
They should leave him at home.
They don't.
They don't need him.
You're going to. They don't need him. Everybody else got this. This the Trailblazers, man.
How many wins do the Trailblazers have?
Not many.
Let's find out.
I'm scared for Chauncey in that situation. Chauncey Billups, the head coach, former CU guy, obviously George Washington guy, friend of mine. Having seasons like this aren't good for your employment.
19-50.
Okay.
Oh boy.
19-50. All right. Well, leave Nicole at home. It's a one-off. It's a one-off. They're coming right back home after that.
No, he does not need to get on the plane.
He legit doesn't. He legit doesn't. If you're looking for instances just to give him a little bit of rest, and you can still get the victory and keep pace with Oklahoma City and Minnesota and in the race for first, that'll be a game to do it. Oh, or you could just fly him out there and win anyway, and he could just dominate.
That's true.
Yeah. Either way is fine. Kim, it's been great. Thank you for being here on your Kicker Thursdays.
Thank you so much for having me, Dempsey and Nelly. Always.
Steve Nelson, we love and appreciate you. Tell me how I should be thinking about the Rockies this season.
I wouldn't get your hopes up.
Oh, boy, not again.
Guys, nice talking to you. Have a wonderful summer.
That was the best.
Well, we thank Patrick Saunders for coming on with us and talking a little Rockies. We're still going to the ballpark, though, Kim.
Oh, I'll be at Coors Field. Come say hi.
We're doing it. All right. No, Nelly, no. It's a great thing. It's all the sun. It's
Take
a
me out to
beautiful
the ball
atmosphere. Take
game,
me
Nelly.
out to the ball game. For Kim, I'm Chris, Steve, and Josh. We thank you for listening to the program. PhD is next.
Hold it, Dean and Raj. That's what we said. We got all sorts of stuff going on. Akron is 2 points behind Creighton. They got to make something happen. The Flyers from Akron. Meanwhile, we look over and we see Mississippi State down 16 to Michigan State. That's only 4.5 minutes to go, but we want to celebrate the CU Buffaloes for playing college basketball and scoring more points than Boise State, because that's, I think, what college basketball is all about. It's a form of basketball I don't recognize because I watch the NBA, but I think the point is to score more points than the other guys.
Mission accomplished.
And mission accomplished.
Dude, I don't understand how Cody Williams
Stop right there. Okay.
Yeah, I don't understand. That's Tyler's mantra. Okay.
Yeah, you need to get a T-shirt for that.
Yeah.
I just don't understand.
I just don't understand. I don't understand how a dude can be a projected top 5 draft pick
and not get off the bench
and play 11 minutes in an NCAA tournament game.
Was he injured?
No. That's what I thought. I thought he was hurt. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. To my knowledge, I don't think he. I think he just sat on the bench because coach didn't want him playing.
Why?
It's insane.
Well, I'm glad we bring in that time because I listened to Vic this morning and I finally realized Vic really doesn't know very much about the game.
Well, thank God he does it for a living.
Yeah.
The college game or basketball?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I watched that game last night.
Yeah,
I did too.
And I thought,
where's my check?
And I'm sitting there going, Williams, the top 6 draft pick? I said, this guy can't play. He's too skinny. He's too light. I like his length. He's got the perfect NBA length right now. This is what everybody's looking for, is an outside swing dude that is long-armed and can do a lot of stuff. But I think he was 0 for 3. I mean, he got some moments. He
didn't get a bucket, right?
He was 0 for 3.
Yeah.
So wait, he wasn't hurt?
To my knowledge.
He had a couple turnovers, 0 for 3. I thought he didn't look good when he played.
Sit on the bench.
Yeah, and the other guy, I know you're going to make fun of the game, but
I am.
Who else you can put him in front of De Silva? De Silva has 20. I mean, he played
De
great.
Silva's rolling.
He
absolutely
played good.
rolling, and he's a projected top 15 guy, I think, something like that.
From that game right there, and I'll just take his 11 minutes, pull out. I'd rather have De Silva than Williams.
Well, apparently Tad Boyle agrees with you.
Well, I'd rather have the guard Simpson, but than anybody.
Well, I'm thinking about going to the next level.
How many teams in the NCAA tournament do you think have 3 first-round dudes on their team right now?
Well,
3.
I haven't watched start to finish a CU game until last night.
I mean, I'm watching this college basketball stuff, and I don't know what happened. It ain't the same. But listen, I don't want to rain on anybody's bracket parade as they get going today, and we'll definitely root for CSU as they play Texas before 5 o'clock and all that. I want our teams to win, but college basketball is broken.
But I
hope they fix it.
Don't you think at least the next games now? I mean, these were playing games. There's a reason these guys. I mean, I will say this: everybody's making fun of Virginia, and well, they should. But to me, you're discrediting CU or CSU because I thought CSU played outstanding.
They did.
That's that. The next opponents, at least now you're going up into some upper echelon. You're playing Texas and Florida. I mean, these are two kind
Sounds legit.
Yeah, legit teams have been legit.
Can somebody shoot the basket and the ball goes into the hoop? Listen, man, there's not enough fast break. There's not enough space on the floor. It's too much about half court. 30 seconds is too much on the shot clock, and 20 minutes is too short of a halftime. They need more time and more space to run and make the game more interesting. And it is boring. I'm just telling you, college basketball right now.
You're at a weird point to be on the high hill of college basketball.
And you're awful quick for the angry elf to come out. I mean,
right at the beginning,
4 minutes.
This is like most dudes like heaven right now.
March
Madness.
Okay, because they're gambling. Yeah, and you really only care about the last couple of minutes anyway. And so, but when you actually have to watch an entire game, whew. And okay, we're gonna review. Are we really literally gonna stop the game? How many times they stopped the game to
3
review?
times late in the last 40 seconds. It was ridiculous.
It was ridiculous. Hey, he's out of bounds, but let's review it again. Really? Make a call.
Now, one of them actually helped CU because it did hit the guy's foot, and the official missed that one. The second one, I don't even know if you noticed, is the one where the guy caught the ball, but they had another steal, but he's standing his foot out.
But he ruled him out of bounds, and then he immediately said, "Let me check what I just ruled."
He didn't even think about it.
I was like, "It's CU's ball. Let me check that." Well, I mean, jeez. And then they got to institute some form of take sort of foul in college basketball where you get the shots and the bucket. The fouling crap down 7 or 9 or whatever, which you never see in the NBA, thank God, because, you do have the take foul and you do have a 24-second shot clock.
Yeah.
If a team is down by 5 points with 20 seconds to go in the NBA, the game's just done. I mean, you get it. Listen, again, I guess I am raining the angry elf is getting everybody here, but
well, the take foul in the NBA is off the last 2 minutes. So you can play that, just grab a guy, get him to the free throw line. The problem is before that, now you can't. I don't know. Listen, I still like it.
Do you really?
Yeah.
So you watch that CU game and boy, this is really fun to watch.
No, because again, I've been an analyst now for 30 years. And I watched, and I was a high school basketball coach for a couple of years, and I was an AAU basketball coach for 9 years. And so I watched the game differently. I'm not even, because I said it to the wife, she was laying in bed, she's on her video games, playing her video games.
I don't blame her.
And I'm like, I feel kind of bad making you watch, because it's a boring game. But I try to watch for subtle things. I want to try to watch. I want to watch if this Williams kid is going to be an NBA player, and I didn't see it. Not only
how do you look from the bench?
Well, you only got 11 minutes to see it.
But I also know you're in a situation in this tournament. I'm sorry that you lose a game, you're not playing anymore anyway.
Yeah.
And for Tad Boyle and coaches like him, all the coaches, yeah, we might have a great guy, and oh my gosh, this guy might get mad and get into the portal. Okay.
We got to win a date. We got to win a ball game.
They're trying to win a game. They just won last night, and they've had an up and down season. And last night was the highest win mark in the history of CU basketball. 25 wins.
25, yep.
So you're going to tell a coach, hey, no, this guy's a first round.
No.
Or if he doesn't come out this year, maybe he'll want to come back. So you're going to worry about portals and stuff? Come on.
Well, I know now's not the time because MPJ's been playing great basketball, but we saw it all the time last year at the end of the game when he wasn't out there on the court. And fans are like, what, you don't want your best scorer out there on the court? No, coaches, they got a reason for it. I don't know, man. I get it. The game was slow. The referees were absolutely brutal. It was painful at times. I can't deny it. But I fully enjoy the March Madness experience, and I'm not hung up on comparing it to the NBA product. I don't care. I don't expect it to be like the NBA product. I think it's the time of the year that people come together, no matter what the university is. And all your pride is back. So I don't think there's a single thing wrong with March Madness.
I'll say this also. Even though they got the NILs and you got all the different stuff and everything's bigger and blah, 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 it's a whole different world. You're still talking about 19 and 20-year-old kids feeling pressure.
Yeah.
And you're still seeing the kid, wide open. I can't miss his shot, and he's clanking it. And it's they're kids trying to play, and they don't. It's tough. The NBA guys do it.
Make it 12-minute quarters like the NBA. Okay? The reason why that would matter is it just would open up the flow of the entire game, in my opinion. Make the 30-second shot clock 24 seconds, like the NBA. Okay? And then hopefully that would encourage a more flow of basketball, a quicker pace of basketball, and get rid of one and done. Get rid of it so that the NBA guys at 18 can just go.
Stop worrying about what to fix and just sit down and enjoy the moment.
I can't enjoy it, Tyler, when I need toothpicks and they're stopping the play to review every single thing.
Well, you do realize
and nobody can
make
a jump shot.
You do realize you're watching the first four, right?
I was watching a team that has 3 guys supposedly good enough to go into the NBA.
I got it.
By the way, there's plenty of seats here beside me in the referee suck boat.
Oh, hey, I'm there with you. I mean, my God.
That game was there.
You want to ruin the pace of play. I mean, over officious
here's
jerks.
Another thing, and that's when NBA games are bad, when and it's an old adage, when you notice the refs, right?
Yeah.
And it can go both ways. I complain because I work for Denver, basically. So I don't like them when they get bad calls here, but there's bad calls both ways. But when you recognize the official, you're in trouble. And to me, I want to tell you the biggest problem in college basketball, it's controlled by 2 people, coaches and refs.
Mm-hmm.
And the coaches want to control that thing. Virginia Bennett, who's a great coach, but guess what? He's a defensive guy, and he wants to. What his offense is, let's take 28 of the 30 seconds on the shot clock.
I get it.
You know what? I think CSU
that's what he
had a
wants
little bit
to
of
do,
that also.
right?
CSU takes it down to the end.
Yeah, they do it too. That's why I say reduce the shot clock from 30 to 24 seconds. Simple as that.
I had a buddy of mine who coached in the NBA, and he's no longer, and he didn't win, and so he had 2 or 3 stops, but never really won. But he had a philosophy. He goes, if I can get a shot and it's a 15-footer with 12 seconds gone on the shot clock, why aren't they taking it?
I don't know.
As opposed to putting it down to 20 seconds and taking the same shot.
I have no idea why there aren't more college coaches that take an NBA approach to just let's fast break and get off a good shot and just play. I have no idea because that's the way the NBA is right now, and it's highly entertaining. We're watching the end of this game. I guess Mississippi State's going to lose to Michigan State. Mississippi State has 51 points in 40 minutes. What is that?
Can't handle pressure.
Can't shoot a basketball. Yeah. And likely they've been just trotting the ball up. Everybody runs the same offense, too, by the way. Have you noticed that in college basketball?
Pick and rolls.
It's just, we're just going to run circles around the top of the key.
Well, and that's because the coaches start falling into what all these NBA guys are doing. Pick and rolls were minimal forever in college basketball. Now it's gotten into they're doing it all the time. And one of the reasons I talked to a coach one time, I said, what happened to the passing game? Which is kind of Denver runs out with a lot more pick and rolls put in it, but here was our rules at Arkansas in most passing games. When I pass the ball, I got 3 things I can do. I can pass and cut. I can pass and screen away. I can cut and replace myself. In other words, if you got good spacing, I cut through the lane, but that whole side is taken. I replace where I came from. But you move every time you pass the ball.
Jay was talking about when we had him on air yesterday, right?
Yep.
Moving.
An 8 seed Mississippi State barely cracked 50 points in a 40-minute game, and they lose to Michigan State 69-51. And then you got the Zips of Akron. Sorry, I call them the Flyers. That's Dayton. Stupid on me. Of course, the Zips. They're down 3, 37-34 to Creighton with 50 seconds to go.
Like the biggest party pooper I've ever seen. Like it's March Madness. Sit back and relax. Enjoy the game.
How can I enjoy the game if I'm bored to tears?
Watch the last 5 minutes if that's all you want to watch. Fine.
Trust
Enjoy
me.
it. It's
That
March
was the worst
Madness
part.
for the love.
I will say this for Tad Bullstein, maybe bring the silver lining to the Angry Elf convention we're in right now.
Right.
When they got down 49-45, they played. They went on a roll, and I think they went 12-2 or 47-4, outscored them 12-2 or something like that. And then right then you knew they kind of iced the game. But it's for all those people saying, why didn't Williams play? Because he didn't play good last night. That's why.
I get it.
And Mike Dunlap, 2-time national championship when he was at Metro, right, told me years and years ago, and he was talking about the pro game, but it's true in the college game, especially with NILs and all this stuff and portals. You know the only thing the coach really has a control over on players? Playing time.
Yeah, that's what
you want to send a message.
Big thing.
You want to send a message?
Mm-hmm.
Playing time.
And you know what? Too many coaches are afraid to play that card. They are. Because they're afraid of the outcome of what happens, their feelings, especially in the day and age of the transfer portal.
All right. Well, listen, I'll put the angry elf on the shelf. I'll be done with it. I promise.
You know what it is? You know what it is? You've lost 37.5 pounds.
Okay.
Right?
All right, yeah.
And now you're fitting in
Is it
your old
37.8
clothes.
yet?
And what you forget was they're back into your angry clothes. You're back to the skinny D-Mac when he was angry all the time.
I would think Fat D-Mac would be the angry one.
No,
Skinny D-Mac should be relaxed.
Fat T-Mac felt bad about everything.
Yeah.
I mean, he was just desperate for a friend.
Okay, I'll end this
Do
segment
you like
on
that
this
photo
right
I
here.
showed you yesterday?
No.
So
I want to put that on Twitter.
my son, when he was a little kid, and I'm talking, just talking 3 or 4, 2, 3, somewhere in there.
Mm-hmm.
And there was this big guy, big person, overweight,
Mm-hmm.
and was just angry going off somewhere, and we were there. And my son comes over, tugs my sleeve, and he goes, I thought fat people were supposed to be jolly.
That is fantastic.
I thought fat people were supposed to be jolly.
Well,
That is fantastic.
we will have nothing but sunshine. It's a beautiful day. I'm actually in a great mood. It might not sound like it, but I just think that's how you fix college basketball. You lengthen the game, creating more time, more space, and you shorten the shot clock, and you'd be forced to have more of a fast break sort of thing. And I just think it would be better for the game. And I do think one and done is silly. Just let those guys just go to the NBA. And then you know what you'll have? You'll have more guys that just hang around for 3 years. So while the quality of play might not be the NBA, at least we'll know some names. Because the truth of the matter is the women's tournament with Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark, right now, there's two names that can roll off the tip of everybody's tongue. Good luck doing that with the men's tournament. This may be the year that the women's tournament literally, it probably won't get better ratings. But if you look at it game to game and excitement and stars.
Last year it did. Last year.
Well,
the Caitlin Clark's games were drawing more than any of the
I went to Eddie
Well, there you
Sutton before I took the high school girls varsity job at Arapahoe. And I said, Coach, what do you think? And I said, it's women's basketball. This guy's in the Hall of Fame. He's passed away now, but he was a Hall of Fame college basketball coach. And he said, Scott, he said, heck yeah, you should take it. He said, the game that we grew up learning how to play is what the women are playing right now. He said, it's below the rim. It's about teamwork, passing, and movement, kind of all the stuff that you just talked about. He said, and this is a guy who went to the Hall of Fame in college basketball. He goes, if I were a young guy coming out coaching now, I'd go into the women's game.
We want to salute the advice of Chris Carter that when you become a pro, you need a fall guy. And we have the fall guy of all fall guys with Shohei Ohtani. Those incredible details of this wonderful story coming up next.
Hey guys, Tyler here, my friends over at Revitalized Health. I just came over from Revitalized. I was over there this morning, getting my numbers drawn, making sure everything's right where it wants to be, and I love my friends over there. They've just flat out helped me feel so much better, and I know they can do the same thing for you. You just got to pick up the phone. Don't delay. You can look better, feel better, and sleep better starting today. Testosterone, peptide therapy, hormone replacement, and medical weight loss options. With 3 locations, they're close to you no matter where you live. Find them online at revitalize-health.com.
What is your guys' favorite part of the Shohei Ohtani EPA Mizuhara? Is that how you say it? I'm taking a shot there.
So many freaking angles in this story, aren't there?
Oh my God, it's so delicious though. And this came out after we were off the air yesterday, but so we're maybe a little bit late to react to it. But I got to get your take on it. I mean, the interpreter, he's the bad guy. The
interpreter's bad, but
everybody's got to have a fall guy. Is that what you said?
All right.
But yesterday, the interpreter was the good guy, right?
Do you think the interpreter is a fall guy? Or do you think the interpreter was somehow sneaking away with $4.5 million for gambling in an offshore account?
I think he's the follow guy.
Okay.
But it is kind of fascinating, like on the surface. Let's pretend he is the bad guy. And he stole $4.4 million. So interpreters now are like your financial advisors? Do they have they've got consent to access to your bank accounts and everything? They can just go in and do whatever the hell they want to do? So no, I don't think that he did it, but it's a fascinating story because yesterday he was taking the fall. It was, hey, we were just actually, I'm such a good guy, Shohei. I'm paying $4.5 million for my buddy who is a degenerate and lost all that money. So I was just paying it. Then it changes to actually this guy just stole my money. And he's a degenerate. I'm going to be fascinated the outcome of this thing because who knows? Maybe he didn't touch baseball. Maybe Shohei didn't touch baseball with any of these bets.
Maybe.
What if?
Of course, what if?
I'll tell you what if. Pete Rose should be hoping he bet on baseball because they ain't going to do a thing to Shohei Ohtani. They ain't going to do a thing to him.
If they find out Shohei bet, he's gone.
Gone?
They don't have a choice.
Lifetime gone?
Yeah, he's gone.
They don't have a choice.
He's gone.
But it's a big if, but it does bring us back to this classic moment from Chris Carter at a rookie NFL symposium with his life advice for everybody.
Because each one of y'all in business for yourself. This right here is Teddy Bridgewater, Inc. Incorporated. That's him. Now, every dime that come into Teddy, all right, is going to be earned by him and his body. All right? Now, I let my homeboys know. Y'all want to keep rolling like this? Then I need to know who's going to be the fall guy, who's going to be driving, because y'all not going to all do the right stuff now, all right? So I got to teach y'all how to get around all this stuff, too. If you're going to have a crew, one of them fools got to know he going to jail. We'll get him out. Get him out. Now, you're from Miami now, okay?
Oh, my God.
Y'all take care of each other. Now, don't you got a guy that would take care of you and that would be out a good deal? Okay, good. Go on, sit down.
Go on, sit down.
If you're going to have a crew, make sure you know who's going to be the fall guy. Okay? I know none of y'all going to never drink, lay. I know none of y'all going to never use no drugs and everything. All y'all going to go to Bible study. I realize that, but still get you a fall guy.
Oh, my God.
That is at an NFLPA sponsored event.
Yeah.
That is I think it was the rookie symposium,
Yes.
actually.
Yeah, it had to be.
At an NFLPA sponsored event.
Yeah.
Unreal.
I'm reading this story.
I'm glad Shohei's got an interpreter.
To think that this guy is anything but the fall guy to me is I got some land in the Everglades to sell you. I mean, give me a break. And we'll see where it goes. Now, I'm not saying that Shohei was the one gambling necessarily, because I don't know who else is tied in to Shohei Ohtani. They're just because he's probably got a lot of people tied into his career, business associates, people that have been with him for a long time. I'm just telling you that this dude, the interpreter, this dude is the fall guy.
The selling of Shohei Ohtani, and I know he's a Japanese guy playing, right? That he's an all-American boy, clean
he's
cut,
so wholesome, you know?
He's a pitcher, and he's a throwback to the days when baseball players were athletes and they could play multiple days and do whatever they did. And they sold him well. Now, he also might be, and obviously he's now been in the league, 6 years, 7 years?
Yeah.
and you can't speak English without an interpreter.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
You know, so maybe he's one of them guys. So I'll just make the money, and then here you go, and boom, boom, boom. This guy's taking care of this. This guy's taking care. Listen, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar got $11 million, I believe, stolen from him. It was him, Kim Benson, and somebody else all had the same agent, and the guy was taking all the money, gambling, investing, offshore accounts.
Yeah.
And he said,
It's a common story.
I need to check my account, and he would roll his other big clients' money into that for that day, send the spreadsheet, bing, over, day.
Yeah, and there's probably many people in Shohei's life that could have access or do something. So I'm not saying it's necessarily Shohei.
I want to believe that it's not Shohei.
Doesn't it feel hard to believe? Because like you said, he really does look and feel so stinking wholesome. I know you guys disagree with me. I really do think, look, we've had tons of NFL players get caught gambling. Tons of guys that have gambled on their own teams. Guys that gamble on their own teams, and they've gotten a year suspension. They've got whatever, right? I do not think for 1 second. Now, if he was gambling on his own games, and there's 50-some games that he bet on them, and God forbid if he bet on them to lose. But if that happens, maybe he gets banned. I don't think baseball can do anything to this guy. Now, I think he'll get a long suspension if it comes out.
If
it's on baseball?
If he's gambling on baseball, he's gone.
Why do you say that? We've got NFL guys right now.
Because it's not the NFL. The NFL is not the real world.
Hold on. Is Major League not? What's the difference?
The Major League has a history of multiple people going all the way back to 1918.
But the world's changed. Yeah. Betting and gambling is so, it's just a part of society now.
What's the least popular sport?
Baseball. Okay. And that's why they can't afford to get rid of them.
But hold on. And what's the one sport that probably hasn't changed as quickly with the times as anybody else?
I got it. But all those reasons why they need him.
He will be banned for life.
Yeah, I agree with Scott on this one. It's just. Well,
why are NFL guys not? Like, should they be banned for life?
Who are you talking about specifically?
The Denver Broncos had a guy last year. Whatever he was. Calvin Ridley. Go down the list.
Yeah, well, he's not back in the NFL.
Yes, he is.
With who?
Yes, he was playing with Jacksonville.
And he is?
No,
he
Ridley.
was?
Ridley.
Oh, I don't know Ridley's story. What was Ridley's story?
He was in Atlanta.
He bet on his own games.
He was going in there betting.
Oh, that's kind of crazy.
On
his own games.
Yeah, FanDuel.
Okay.
I mean, we probably had 20 guys in the NFL that got suspended for this.
Okay.
Yeah. Baseball, though, has a history. They just kick you out.
I don't know. I think they need Shohei so freaking bad.
It'd be interesting. Listen, if there's somebody that was going to change the punishment, it would be Shohei Ohtani.
That's fair to say.
You're right about that.
Although they weren't afraid to kick a guy out who was just managing and keeping him out of a Hall of Fame, who's the all-time hit leader, multiple World Series champion, and all the stuff that Pete Rose did. Charlie Hustle, Sports Illustrated covered 48 times, blah, blah, blah.
The world's just so much different,
They weren't afraid to get rid of him. Shoeless Joe Jackson supposedly bet on baseball, and yet he hit 400 in the series, and yet he's been banned for life.
Listen, bro, you want to talk about the hypocrisy of baseball, and you ban guys for steroids. This is a league that didn't allow black players in for years and years and years. I mean, okay, what are we doing here? I think you're talking about Hall of Fame stuff, and I think the Hall of Fame is twisted. I think you should accept your warts, lay them out, and understand who was who during that time period and be more accepting and hopefully change for the better. But baseball's had some shameful times, lots of them. And, so I think let them all in, but just be careful when
let the whole story go with them, too.
That's right. That's right. There was an era of steroids. There was an era where they banned black players. There was an era of betting, perhaps. But to say that they weren't great players is ridiculous.
By the way, the dude that gambled for the Broncos, Ioma, I don't even know how to say his name.
I just say any. Yeah.
He's still on the team.
He is?
Yep.
So it's just an indefinite suspension?
He's still on the team.
Okay. Well, all right. He didn't bet in the NFL, though. He was guilty. Oh, wait, was he?
He gambled on Iowa State games when he was playing at Iowa State.
Right. That's what he's in trouble for, isn't it? Not or did he bet on the NFL?
And he bet on the NFL.
And did bet on the NFL? Okay. Yeah. Well, anyways, this story. So where does it go from here? We'll see how deeply they want. Well, we'll see how deeply they want to investigate.
They don't.
Right.
That's why nothing's going to happen to him.
Right. Because they don't want to know.
They need him.
Right. Can you imagine what it took for this story to even come out? Like how $4.5 million. How long has this been going on?
How did it come out?
I don't know. Some unbelievable reporting, though, because the details are crazy. There was a bigger, deeper investigation on the gambling offshore that they found it kind of by accident. I think it was part of it.
They're getting a guy in California. That's the guy that they find.
Yeah, and then everybody else gets kind of swept up into it. And here's Shohei Ohtani's money. Well, who's going to be to blame? And then, like Chris Carter said,
because each one of y'all in business for yourself.
Right.
This right here is Teddy Bridgewater, Inc.
So, you just go from there. And it's the fall guy of all fall guys. And I got to give our pal Nate Kreckman credit because the first time I saw it, the new nickname is Shohei Ohtani. O-W-E.
Got it.
It was funny.
I don't get it. What was that line we said?
Figures.
The T-shirt?
I
don't understand.
I don't understand.
O-W-E?
You know what, Tyler? They ain't getting rid of Shohei Ohtani.
Hell no. Are you finally waking up?
No.
No matter what it is.
There is literally nothing that Shohei could do to get a lifetime ban.
This is going to be the biggest farce of an investigation of all time.
Now, that may be true.
Yeah.
That may be true. And the fall guy may just be the guy that gets hammered. But if they have rock-solid evidence that he bet on games and his games that he played and da-da-da, I promise you he'll be banned.
What do you think it looked like in the room when the interpreter was told that he's going to be hung out to dry? Like, how do you think that conversation went?
I think he just got the biggest payday of his life.
Hey, Ipe, we got some good news and bad news.
Yeah. The good news is you can do
$4.5 million that you were betting on, keep it. It's yours. All yours. It was all your idea. Remember.
There's a great movie, Fun with Dick and Jane with Jim Carrey and Téa Leoni.
They're robbing all those banks and stuff.
Well, yes, and before they get there, they make him the spokesperson for a corrupt corporation the day before the announcement comes out about how corrupt they actually are, and he becomes the fall guy, and then it kind of goes from there. And this sort of reminded me of that. Like, hey, come here. We got to tell you something.
But the nefarious part of it, too, is this guy could be a crook. I mean, we tend to, in today's time, times change. Automatically, everybody's guilty until you can prove it's your innocent.
The story, the way that it started, and he said that like Shohei was just being the good guy, covering his debts.
The agent said that.
Was that the agent?
Yeah, wasn't Shohei said that. It was the agent said that.
Well, his people said that.
Yeah, because they got to come up with some sort of story.
Right.
There's video of Shohei.
I want a friend like that, by the way. That I could lose $4.5 million and just like, you know what? Here, I'll pay that for you.
Well, I mean, it's one of two things. It's like, how much money does Shohei Ohtani actually have, or $4.5 million doesn't even matter at all. I mean, that could obviously be the case too. I mean, how much money does Shohei Ohtani make in a year?
I don't know.
50, 60, 70 million?
He just signed that big one, right?
Well, what do you think he does in endorsements in Asia and Japan and frankly in America? I mean, what kind of cash is Shohei Ohtani bringing in? It's got to be staggering. I would guess Shohei Ohtani was making $100 million a year, one way or the other.
Isn't it funny that whoever breaks this story, somebody did, they wait till the season opener while they're in Korea.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Let's double whammy this thing.
Oh, yeah.
And baseball's going, really? Couldn't have done this 2 weeks ago, a month ago.
No,
we're going to do it on opening
Did the Dodgers
day.
have a real game and then they like went back to did they
played 2 games? They're playing 2 games in Korea.
Yeah, those are real games. They count.
But then they go back to preseason?
I don't think so.
All right.
They play spring training games after those games?
I could be wrong.
Well, I have no idea. I don't know. Nobody's following baseball. Where I heard Vic on the air the other day, like, why don't I care about baseball?
Well, Vic.
I don't know, man. I don't know, Vic. I think the obvious reasons are obvious reasons. Duquesne is up on BYU. That'd be an upset, Scotty. You picked that game,
Yeah, I
didn't
picked
you?
Duquesne.
All right. They got 4 minutes to go. They're up by a bucket. Halftime, the Zips are trailing the Blue Jays. Figure out the schools yourself. 39-34. Long Beach State, that's a 15 against a 2. There it is. All tied with 3 minutes to go in the first. That would be a hell of an upset. All right. So, and I hate Arizona. So the School of Arizona, not the state. So, go ahead and beat them. That's fine by me. And earlier, Michigan State beat Mississippi State 69-51. The Rams are taking on Texas. I think it's supposed to go around 4:50 or so. So we'll keep tabs of everything here. Mascot Battle Royale. We'll get to that. Also, we have the Nuggets playing the Knicks in a revenge game of all time. I think. I'm excited about tonight. Are you excited to
13.
Be back at a ball arena.
13, 12, 11.
The countdown's on.
9.
It's PhD on 92.5. Coming up after 1 o'clock, I was listening to the boys in the morning, and they asked a pretty cool question about what should you be excited about for the Broncos with the draft coming up, and I want to address that. We'll get into that after 1.
You gotta draft a quarterback.
Well, that's it for me, man. But we'll dig into it in just a little bit.
D-Mac just press a button, playing himself, and then he said,
No.
Are you sure?
That's PB over there.
Okay.
Hands up. Watch, I'll do it again. Go ahead, Dan. Go ahead.
Look at his face. Dumb little face.
Well done, Dan.
All right. You ready for the bat? Hey, Andy, what's up? The hell's Andy doing here?
He's recording stuff.
Okay. Does he want to say something? You want to say something, Andy? You want to give a tour? What's going on? He's walking away now. All right. Battle to the death mascot style to pick out winners. Now, I'm just going to skip over. Apparently, a Spartan will beat a Bulldog. We already know that because it already happened.
We watched the movie.
Yeah, I mean,
let's be honest.
That ain't nothing. A Spartan, that's not even much of a battle, right? Duquesne Dukes. So it's a Duke.
What's a Duke?
That's a good question.
They dress him up like a pirate. Well, Duke is like royalty.
Okay, so they definitely don't know how to fight, but they have people that fight for them.
Yeah.
Duquesne Duke. I'm trying to look at the mascot.
Duke on Google.
It's got to be some sort of warrior.
Scott is on point.
What is it?
A male holding the highest hereditary title in the British and certain other heritages. A really rich dude.
Okay, I'm going to go with the Cougar on that one then, because it sounds like you're just a spoiled brat.
I don't know. Some of your partners would argue that.
Well, it's 63-60 right now with 50 seconds to go. Oh, my God. We're coming to the wire. 63-60, 50 seconds to go. Dan, can we pot any of these games up? Can we actually hear any of these games? Or no, we can't do that? Well, all right. We should keep our eyeballs on that one, though. That'd be the first big upset of the tournament, though, an 11 beating a 6. So
rich people buy a lot of, expensive weapons and stuff.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're spoiled and you've just had a privileged life, how are you going to do when a cougar comes at you?
Dude, all I know is I grew up on the mean streets of Cherry Creek High School, okay? I had to grow up quick over there, and it turned myself into an 8-year NFL career.
Is like Bellevue the dividing line? Like if you're north or south, it's like 8 Mile.
Well,
Bellevue.
Hampton is the do not pass line.
Hamden? Oh, Hamden, not Bellevue?
No, Bellevue's like you can go north or south a little bit, but if you go north of Hampton,
you're in trouble.
You better say your prayers.
Okay.
This guy right here, when he would go with his dad to the Cherry Hills bar and see cougars in there, he'd run the other direction.
No.
Not anymore, Scott.
Akron Zips against Creighton. See, Tyler, you know, bro, do you want to go there or not?
What? No.
Go
where?
Go where?
Let's talk about the animals.
Okay. Creighton 50, Akron 42. It's the Zips against the Blue Jays. All right, I officially...
What the hell's a zip?
I have no idea what a zip is.
A zip.
What's a zip?
A Zippo?
Do not know. Zippo's a lighter.
Didn't we say that if it was a non-real thing...
So you automatically lose if it's a non-real thing?
Yeah, you automatically lose.
I'm just going to say...
I mean, that'd be seriously an unanimated true object would be the only thing a Blue Jay could beat.
Okay. Or a Jayhawk.
Oh,
it could be a Jayhawk.
Hold on. Zippy is the female mascot, and it looks to be a kangaroo.
Oh, hold on. Hold on. If it's a kangaroo, this changes things big time. You ever seen kangaroo fights now?
Yes.
You ever gone down that YouTube wormhole, Scott? Because if you haven't, you got to go down that. Those kangaroos are mean.
Yeah, but look at this mess.
What? Yeah, but still, I'm going to take a kangaroo over a Blue Jay.
Those kangaroos have got some kicks. Yeah, I'll take the kangaroo.
Have you ever seen a picture online of the kangaroo? It looks like he's on steroids.
Yes.
That he's like jacked up.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
So we're taking the Zips in this one.
Yep.
Zips over the Blue Jays.
All in on the kangaroo.
Well, there's 15:47 left to go in the game. We're watching it up here. We do have that game on.
So, but how did kangaroos get to Akron, Ohio?
That is a damn good question.
And now Blue Jays in Creighton? Okay, it's Nebraska.
Sure.
Right.
And that's a real bird.
Yeah, it's a real bird.
I had to check because of the Jayhawk thing.
I think Zip's just the name of their kangaroo mascot.
Long Beach State Dan, you were going to put the mascot. Their mascot is Beach?
I was just as surprised as you are.
Hold on.
So it's Ken?
Wait a second. The Long Beach State mascot is Beach.
Beaches. They're beaches.
Hold on. No.
I'm going with all them beaches up in Long Beach State. That's what I'm going with.
That can't be right.
It
can't be singular.
There's no way that can be right.
Long Beach State.
Their mascot is Beach.
Mascot. No, the mascot's name is Elby. It's a shark.
Oh, okay. So the mascot's a shark, not Beach.
Nope, not true. That's actually California State University at Long Beach.
Okay, Tyler. So you're saying Long Beach State. Now, I know the nickname for the baseball team is the Dirtbags, but that's not
Beach.
It's Beach.
It's a shark mascot, though. Yeah.
All right,
But
so
it's
what?
a beach.
I know it's a shark. It's a shark.
Are we going to go with a shark or Beach?
It's a shark. Like the costume is a shark.
And who are they fighting?
Wildcats.
Wildcat.
Well, again, that's just dumb. I mean, what if the Wildcat ends up in water?
Where do you play basketball inside? It's inside.
Do they not
on the
get
ground,
sweaty?
on dirt.
Do
You
they
don't
not
play-
get sweaty?
you don't
Like
play
it just
basketball in the
takes a
ocean.
drop of water for that
Listen,
shark.
If the wildcat gets into the water, the shark's going to eat him.
Yes.
If the shark gets off the land, he's dead before he even gets in the fight.
But what if it swims up just like 10 feet on the beach and it wiggles on back?
You know, the wildcat's going to carry. Hey, have you ever seen cats eat tuna? Ask D-Mac.
Thanks. I'm going to go with the Wildcats on this one, too. Granted, if you throw the wild card in the ocean, but technically the mascot is Beach.
Yeah, and you know what? You know what the cat would do on a beach? Can you
Peeing on it.
Can you imagine having a sandbox the size of a beach? Yeah.
Shark beats a cat.
Yeah, but only in a very specific circumstance. And
You come within 10 feet of that water, and that cat's dead.
I'm going to go with Wildcat over Beach. Seahawks, Wagner against a Tar Heel. Again,
a Tar Heel is not a thing.
What
That's
is a Tar Heel?
A Tar Heel is a group of human beings that are from North Carolina. They call themselves the Tar Heels.
So it's people.
Yes.
All right, so what's their...
people versus?
Okay, so people. What's the other one?
Seahawks. Wagner.
People versus a Seahawk. Ooh,
people.
Hold on, one person versus 100 Seahawks.
Well, but we said it's just one-on-one. We said one-on-one. We said one-on-one.
Sometimes it's like a group thing.
I get it, but here we're just going to go.
All right, I'm taking a person.
So a Tar Heel is just somebody from North Carolina?
Yeah.
Again, that's a set of circumstances because how dumb are those people from North Carolina?
A Tar Heel was to imply that they worked in a lowly trade during the Civil War. They were a Tar Heel.
So they weren't.
Now their mascot's a big ram. If we're doing, they're doing the
Why is it a ram?
Stuffed animal thing.
It is a ram.
Let me see that
I know
for
exactly
a second.
what it looks like.
I'm going to take North Carolina on that one for so many reasons.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. All right, well, there you go.
Stupid little bird.
We'll have another battle coming up
Bird
here in
thinks
about
he
an
can kill
hour.
a person.
Any of these games, we should actually, looks like Duquesne's going to pull up the upset. They're up by 5 with 18 seconds left. Of course, we have
an update from DIA. Somebody's
I'm
at
sorry,
DIA, and the Long Beach water polo team is there. And the T-shirt says beach in bright yellow. Beach. How can you have a singular? Like, it bothers me that it's singular.
Beach.
Beach.
Boy, this is right out of the... Have you guys seen the Barbie movie?
Yes.
Yeah.
That was Ken. What do you do? Beach. That's what he says.
I do beach.
I do beach.
He probably went to Long Beach State.
Ken does beach. What do you do? A beach. Okay. Well, we're hanging on with a bated breath to see if Duquesne's going to pull out this crazy upset.
A beach or an orange man?
No, listen. We have the worst mascot of all time. You're not going to catch me defending Syracuse's
What'd you say
mascot.
it was originally? It was something worse.
Well, it was the Saltine Warrior back in the day.
Saltine Warrior.
No, that guy was kind of cool, but the colors were like
He was kind of cool.
the colors.
What
of
did the
school-
Saltine Warrior look like?
He was a badass. He had like a skirt on and a big sword.
Oh, that makes it badass.
It's PhD on 92.5.
I see you, Mel.
Hey, it's C-Mac for Old Chicago. Founded in Boulder in 1976, it's an incredible Colorado success story with their legendary good pizzas and their incredible innovations. Right now, the latest and greatest is Chicken Bacon Ranch Pizza. I've never had anything like this. It's so, so delicious. A flavor explosion with ranch as the sauce. And if you're not feeling that, although you may want to feel it, Old Chicago's menu has something delicious for everyone. Salads, calzones, burgers, entrees like their fish and chips. Everything is amazing at OC. And you put that delicious Old Chicago meal with some liquid gold. I want you to explore all of the over 100 local and legendary beers at Old Chicago. I'll tell you what, great thing to watch bunch of college hoops. It's Old Chicago, whether it's at your neighborhood Old Chicago, where you can just go to oldchicago.com for your nearest location, or you can get it to takeout, delivery, whatever you want. Get the Old Chicago app and get $5 off your first order. Chicken Bacon Ranch Pizza. Put it on the list. Find out your local Old Chicago at oldchicago.com.
Black and yellow, Russell Wilson.
Man, Russ has got some guns, huh?
Hey, he looks good.
Hey, man, he looks good. You make sure he puts his Scotty. You like that? You like Russell Wilson working out and seeing no need for sleeves. Why have sleeves if you got guns like that? You know what I'm saying?
Sun's out, guns out, man. It's a rule.
Dominating that Pittsburgh scenery here pretty soon.
Oh, that's right.
It looks pretty San Diego-esque so far.
Well, but he'll get there. I mean, he's looking like a badass too. He's all,
He's got the glasses on. He got it all.
He's going into that. He's leaning into that Steeler vibe.
I mean, it's literally deja vu of the videos he's putting out right after he signed with the Broncos.
Whatever. But we can't be obsessed with Russ, so let's just move on, right? He's just looking good.
But you have to also remember, we all loved that until training camp started.
D-Mac, I've learned this in therapy. You don't want to avoid the things that are deep in your heart. You have to address the things that are deep in your heart. And if Russell Wilson is stuck deep in your heart, you have to discuss these issues.
I just see the videos and I think about, that's a good thing he's doing that, because how could you get by on just $39 million if you just aren't promoting your brand, whatever that might be.
Mm-hmm.
But right now, his brand appears to be Suns Out, Guns Out, because he majors in beach.
Beach.
Let me go through a couple quick things for you, and I want to get to what the morning show was throwing out there that I thought was kind of interesting. This kickoff change, this is going to be voted on next week by the NFL.
Talk about a convoluted rule.
Do you understand it?
In principle.
Okay. So you kick off from and I might get some facts wrong here.
So hold on just really quick before you go into it. So the rules from last year that changed, where you could fair catch it anywhere on the field. You get the ball at the 25-yard line.
Yeah.
What some people might not understand, that was a 1-year rule.
Yeah.
So if they don't change anything, the rules will actually revert this season to the way it used to be, meaning you'll only get the ball at the spot where if you fair catch. Now, in all likelihood, they'll either continue that rule or they'll change it entirely. But as it stands today, that is scheduled to revert.
And the new rules in the story said these will be a 1-year rule too.
That is correct too. You guys are both right about both those things. Listen, they got away from the fair catch thing because they just had the kickers kick the ball through the end zone. But now if you do that, the ball come out to the 35-yard line because they want returns.
35 or 40? Was it
35. You can still fair catch it, but if you fair catch it, it goes to the 20. So you could still do that if you wanted to, but they're trying to offer incentives. So you'd be kicking it off from your own 25 or 30. I'm not sure what yard line. However, there would be a kickoff zone at the other 40 to 35-yard line where the teams would line up in that zone about 5 yards away from each other, and you can't move until the dude touches the ball.
Or the ball hits the ground.
So is this not
it's
exactly...
Like a free throw. The kickoff is now a free throw.
Is this not exactly what the XFL was doing?
It's exactly what the XFL was doing. Okay. Yeah, it's exactly that. And you have to declare when you want to do an onside kick, so there's no more surprise onside kicks.
Well, that part kind of sucks.
Of course it does. The whole thing sucks.
But I will tell you, I don't know if you got a chance to watch it. Not that I was watching a ton of XFL games, but I did watch the kickoffs. I watched a highlight reel of it, and it did work. It worked for the XFL. There were a ton of exciting plays that happened off the kickoff based off the change of the rules. It looks super duper weird. And I guess for me, I'm more into the ceremonial aspect of it, which I understand drives you nuts. But that doesn't look anything like the ceremony that I'm used to.
Right.
So if we're just going to change it entirely, I guess you could push the button for me to say just get rid of it. But I will say the rules worked for the XFL. It made it safer and it made it more exciting.
And you did get a kick.
So if you kick it and it hits the ground and rolls in the end zone, then?
That's a good question.
Yeah, I don't know.
Is that back to the 20?
I would say that goes to the 35-yard line.
Probably.
I'd say that probably goes to the 35-yard line. Now,
but that's not fair. You kicked it into the zone that they wanted you to kick it into. It should be a 20.
I got you,
like
but
a fair catch.
You're rolling the risk that you could recover the ball too at like the 2-yard line or whatever from the kicking team, right? I mean, that still sort of applies, I guess. I don't know, man. What they're doing is just doing a punt without doing a punt. So in my mind, just do a punt. Make it 4th and 15, just always, and most teams would punt or you can just have a football play.
Well, I love
but we want the ceremony of the kick.
I love the 35-yard line part of it because it absolutely does incentivize to not kick the ball into the end zone.
It does.
We do want action out of it. The play does work, and I'm actually open to it. It looks super weird. I'll tell you that. Like the first 5 times you watch it, you'll be like, what the heck are you watching? It looks like it's in slow motion almost. But the rules did work for the XFL.
Scotty, do you care about this one?
No.
There you go.
I mean, I was trying to think about this. You're still going to need kicker because there's still going to be long field goals. But now, I mean, and remember college football, NFL experiment where they just had a big lineman kick it, right? Just have a big lineman kick. So now you had an extra body running down there. So the kickers, could you not find a guy who's a linebacker that could kick it to the 15 or 10 every time?
I'll tell you what would make it all more exciting.
And now you got more bodies.
And you can drop kick in the NFL. You should just make it everything has to get rid of the kickers and have the punters drop kick everything.
Fine by me. The less kicking, the better in football. And I get it. It's football.
Brandon McManus hates you.
I don't care. Talk about things I don't care about. And that probably is true. The other rule they're going to consider is the hip drop tackle ban. And I did see the NFLPA, Tyler, you put that out there. They're really against this.
Oh, yeah.
They don't, which is interesting because it's designed for the health of players, but the players' union is saying, hey, this is ridiculous. Don't do this. I'm a little torn on this one because on some hands, I do understand, like, well, how else am I supposed to tackle a dude?
Especially if I come from behind and grab him.
What else? But then I have seen examples where, yeah, man, you made a choice to do that. You could have done something different.
Man, that's so easy to say, though, in hindsight. And I would love to go over a video of 15 of the hip drops and really go through that with you and hear the logic of the choice that you had in the situation. Because you don't think like that on a football field. Like you get the dude down. And it's just instinct. Like when you tackle a dude from behind, you don't have the leverage. You pull and you turn and you end up dropping a guy on a hip. And I am with the NFLPA on this thing. The PA put out a statement that said the players oppose any attempt by the NFL to implement a rule prohibiting a swivel hip drop tackle. While the NFLPA remains committed to improvements to our game with health and safety in mind, we cannot support a rule change that causes confusion for us players, for coaches, for officials, and especially for our fans. And that's what it comes down to for me. At some point, you cannot legislate away instinct out of the game of the NFL.
I'm fine with it. If the union feels that strongly.
I'm going to grab you from behind. How do I bring you down? I got to run with you, let you gain 4 or 5 more yards.
Let him drag you.
And then hop on the back.
I get it. It's hard. It's like porn. It's hard to describe unless I point it at and say, well, check that out. We'll do that later during the commercial break back in the room. They got the TVs
I hear that joke all the time, but I just don't get it.
I know you don't. Like, just, keep being you, though.
No, but I just feel like you know what that is.
It's some things you just know what they are when you see them. It's hard to describe, man. Like I've seen some examples. I'm like, I really do think there was another way to do that. But I see other examples and I'm like, well, how else are you supposed to tackle the guy? But if the NFLPA feels that strongly about it, I just don't think it'll pass.
Yeah.
It doesn't have any of the player support, I guess.
I mean, hey, the PA's main job is to protect their players. That's the biggest job that they have, is to allow us to live the rest of our life with our wits, with our brain, with all of that.
So why does the league care about it if the players don't care about it?
I know why the league cares.
Why does the league care?
Because you are knocking $30 million out, a player worth $30 million a year out, and that's their product. That's their moneymaker.
But I don't remember if it was the article that you sent or was the wormhole I went in and was reading more about it. The number of injuries on that really isn't like outlandish.
The number is low. Yeah. But the severity is
when
high.
it happens.
Yeah.
Well,
the issue they were talking about on the morning show that got my attention is they were saying, is there anything that would happen in the draft that would make you excited or feel exciting if it happened? And they were discounting it was Jeff Legwell. And Jeff actually recognizes that he is raining on some parades out there about the quality of quarterbacks, that sort of thing. But when I was listening to the fellas in the morning, and I respect what they're saying, if the Broncos, I do.
Really?
When the Broncos, if they drafted a quarterback, how would that not be exciting?
Of course it would be.
If they drafted a quarterback.
You don't even have to think he's going to be good, but you'd be excited to watch it. You'd be excited to see if it works. It would be a compelling reason for you to go to training camp.
What's the highest drafted quarterback in Denver Broncos history? And Elway was technically a trade. Was it Cutler? Like
I'm guessing.
He was 10,
that's a
right?
guess.
If Cutler was at 10, yeah. So this would be the second high. They haven't drafted a quarterback this high since Jay Cutler, and that's not exciting.
Matter of fact, isn't Cutler isn't there some weird stat about he's the only first-round quarterback the Broncos have ever drafted?
No, they've drafted guys in the 20s like Tebow, Maddox.
Oh, that's
and,
right.
You know,
That's right.
And maybe top 10 quarterback.
Okay.
Top 10.
Paxton
Lynch, he's in the 20s too. Cutler, I think, is the highest. See, the weird thing about that is Elway was a trade, but he was kind of a draft.
Elway counts as a draft pick to me.
You think so?
Yeah, absolutely.
You would count that?
Absolutely. The only thing that's different is you made the trade 2 seconds later than rather 2 seconds before.
Or it was probably agreed on before. And then,
yeah.
See, I would tend to agree with you on that, but that's one of those weird semantics things that gets brought up. So I'll count it, though, because they knew they were going to get him. There's a way to get him through the draft and then a trade. Cutler, and then 12 would be Bo Nix. So this would be the third highest drafted or acquired quarterback in the history of your organization. That's not exciting?
Yeah, it is. But I think maybe the separation that they're talking about without admitting it is a belief in it. And to me, that's an entirely different conversation. I don't love Bo Nix at number 12, but I'd be excited to see what happens.
I don't know if I'll have any excitement on this draft, quarterback or non-quarterback.
You wouldn't be curious about a quarterback drafted at 12. That wouldn't sort of get you like, how's this going to go? I want to see training camp a little bit. I want to see how this works out.
No, once I get there and I become, let's see if there's any salvation in this season at all. And when we go and watch training camp and see, is there something maybe that he didn't do or I didn't see? I went back just the other day and watched the Bo Nix highlight film, and I always remind people when you get online and do that, it's called highlights.
I get it.
For a reason. And
he's got a lot of them, though.
Dude, they were fat. Well, dude, what was 45 touchdowns last year?
45-3.
Yeah.
I thought Colorado held him in check.
I mean, just that alone. Well, when do you have 7 against Colorado?
They lost by
1 or 2.
50 to Oregon or whatever it was.
It was 1 or 2.
It was one of the games that Dion admitted they got their asses kicked.
Yeah.
So somebody on the text line says it would be compelling, intriguing, and interesting, but not exciting.
Well, my man, it can't be all those three.
I would love to hear what the hell is the difference between compelling, intriguing, and interesting, but not exciting.
Compelling is it's just showing some interest, and you won't, you can investigate. Excitement is like Russ. Russ was.
He was excited.
Well, that's a belief,
but there was no compel. Was it compel?
Yes, it was everything.
Of course
Come
it was.
on, it was unreal. We were on the edge of our seat with everything with Russ.
Oh, it was compelling.
I think it turned compelling.
No,
his journey here was compelling.
It was all good.
I think it was all those.
It was all. Listen, hey, Paxton Lynch, and we can crap all over him now, obviously, but don't tell me that wasn't exciting when Paxton Lynch showed up to OTAs. I was there. I was there watching it. It was pretty exciting to me.
That one didn't last long, though.
Okay, fine, but still, don't tell me it wasn't all those type of things.
It was compelling, interesting.
And didn't you want to see him play? Didn't you want to see?
Nope. It didn't take me long. It didn't take me long at all.
Wait a second. At what point during training camp
when I was watching Paxton Lynch run his own practice on the second field because Gary Kubiak couldn't figure out a way to get him actually involved with his own starters because that's how bad it was. You had the starting unit going on one field and Paxton's on the other, and he's pulling the Tebow. He's literally running during 7-on-7. I looked at that. It took me about 2 weeks of watching it to realize I've got no intrigue about seeing him on the field in a game.
I'm looking at the text line. Everybody forgets his career at Auburn. He was horrible for years. Hey, texter, how is Joe Burrow at Ohio State?
Yeah.
Who cares what happened in the past?
Daniels.
Yeah, how was ASU's freshman year with Jane Daniels? It was actually pretty good. I watched it.
Troy Aikman.
Troy Aikman, Oklahoma State. How'd that go? Oklahoma. Wow. See?
Learning something new every day. I didn't realize he was a transfer.
He was a transfer, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's silly. There's huge development between 18 and 22, and Bo Nix is 24 and married.
He is married?
Yeah. Well, that's a mistake, but I mean,
Oh, wow. But do we want to go on that, D-Mac? We want to go into that?
Listen, man, you can't get married before you're a pro athlete. You guys, come on. I mean, just you want to be a pro athlete for a little bit, don't you?
Do you though, D-Mac?
Do you? Well, I wouldn't be the one to ask. As somebody who got together with his wife when he was 19 and she was 18, and but hey, you guys were pro athletes. It must have been kind of cool. I mean, you realize all of us muggles, us non, it's us. We all sort of, that's really the real reason.
You could have been 21 also. You could have been 22.
Yeah, I know, but the access to
what?
Must have been all right.
There's an app for that.
All right, Adam, a Mustard Tiger. You were suspiciously quiet there, Scotty.
I was married when I got in the pros.
As was I.
Should I just stop talking right now? Would that be appropriate?
Well, yeah, no. I mean,
Okay,
you should,
all right,
I mean,
just
if you
shut
want
up.
to talk about your unhappiness.
Okay, that's fine. Adam Mustard Tiger was at Dion's presser. He's also got insight to the CU win last night and the Lady Buffs, because it might be more exciting with the women's side as it was last year than this year. Adam's got it all for you coming up next.
Hey, this is Tyler here for my friends over at Phil Long Ford. Guys, every single car that I bought since my rookie year has been from Phil Long Ford in Denver. And I keep going back because I always have a great experience. I know that car shopping can feel a bit cumbersome at times, but not at Phil Long Ford, because they've got the largest inventory in the state of Colorado. Whether you're looking for a used vehicle or a new vehicle, they've got the largest selection and they've got the best deals. And you can check out all those deals online at phillongdenver.com. They've got incredible inventory arriving daily. They've got cars and trucks on the lot for you to choose from, or you can always go online and get exactly what you want. And check out their incredible line of electric cars, pickups, and vans with the latest technology. They've got the largest selection. They've got the best deals. They're going to get you in. They're going to get you out. And once you buy a car from Phil Long Ford, you will be a customer for life, because you will realize that it is an experience that is different than other car dealers in Colorado. Go check them out online at phillongdenver.com and let them know that Tyler sent you on over.
Did you expect too much of them last year?
No, I didn't. I knew my team. I knew them. I knew what we had. I knew what we didn't have. I think truly we could have put them in better situations to be successful. I think everybody, including the staff, we're built for the noise. Mm-hmm. What I mean by the noise, everybody's not built for the moment. Mm-hmm. You got to understand that. And shoot, we took the moment to the greatest heights. It was like, shoot, and we plan on doing that again. But everybody's not built for that stage. That stage comes with tremendous responsibility.
BuffStampede.com, Adam Munster Tiger. Sorry, Adam, I want to get your name right, is joining us. And so, Adam, what is your schedule like here? You were with Dion. Are you going out to Indy, I assume? Or are you with the women or the men? What's going on there for you?
Yeah, no, it's been a pretty crazy stretch. I was out in Las Vegas covering the Pac-12 men's basketball tournament, but this week it's become such a big deal with Coach Prime in Colorado football that I got to prioritize, and so I decided to stick around. And yesterday we had Spring Ball Media Day at Colorado. We got a chance to talk to both of the new coordinators, Shedeur Sanders, Jordan Seaton, their 5-star offensive tackle, and so I couldn't miss out on that. Coach Prime was on his game again yesterday, so I think I made the right choice. But it was fun watching Tad Boyle's squad secure their 25th win. That's the most wins in a 121-year history of Colorado men's basketball.
Amazing.
So it's been quite a turnaround this group has had.
Man, there's so many angles, questions, basketball, men, women, and women in particular. There's so many awesome things to talk about, but you're right. It's freaking Deion Sanders, and that's what's compelling to me right now. Listening to him talk about not going into recruits' homes, which I don't know what your thoughts on that were. And I'd love for you to give me a little bit further background on the question itself. Apparently he's been getting knocked on for not visiting recruits in their living rooms with their parents. And his rebuttal was, they want to see my pad. I don't want to see theirs. What were your thoughts on that? And just give me the background story of it all.
Yeah, there was a story from the USA Today, and they pointed out the fact that Colorado is just not, putting Deion Sanders out there on the road to recruit. And anything with Coach Prime and the Buffs right now is going to be national news. USA Today, I think, is kind of taking the other angle of where can we kind of exploit things that we want to be negative about, because they mentioned some minor recruiting violations, which, in 21 years covering Colorado football recruiting, there's minor recruiting violations every year. And there are pretty much for every FBS program. It's things like Coach Prime posed in a football setting where he wasn't supposed to. And so that's a minor violation. It's not really big things. It's not, financial stuff that's not happening outside of NIL stuff that's all legal now. So it's kind of crazy to see how these things grow legs and become a bigger story than probably they need to be. And the reason I say that is that Colorado has the best overall class when you factor in transfers and prep prospects in the 2024 class among future Big 12 programs. So what they're doing as a recruiting staff, what Coach Prime is doing from a recruiting standpoint, is working for them. And you're going to see another influx of talent. You've seen it this spring. You're going to see it again this summer. And so it's a level of talent that we just haven't seen in Boulder since really probably Rick Neuheisel era. Maybe you could talk about 2001 with Gary Barnett, but it's been a long time since Colorado's had this type of talent. So it is working for them. What's tough is that, and this is something that Coach Prime pointed out as he was talking about this subject, is that if he goes to IMG Academy and then heads back to Colorado because he's trying to target a player or two there, he's got so many ties all over the place. He's going to upset a lot of folks. Why didn't you come up 10 minutes up the road to see me? And why didn't you come see my recruit? And you're going to start to burn bridges actually more by Coach Prime going on the road recruiting than you would if he just tries to get guys on campus. And so it's unconventional, but this is an unconventional situation at Colorado. And it's been working for them. I mentioned their recruiting success and the fact that, all those eyeballs, the ratings that were on Colorado, the merchandising sales, it's pretty much across the board. And so it's going to look a little bit differently. Coach Prime was on Jimmy Fallon last week. That's getting into homes of recruits that, a typical head coach at the FBS level doesn't have. And so he's got exposure in a little bit different ways. The other last thing I would say there, guys, is that you kind of vet out people that are looking for a photo opportunity with Coach Prime or just to hang out with the best defensive back ever. When you say you got to come on our campus and for an unofficial visit, that means the recruits have to pay their way out. For an official visit, they're kind of loosening up the rules a little bit to allow these guys to take more official visits, but it's still you got to get on an airplane. You got to go through that process. So you're showing a little bit more interest in Colorado by making that move. And so, again, you're kind of weeding out some people that maybe are more interested in Coach Prime as opposed to wanting to join Coach Prime's Colorado football program. A
couple things. Thought first. One, it's amazing now we have ratings and grades for quitters of other teams coming to different teams. Wow. That's kind of cool. The quitter rating scale is kind of amazing. Are the media that cover this program right now and this coach right now, are they under a spell? Are they under the Prime spell?
Well, there's a persona that he puts out in these press conferences, and you kind of see, I get that there's a lot that is put out there from a media standpoint that maybe doesn't seem genuine, but watching him operate this program, there is Deion Sanders doesn't have to coach college football right now. And yes, he does have his sons there, but he's not planning to quit coaching college football after this past year. So there's a pure passion within that man in terms of reaching young people. And there's a reason that he says he never wants to coach in the NFL. He doesn't want to deal with millionaires and kind of their egos. He wants to make an impact in people's lives. And so that part of it makes you appreciate a little bit more. And I've covered a lot of coaches that say all the right things in press conferences, and you hear about what's going on behind the scenes. It's not all that great. And so my vetting process, personally, I can't speak for other media members, is that it's been pretty, at times, cutthroat at Colorado, but really what this program needed. I've covered this program for 21 years, and I've only covered a couple bowl games. Something needed to change, and there was a seismic shift last year. The 4-8 record was certainly not what that program wanted in terms of a springboard into 2024 with Shedeur Sanders as a senior and Travis Hunter in his last year of college eligibility. But again, the pieces are there talent-wise for them to go on a pretty special run. The Big 12 is going to be a parity type of conference where you're going to have a lot of close games, but again, just seeing it from before to what we have now, if you're a Colorado football fan, that's where I think a little bit of that comes in.
All right, we a little tight on time here, so quickly, how many games did Cody Williams get benched in before yesterday?
That was wild.
This season.
Well, he came back from an ankle injury, and the team had won 8 games in a row. So what they wanted to do was not mess with the chemistry of that starting lineup and bring him off the bench. He does not look physically great right now,
No.
and and so you hope that.
All right, hold on. Let me be clear then. So he was being protected, wasn't benched for poor play yesterday?
He was hurt with an ankle injury. He's
hurt
before that.
Okay, yeah. All right. Because we were all just like, what's going on? So you're saying he's hurt, and that's really why. That's the reason.
Well, he was hurt, and then they went on a great run, winning streak-wise, without him, and so they didn't want to mess with the chemistry of the starting lineup. And he's still not at 100% at this point, so he's more of a rotational piece at this point, and we'll see how he plays tomorrow against Florida.
All right, Adam, we appreciate it. Thank you so much. We appreciate the coverage, and you buy that?
Yeah,
okay.
I do. I think it's very hard to explain a top 5 NBA draft pick playing 11 minutes in an NCAA tournament game.
It certainly makes a hell of a lot more sense if he's hurt and it's just he's not feeling it, that sort of thing.
Right.
Now,
I did not think he looked good in 11 minutes he played.
Well, and to Scott's point, two things can always be true.
Yeah.
He's hurt, and he's also not looking very good right now. So, if you're not playing great basketball while you're banged up, those things happen.
No dumb questions. Let's go, Dan.
Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC present
Dum, 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 dum.
No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions. With thanks to Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room. Visit oldchicago.com for a location near you.
I just got a text. Your recent guest, Adam, is delusional about Dion. He's talking about your question about being under a spell. I don't know, man.
I was going to ask that question anyway
before
the 5-minute diatribe. That was going to be my question anyway.
That was, he gave Mike Kliss a run for his money on the extended sentence there.
Boy, I don't even have to be a jerk. I love
this. Adam's great.
But there is a spell up there.
Oh, yeah.
There is.
There is a spell up there. No dumb question. I was going to ask you guys this here again. I forgot. What side of the pinnacle are we on the Dion hype train?
I'm pretty close to the subject matter, right?
Yep, you are. Probably a little too close.
Maybe not. But I think what the advantage of being so close is I know how bad it was. And that's something the outsiders are not, they can't tangibly feel.
But it's not the question.
To answer your question, I'm still on the upswing. That's where I am. I still got hope.
People use that, and we heard Adam use that as an excuse to sort of excuse other things, though. And as an outsider, just looking at it objectively, and maybe Scott is kind of the same, we're kind of sitting here like, okay. I think we're probably, me and Scott are probably on the other side, not the upside.
And that's fine. But would you rather be where Colorado is right now or where they were 3 years ago?
Well, there you go. You just did it again. Yeah.
But it's
obviously right now.
Exactly.
Right now.
It's like having a chocolate shake with whipped cream. And you love whipped cream, and the whipped cream's great, but eventually I want to get that chocolate ice cream and that shake somewhere, right? I can't have 3/4 of the cup whipped cream, and it feels to me right now I got a chocolate shake with 3/4 whipped cream. I just want to know where the ice cream is. Where let's go.
I think it's all about where you come from and your perspective. So, well, Scott went to Arkansas, okay? They've had some pretty good teams in all sports over the years. And you can make fun of Syracuse all you want, but they've gotten to bowl games in football more or less year after year after year. Never mind the NCAA tournament. To not be in the tournament is a big deal because usually they're there. When I heard about Nebraska, never had won an NCAA tournament game before, I'm like, huh? What? Mm-hmm. Really? I don't even know how to put that in perspective. So when I look at CU football, I don't think about, wow, well, we just suck so much that anything is positive.
But why not? Because isn't that the reality? Isn't that the reality of like you were here and now we're here? And yeah, we still want to be up higher and we want this thing to materialize, but you can't deny the recruits. You can't deny the talent that is coming into that building.
You're right. But again, to me, this is just for me. I agree with you because I've been covering CU forever, and it has been a bad program, and it was burnt down by Hawkins, and they have struggled since that time.
Yeah.
Right? They have struggled from the football side of it since that time. I get that and understand that. And the hype Dion brought in, listen, I was one of the first guys in town that said, why don't you try to go get Deion Sanders? I got into the Jacksonville State documentary 3 years ago and thought it was fantastic. I brought it to you before the Deion's name even came up. So I'm all in. But now I'm like, probably, you know what? I'm probably where you guys are with Russ as far as all the hype videos and everything. I'm like kind of done with it now, man. I want to see some substance now.
I'm at the roll my eyes stage, so I'm not rooting against it. I'm rooting for it, but I've crossed that line to the roll your eyes stage at most of the stuff that goes on.
If my expectations were Deion Sanders was actually going to be competing for a college football playoff berth this year, I'd be rolling my eyes. But that's not my expectation.
Well, you only have to be one of the top 12 teams in the country to do that now.
Okay, if my expectations were Colorado football could be one of the top 12 teams in the country, let me say that a different way. Okay. I'd be rolling my eyes.
All right.
He said that's what their goal is.
That's fine. That's fine. But right now, I just want to be a good football team again.
What do you have to do? Don't you have to get to a bowl game and win 6 games to at least be a good?
Of course. I mean, that's
a pretty
low,
right? right? I mean, it's...
Hey, they're talking about doing away with the Big 12 as far as the Power Conference.
Oh, are they really?
Well, I just read that they're going to call it the Power 2, Big 10 and SEC.
And then
we're well on our way. Well on our way.
And then you get 20 teams in both, and those are the top 40 teams in the country, and that's good enough. I mean, why do you only have 32 teams in the NFL? Why do you need more than 40 teams in college football to compete for a championship?
Hey, one more subject before we're done here. No dumb question from Creaky on Twitch. Does this season feel the same for the Nuggets and Avs as it did for the championship runs for both?
To me, it does.
Why?
Because
I mean, just break it down.
Because the Avalanche just won 4 games on the road, and they during the championship run were killers on the road, and they won a lot of close games, and that has been happening recently. And they have great players, and the chemistry feels like there's something special going on. So, and there's no duds on the team like Ryan Johansson anymore. And you've got some excitement with Middlestat and Sean Walker that I felt with Kadri. And that did not exist last year. And when Val was gone, it really, really went away.
Well, and Katie, that was with Demps today, brought up a great point. It'd be interesting to go and look and see, because this, in fact, that was one of my no dumb questions.
Kim, you mean?
Or Kim.
Kim,
yeah.
yes. All right, close.
That's a Katie, didn't
you
it?
You did.
In your head.
Is it Kadri or is it the or not Kadri? Is it the Chushkin or is it the trade that has been the big spark, or is it a combination?
That's
a good
what
question.
I was going to say. For the Avalanche in particular, the Nuggets have just been so good from day one of the season. But for the Avalanche in particular, the similarities are all over the place. I mean, now granted, the trades that they made during the championship season, they didn't feel as sexy as the trades the Avalanche made now. But the gel and the chemistry and the difference that it had after those trades, you can't deny the optimism that this team feels right now.
They have an attitude now that's legit.
Let me tell you, I feel better about the Nuggets right now than I did at this time last year because of their previous experience and the way they are, I call it the death zone, but clutch defense minutes in the last 5 minutes. I think they're better this year, and I get it, the bench, oh my gosh, the bench. Listen, man, they're all going to play 42 or so minutes, and they do have the best starting 5. So they finish games the best, they can win on the road, and they've got the best starting 5 in the NBA. You got to stay healthy. But, Scotty, do you feel better or worse about the Nuggets?
Well, I didn't feel bad last year.
Well, not bad, but degree of confidence.
Yeah, it's about the same. Yeah. Here's what said to me the other day, I read or something. They're 12-2 since the All-Star break, and you realize the 2 losses were basically because of last-second shots.
Yeah.
Right.
Last-second shots.
Exactly.
You know?
This will take 2 seconds. Just one more real quick one. No dumb question. I've watched the 2 worst college basketball games of the season, and I think I have all the answers. Who am I?
It's T-Mac right here on PhD. Mess. Let's get some games of interest. Congratulations to Duquesne. The Dukes beat a Cougar.
I picked that one because I felt like BYU is really stumbling down the blocks.
Well, I guess you were right. 71-67, your first upset. Although, what's the difference between an 11 and a 6 anyway? I mean, is it really that big of a deal?
Well, it should be.
Well, it wasn't today. Michigan State beat Mississippi State 69-51. We got Arizona over Long Beach State 70-53, so that's a snoozer. North Carolina up 12 on Wagner at halftime. They probably win by 40. And Morehead State's got a 4-point lead over Illinois. So let's get to our mascot battle to the death.
Before you go on that, I heard this saying last night on late night radio, and we were talking about why we have all these conferences to get the at-large bids and all this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
They said basically since they started doing that, there's been more blowouts by 40 and 50 points than ever before in the NCAA tournament.
For all the upsets.
I didn't even know they could score 50 points, T-Mac.
Well, I don't know. I didn't know you were allowed to score more than 50 points. But, yeah, man, I mean, for as much hype as the first round gets, the degree of blowouts far outweighs close games or upsets.
But then Purdue loses to a 16 seed every year.
But you know what? Let's not be a negative Nancy and an angry elf. Let's not rain on everybody's parade. Let's talk about mascots battling each other to the death and who would win.
I love it.
Morehead State Eagles, most famous basketball player from Morehead is...
Morehead State?
Morehead State. Come on now.
I don't know.
Oh, you should. If you're a Denver Nuggets fan, you should.
Denver Nuggets?
I used to practice at Morehead.
Oh, Dan wants to show off. Should we let Dan show off?
Oh. I looked it up.
Tyler's looking it up. He's cheating.
I just said...
He's cheating.
Before you even said
He's
that,
cheating.
I said I looked it up. You can't call me out for cheating when I admitted that I'm cheating.
All right, I got one. Go ahead and cheat, and then I'll stump you. Watch, Dan, and see. I'll still make you smart, Dan, if you can figure this out. Go ahead, Morehead State. Who is it?
Kenneth Fareed.
Correct, the Manimal. Who did in his final year? Where did Kenneth Fareed play a game, and who did his team beat?
Not a clue.
In the NCAA?
In the NCAA tournament.
In Denver.
Correct.
It was in Denver. And
Who did they beat?
I was at that game, too. Gosh.
Who did they beat? I wouldn't bring it up if it didn't have a twist to it. I'll give you a hint. Morehead State is in Kentucky.
Oh, Kentucky.
It is not Kentucky.
Western Kentucky.
Louisville.
Oh, Louisville.
They beat Rick Pitino in Louisville at Ball Arena.
Ball Arena. I remember that game.
It was a moment of looking at Kenneth Fareed and being like, wow, that guy would look cool on the Nuggets.
Was that also the same year that our guy was coaching the Air Force and they also had a nice win?
Oh, man, I'm not sure about that. I don't know. But I was at those games, too, at Ball Arena. And I heard the morning show talking about, listen, going to these first-round games. I agree. I've never been to a Final Four. And Moj was talking about he's been to a bunch of them, and they're kind of boring and the whole thing because the arenas are too big and all that. I will agree with you on this. It is really super cool going to Ball or any arena, small arena-ish, for this first-round stuff.
Yeah, it's funny you say that because that's the one area that I actually disagree. And I haven't been to a ton, but I went to the games when they were in Denver, and I just thought it was a weird environment. It was just like it wasn't full. I thought it was going to be maxed out, sold out. And the energy was just weird. It's kind of like a Super Bowl vibe. Like nobody's got a real vested interest in these teams.
Wow, I've been to a bunch of first round games, and I get it. It's not filled.
I've been to four games, so 2 days with 2 games each.
That is actually my favorite part of the NCAA tournament.
I went to the NCAA tournaments when they were in McNichols.
Yeah,
and also when they were in Ball Arena, and I thought the crowds were great. And was a kick.
So is the Manimal the mascot? Is he the actual mascot?
No, he is not. That's a good question. Tyler getting us back to the topic. It's the Eagles against the Fighting Illini.
Well, what the hell is an Illini?
What's an Illini?
That's a group of people. It's another group of people, right?
I guess I'm going to go with people over an eagle.
Oh, wow. Hold on.
They're just people
One-on-one. I'm taking an eagle.
Well, what are
those claws? I mean, all it takes is one slash in the throat, flies away.
What is the mascot holding in his hands, Dan, for the Illini?
Good question.
Because does he have a weapon or not in his hands?
Fighting Illini.
They are the Fighting Illini, too. So if they are just people from Illinois, they're fighting.
I'm surprised it hasn't been canceled yet. But
should you not even say it?
No, it's a Native American.
Does he have anything in his hands
other than a headdress? No.
Okay. We'll move on.
I'll take the people.
I'll take the people.
I changed my mind now.
Oregon Ducks,
because they can control the birds.
Ducks against the South Carolina Gamecocks.
Gamecocks. Are you kidding me? Like,
and then who are they fighting?
The Ducks.
Oh, Gamecock. Yeah.
We all know who wins that battle.
Yep. We know who's winning that battle.
I watched South Park. Oh, magic.
Mm-hmm. Nevada Wolfpack against the Dayton Flyers.
Wolfpack. Well, that's a pack of wolves. We don't have to wonder if that's a singular wolf.
I might take Wolfpack against everything.
And again, a Dayton Flyer, is that an airplane?
Yes. Orville and Wilbur Wright invented the old airplane in good old Dayton. That's what it's named after.
Wow, that was a good history lesson right there.
Yeah, because what's the other big school in Dayton? What's the other school that's been in the NCAA tournament?
I mean, I'm taking an airplane versus a wolf.
But didn't they do that in North Carolina where they flew the airplane?
The Wright brothers are from the Dayton area. What's the other big school in Dayton? I just gave it away. I said the Wright brothers.
Wright State.
Wright State.
We still didn't figure it out, though.
I don't know.
I'm taking an airplane.
Yeah, but I don't know if the airplane's equipped with, the equipment to beat a wolf pack.
What do you mean? Fly low, run it over.
You think
somebody's got to fly the plane? It's on the ground.
Airplane's just sitting there.
Yeah. And if it's Orville and Wilbur, maybe they're the right. They're the Flyers. It's those two guys against the Wolfpack.
I would say that's the case, and they weren't strapping machine guns to their first airplane. They would wait.
Does it have a propeller or not?
It does, but you're assuming the wolf is going to get run over by a propeller.
Well, is the propeller running?
It flew 60 feet, so it wasn't running real fast.
Is it like a ceiling fan where I can put my finger in it to stop it?
Dude, I'm gonna say the plane flies for a little bit, it lands, and then they immediately get eaten. By the wolf pack.
Yeah. Okay.
The Rams, Colorado State, Rams against the Longhorn.
Oh man,
Ram against the Longhorn.
I'm sorry, CSU. I'm rooting for you, but you stand no chance against a Longhorn. Are you kidding me? Longhorn, that's a lot of belly fat to absorb. Like a ram could butt that head into that belly, and it's not going to even feel it.
The Longhorn's horns are out long.
All it's got to do is flip its head.
But if the ram got in tight and just, got you square, aren't you in trouble?
What's it going to do to that big old belly?
Well, he's not. He's going to go head to head. And the Longhorns are...
Have you never seen a Longhorn's head? That is a strong head.
I get it, but it's not stronger than a ram head.
I think it is.
Well,
yeah. Longhorn all the way.
The one thing you got to remember, let's think
Longhorns probably aren't fighters.
Let's think of relations.
Okay.
All right.
Let's think of relations.
Are you the rammer?
The Rams are related somewhere down the bloodline to them goats that if you scare, they faint. And Longhorns are related to the animals we eat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's true.
So, can we have a tie?
Man.
I mean, as a Longhorn, like, have we ever seen a Longhorn fight?
No, and Rams fight all the time.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
Listen, I get it. If the Longhorn gets the horn in you, you're in trouble. But if you get inside on the Longhorn, if you're a Ram, you got a good shot, I think.
If you're watching Lonesome Dove, they didn't want anything to do with taking them Longhorns north.
There you go.
They were too dangerous.
I didn't watch it, but there you go.
Well, the Lonesome Dove reference does pull everybody into the party, no doubt about it. Golden Grizzlies against the Kentucky Wildcats.
Grizzly.
It's a grizzly.
It's grizzly. What? Like now? Like
Oakland.
That's a different question.
Oakland Golden Grizzly.
Like how many animals could take down a grizzly?
Not many.
A wolf pack. What about a wolf pack?
That grizzly might be a member of PETA, so he wouldn't want to get into the fight with the Wildcats.
Because they're from Oakland.
Yeah.
It wasn't the Palo Alto Grizzlies. It was the Oakland Grizzlies.
Oh, well, okay. Well, there you go.
Listen, man, I've been to that Bay Area. You cross that bridge, things get a little different.
He might have his money on his mind, his mind on his money. He might. Let's be honest.
I mean, a grizzly's got to be like, if you got to pick an animal, you only can pick one. It's got to be like top 3 of everybody that they'd pick for a fighting animal.
I'm going to go with the grizzly taking the wildcat.
I just watched a grizzly chewing up on a Bigfoot recently.
A Bigfoot?
You can find it online.
A Bigfoot.
A Bigfoot?
Well, did you not see the train in Colorado? Bigfoot's real.
Okay, and finally, the McNeese Cowboys against the Gonzaga Bulldogs. Again,
Cowboys.
All right, that's not a problem.
Again,
all right,
I saw Lonesome Dove.
It's PHC on 92.5. It's D-Mac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. If you're just feeling a little, I don't know, down in the dumps, you're not as productive at the gym, maybe you're not even going to the gym, your sleep habits stink, it could just be low T. And if you go to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, take the low T quiz on their website. It's 10 questions, yes or no. It takes a couple of minutes. Schedule a consult. They'll draw your blood and have the result within 30 minutes. A Colorado licensed medical provider is going to review the results with you. And what are the options? Their stories on their website are amazing. And the stories they can't even put on the website are pretty remarkable as well. Find out for yourself. The cost of the appointment is only $99. Includes a medical consult, T and PSA test. If you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, that visit is free. And while some guys wait a year or longer, there's no need. 5 locations, Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is near you. 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Only make me stronger. Man, what a beautiful day today. And we have been on a roll for Denver sports. It's been great. Avs, Nuggets, CSU Buffs, and hopefully we keep it going tonight with the Knicks coming in. I don't know if the Nuggets will care that much about it, but, you know, you only got beat down a couple times this year, and they did get beat down in New York. Scott, what's the...
like 38 or something like that.
It was bad. Well, you should tell the story about Spike coming over to Marlowe. Spike Lee.
Yeah, I remember that. I can't remember what he said, though. But
He
I
came
didn't
over.
touch Spike.
Do you forget the story? I'm just going to tell the story.
Yeah, tell the
You
story.
said that Spike Lee came over to Marlowe and said, "What, are you guys coming off a road trip?" And Marlowe was like, "Yeah."
Yeah. Oh, that's
Oh,
right.
yeah.
I have to take a
Talk about how tired you guys
Are you
looked.
guys on a long road trip? He goes, yeah, this is the last day of like 12.
Right.
He goes, oh, okay.
That was, I think, the most brutal road trip you guys have had all year because of, I mean, multiple flight delays, 6 games on the road, and beatdowns on either side. It was Philadelphia wasn't good. Well, it wasn't a beatdown, Philadelphia, but you know, you lost that one. And then the New York one was just an NBA team and probably a group of people just being absolutely exhausted.
Hey, it all worked out, though, because now you could not ask for a more ideal schedule to finish out the season.
I mean, no doubt about
this
it.
is amazing. Mentally, physically, all of it. It's a mental grind being on the road. It's a physical grind being on the road. Not only are they done with the tough road trips, but they actually have, Scott, you told us during the break, is it the easiest remaining strength of schedule in the NBA?
Like the second or third easiest. We got it from our guy. He wrote today, repopulation of the strength of schedule is important because teams fluctuate between being above and below 500, blah, blah, blah. OKC has the 5th hardest remaining schedule. Denver has the 2nd easiest.
I love it. And it is a little weird one because you play tonight against the Knicks. You go to Portland.
For a one-off.
Yeah, and then you're back for 5 in a row, something like that. I can look it up. I think it's
like
something like that.
Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Sunday. I think that's an ABC game because Sunday's a 1:30 on Easter Sunday. It's a 1:30 game.
Yeah, I'm looking up right now. So you go New York at Portland, home Monday, March 25th, Memphis, 27th, all home games, Phoenix, home Minnesota on the 29th, home against Cleveland on the 31st, home on Tuesday against San Antonio. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 games, 6 out of the next 7 at home.
Well, and 3
Let's
of them,
go.
3 of them will be nice games too, right?
None of them are back-to-backs.
No, but I mean 3 good teams. You're gonna have Phoenix, Minnesota, and Cleveland. 3 pretty good teams in there. You know, from what is it, Tuesday?
I guess, but like, who are you afraid of if you're the Nuggets? Period. Nobody. And all right. Does it matter for tonight? Just talking about tonight that you did get your butts kicked by New York in New York. Matter? It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
I'm with Scott.
It'll be brought up and used as motivation.
Well, Malone, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Malone will talk about it.
So we're before the game. Hey, coach, does it matter what happened last time you played in New York?
Yeah, we always want it.
He'll say it does to me.
Yeah.
And he'll try to sell that. And listen, here's the only thing that matters.
Yeah.
You're trying to win first place in the West.
Yep.
That's right.
So it don't matter. Okay, we're playing a team to beat us by 38. Well, Randolph isn't playing tonight, or Randall's not playing tonight, and I think Anunoby is on a rest night.
Great.
So 2 guys that really were hurt in that last game. Neither one's playing. Yeah, they beat you bad. Great. Don't forget, just remember how they did. They played real physical. But it's if you're trying to win the West, you don't give games away. And I was looking at this. You got 9 home games. And I was thinking about this driving in, and you and I had a number at the end of the All-Star game coming back. What are they going to win?
20-7.
We thought
20-7 to get 56 wins.
And they're 12-2 right now,
They're
right?
12-2. It's amazing.
And I said to you got 9 home games left. I was sitting there thinking, okay, I think you can go 8-1. Be pretty good. Well, that puts you at 55 wins already in 4 road games.
Mm-hmm.
And that's Portland on the road, Memphis on the road, San Antonio on the road, and is the Lakers? Don't you go still one more time to LA maybe?
I'll double check. I just got out of that window. Let me go back to it. I can check. I mean, there's only 13 games. We don't got much to talk about
That's
here.
9 here, 4 on the road.
You go back to the Clippers on April 4th. Utah. I guess you lose at Utah because that's what you just do at Utah. On April 9th At San Antonio, at Memphis. So
you
no.
have 5 games on the road.
Nope. Well, Portland, Clippers, Utah, San Antonio, Memphis. Yes, 5 games.
So 8 and 5. So if you can you win 7? Now you're at 54 wins, and then can you win 4 of the 5, 3 and 2 on the road? So that's 10 more wins, and now you're at what would that be?
Well, dude, you only
57.
have to go 8 and 5 to finish at 20 and 7 after the All-Star break. And don't forget.
But now you want to be a little bit stingy.
Don't get me wrong.
Sure.
As a coach, you are always looking for motivational tactics with your team, and you'll use whatever tactic you can find. So if you want to use a little revenge, you'll try to use it. But it's amazing. And of course, there's always going to be teams, there's going to be games that just stick with you. They get under your crowd. You're just like, how did we lose to that team? And you do want revenge. But I think one thing fans would have a very hard time relating to is just how routine these games can be. And you get in the middle of a season, you drop a game. It was just a game. It was just the team. It was just a moment of the season, and then you're moving forward. And this is another moment, but it's not really related to the previous moment because everything just becomes so mundane unless it's a true rivalry, unless it's something that's deeper, a personal connection.
What you're saying is when it now becomes professionalism, and
yes.
If your goal is let's win the West, then the professional team has to come out.
Mm-hmm.
And knowing that you're going to get an extra 4 days at the end of the season when they're doing this play-in brackets, you're going to have 4 games, and guess what? You're going to be home anyway after that.
You do have one more back-to-back. You do.
The end of the season, right?
At Utah, home Minnesota.
And that Minnesota one could be big.
I know. And Utah, you can't win in Utah for whatever. Maybe, I don't know. Who knows? So that's a little bit of
It's the weirdest thing in the world.
I get it because they're so bad on the road, but I do not understand that. Their road home splits are so ridiculous, but okay. Yeah, that Minnesota game, that Wednesday, April 10th game. And then you kind of breeze at the end, though, because you're at San Antonio, I think, and at Memphis, but you dropped that game at Houston last year. That sticks in my cross, Scott. But you just had a chance to wrap it up last year, and you just sort of let that one go. So anything can happen. I think this team is going to be pretty focused on the rest of the way here. I feel better about the Nuggets at this point than I did at this. Don't forget, after the All-Star game last year
was weird.
12-11.
This is a different feeling about the Nuggets. And I'll give Scott all the credit in the world. He was Mr. Calm, Steady Eddie at the end of the season. But you were trying to fight off the urge to feel concerned about this basketball team as the season was winding down. You were fighting off the urge just because it felt just like, why can't they just fully get it together? You don't have any of that this year. You just don't have that vibe.
Right now, in hindsight, I wasn't worried last year because I knew this team was and where they were going, and I knew that it was wrapped up, and they just mentally took a break. And as you said, 12-11 down.
12-11 after the All-Star game.
But my concern was most teams don't have the ability to take a break.
Right.
And I didn't know that the Nuggets could at that point.
Yeah, and now we think we can. And to me, maybe the perfect formula, if they can win it again this year, it's a perfect formula because they picked and chose their moments this year when they kind of said, okay, a 6-game on a 12-day, 13-day road trip. Mm-hmm. Let's get out of here. Most people get excited about playing New York. They were just ready to get out of town.
Right.
And they had 2 or 3 of those games.
Well, don't forget, too, that stupid road trip. They were in Indiana and had to go back to New York. I mean, it was the most ridiculous. And they beat Indiana.
Yeah.
And they beat the Celtics in Boston on that road trip. I mean, they had some signature sort of moments on that roadie, and then they have to fly back. That must have been the stupidest. I don't know how that felt for you, but it
was weird.
It had to be weird.
Yeah.
Anyway, tonight.
Well, we just flew to Miami. We'd already been to Orlando a month ago. 2 months ago.
That's another weird one. That was kind of a low-key huge win against Miami. That felt good.
That was kind of a matter-of-fact win, wasn't it?
Game against Dallas. You know what's so funny? The 2 losses bother me.
Right?
Don't they? Don't they bug you just a little bit?
A little bit.
Just a little bit.
One, I don't like Phoenix.
Right.
They're arrogant.
Right.
So that one, and I don't like how Dallas plays. So, yeah, it bothers me.
Right, and Kyrie was stepped out of bounds.
He did not. I think you're a big complainer. I think that's who you are. You didn't want to see the reality. I don't think he stepped out of bounds.
I think he stepped out of bounds. I saw the reverse angle. It was like a half second later. It was like a little bit after.
I'd love to see the other angle.
I'd
love to.
Got his heel up there a little bit. All right, he had a ridiculous shot. I mean, what are you going to do? I mean,
like a moment like that, it's like, are we really going to get hung up on them stepping out of bounds, or is it like just a heroic moment?
It is pretty crazy in the 2 losses what it took to beat the Nuggets in those 2 losses. Like, oh, that's how you lose?
Yeah.
So, I mean,
miscommunication on Doncic's 3, and then a great shot. And then listen, Durant didn't do anything that entire game, and then hits a 3 with 1 second left.
You know what does happen in the NBA? Great players make great shots at clutch times. It's just who they are. It's who they've always been. We're watching this college basketball, this entire tournament, Scott. How many of these college players do you think will be impactful in the NBA in this entire tournament?
I haven't seen everybody yet play. I have not seen an impactful player yet.
Not yet, right? Why?
Because all the bad teams are played.
But Cody Williams is going top 5.
I'm trying to watch North Carolina a little bit.
They got anybody?
They usually got, well, listen, I don't know names. They usually have.
You can say that guy. I'll go with you.
Yeah, there's no Zion. There's no, is there a name in college basketball?
The Eddie guy from Purdue, the 7'4" dude.
But he's the Eddie guy.
Body-wise?
No,
I think he's a backup center.
But he's the Eddie guy. He's not Zion. He's the Eddie guy. You don't even know his name.
He's a backup center. Zach, maybe? I don't know. He's a backup center.
He's a big guy. Doesn't move real well, but you can't coach 7'4".
He's Mark Eaton.
He's Mark Eaton, who had a great 15, 16-year career.
Yeah, because if you're 7'4", you can just hang around.
And you probably wouldn't even know who Zach Edey is unless he was 7'4".
Oh, well, there's no doubt about that. I mean, that's his whole shtick.
I sent I don't know if I can find it real fast. I sent a Instagram out to some people, and it was comparing. God, I hope I can find it. It's comparing John Stockton's career and LeBron James.
There's a comparison to be made?
Well, it was kind of.
What's the comparison?
Well, they both played like 20 years or whatever it was like that.
Oh, that's one. What else is there?
LeBron's missed 180-some games. Stockton in 20 years missed 22.
Jeez. 22?
I mean, it's silly things like that.
Yeah, because you want to talk about points scored and you want to talk about championships. Where are we going?
Talk about assists. But the point being, he's also a smaller guy. And I think the biggest thing in that
let's talk about how they play the game.
But still think about that. You missed 20 games in 20 years.
Okay, good for him.
That's pretty good.
Good for him. That's insane.
Because his shorts were racking up his boys, so he's,
That's right. He kept them in
he
there.
didn't need a
That's
job.
right. Yeah.
Those shorts were the job.
Bring them back. Bring them back. Bring them back.
Let's Football Go comes up next. Dance the Night Away, Van Halen. That's what that was right there. If you didn't know, nice job, Kevin. Nice job, Marky. The month of March, you know what that means. Markdown Mania at Mike Maroney Auto Group. They're marking down hundreds of new Chevys, Fords, Buicks, and GMCs with discounts up to $20,000. Mike Maroney Automotive is absolutely the best. I'm a customer, and I'm thrilled to let you know the great news of getting $20,000 off or financing as low as 0% APR for 72 months. And if you're looking for a great deal on a quality pre-owned vehicle, Mike Maroney is marking them down with a great selection of economy cars, family cars, luxury cars, trucks, and SUVs. And every vehicle they sell includes a money-back guarantee and free delivery anywhere in Colorado. So visit them today. Mike Maroney, Buick GMC in Boulder. Mike Maroney, Chevrolet Buick GMC in Longmont. And my great friends at Mike Maroney Ford Longmont. For all the details, MikeMaroneyColorado.com.
Hey guys, Tyler here, my friends over at Revitalized Health. I just came over from Revitalized. I was over there this morning, getting my numbers drawn, making sure everything's right where it wants to be, and I love my friends over there. They've just flat out helped me feel so much better, and I know they can do the same thing for you. You just got to pick up the phone. Don't delay. You can look better, feel better, and sleep better starting today. Testosterone, peptide therapy, hormone replacement, and medical weight loss options. With 3 locations, they're close to you no matter where you live. Find them online at revitalize-health.com.
Uh, that's good. Yeah, we love Rocky Mountain, Mountain High Appliance. MountainHighAppliance.com. Glenwood Springs, Colorado Springs, Littleton, Louisville, Denver. They're the best. Colorado's most complete local appliance store, Mountain High Appliance. .com. I'm laughing too because I'm looking at our last mascot battle of the day. There's some fun ones in there. So that comes up at 2:45 or so. So looking forward to that. All right, Dan, Bud Tanner, what's first up?
All right, we'll continue this game show. It's one of my favorite games, fellas, we do here on the program. Say it with me. It's time to decipher Jerry Judy's tweets.
Let's go. What does he got now?
All right.
Oh, what does he got? We got a plethora today.
He is on one today,
Oh,
fellas.
yeah.
He is on one. So first, he's quote tweeting a certain host.
Say his name.
From across the street.
Say his name.
Mark Schlereth.
I'm not afraid to say Mark Schlereth. They may be afraid to say our names, but I'm not afraid to say Mark Schlereth.
Are they allowed to say your name?
I don't think they are, but we are. So Mark Schlereth, who's a good friend of all of ours, yes. What does Mark Schlereth have to say?
Okay, so Mark tweeted out a video on March 9th, okay? It's March 21st. So Jerry's a little slow getting to this. Yeah, the day of the trade. Tyler's right. Okay. He quote tweets it 2 hours ago and says, "Only if your opinion mattered, hating blank dude. Hashtag bag season. Y'all go give this lame blank dude some attention." That's the first tweet. Second tweet from Jerry Judy. "Y'all got to stop listening to the fake NFL gurus. They don't even have access to real film. They are watching YouTube to watch film."
Which, if we're talking specifically about Mark, is a lie.
Yeah, it's not true.
Mark Schlereth absolutely has game film.
He does.
He has got the literal system that the NFL uses.
Yep.
But okay, go on.
All right.
What else?
Last tweet here from Jerry. "I'm just seeing this, LOL. That's why I'm responding. But cuz, been on my blank, hating in blank. But that's what most old heads are doing now these days. Hating on the young soldiers. But y'all can have them Twitter fingers. I stand on business in real life."
Oh my God.
Oh, was that a threat? Was that a let's see me in real life? I'll stand on this business?
I mean, where do we want to start defending Mark? You know, he's got 3 rings. Football is his absolute life. He has access to real film, any film he wants. He has access to every GM, ex-player, current player in the league. I know I'd take Mark's opinion on something pretty serious, and it ain't nothing we haven't said about Jerry Judy ourselves.
No.
And he's in the Idaho Vandals Hall of Fame.
He's got that going for him as well.
You know, Jerry acts like he's just seen this. Jerry's aware of every single time. Like I think he searches his name on Twitter. Like that's the type of dude he is. And what I find ironic about it, what he says, "Only if your opinion mattered, hating blank dude, hashtag bag season." Wouldn't bag season kind of be like the time that you're going to earn your keep?
Bag season.
He just got paid, so he got his bag. So
right. So is bag season over? Like, now does he not have to go out and prove it anymore?
Jerry Judy would do himself a favor by just getting away from all this. You just got paid, dude. Be happy with it. Enjoy Cleveland. The Flats is calling you.
If you're a Cleveland Browns fan, what do you think in reading this?
Well, we hate Michael, or we hate Mark Schlereth.
Oh, yeah.
You're going to be supported for a year.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
So how long does it take till you realize that it's not Mark, right? And that's the question.
Probably about a year and a half or so.
Wow. That's a pretty good run. I guess you're probably right. I mean, you give a dude $41 million, he's going to get some runway.
Yeah, don't you think?
Yeah, they're going to support him. It's like drafting a quarterback in the first round. Getting a bag to a wide receiver, you're gonna give him everything he can to succeed.
Dude, the last 6 games of the 2022 season, Jerry Judy ripped it up for the Denver Broncos. He did. He ripped it up. What are you laughing at?
Mark's response.
What did Mark say?
Mark retweeted him, and he said, "Congrats on getting paid, but I believe you spelt that wrong. I think it's hashtag bust season."
Well, there you go. Have fun with that, Mark. Let her rip. Good for Mark. I mean, whatever.
Oh, man. Wow.
Mark's awesome. Next up.
All right, fellas, the Arizona Cardinals said they're willing to listen to any and all offers this offseason, including for the number 4 pick. Quote, there will be a big neon sign that says open, and I don't like it blinking. It messes with my eyes, but we're always going to be listening. That's from their GM, Monty Ossenfort. Joked. He said, I think we'll always have the conversation. We may not get to a point where a deal makes sense, whether it's at number 4 or anywhere we're picking, but we're always going to have the conversation. And if it makes sense, if it's attractive to building our team, then it's something that we'll certainly consider no matter where we're at in the draft. You guys expect the Cardinals to truly be listening?
Of course. I've been wondering, how good is Marvin Harrison Jr. that you wouldn't take the 3rd or 4th best receiver? Really? He's that much better than Rome Odunze or some of these other guys?
Think about this. See if you agree with this. This is also finally they're waking up. A, B, the team that is in play right as 5 is the Chargers right behind it.
Correct.
So that now by putting this out now, you're saying everybody thinks they can get to 5. 4 might be available also. And maybe even rack up more stuff.
Well, and you're looking at Minnesota, too, who's got 11 and 23 now. So you can double down as long as you're okay not taking a quarterback, and I think they are.
The only thing that's confusing about it, of course, that spot's available for a trade, especially, like you said, if the goal is to get a wide receiver. It makes it even more tradable. But he talks about the neon sign being out front. The only thing that confuses me, why don't they put out a big bright neon sign that says we are drafting a quarterback, even if they're not?
They're committed to Kyler Murray. That's just who they are.
Fine.
Why? I don't know.
Why don't they put out a sign telling the NFL we're selecting a quarterback just to make that spot that more valuable?
Well, that's what the Giants are doing right now.
Yeah,
that's exactly what the Giants are doing.
And we did the math on that, and it doesn't make sense in any world.
Nope.
You owe, I think, what was it, $80-some million in the cap hit to Daniel Jones?
I think it doesn't really matter if they just don't want a quarterback. They just need to let everybody know that Marvin Harrison Jr. ain't that special. And he's not, I mean, he's good and all, I get it, but aren't the other 2 or 3 wide receivers? This is all about Minnesota.
Anytime you can make a team think that I need this pick, it just makes it that much more valuable.
You may see quarterbacks go 1, 2, 3, 4.
Maybe. I don't think that's ever happened in the history of the NFL, though.
No, I don't think so either. But, boy, you're staring down that path.
You're at the very least going to see 1, 2, 3, 5.
But you think the Chargers will make a deal? You think Chargers get out of that spot?
Kyler Murray.
It makes a lot of sense. Kyler Murray.
What did you say that Daniel Jones is?
It's like $80-some million dead cap hit.
2020 for 2020.
Yeah, it was.
Not 80. It was like 35 or something.
It was 80-something.
It was 80?
Yes.
Oh my God.
So let me read this from Sport Track.
Yeah.
24, Murray will earn a base salary of 37, a workout bonus of $1 million, will carry a cap hit of 51.4, and a dead cap value of 111,421.
Oh, well, that explains it. There you go. Well, that's the reason.
Okay,
what's
so
Jones?
It was not 80, but
about
Daniel Jones is 69.
69. Okay, all right. It's massive numbers. They can't get away from Daniel Jones. They can't get away from Kyler Murray. Can't do it.
But if you're wise,
I don't know.
and if
Broncos
you're Giants, you still might take a quarterback just when that cap goes down, boom.
That's right.
You could. And you could have kept Russ, too, if Sean Payton just didn't. He couldn't stand to have him as a quarterback. It was a personal thing. Personal football thing. And this whole, we're friends thing.
Not personnel thing. Personal.
And I've seen a few people bring this up. Is it really that insane to think that the Chargers would trade Justin Herbert?
Yes.
Is it?
Yes.
I mean, if they love J.J. McCarthy that much, and you could go get 3 first-rounders and some change for Justin Herbert, and you could move back in the draft, whatever. I mean, all the ways that you could maneuver with those picks. If he really did have a belief in J.J. McCarthy, the smartest thing for that organization to do would be to trade Justin Herbert.
I think if you can get 3 first-rounders, anything's in play. I just don't think you can get that.
You don't think? Oh, I guarantee you he's worth 3 first-rounders.
Maybe he is worth it. I just don't think you can get it. But maybe he is worth it. I don't know.
Sam Bradford went for 2 first-rounders.
I get it. Jalen Ramsey went for 2 first-rounders. And then 2 years later, he went for a 3rd and a 5th. And the value on guys these days is really low in terms of trades. It ain't the right time to do it. So
there's always the right time for a quarterback.
Okay,
always the right time.
Who's going to do that deal? Who's got 3 first-rounders they're going to give up for Justin Herbert?
I mean, I don't know every team like that.
Who?
Everybody.
Oh, go.
Well, I mean,
I agree with Scott.
Denver give him your 25, 26, 27.
Yeah.
First of all, you can't do that. You can only go 2 years in advance. So you can't do like 28. So you'd have to have 2 first-rounders anyway at some point.
Mm-hmm.
So Minnesota could do that.
Minnesota could. They could. They could. Minnesota could deal. They could offer 3 first-rounders for Herbert. They could do it. I mean, it would be a first-round swap, I guess, and then, the 23rd and next year's first. So they could do the equivalent of it.
Obviously, I wouldn't do it if I'm the Chargers. You got Justin Herbert. You know what it is. But if you want to take him for his word of what he really believes in J.J. McCarthy, you can add that value to your team.
He's trying to prop his guy.
Yeah, I think so, too. I don't think that's a real serious thing. I think one of the appealing things about going to the Chargers was Herbert in the first place. Yeah. And look what they're doing. They're dumping money left and right. They may be staring down the barrel of a 3-4 win season, too. The AFC West may suck this year, fellas.
Except for
it was supposed to be the greatest AFC West in the history of mankind just last year.
God, the Chiefs may go 15-2 this year. They may be ridiculous.
They may go undefeated in the West.
They always
there's 6 wins right there.
They always play with their food at the beginning of the year. They always do.
Okay, but I'm reading the tea leaves here. Boy, are things kind of shaping up for them. Just. They're getting Kelsey. They're getting Mahomes. Who they just add Hollywood Brown. I mean,
so let me ask this: over under right now.
They kept Chris Jones.
Right now, I'll set it over and under 13 Kansas City Chiefs.
Over.
Hey, speaking of Chris Jones, under. Speaking of Chris Jones, I just saw somebody sent in on the text line. The Kansas City Chiefs apparently tried to trade up for Paxton Lynch. That's who they wanted to go get. And then it came back, and they landed with Chris Jones. Can you imagine how things would have been different if they got Paxton Lynch?
It worked out for them on that. Next up, Dan.
All right, fellas, big deal or not a big deal? Marvin Harrison Jr. did not work out at Ohio State's Pro Day yesterday.
Yeah.
He also declined to participate at the Scouting Combine in Indy. He's currently the betting favorite to go to the Cardinals, like we've talked about, with the 4th overall pick. I've seen some mock drafts with Rome Odunze and or Malik Neighbors, the wide receiver from LSU, ahead of Marvin Harrison. And I saw an interview yesterday with Junior and his dad, Marvin Harrison Sr., the Hall of Fame wide receiver. And Marvin Harrison Sr. said the reason he's not working out at Ohio State's Pro Day or the Scouting Combine is because this time of year, NFL wide receivers are taking it easy and resting up. He said that way it'll best suit him to perform at his best come training camp and to start the regular season.
I think that is one of the smarter things I have ever heard, and it's the absolute truth. I don't think it's a big deal.
He's not going to drop any lower than 12.
That's for sure. I think that this is the time to shut things down.
Well, there's a reason why the rookie wall is a huge deal.
Yeah.
And it's not so much because you're a rookie. It's not so much because you're mentally like you're petrified.
Right.
It's because the second that your football season ended, you went into the hardest core training of your entire life.
Yep.
And then you got drafted. And then 2 days later, you go to rookie minicamp. And then you go to OTAs. And then you get a small little break before training camp begins. But you don't take a break for an entire year.
I've been through this college baseball thing. Do you know what these kids do in the fall in college baseball? Kill themselves. I coach after coach. It is relentless how much practice and workouts and things they do in a time where you shouldn't be doing baseball at all. Just chill out a little bit and then pick it back up in January. It's ridiculous. I don't know what coaches are thinking in some sports, but rest has got to be a critical moment of any athlete's life. And especially younger players get 0 breaks. It's an insane. And as a parent, you got to give your kids some form of break from the sport they're playing.
I agree 100%.
So I think Marvin Harris, that sounds smart to me.
Yeah.
Next up, Dan.
Lastly, fellas, Netflix has announced its newest sports series that follows these pass catchers during the 23-24 NFL season. Devontae Adams, Justin Jefferson, George Kittle, Deebo Samuel, and Amon-Ra St. Brown. Receiver is set to be produced by NFL Films, Omaha Productions, and 2 PM Productions, the team that was behind last year's quarterback series. Any interest in receiver coming out this year on Netflix?
I think it'd be fun. I like that quarterback series.
I did too.
I heard a bunch of them after that kind of turned it down. It's probably why they're shifting to receiver.
Yeah, they couldn't get anyone.
And receivers ain't gonna turn down a camp.
Hell no.
No.
Diva City.
They should put Jerry Jeudy on there.
The tricky one with the quarterbacks is they focus on Mariota, who had a weird leaving of the team, and then it was like,
well, there's no underdog in this group. There's no underdog in these wide receivers. I mean, these are the biggest names in football. George Kittle's technically not a wide receiver, but he got tossed into it. Dan talked about Jerry Jeudy. That would have been fascinating. Are you kidding me?
Of course.
To see a dude that's mouthing off, see a dude that is maybe not performing the way that he's expected to do. That would be fascinating.
You know what I would love? Just the Jokic brothers. Just the Jokic brothers, period. And maybe we see Nicole in the background every now and then.
They just need like a reality show.
That's what I'm talking about.
I know, but like a wholesome, like nothing to do with athletics, just like
horse racing.
Yeah.
Go to Serbia for the summer and hang out.
Yeah.
The Jokic brothers in the summer, sign me up. Are you kidding me? Can you imagine what that would be like? Yeah. A summer with the Jokic brothers?
And add a championship on top of it so it even ramps it up even higher.
Right.
How do we get that done?
You know what? That's kind of funny. Why has that never been done? Why has somebody not been smart enough to follow Von Miller after he wins the Super Bowl for the entire offseason?
That's a great idea too. Well, Von.
I mean, he went on the tour now.
Yeah,
Dancing with the Stars and everything.
He had some off-season issues in the past, but
not that year. I mean, that year it was.
Well, you could do the cup chase and then do it from the championship, and then just go with every one of those guys taking their cups home. See all the places where it's been partied into.
They've done stuff with the cup, but I don't know if they've ever done like an individual.
I just want to see the Jokic brothers. Period. That's it. It's like the Osbournes.
What about a real world scenario? Jokic bros, Morris bros have to live in the same house for a month. I would watch that.
That's pretty good.
There would only be 3 that walked out.
Yeah.
It's PhD, the battle to the death with our mascots next.
Final seconds are going to come off the clock, and the Colorado Buffaloes are moving on to Indianapolis.
Congratulations to the Buffs. They'll take on Florida tomorrow. Today, later this afternoon, CSU takes on Texas. Best of luck to them. We have an upset alert going on. 14-seeded Morehead State is down by 1 as they just started the second half against Illinois, who's a 3 seed. We just saw the end of Wagner and North Carolina. That was a blowout.
I just saw a stat. North Carolina, since 85 or whatever it was, 33-2 in first round games.
So they are 90-61. That's done. Arizona beat Long Beach State 85-65. That was a little close, and Beach did not do great.
Beach 77-60. You got one job, Beach.
Creighton beats Akron. Duquesne, that's the upset of the day, beating BYU. All right, Mountain West.
Picked that one.
70,
nailed it.
Did you really?
I did.
Good for you. 69-51, Michigan State over Mississippi State. And North Carolina and South Carolina and Oregon with 4 minutes to go, 24-23 South Carolina. And we were watching like a review. And when I watch a review, I think of those scintillating final minutes of the CU game last night. Well,
it went quick. It was fast. It was well officiated. And it was painless.
Okay. All right. Scott, you watched that entire game. What'd you think?
There's a reason it was a playing game. A, B. I don't know. Good for CU. I think it's good for basketball in this state that CSU and CU's winning. Let's hope that if not both, at least one of them can win, beat Texas or Florida.
More likely to win today and tomorrow, CU or CSU. What do you think?
Who's CSU got again?
Texas.
Oh, Texas. I'm sorry.
Tonight. Florida for CU.
Well,
both a 10 and a 7. Both a 10 and a 7.
Without knowing the matchups of the two teams, I mean, I'll just tell you, CSU looked like that was a very well executed basketball game. They were well coached. They weren't sloppy. University of Colorado, it was a grinded out game, man, that they had to overcome some really sloppy basketball. So on the surface, Colorado State looks like they're a more well-oiled machine.
I think CSU's a better team than CU.
Why?
Well, they beat them in the regular season. That's one. They look.
What's that have to do with anything?
Just look like what he was saying. They can score a little bit. They got good veteran leadership at the guard position, which I think is huge in this tournament. Your guard play, and I think they're a better team. Now I don't know who's better, Texas or Florida.
Yeah, I have no idea.
My thing watching last night, I'm like, see, there's no way CU can beat Florida. That was my take last night because I didn't think CU looked really good. But
are we buying that Cody Williams just hurt?
Well, he didn't play good, and if injury was part of not playing good, then yeah.
Okay.
I buy that something was causing it, that there was something that didn't make sense. Now, it's like Russ, though. I mean, when you're out there, and you got to play good basketball if you're on the court. Nobody's going to give you a free out simply because you're banged up. But, yeah, I mean, something doesn't add up. Just the pure minutes in its own. Like, it's one thing to sit a guy when there's 4 minutes left in the game because Michael Porter Jr. isn't playing good defense. But to only get 11 minutes in the entire game?
I think something's up. It doesn't make any sense. So I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Hey, man, it was awesome to see both schools win, and we'll be following along. And Nate and Andy will be on the air because we got pregame for the Nuggets. We just starting at a regular time tonight, 7 o'clock.
Yeah, that's going to be weird.
Starting at a regular time.
Starting at a regular time. That's going to be weird.
Nuggets live at 6 and pregame here at 6:30 here at Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. All right, let's do our battle to the death with the mascots as we look at the other games today. This is a fun one. South Dakota State Jackrabbits.
Yes.
Against the Iowa State Cyclones.
I mean, Jackrabbits, what opponent could they have? A gopher? A groundhog? What's the difference between a groundhog and a gopher? Nobody knows.
This might be the biggest blowout mascot thing of all time. You want to talk about, first of all, it's a natural disaster.
Yeah, give me something that could fight with a cyclone.
Not many things. I mean, what could actually beat a cyclone?
What can derail a cyclone?
A hurricane?
I mean,
good question.
No, it wouldn't derail. It would just become one gigantic, enormous, terrifying storm.
But let's say they had to fight a cyclone or a hurricane.
Well, the hurricane's got the ocean weather going. And, there's nothing more powerful than that.
What's the difference between a hurricane and a cyclone?
A cyclone doesn't have water.
Is it as simple as that?
I think cyclone's over. Yeah.
Cyclone's over land.
Okay. I'd have to take a hurricane over a cyclone.
Hurricanes are big, man.
Yeah, they're big.
They go for a hurricane and what do they call storms out on the other coast?
Tsunami?
No, that's
typhoon.
Typhoon, right.
That's over Japan.
Tsunami is a sneaky one. I don't know if there's any teams named the Tsunamis, but it's slow and it approaches, and
that's
then
sort of what Tulane. That's what I was just going to.
Green wave would be a tsunami. Yeah. Well, I mean, what a cyclone would do to a jackrabbit is actually relatively disgusting, and you can probably go down a YouTube wormhole on that. But that's not even a battle. St. Peter's Peacocks against Tennessee Volunteer. Another slam dunk. The Volunteer's got a gun in his hand. And I get it; it's just a single shot, but
people eat peacock.
Yeah, that's going to be literally a blowout.
Yeah,
people eat peacock.
Wow.
Yeah. Have you ate peacock?
I have not. I've had ostrich.
Hey, do people hunt peacocks?
No, but I think there's a lot of them in certain areas. I think that Do
you know there's peacocks, wild peacocks in Boulder?
in Argentina.
I'm sorry, what?
There's wild peacocks in Boulder.
Wild peacocks.
Wild peacocks.
Where?
North Boulder. It's a thing.
I thought you were just going to talk about Pearl Streak at 1 a.m.
Nope, those are
a different type. All right.
That's actually New Orleans.
NC State Wolfpack against the Texas Tech Red Raiders. Is this again people with guns?
Hold on. But it's a pack. This one's not simple.
Yeah, but these are people with guns.
Raiders
first off,
is plural,
did
too.
you say, it's plural? I don't know. If you gave, what kind of guns? I mean, are they old guns? Are they muzzle loaders?
They've got to be all, Okay, that's fair.
They also have big Bowie knives too.
Okay, but I'm telling you, a pack of wolves, that's dangerous. That's a dangerous group of animals right there.
I'm going to have to take the Red Raiders on that one, man. I get it with the wolves, and it's going to be a good battle, but I'll take the guys with guns over a wolf.
I think I'm taking the wolf pack. Two Red Raiders versus a pack of wolves.
Scotty?
Raiders.
Wolf pack.
By the way, Williams was 0 for 4 last night in 11 minutes.
He was hurt.
Yeah. If he wasn't hurt, he wasn't playing great. So you won the game. Why are you worried
about sample size?
Why are you worried about who's not playing if you won the game?
I'm not worried about anything. It's just that this
0 for 4, it doesn't sound great, but it's like that's a huge sample size to be like he was terrible.
If you're the 5th pick in the draft, you go 0 for 4 in 11 minutes. Come on now.
Yeah, that's not good.
Against Boise State.
Were they layups?
Who's 0 for their last 12 in the NCAA tournament?
I mean, if he ain't hurt, that's going to hurt his draft stock right there. I mean, you got to do something at some point.
Good. Come back to school.
Samford Bulldogs, a lot of Bulldogs against a Kansas Jayhawk.
Well, again, mythical creature.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like Bulldogs, who could a Bulldog beat?
A Bulldog?
Bulldog's
I think
not
at
like
one time they were tougher before they.
Well, they can only last about 30 seconds.
Got it. They got no breathing.
Yeah.
They
Right.
just whoa. What's a Bulldog gonna do?
Slobber on you.
Yep. I do love Bulldogs though. I'm a big dog guy.
I get it.
If I had a little dog, a Bulldog would be the only little dog I would
Dude,
get.
if you like big dogs, I went and visited a big dog yesterday.
How big?
Great Dane, 8 months, 150 pounds.
Oh, love it.
Lord.
Love it. Yeah. I've
Dude.
had 3 English Mastiffs. One was 215 pounds.
What are the poops like?
They said human size.
Oh my Lord! Who's picking that up? Every
you
day?
had sons.
Well,
Every day. I don't pick up their poop.
He couldn't get his
Pick
kids
up
to mow
dog
the
poop?
lawn.
Dude, man, I mean, you're picking up human poop
Great Danes are awesome.
every day of your life.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Well, at least on
I got
Saturday mornings.
I got
why
a
we got
text
cats.
yesterday. A friend of a friend needs a Great Dane needs a home, and I'm
That's-
really debating whether I want to take this
That's
thing.
the one I went and visited. I got
You're
the same
thinking about-
text.
Oh, is it for Bill?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. How was it?
Beautiful dog.
Yeah.
Yeah, beautiful.
I'm really intrigued by that dog.
Beautiful dog.
Yeah.
Sweet, nice, beautiful dog.
Okay.
Don't you? Wait, where's the?
What?
Are you? Okay, so you didn't want a dog.
I have a dog,
That's what I was going to say. I thought you did have a dog.
but dogs get lonely too.
Two is in
You
plural?
want 2 giant dogs?
I used to have 2 English Mastiffs, at the same time.
And what was your food bill on that?
Oh, my God.
It's not the food bill. It's when they tear their ACL. It's when they do something like that.
All right, quick Drake Bulldogs against Washington State Cougars. Cougars going to destroy Bulldogs.
Yeah, it's
going to be ugly. All right, when this music is playing at Ball Arena tonight, what is the score of the game, Scotty?
110-95. Denver.
Not 58-40?
No.
They pulling away, or we got a little bit of a comeback?
I just think they'll be in control.
Okay. Gradual.
Yeah. Be a gradual thing. Just kind of
take care of business.
Game, yeah. And if New York, I think they're on a 4-game road trip too.
Okay.
So depends on how much they want to play.
Stacking those wins.
Go Rams.
Stack and win.
Go Rams. We'll see you down at the. We'll see you.
Yeah, I'll yell at
you. See you. Dan, great job. Grizz, we appreciate it. Nate and Andy coming up next.
I know none of y'all gonna never use no drugs and everything. All y'all gonna go to Bible study. I realize that, but still get you a fall guy.
Denver, Colorado. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
The ball is 14th year for Leon Rice at the helm of this program. He's got him in the dance for a third straight year. As Simpson follows his own miss, they lose it. Look at Simpson, rip it back and stick it down. What a player Abo has become. Remember, he was a part of Chris Beard's last team at Texas Tech. De Silva, and he buries a corner three. Into the corner, it's O'Brien. 7 on the timer. He's got to go by him right here. Two best players on the floor. Simpson going right at Degenhart. Here's Hadley on a fade short. Lampkin is there, and he beats the shot clock horn. Plenty of time. Yeah, what a play by Eddie Lampkin Jr. Final seconds are going to come off the clock, and the Colorado Buffaloes are moving on to Indianapolis. 'Cause inside you knew that in one shining moment you reached deep inside. One shining moment you knew you were alive. Feel the beat of your heart.
Here's Nate and Andy, driven by Colorado Off-Road.
There's a lot of shining missed layups last night. Buffs advance, though. They move on to the round of 64 out of the round of 68.
Called the tournament.
It's called the tournament. What was
Heard
last
of it?
Was that not tournament? What was that?
Can we all just officially say now that both local schools made it? You weren't in the tournament until you actually made it to the tournament.
Coaches get the bonuses. They go on the tournament record.
Ain't doing that.
I will go with the technicality on that one.
No.
If you get a 6-figure bonus for winning a game, then I'm going to call it a tournament game.
If listen, a wild card, you didn't play a series in baseball to get into the wild card, then you're not in. They changed that though, right? Are we playing series now for the wild card or no? Is it still one and you're in? There's a playing game.
With the 6, they do the best of 3 things that they do in the first round. Yeah.
There you go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So when the Rockies lost to the Diamondbacks, they weren't in the playoffs?
I didn't count it. No.
No?
You got in the playing game. You weren't in the playoffs. You stopped by. You said hello.
Okay.
You weren't around long enough for dinner to be served. You may have grabbed yourself an hors d'oeuvre or two, but you're not in the game. Sorry, you're out.
I believe it's pronounced hors d'oeuvre.
Hors d'oeuvre
is how you actually pronounce that.
You didn't get yourself a hors d'oeuvres.
Hors d'oeuvre.
You didn't get you none of that horse, so you're not in. Paulie, sorry.
I disagree with you on this. If you
one of your many bad takes. Go ahead.
If you play a game beyond the end of the regular season, you're in the postseason.
Nah.
You're in the playoffs.
No,
you did it.
You got to play in.
You are playing off.
Come again?
It sounds like sounds like you're doing something else.
Your kid's not coming to my house. I know that.
Just don't play off by yourself, okay?
Whoa,
that's all that matters.
Listen, why do we have a ripped up basketball right here?
I don't know.
We have Nerf toys that look like we own dogs.
Welcome into the show, everybody. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl show.
Moment.
It is one shining moment. Buffs victorious last night, Andy. They defeat Boise State in a game that
sucked. What? Come on, dude. That game.
That game.
What are we doing?
That game.
How many air balls were there?
Many.
Is there a stat on most combined air balls between two college teams?
How many layups were missed in that game last night?
You gotta help me out. You gotta help me out.
Layups, okay?
I'm not captain college basketball, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not fooling anybody with my takes.
Yeah.
I'm watching out-of-market hockey, I guess.
Yeah.
I'm not doing it.
That game was bad.
Okay.
It was bad.
Just checking.
Yeah.
Just
it
checking.
Was bad.
What are we doing?
When the teams combined to shoot 6 for 33 from 3, that's a bad basketball game.
It is.
That's a really bad basketball game.
I'm happy you got in.
Yes.
We're not kicking a move on to to Indianapolis out of bed for nothing.
It's a Buffs win.
But that thing, I went over to my buddy's house and I was angry.
Yeah.
Just angry the whole time. I was like, why are we doing this? Why are we watching this?
Lampkin played great last night.
He did.
He had 13 on 8 shots. They were all directly under the rim. His size, Boise didn't have anything to answer it. KJ Simpson had a terrible shooting game. I won't say he had a bad game. I actually think I thought he forced his will on the game. I thought KJ, even though he didn't have his shot falling, basically said, I'm still going to have a good game tonight. And I think he did. 19-11, he had 4 assists, he had 2 steals. He was good defensively. I thought KJ had a really good game. Tristan Da Silva was the best player on the floor last night. Cody Williams had a game where if scouts were watching that thing, they were like,
maybe one more year.
I'm going to go ahead and downgrade that a little bit. Yeah, not a good night for him. Meanwhile, Boise's 2 best players, Tyson Degenhart and Max Rice, combined for 8 points last night. 8 points. Max Rice was 1 of 9 from the field last night. Leon Rice's kid got back into the game in the second half, immediately just jacked up a 26-footer 11 seconds into the shot clock that didn't need to be taken, and it was like, oh, that's pretty much it. KJ got that steal under the bucket, and it was like, okay, ball game. And somebody had to win that game. The better team won that game last night, but I'm with you, Andy. Like, I love college buckets. I can't try and stand for that game. That game sucked.
Yeah, look, CU's got to find its shots. They had said this is the 6th best three-point shooting team in the nation.
Yeah.
And look, I will admit, I've got mammoth stuff going on. We've got the Avs, we've got the Nuggets. I've only got so much watching in a day.
Sure.
I haven't been tracking college basketball a lot. But I've been watching the tournaments. I watched both CSU's games and CU's games in the tournaments. And CU, to me, just hasn't – they have not shot the 3-ball well anytime I've watched them.
Yeah.
So they better get that figured out, and they better find it by tomorrow. CSU, I think, found themselves during their game, right?
In the second half, I would say they really did.
That was the team I felt I was promised to be able to watch. Isaiah Stevens looked like he felt all right, so that's really good.
Yeah.
So I'm curious to see how this is going to be, you know? Yeah, someone else wrote in all the reviewing of plays and who went where.
Oh, the end of that game.
Come on.
The end of that game.
Let's end the misery.
Especially, okay, so there was the play. This was the one that drove me the most crazy. There was the play where Omar Stanley, he made the steal on the inbound, but by the time he possessed the ball, he was standing on the sideline. The official was 3 feet away from him.
And saw it.
He immediately called CU ball, and then he was like, wait, we got to take a look at it. And those are the ones where it's just like, dude, just, you know. You were right there. You saw it. You were correct, okay? You didn't even hesitate in calling it as Colorado ball. What are we doing here? Why do we now have to go to review that? Again, this is I know we want to get everything right. I know we did, but also like it's sometimes you're just right. Just trust that you are right. You've been a basketball official your whole life. Just trust that you're right, or in the very least, have somebody sitting at the scorer's table, the fourth alternate official, who takes one glance at it and goes, "Nope, good, go."
Yeah. No need to review.
No, we got to go
need
look.
To come over
we
here.
We got to check the clock.
Yeah.
And we got to check exactly where the ball should be inbounded. It's just calm down,
and
everybody.
Both teams last night were having possessions where they're just passing it around, and I'm like, is somebody going to take a shot? No, you're not finding a guy in a better position than what you had.
No.
You know what I mean?
No.
It does also make you, I will say this, it makes me anyway appreciate just how damn good the NBA shooters are.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
And also, you're reminded, oh yeah, we're absolutely spoiled to watch the NBA champs every night that we want to on TV.
Yeah,
because
It's
Jokic is ridiculous. Murray's ridiculous. MPJ's ridiculous.
And I think a lot of basketball fans around here are going to find this, okay? If you watch almost exclusively NBA basketball and then you're like, hey, the NCAA tournament,
buckets, yeah.
I got a bracket. You're going to turn it on. And within 90 seconds, you're going to think, these guys suck. You're going to think that. You absolutely will. They're smaller. They are not as skilled, not as individually skilled as the NBA guys. The floor is generally more condensed. It is not as well spaced. There's not as many open looks. You don't get a guard breaking down a defense and penetrating into the paint and then, getting a defense rotating and start kicking the ball around and find those open shots. It just doesn't happen in college basketball nearly as often because of the, they're not professional basketball players.
Right.
Yeah.
No, I know. I kept reminding myself of that. By the way, someone else texted it. Gene Steratore. That is a little weird.
Gene Steratore.
My buddy was like, isn't that the NFL guy? I go, yeah.
Gene Steratore.
I mean, I guess the lawyering and NFL rep money wasn't enough millions.
Put
now
it all
he's going to
together.
be college basketball guy, too. I mean, hey, if they're going to pay you, why not go do the job?
The one thing that I did enjoy about that game last night, Spiro Ditas, who was a friend of the program, was on the call last night. I really like that guy. His ridiculous New Jersey accent, when he gets excited, we know that the best is when he just gets into his Jamal Murray, when he gets into that point. But it's just very, to me, he's like the modern day Marv Albert. Maybe minus some of the inclinations off the floor, but he has that particular kind of like crusty East Coast voice, even though he's not that old of a guy, that I love listening to him call basketball. So I enjoyed Spiro and Spinarkle on the call last night. The broadcast was better than the basketball.
Yeah, because even they at points are like, all right. Although Spinarkle was the guy you said.
Jim Spinarkle.
He was like, oh, he got some intense defense. I'm like, I hope so. I hope that's the reason.
Josh Allen.
Because if I see more, I mean, it was guys just missing the rim where I was like, what are we doing? I could have shot that. This looks like a rec league basketball game at the Denver Athletic Club at lunchtime.
Andy, I just want to update you with under 9.5 to go. The Illini have finally gone on the run. They're up 15. They're going to put Morehead State away right here in a 3-14 matchup. I believe, was that I don't think that was the first time you've ever been in the room with me when Illinois basketball was on.
No, it was.
Okay.
We didn't have a TV at the other pit.
That's true.
We just sat quietly in there and baked.
I liked how you called it a pit.
Well, that's what it was. We used to call it the pit, I guess, at the other place. That is what is that, the prep room?
The bullpen?
Sure.
Whatever we called it.
It's a bunch of cubicles and a couch somewhere. This one, though, we've got a TV in our upgraded digs.
It's got to be enjoyable to watch.
And you hate watching it.
I do.
I loved it.
If you ever watch a game with me of a team that I am a fan of, I have nothing nice to say about my team.
Let me tell you, I'll give you a little taste of watching a game with Nate and watching a game with Andy. I, of course, am loud, but I'm coaching the whole time.
Okay.
What are you doing? You got to catch the ball, or you're not going to block him. Why? We're just not going to block today? That was a Jerry Jeudy critique for a while.
Okay.
Nate is like, sure, you're taller than him, but you can't hit that three-pointer. Yeah, great guy. Fantastic. Oh, let's run that play. That play was awesome. Our coach sucks, too. You're not mad.
Nope.
And you're not coaching anybody.
No,
You're just giving hot takes to the air.
I'm reviewing everything in real time.
Yes.
And I'm not pleased with almost any of it.
But you're not emotional at all. You're dead even. You're deadpan. Now we're going to miss 5 threes. Okay. We're going to lose to the 16th seed. Why not? I mean, I know we're a 1, but it's fine. You all suck. And then at one point, Nate just goes, I've hated this day. The one time you got emotion, I hate this season of Illinois basketball, and our team is so good.
It's very true. These are all things I said today.
Yeah. We all feel you.
Yeah.
Hey,
yeah.
I hated that game of basketball last night, and I wanted CU to win, but then there was a part of me that's like, you know what? Maybe let someone else in. You're both upsetting me with this style of basketball.
Here's the irony is that I would have been so pissed if we lost today, yet I'm kind of annoyed that we won because now I have to keep watching
now
this
you got
team.
You got to put yourself through it Saturday.
Exactly.
You got to ruin a perfectly good Saturday
with Illinois basketball.
So your team can just do things.
You know how many times my wife has asked me, why do you still watch?
Yeah.
What are you talking about? I'm having a great time.
You know what makes my daughter laugh all the time? I'll be yelling audibly for half the neighborhood to hear.
Sure.
And my son will come out of his room. Hey, what, are we losing? You couldn't tell? Can't read the room, can you?
Hey, Jerry Jeudy, why don't you catch it with your body one more time? What? Did it take you 12 seconds to get open on that slant route? Thanks, man. No, that's can't imagine why our offense sucks this bad. Now, why don't you give him $41 million there, Cleveland? Good job, guys.
Did you hear them justifying it? By the way, our boy Dempsey is still a PR agent for Jerry Jeudy.
He is?
Yeah, good for him.
He's riding? He's a ride or die for Jerry Jeudy?
Yes. He's like, the offense stunk, the QB stunk. Yeah, you're right. They all stunk.
They all did.
But so did he.
So did he.
He was the primary guy.
He was a massive part of the problem.
For the love of Pete. I don't even know who Pete is. But come on. Pete Wentz thinks he sucks.
If you're Dempsey or you're the Cleveland Browns, you're wrong.
Yeah,
you're
fun.
just wrong.
Enjoy the money.
Yeah.
And again,
Enjoy
you didn't even give up that much. Like the conundrum with the Russell Wilson trade was you gave a boatload of stuff to them.
Yeah.
So you kind of got to keep him. Although it turns out, no, you don't. But we acted like we wanted to, right?
Mm-hmm.
Jerry Jeudy, you gave up a fifth? A sixth?
A fifth and a sixth.
Come on now. You're Cleveland. You
Gotta
blow
pay him.
3 of those a year.
Gotta pay him.
You don't got to pay him nothing. And now that you paid him, what do you think is going to happen? He's already on Twitter going, LOL, this, that, the other.
There we go.
Is it an and one?
Yeah, we're up 21. This thing's over. All right, it's Crackman and
I don't know.
Lindahl.
There's 7 minutes. Part of me wants an on-air. What the hell is going on with replays of Bronco games? Yesterday it was Russ in Detroit. Now we've got what is this? Is this Pittsburgh Broncos playoff action?
Broncos, Steelers. Is this the play? Yeah,
it's
the only
the
time they
Tebow
would have
game.
played Pittsburgh. They're showing it on NFL Network right now. Hey, spoiler alert. DT's going to the house.
That'll pull him off True TV.
Yeah. Wow. Oh, we'll take a break. When we come back, Andy, I've got an NFL draft preview that we can all get behind. I'll tell you about that next. Hell yeah, it's Craigman and Lindahl here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. New Green Day on the show today, Andy. They once had an album called Dookie. Tomorrow, the Illini will be taking on, on Saturday, they'll be taking on Duquesne as they defeated BYU earlier today. How'd you like that?
You might be taking a Dookie on your Saturday.
Probably.
We'll see.
Probably.
There might be other ways to tie all that together.
It's a number 2.
Yeah,
Sure is.
Sure is.
It sure is,
Last
Sean.
night felt that way.
All right, Andy.
I'm sorry. I love you, Buffs, but my God.
So here we go. Great piece today in The Athletic.
Great.
Here's your headline. A high butt factor might be an NFL draft prospect's most prized asset.
Okay.
High butt factor.
So the keisters higher than normal?
Yes, you want a high butt factor.
How do we figure? For the frame? For the legs? Please, go deeper.
So,
what position? He's center?
This is across the board. They want big butts in the NFL. And
Let's go!
There is a belief that the larger the can, the greater the athlete.
Okay, hold on. Since when?
So,
is this across the board positionally?
According to Mike Mayock,
who've been fired by the Raiders,
yes,
I might point out. But please.
Mike Mayock, longtime NFL scout turned NFL draft analyst turned Raiders GM.
Turned unemployed.
Said, over the years on television, I used to call it a power generator, and really it was to be a little cute and funny with a germ of truth. It just became representative of a strong lower body. They add that YouTube is loaded with clips of Mayock referring to a player's bubble butt. He said, quote, I said it on the air at the Combine multiple times to the point that it was almost embarrassing because our cameramen would be getting shots of the guy from behind to illustrate it, says Mike Mayock. This piece goes into extreme detail on this, all right? And it is across positions, as I will get to in a moment. First up, Bill Belichick, according to Kirby Smart, coach at Georgia, Kirby Smart stood next to Belichick while Belichick was watching defensive linemen run the 40 at the Combine. Kirby Smart was confused as to why Belichick was watching the drill from behind the starting line. Kirby Smart said, quote, I was like, why are we here? You can't time the finish. And Nick Saban leaned over and told him, Bill likes to look and see how big their ass is when they get down in a 40-yard stance because he wants to sign the biggest ass defensive lineman he can find. Close quote. This is a Belichick staple. Larger the derriere, the better the defensive line.
He did have Sam Adams.
Sure did.
Who was the other guy?
Vince Wilfork.
Vince Wilfork. There
Yep.
was a third when he was a 4-3 dude.
Mm-hmm.
Played D tackle, came here for a minute. I think he came here under Josh for a second. What was the guy's name? He was before Sam Adams, I want to say.
Okay.
Oh, man.
You're going to figure this out.
I'm gonna.
I believe in you here.
Yeah. You know, I went to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic so I could get my clarity back.
Luke Day, who is the head strength coach at the University of South Carolina, Andy, is quoted as saying, it's one of the largest muscle groups. It's a prime mover of your hips. It's what propels you forward. It's what puts force into the ground. You know that player has the potential to create a lot of power because that muscle group is that important. Close quote. The first time that Luke Day learned there was a correlation between ass and athleticism came at a football camp at Miami, Ohio University with strength coach Dan Dalrymple. Do you know?
Of course.
Do you know that name?
I do, but I don't know why.
He is the Broncos head strength coach.
Well, there you go.
Literally the first thing Dalrymple said, he said, quote, you guys come in here and you got a flat can, then we don't want you. He said, I heard that as a 13-year-old, so I wanted to make sure I squatted, so I had a big old butt. This is according to Dan Dalrymple, who is the Broncos strength coach. Falcons O-line coach Dwayne Ledford adds, the biggest lever you've got on your body is your hip, so the biggest power angle you have is from your knee to the waist. Football is all about power angles, Andy. Power angles.
Yeah, that I've heard of. By the way, Ty Warren is who I was thinking of. Remember him?
Ty Warren, yes.
Yeah. Power angles and a big butt. And Where does pot roast figure into this?
He had a big can. Mm-hmm.
Gigantic.
Domata Pecco and pot roast were the two biggest I've ever seen.
Pot roast, though, like most guys, if they have the big dairy, like Domata Pecco, just large.
Mm-hmm.
Everywhere was large.
Mm-hmm.
Pot roast was big, but then it was like
it was all ass.
The backside, it looked like he had a trailer hitched to him because his torso was somewhat skinny for the amount of rear end lower half that he had.
So listen to this. This is how weird these guys are about butts. So I just mentioned Falcons O-line coach Dwayne Ledford. He shared a story of when he was the offensive line coach at NC State. Wolfpack strength coach Tim Robis commented on the physique of Ledford's then 4-year-old son Hudson. Quote, he's like, Led, that dude's going to be strong. I'm like, what are you talking about? He's like, look at his posterior chain. That dude's got a back on him. Even now, my wife and I joke about it. Look at that posterior chain, man. That's right. He spotted it on a toddler.
What? All right.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
And as he says, because he is now an assistant in the Carolina Panthers Human Performance Department, he said, hey, the kid's now 11, and he gives me everything I can handle when we wrestle.
So the scouting's paying off.
Scouting was right. When he was 4, they were like, this kid's going to be strong, and now he's 11, and he can beat up his dad.
Because he had a big rear end.
Because he had a big rear end. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I told you this applies to all positions.
Yeah, help me out here.
And it's covered in this story.
Show me a wideout. Give me a wideout example.
Here we go.
A punter.
Former NFL punter Dustin Colquitt.
There we go.
Said the talking points at his end-of-season exit interviews with Andy Reid were generally pretty uneventful except for one. Here's the quote. He'd sit down with me and be like, you went to the Pro Bowl. We don't have much to say to you, but don't lose your butt. Punters have to have big butts. As soon as you start to look like you're going downhill from a physique standpoint, you're out of here. Keep that ass going. Close quote.
Man, now I wish we could get a hold of Britton and see if Britton was told that.
Andy Reid says, keep that ass going.
The minute the rear end is gone, so are you.
It's why this man, he can't stop winning Super Bowls.
Okay, now hold on.
Keep that ass going.
So if you're a punter, are you going for some mom jeans from back in the day? Some Jordache with the wide hips? Just stuffing that thing full of whatever.
Okay.
So it doesn't look like you're losing your backside for team functions?
So this is interesting, is they do talk about that. And
but someone's got fake butt going on because you're worried you're going to get cut if it goes away.
Typically, guys who are more explosive are more well-endowed in the rear. There are some guys who are going to have a tough time finding pants. Like, I've got a 34 waist, but I really need to wear 40 because otherwise they don't fit around my butt. I don't have this issue. I don't have a large can. So, I don't know.
Yeah, I've got the exact opposite problem.
This is a part of the... a player taking what coaches and scouts call no ass at all pills has got work to do in the weight room, said the Athletics' Nate Tice, a former college football player and NFL staffer. When Senior Bowl executive director Jim Nagy was scouting college games for the Kansas City Chiefs and Seattle Seahawks, he'd simply write saggy pants if he was worried about an offensive lineman's anchoring ability.
Wow.
You don't want to have saggy pants.
No, you don't.
Nope.
Wow. I deal with it now.
Keep them high and tight.
You need the old... You're going to have to tighten that belt.
When Pat Kerwin was scouting for the Buccaneers and Cardinals in the 1980s, scouts labeled prospects with a high butt factor and noted it on all written scouting reports. Quote, we always abbreviate everything, so on a scouting report it would just be HBF +9 or +10, said Kerwin. We'd give them a numerical grade on it.
All right, we got to text Leggy.
A numerical grade on the butt. Mm-hmm. You don't want to tackle who's light in the ass.
Okay, have we seen these on scouting reports? You and I read the scouting reports every year. I don't feel like I've glanced over a lot of the posterior comments in these alleged scouting reports.
So we read the scouting reports that the draft nerds do.
Right, that they've, cleansed?
I'm assuming the ones that are being written by the teams, and we've heard some of the dumbest reasons for not drafting players over the years, I'm assuming they're a little more not for mass consumption.
Sure.
Probably a lot more inappropriate, I'm guessing. Not politically correct, as you would say.
Not for public
No,
consumption.
butt factor. I mean, come on. Butt factor, you would think we'd be able to talk about. We're talking about it right here on our show. South Carolina wide receiver Xavier Legette, who ran a 4.39 second 40 and posted a 40-inch vertical at the Combine, has steadily risen up draft boards since the end of his collegiate season, even in a crowded field of wideouts. When asked about him, Luke Day, who we talked about earlier, said, quote, "Wait till you say that behind," close quote, with 5 E's in the spelling.
Really?
Till that behind. You got to see it. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Also, and here's the final thought from this piece. They posit that the butt can even be a measure of the heart, Andy.
Okay.
Here's a quote. "It's a reflection of not only their strength, but it also shows, does this guy care? I don't know if there is a direct correlation between how much you squat and how much you care about your lower body and success in the NFL, but I bet you there's some correlation between having a strong lower half and being somebody who works their ass off in the weight room, no pun intended." Close quote. You want to have a big butt? You want to go higher in the draft? Get a big old butt.
Yeah. Again, this feels like new information.
Means you got a big heart. Got to have a big butt, Andy.
Well, I mean, look, Sir Mix-a-Lot agrees.
How about Belichick standing behind the dudes to watch the 40 so he can see their butt when they bend over into the starting block?
Just to see if it's big enough for him to feel.
Everyone's like, what is Belichick doing over there? He's checking out ass. That's all he's doing. That's all he's doing.
All right. I'm telling you.
Just get the full cheek view.
Been around the draft a long time.
Uh-huh.
I've never heard this point brought up, but I guess you learn something every day.
There you are. There you are, my friend. Mm-hmm.
You just. The
science behind it, according to Dr. Alexandra DeJong Lemke, an assistant professor of Virginia Commonwealth University's Department of Physical Medicine and Rehabilitation, quote, "In a broad sense, muscle hypertrophy/size relates to muscle strength. Usually, a larger muscle indicates higher ability to produce force. So when you think of sprinting and explosive movements, that's primarily driven from the glute maximus to give that explosive first step." That makes sense to me.
Sure.
Bigger butt, stronger you are.
Yeah, I got to get to. I'm trying to think.
When we work on football, we work on
I'm
football.
going to text Bertrand Berry and a couple other defensive players to see if their rear end size was mentioned during the scouting process.
You're chasing this story.
Yes, but now I want to know. You said this goes back far as Pat Kerwin in the 80s.
It goes back to the 80s.
Dal Ripple, all those guys. What?
You want to have a high butt factor. Mm-hmm. You got to have a high butt factor.
But again, it's all relative, right, to the size of the person.
How about this?
I want you to tell me the receiver where you went, man, that's he's dragging some junk around. Huh? Because you said it's for all positions.
Here's one for you. Old school scouts would cross linemen off their list after just seeing them walk down a hallway. Quote, "You see a guy walk by and you say, can't anchor, don't need to watch tape." Close quote. Yeah, one look at his butt, and you're like, I'm not even flipping on this guy's tape. I'm not bothering.
Come on. See, good thing I didn't try. I never would have been drafted.
You take one look at the film, you're like, that guy's got a small ass. Let's just bull rush that dude. And you're toppling him right over on your way to the quarterback. Mm-hmm.
Dude. Leggy could not be covering March Madness at the worst time.
Are you worried this kills your chance to be a starting NFL offensive lineman?
Yeah, you know. I'm just thrown off because, on the line, it all makes sense.
Sure. Punters, too.
But, I think of Dwayne Carswell, who had ample backside.
Yes.
He was a blocker. You weren't sending him out into the routes.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Is Travis Kelce got a big old back wagon? What are we talking about? Was Shannon Sharp bigger than I don't see how this is an across the board thing.
I think what this is, Andy, what this says is this is an indictment of you. in that you didn't put the work in
Yeah,
while
I've got
covering
no
training camp
Yeah,
to
you're
stand
right.
directly behind somebody when they bent down in their
Hey.
stands to measure their can.
Listen, we've all noticed things at times. Matter of fact, I remember DMAC at one camp. It was like OTAs when Pot Roast first got there.
Okay.
Went, my God, is his bleep large? And Pot Roast turned around and looked, and we were all like, that's him. The Dumb and Dumber point. You're like, him. It's him. It's him. He said it. We all thought it, but he said it. Come on now.
I love Andy Reid telling the punter, keep that ass going.
See, again, I don't even know if I got Britton's number. Now I want to know if Britton was told the same. His brother.
That's the message to take right here, everybody.
Do we have any other? Do we know any other punters? We could ask Tyler. What do you think Tyler got told?
Here's a couple of phrases for you. Wood hauler's ass. You ever heard that one?
No, I don't know any wood haulers. Like a wood hauler to me is a truck.
I feel like Quinn,
a trailer.
I would describe Quinn Miners as having a wood hauler's ass. Remember, he was like knocking the trees down with his bare hands or whatever.
He was karate kidding that thing, getting ready.
Right, exactly.
Painting the fence and sanding the floors.
That man's my wood hauler.
Yeah. What else?
I think we
wood
covered
haulers where you can stop.
Yes.
Are there more?
Some of them are not
For print only.
How about this one? Coca-Cola booty. You ever heard that one?
What? No, I have not.
Coca-Cola booty. Apparently, that's what they used to say at Clemson. Clemson.
So should we call the coach back up, see if he's worried about this with his basketball players?
Uh-huh. Here's the quote from Kerwin. I had a tackle who was light in the ass. As soon as the defensive guys saw that, they were bull rushing him. They knew he couldn't drop his weight and stop a bull rush. They could figure out pretty quickly who they are going to whip up on, close quote.
So is Miners going to get a contract strictly off his backside?
I hope so.
Is he the best on the team now?
He's got the belly, but it works on the backside
Ben Powers?
as well.
Ben Powers got a pretty solid base,
Good
right?
can. Yeah, good can right there. Absolutely. Mm-hmm. Solid rump. Nice dupa. Absolutely. Mm-hmm. That's correct.
Dude, the NFL draft is weird.
So there you go, everybody. An NFL draft preview you can get behind. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show.
Hey, it's Andy Lindahl from my friends over at Colorado Off-Road. Just spent time with the number 2 in charge, Jerry Jones, today, recording some new spots. Wendy Jones is your person. She's the boss. You want a great deal? You ask for Wendy. That's how it works over there. Look, these are good folks, Jerry and Wendy Jones at Run Colorado Off-Road. Jerry let me know. They've got some big rebates on some power step rails that you may want to go in there and talk to them about. Also, some bed covers. Best time of year to get them right now, or at least one of the best times of year. They have this rebate program, he said a couple of times, but it's happening right now through April 2nd. Make sure if this is something you're looking for, you get in there before April 2nd and talk to them about it and see what they can't do for you. The power step rails are awesome. We all went to lunch after recording some ads today. Jerry's got a couple of the power step rails on his Ford Bronco. Again, he does truck accessories. He does 4x4 accessories. He can get you ready for camping season as far as getting ready to haul your fifth wheel or whatever it may be. Go see my guy, Jerry Jones. I'm also going to throw up his Bronco on Instagram. I took a video of it. Really sweet looking. The off-road guy is a sweet off-road Bronco. Who would have thought it? Colorado Off-Road is located 3 blocks south of downtown Littleton on South Prince Street. You can also find them on the web at cooffroad.com.
CSU and Texas in Charlotte coming up at 4:50 p.m. Mountain Time. We'll keep you posted on everything happening in that game. Buffs have advanced. They will take on Florida, which that's going to be an awful lot of fun. That game coming up there tomorrow. So, hey, good on the Buffs for advancing to the round of 64. By the way, Andy, here's a fun note for you. And apropos, given that Oregon is up 14 right now on South Carolina. So right now, with CU in the tournament and getting a win last night and Oregon with the lead, when you win a game in the tournament, that means the teams that are in your conference split about $2 million in tournament units from every victory. Well, the problem is that CU is not going to be in the conference that they're currently in anymore. So any game that Arizona, Colorado, or Oregon wins in this tournament, and right now, again, Oregon up double digits, under 10 to go in the second half, that money all goes to Washington State and Oregon State, who are still in the Pac-12.
Still very rich. This is why they're doing the scheduling agreement, right? Or what are they calling it? Scheduling
Alliance agreement. Yes,
with the Mountain West.
Yes. Well, they're doing it with the West Coast for basketball. They're doing it with the Mountain West for football.
Okay.
But
they're keeping all their money.
But they're still in the Pac-12, so they still will make all this money. So if one of these teams just makes like an Elite Eight or a Final Four run, biggest fans are going to be in Pullman and Corvallis. That's what's happening right now. That's how weird college athletics are.
All right. Which, good for them. Good for them. You know what? Can we dive into something that might get salty?
Dive.
I don't think for you.
Let's dive.
But I feel like, see, Nate, you want to know why there's a bit of a spring in Nate's step? He doesn't have to follow Russell Wilson on social media.
Because I'm getting ready for spring's break?
Oh, we're both getting ready for that. It's going to be good. That's what it's all about. We're going to be playing some of the poker. We're going to be playing some of the craps. And then we're probably just going to spend most of our time at the nickel slots. And that'll be spring's break.
It's going to be a good time.
We'll have a soda, a sandwich.
What's going on with Russ these days?
Okay.
What's he up to? Any real estate ventures I should know about?
Remember the video we got when he first got here?
Which one was
at the
that?
San Diego field.
Oh, yeah.
With his soccer goal.
Sure. Mm-hmm.
He pretty much went and redid it. Did the same thing again. Same video, same drills, same putting in that grind.
But he's a Steeler now.
So I will ask you this.
Yeah.
Can we, because again, still don't love the dead money, still don't think you have a better quarterback necessarily on the team. The pain of what I think they're about to go through eases a bit when I watch that stuff and I know it's not in our life anymore. Can we all agree as Broncos country, 303-504-0925, you will not miss the social media, call it what you want, cheesiness, what else? Cheesiness is the thing, just nerdiness, I guess. I don't know what it is. No matter how you feel about it as a Bronco fan, that kind of stuff is what led you to be the punchline from your friends that rooted for other teams.
So,
did it not?
Nate,
it was the exact same crap from 2 years ago.
I actually saw the video in question.
Oh, you did?
Because somebody sent it to me on Twitter, which you don't need to, guys, but okay. So I saw it.
We're going to make sure you still live.
It was a footwork drill.
It was.
On
that same field where they all got together and worked out 2 years ago.
It was in San Diego, and Russ. So in this footwork drill, Russ was doing drop backs and then step ups, and then drop back and then step up, and then drop back and then step up, and then like on the third one he threw the ball.
Right.
If I were Pittsburgh and Mike Tomlin and Arthur Smith, I probably would get on the horn with Russ, and I'd be like, haven't you been sacked 100 times in the last 2 years? Why don't you do some footwork drills where you get the ball out faster, okay? Because the whole drill is just him. He finally threw the ball on the third one, so he knows he can throw it, and throw it sooner. Maybe this is a part of the problem. That is why you're hanging on the ball all the time and then turtling when there's a pass rusher in your face.
Yeah, man.
Because it's 4 seconds after the ball's been snapped and you haven't let it go.
And people are just texting it. Cringe is the word. It's just like, dude, this doesn't help you. I'm not sure I want to. I think I'd be satisfied if I didn't see a single Bronco on social media with that kind of stuff the entire offseason.
He's 36 years old. He has declining athleticism. He has already said, I want to win 2 Super Bowls in the next 5 years. How about a winning record, guy? Like, can you start there? I'm saying, in all seriousness, for his sake, of like some awareness of where you're at right now at the moment. And you know what? Mike Tomlin can neuter the hell out of him just like Sean Payton did last year and tell him you're going to throw everything behind the line of scrimmage. You're going to throw everything outside the numbers. We can't have you throw the ball over the middle on play action because you're just gonna get picked off. It's gonna be a nightmare. Don't turn the ball over. We've got good defense. We lean on our running game, and you know what? We'll probably go 9-8 if we do all of that. So just do that. And yet Russ is out here again selling himself like he belongs in the same sentence as Mahomes or Lamar or Josh Allen.
Yeah, it's
Josh Allen.
I don't know. I just saw that and I thought to myself, this is not what I'm going to miss. This is not at all what I'm going to miss.
I've got another Russ update for you.
What do we have now? Oh, I know what you're going to do. It wasn't all peachy.
So here we go. Russell Wilson sells Cherry Hills Village mansion for $21.5 million, takes multi-million-dollar loss. The most expensive home ever sold in the Denver area, according to the Denver Post, is officially off the market, and Russell Wilson lost $3.5 million. The 20,000 square foot Cherry Hills Village mansion was sold for $21.5 million on Wednesday. The quarterback and his wife, singer-songwriter Sierra, moved into 10 Cherry Hills Park Drive in April 2022, just after the Seahawks traded Wilson to the Broncos with a $25 million price tag. The 2022 sale remains the most ever paid for a residential property in the metro area. When Wilson signed a one-year deal with the Pittsburgh Steelers, it was once again time to put the house on the market. The 20,000 square foot home on 5 acres has 4 bedrooms and, have you heard, Andy, 12 full bathrooms. His and hers walk-in closets, an attached and detached garage, offices, and more. Well, we know Russ has an office upstairs. According to the property's 2022 Zillow listing, the home also houses a 2,590 square foot indoor swimming pool, a basketball court, and a guest apartment.
Apartment?
Yes.
Now you're living.
It's got a Kato Kaelin
I'd
suite
love to
over
see
there.
that apartment. It might be nicer than my house. Yeah, you know what? He'll never. You know how some athletes, like Brian Dawkins, lived here for a while. Not sure if he still does, but he did. Lynch lived here for a while till the job in San Francisco.
Yeah.
Obviously, Peyton Manning still lives here. Russ ain't ever going to live here. That's a sign, right? He probably, outside of playing with the Steelers this year, and whatever team he may play for, whether it's the Steelers or whoever after that, he will never come back here to reside in long periods. Right?
I don't think the high-end clothing store has much of a chance.
Is that gone already? Maybe
we're
across the street.
When I was at DIA 2 weeks ago,
it was still there.
It was still there.
But you noted
in Concourse
alteration.
C, there was a curtain that was mostly over Russ's face.
Yeah.
Which who is buying the Russell Wilson cardigans, like stylish youth group leaders? Like who's the person that is marketed towards? I have no idea. So there you go. Russell Wilson, we're still going to get the social media updates. Not everybody is going to unfollow him. So
just again, I know he probably didn't like the way Peyton put it to him last year.
Mm-hmm.
For his sake,
stop kissing babies.
Just stop. Just don't do it. You don't need
what
to do
I
it.
talk with Russell about, it's none of your business.
You know what?
It's none.
There'll be plenty of highlights on Instagram if you play well. Period.
Very much so.
So there you go.
Very much so. Win games, people will like you.
Same with Jerry Jeudy.
I
don't need to see you running around. Remember he ran around his neighborhood with his helmet on?
Oh, the footwork drills.
No, he just was running around his cul-de-sac. I was like, all right.
What's this guy's deal?
Well, his head was going to be safe. It's Altitude Sports Radio. Hey, it's the second hour of the show. We're about 46 minutes away from tip-off. CSU and Texas, game number 2 of the tournament for the Rammies, going up against a Texas team that doesn't necessarily guard the perimeter all that well. Could be a big Isaiah Stevens game. CSU a 2.5-point dog last time I checked in this matchup against Texas. Looking forward to that one very much. CU will be in action tomorrow against Florida after last night's cover your eyes victory over Boise State. So, Andy, I will tell you this. I did not flip on Dodgers-Padres this morning as soon as I woke up, although I did see the reports. Padres beat the Dodgers 15-11. Yoshinobu Yamamoto, who the Dodgers gave $325 million to in the offseason, in his first start as a L.A. Dodger, as a Major League Baseball player, 5 earned in 1 inning of work. It took him 43 pitches to record 3 outs. His ERA is 45.00.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That seems high.
Yeah. You don't often see, and I did the math, $325 million over 12 years. I believe that's a $27.5 million average annual salary coming down for Yamamoto.
With a 45 ERA.
You don't often see the ERA above the average annual salary. That's unusual.
Yeah, I was going to say almost double.
Yes.
The ERA almost doubles the salary. Not quite there,
Pretty high.
But more close than you'd like it to be.
Pretty high. You want the salary higher than the ERA. It's like a prerequisite when you acquire a new pitcher.
Especially when you're working with 27 as the number.
Yes. A substantially large number, but 15-11, Padres and Dodgers are now on their way back to the U.S. I'm sure Shohei Ohtani is excited about that. According to reporter Chelsea Janes today, Dodgers PR guarded Ohtani's locker as he changed, then told reporters he would not be speaking. When reporters surrounded his locker asking if he had a second anyway, he walked by and out of the clubhouse saying what the Japanese reporters translated as, quote, "have a good night," close quote.
Good night, all.
Have a good night.
Trying to leave on a high note. All right, what do you...
I don't know anything about the $4.5 million.
Yeah. What? Someone had a good night.
I would say
the
so.
Bookies had a good night.
Well, that guy's not having a good night these days.
What do you think's going on here? Now that we've had 24 hours to digest it.
Yes.
There have been 12 different versions of the story in a very short amount of time as to who knew what and when, and all of a sudden he doesn't know anything about nothing.
Right.
Are we going to have another gambling problem for baseball? Is there another gambling scandal? And I say another... The last one I always think of, obviously, is Pete Rose. It's what's kept him out of the Hall of Fame.
Sure.
But like you said, this is Pete Rose level. For those that are young,
the Chicago White Sox threw a World Series in 1919.
Fair enough. But to me, we're talking about with Shohei Ohtani, he is the Pete Rose level of recognition. As you said, the face of the game.
Face of the game.
Pete Rose, for those that don't remember, pretty damn big deal in this sport.
So let's get into the details here, and then I'll tell you what I think is going on.
What details do you think are correct?
Okay,
we know that $4.5 million's missing.
Well,
right?
This is what we know is reported as it stands right now. So yesterday, lawyers for Shohei Ohtani said that Shohei had been a victim of massive theft after reporters asked an Ohtani spokesman questions why $4.5 million in wire transfers had been sent from Ohtani's bank account to a bookmaking operation in Southern California, run by this dude, Matthew Boyer. Again, sports betting is not legal in the state of California. The theft allegation came after a spokesman initially told ESPN that the slugger had transferred the funds to cover the gambling debts of Ohtani's former interpreter and friend, Ippei Mizuhara. Mizuhara, on Tuesday evening, told ESPN the same, and again, this was the word from Ohtani's camp, and now Mizuhara is echoing that statement that Shohei was covering his gambling debt. Laid out the story in great detail when he talked to ESPN, including saying that Ohtani had sat with him and the two transferred the money in $500,000 increments in several different settings. But as ESPN prepared to publish his story yesterday,
The spokesman disavowed Mizuhara's account. In subsequent interview with Mizuhara, he told ESPN he had not been truthful, but Ohtani had no knowledge of his gambling activities, debts, or efforts to repay him. That's not what you all said at the beginning.
Yeah.
That's not what was going on.
And in $500,000 increments.
So today, a source close to Shohei gave an explanation for the changing storyline. As Ohtani's handlers tried to determine what had happened, they initially relied solely on Mizuhara, who continued to translate for Ohtani. I don't think that's what happened, okay? This is my best guess, because this is a big old whodunit, and we don't know who and what they done, okay? But my guess here is that Shohei Ohtani was helping out a buddy.
Okay. So you don't think he did the gambling himself?
That's my most generous read of this.
Okay.
And maybe it is a generous read, okay? And maybe that's naive of me. But my guess is that Shohei Ohtani taking care of, because his translator was like his life companion. Okay? This guy wasn't just like a dude that he ran into at work and then that guy stood between him and reporters and translated the interviews. Like, this guy was his companion. They had linked up back in 2018 with the Angels and essentially like lived together, basically. My assumption is that this guy was a terrible gambler and that Shohei Ohtani, with his substantial bank account, was helping out his friend and was naive enough to not realize how illegal what he was doing was. That's what I believed is going on.
Shohei was naive enough to not?
Yes.
Look, man, here's my problem.
Mm-hmm.
$4.5 million.
Yep. It's a lot of money.
If you're the friend, if you're Mizuhara, the translator, don't you ask for help before this? When you hit the first mill and a half, isn't that where you're screwed? Didn't we hear that he made $300,000 a year? You can't even cover $1 million of gambling debt, dude. That's 3 years of your pay if you don't spend a penny.
So, Andy, you're not thinking like the gambler, okay?
Fair enough.
My man's just a parlay or two away.
You think he's just... See, Nate, the amount is so egregious. That's my problem.
Right.
That is my problem.
Yeah.
I don't doubt. Look, I know 1,000 gold-hearted athletes.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
Scott Hastings is one of them, quite honestly.
Mm-hmm.
Scott Hastings ain't float me. Whatever our version of $4.5 million would be, he ain't floating me that. Okay? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And the guy's literally like a big brother. He has been one of my guides for 20 plus years in the radio business.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Mm-hmm.
He's not slipping me $450,000.
I mean,
I don't even know what it would be, Nate.
Andy, we're talking about a guy with a $700 million contract.
I do get that. But Nate, it's
we're talking about a man who is the most famous person like in a continent.
But you're paying him $300,000 for his services. You're gonna hand him $4.5 million, Nate?
Maybe it was a loan.
That's like that could be the career earnings by the time they're done. He doesn't need a translator his whole life. He's going to be done playing baseball at some point.
But here's the other part of this, though, and this is why I can believe it, is that when it comes to the mass amount of money, and yes, it is a mass amount of money, but we're talking about an individual here that is so rich. We're talking about an individual, Andy, that is so rich he deferred $680 million. He's just like, give it to me when you get around to it. Okay, that's how loaded this guy is. And if you're Shohei, okay, it's probably not very hard to be like, ooh, this is gonna look bad for me. I can write a couple of checks and this could go away. You know what I'm saying? Like the very simple act of, oh, money that I'll never touch anyway, here you go, make it all go away.
Okay, I get that if that's your problem.
Mm-hmm.
Nate, again...
Because the alternative here, Andy, is that Shohei Ohtani was either engaged in a massive bookmaking ring himself and is a addicted gambler, which the reason why I doubt that is because the dude is both a top 10 pitcher and the best hitter alive.
Right.
Like, when the hell does the guy find the free time to start worrying about parlays on college football?
Well, and look, where I'll go with you down that road is he's got enough to compete with right now. These guys, some of the athletes will tell you, I'm not going to say I've walked in their shoes, but I've had athletes tell me when I say, why would you do that? Well, they love the competitive edge. And sometimes I wondered for Pete Rose.
Could be.
He was managing when he did his transgressions.
Yes.
He wasn't actively part of it. We know coaching's one thing, right? I've done both coached and played lacrosse. I've had a lot of fun coaching. It's a hell of a lot more fun actually affecting the game on the field.
Sure.
Right?
Sure.
So I think for some of the guys, there's still just not enough of the juice of competing that gets these guys going every day, okay?
I would think Shohei got his fill.
Right. I think I'm with you. I think he has enough being able to, he's a pitcher and a hitter and all that stuff. But Nate, again, and look, to me, I don't know how else to put this, but I'm going to finally just put it. If they are actual life partners, like if this is your spouse, then I understand why you pay the money. But other than that, I don't understand why this guy is so connected to you in business that you have to pay the debt.
I don't think he had to.
But then why would you? Why would you? I don't know. Maybe he is just seriously, like you said.
Could be that good of a guy.
We're talking about an amount of money I won't even know what it means to make the interest of. I mean, there's the possibility, though, like, I will admit I'm probably making the most generous read of this that I can. And also I do think once it got clear that how illegal this all was, sure.
Once the lawyers got wind of it, once the Dodgers got wind of it, it was you need to get as far away from this thing as you possibly can. Now it's also possible that wire transfers to a bookie with Shohei Ohtani's name on them were done in his interest because, I don't know, he's betting on Big West basketball.
Yeah,
I have no idea.
Yeah, Nate,
I have no idea what Shohei's up to in his free time.
Can you just, again, I have so many friends that are generous people and have a couple of bucks, and I guess I just keep trying. What I can't solve is...
Hey, you're friends with an oil baron.
Thank you. He ain't handing me $4.5 million to get out of some gambling debts. I can tell you that. And like you said, I understand. Like, at what point doesn't Shohei just go, brother, I got to fire you. I've got to fire you. I can't be tied to this. I just can't.
Right.
Unless somehow it's a little of his business. That's what I can't help going to. You must have some bigger attachment to this because there are other interpreters.
It is his business. Like, his name is on the wire transfers.
Well, no, I get that.
It's very much his business.
But don't you, again, there's just a part of me that I would have to think you go to your guy and you say, look, when this is all cleared, I'll bring you back. But I can't have this right now. $4.5 million. $4.5 million, Nate.
How about the bookie?
$4.5 million.
How about the bookie keeping a paper trail? How about that?
I don't know. Maybe it is all as you said.
I'm not as stunted by the
I understand
the wire.
He's so rich.
Shohei's got that in the couch cushions.
I got it.
Yeah.
I got it. But man, come on. Rich people don't stay rich by just throwing money away. Bro, I pay you $300,000 a year and you got into a $4.5 million gambling debt?
Doesn't seem like a wise investment. I will agree with you there. I can't push back on any of that.
You know what makes me hurt the most? You're the one that believes in humanity more than me in this scenario, and I don't like that. That I can't come to grips with.
I could be dead wrong. I think the Angels were able to lose games just fine on their own without having Shohei throwing them for him, but what do I know? I could be dead wrong.
Well, and again, look,
on
I'm
this.
with you. I don't know that he's bet on baseball. All of this could have been accrued over some bad football, some bad basketball,
sure,
some hockey. I don't know. Are they into cricket? I don't know.
There's
plenty of stuff to bet on.
Are they betting sumo?
Well, it was on yesterday. Don't know why.
You can bet on anything.
Yeah. Hey,
you
had basically Russian bunker ping pong going on years ago that people were betting on.
And again, here's the other part of it. I don't know if we'll ever know the truth here because the principal involved in this, Major League Baseball, desperately needs Shohei Ohtani to somehow come out the other side of this thing smelling like roses.
Yeah, because he's the game's most popular player.
In the worst way. okay? And he's very much in the prime of his career, playing for the marquee franchise in the sport, in the second biggest media market in the country. You rescued him out of purgatory in Anaheim to get him up there to play for the Dodgers right now. You want this guy in the postseason in the worst way humanly possible. Major League Baseball needs Shohei to come out of this thing clean, and they're going to do everything they can to make sure that it happens. I promise you that. And maybe that involves a massive cover-up. Like, I'm not denying that it's possible. I'm hypothesizing what I think is going on, and I'm honestly going off of the simplest explanation is probably the right one.
Is every sport in the world now sweating today?
Oh, of course, but they were anyway.
Yeah, but this really, this is Shohei.
They were anyway. They are anyway.
This is baseball's version of Patrick Mahomes.
It is
being attached to something like this, which he is not.
Yeah, it's Nikola Jokic. It's
Stop
Nathan
it.
McKinnon.
You shut your mouth. I will not hear it.
But what I'm saying is, it's the biggest star in the damn sport.
Yeah, I know, dude.
Being connected to
I just can't. There's just a part of me that, and again, maybe it's because of my standing in life.
Mm-hmm.
You just, the 4.5, it's just too big a number. It's just too big a number.
My prediction as we sit here today, 21st of March on Thursday, is I believe this story will die without any illegal activity connected to Shohei Ohtani's name.
Okay.
That's my prediction.
There's
as
plenty
I sit
of money
here
to
today.
make it happen. We know that.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Because as you said, there's a lot of people outside of Shohei Ohtani that have an interest in this not continuing.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You better believe it.
By the way, Cuban Benny, another top shelf text. When does his basketball sabbatical begin?
Shohei is going to go ball out.
Yeah.
Go to the association.
Power forward.
Before he reappears.
Yeah.
With a two-word
I miss
fax.
baseball.
How do you say I'm back in Japanese?
Yeah.
It's the Craigman and Lindahl Show. So here's the play-by-play of what's happening in studio right now. I am currently like the annoying dude at the bar trying to explain to a confused bartender exactly what channel I need the TV on so I can watch the game of my choice. No, FS1. FS1. Do you have FS1?
What?
We have ESPN. No, FS1. We have NFL Network. No, FS1. Do you have it?
Just give me the remote. Yeah, and no, and now I'm finding out that you had me turn it to darts because we're waiting on news.
Well, I just so what happened right there was it's a clear issue of line of vision from where I'm sitting right here. So we have the Nevada Dayton game up. We have 3 TVs above us right now. The Nevada Dayton game is the one to the furthest left, which is good right now. That game's second half. Double-digit lead for Nevada, under 6 minutes to go. It seems like the Wolfpack kind of got this one under control. Plus, I don't like having to look at that TV too much because we have a very bright, like, studio light that's blinding me if I don't, like, aim my vision, my field of vision exactly correctly. Otherwise, every time I look at Andy, I blink and his face is just a green square.
You're wrapped up like a deuce.
I know. I could do without that. In the middle, I wanted TNT because that's what the CSU game is going to be on, which will tip off in about 22 minutes. And then to our right, CBS, because they'll have the Oakland-Kentucky game at 5:10, but it is currently CBS News Colorado and a story about, I don't know, roofing. I don't know exactly what's going on.
Lights. Maybe our friend Romeo will come on. We'll see.
There you go.
There
so that's
but
anyway, I was ordering Andy around as to exactly which television I needed on which network.
Nate has figured out if you don't know how to work it, you don't have to do it.
And honestly, I think you did a marvelous job.
Sure.
Well, that's the other thing is that you learned how to operate all the TVs.
I have a Roku at home. Who doesn't
here.
have a Roku somewhere?
I have one. I just
now that I know,
this is where I give you credit. You see exactly through my plan. If I don't know how to do it, I don't have to do it.
This case, you just don't want to do it, and it's fine.
Well, it's also that.
Technically, it's on my half of the table. I did all the TV turning, and now they all are behind me.
Yes.
So there we go.
So you can't even watch
Works
any
out
of these
for everybody.
games. Either way, though, I appreciate your service.
Sure.
Thank you for that.
Until, boy, we need another angry Illinois Nate game.
Hey, Illini won big today.
Yeah, you're feeling good.
Victory.
You are. There's a whole new mood.
Oh,
it's like the clouds cleared.
We're on to the round
of
32.
Gone. It all smells fresh again.
We got Duquesne. They got a hard QU and a silent S in their name. I'm looking forward to this one. I'm liking the Illini's chances. We're feeling good. Did you fill out your bracket, by the way, at altitudesportsradio.com/brackets, Andy?
Yeah.
Good.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. That's what I like to hear.
Yeah.
That's good to hear.
How about you?
I did, yes.
Yeah. Sure.
Got mine all filled out. I'm ready to rock. I'm happy as can be. All right. Nuggets got the Knicks tonight.
Nuggets and Knicks tonight. So when are the Avs? Are the Avs tonight?
Tomorrow.
Golly.
They play Columbus tomorrow.
We need to not do all this again.
They'll take on the BJs tomorrow. Yes.
Boom.
Mm-hmm. There you are.
Wait a minute. At home, right?
I believe so, yes.
Road, right?
They're off the road. They're back home. They get a couple of days rest. We got the Nuggets back in action. They're off the road as well. Boy, Andy, you always tell me, watch out for that first game after a road trip.
That's a Scott Hastingism.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Look out for that one.
Both of them.
Yes.
They both are off road trips.
Yes.
It is wild how all of a sudden everything's aligned.
By the way, our buddy Dan Hyatt informs us Oklahoma City has the 5th most difficult remaining strength of schedule in the NBA. The Nuggets have the 2nd easiest.
Nice.
The 2nd easiest the rest of the way.
What about Minnesota?
Push? I don't know because he specifically highlighted the Nuggets and OKC in that note. I think we can leave Minnesota in the rearview mirror, right?
I don't know. They're up by a game, right?
Should I not get cocky about that?
Maybe not yet.
Okay.
What do you think about this Knicks team? How much different does this Knicks team look than the team that destroyed Denver at the end of that road trip, in January? They've had a few injuries since then, right?
Yes.
Is Jalen Brunson back in the mix?
He is, yes. Or at least he played recently. Honestly, I haven't even checked the injury report for tonight. But I believe that he is going. Yeah, no Julius Randle tonight, obviously. No OG Anunoby, no Mitchell Robinson tonight for the Knicks. Jalen Brunson's going to go.
Okay.
First game back from a road trip. Nuggets are back home, taking on a Knicks team. This
Knicks sitting dead in the middle of their conference standings.
Now, here's my question, okay? In terms of, let's talk about the intangible for a moment. Michael Malone's ear-splitting, butt-chewing that he gave the guys in the fourth quarter the other night.
Where he gave out the big cuss.
Right.
I mean, he yelled. His whole body felt that anger.
Right.
If he had a football, he'd have spiked it. He was so mad.
Does that get some added carryover? Because and I do think it's important with this team. And Andy, you know me. I generally I'm an execution and performance guy when I worry about what's going to happen in sports. But one of the things about this Nuggets team is when they feel like it, they will execute and perform better than anybody else in the NBA. When they feel like it, they don't always feel like it. Now, a lot of nights, if they feel like it for anywhere between, 14 and 18 minutes, they're probably going to win because they will dominate enough in that stretch that anything else that happens outside of those spots doesn't really matter all that much. The other night against Minnesota, perfect example. In 5.5 minutes, once Nikola returned in the fourth quarter, they were plus 12. Like, boom, that's just what this team does. So will they bring it for a long enough stretch tonight? Again, Knicks have been off since Monday. They won up in Golden State, so they've probably been chilling in Denver for a few days.
You think? They probably stayed in San Fran.
Actually, that's a good point. Probably for one, they probably stayed there that night and traveled the next day. There was no need to, push it and have everybody be tired. So, yeah, they actually probably got to have a sort of a casual arrival in Denver, I'm assuming. The Knicks have been hanging out. The Nuggets are now back home. They're off the long road trip. Again, coming off of it's a win. A win's a win, and nobody measures bad wins, but we know what that fourth quarter looked like.
Does.
Exactly. Like, is that enough to now motivate this team to say, okay, we're going to bring it for 48 tonight?
Nate, we're entering the weird part that we entered last year, okay? The Nuggets have played 69 games.
Nice.
13 left to go.
By the way, you should have seen Spring was up and in the other side of the room. I thought he was going to pull a hamstring, shuffling over to hit the drop button.
Did I test your quick twitch? I didn't know he wasn't even there.
Oh, he moved his feet like he was defended on the perimeter.
You're not blowing by Spring. He's at least trailing you and going to get that block from behind.
But you know what? He committed to it fully, and that's all that matters.
Yeah.
That's why we're going on Spring's break right there.
Yeah. So anyway, they played the 69 games. They got 13 left to go.
Uh-huh.
This is about the area last year where we started with the, I don't know. Hey, don't like how they're playing. And then the last week was really bad. Like the last 5 games of the season, they really didn't care.
Right.
Which just added to that talk. This year, as we all know, they're a half game behind the Thunder. Same amount of wins. The Thunder only at 20 losses.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know when we're going to finally get the dang game made up to where they're all even. They're even with Minnesota and most of the other teams, but the Thunder still have a game in hand. So they lead the conference. I don't know what to expect tonight. I do believe Michael Malone wants the first seed. I know he's kind of been for coaches, it's about playing the right way. We ought to play some audio from Jared Bednar later, who basically says the same.
Mm-hmm.
Do they care about what the Knicks did? It's been 2 months. The Knicks, they had a dance party on you. They were really enjoying life. Do you want to give a little? Because look, every time the Lakers come to town, Nikola Jokic, I feel like ever since LeBron slighted Jokic at the All-Star game, he gives him a little extra. Hey, we're all friends. I'm your big Serbian buddy, but when we're on the court, I'm going to remind you that you picked me last. Do they flip that switch for what the Knicks did to him 2 months ago? I'm not sure it still cares, if they still care.
I don't here's the funny thing.
Not sure they cared when it happened.
Honestly, Andy, I don't even know if they remember it.
Yeah, it's a great call. There's been a lot of basketball.
I mean, that's one of those things of they're always on to the next one. their goal is so much greater than that. That was also a game that was at the end of a long road trip, so who gives a bleep? The Nuggets probably looked at it as though, look, we got what we deserved with the effort that we gave that night. Now, it is a home game. What about this? Let's think about this next week here, sort of in totality, okay? You have this home game against the Knicks. You get a one-off on the road in Portland on Saturday night, and then you come home and you begin a 5-game homestand that features alternating days for every game. So you play Memphis on Monday, Phoenix on Wednesday, Minnesota on Friday, Cleveland on Sunday. Then you'll have 2 days off before you play the Spurs on Tuesday, all right? You're always looking for sort of rest spots here at the end of the season. Phoenix and Minnesota are both must-wins next week. You got to get both of those games, so you're going full out. What about this as an idea? Beat the Knicks tonight. Leave Jokic, Jamal, Porter, and AG at home for the Portland trip.
I'd have no problem with that.
Look for the rest spots where you can get them. Throw a second unit game out there against a terrible Blazers team. Maybe you get it. Maybe you don't. Now, here's the other thing. As I'm saying it out loud, it is a division game, and division record does matter in some of the tiebreakers. So maybe you don't mess around.
I don't think you gave us 4 starters. I don't think I go that deep.
Okay. I mean, I gave you the big 4.
The core 4.
Yeah.
I leave Jokic at home, and I blame the back.
Okay.
Because they've done that before. I don't think he'd like it, but who cares?
We know he'd hate it.
I might think about leaving AG at home. And then I think I send Maul and I send Porter. And here's why. Porter's in a good space right now with the shooting. Let's not mess with that.
Keep him hot.
Right? Keep him hot, keep him confident, let him keep feeling it.
Mm-hmm.
And frankly, Jamal's missed enough time. I mean, I know you don't want Jamal getting hurt, but at the end of the day, let Porter and Jamal go do their thing. Maybe let them figure something else out so you can try to use that at times during the playoffs. You know what I'd really love to see? All I really want from the deep Denver bench, not necessarily Peyton Watson and Christian Brown and guys like that, the deep part of the Denver bench. Could I see some damn excitement to show me that you deserve to be out there the way the Minnesota guys embraced that the other night?
Yeah, I think, put it to them of like, okay, this is an opportunity to go and get it right now.
Yeah, you want to be in the rotation?
Get some big-time minutes right here. Put something good on film. In the very least, we'll be thinking about it next year. This is the time of year where you're looking for it. It's just the issue is, again, the standings and wanting to give anything away. There's also a world where Michael Malone just says, screw it, foot on the gas to the end of the year.
Yeah, I mean, again, you're half game off the Thunder.
Yeah.
And, Portland's been so bad.
They're terrible.
And like you said, what stinks about that's the travel. Quite honestly, if I'm leaving anybody behind, it may just be Jokic.
Okay.
Because I got to have Gordon. And you're hoping you do what you've done in the last couple games and Gordon gets out of there at the half.
Mm-hmm.
But to your point, I don't want to just throw the game away. I don't want to find out I needed those dudes and they're not there to help me. You know what I mean?
I know exactly what you mean because they very well could lose that game. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. By the way, Dayton has come back to tie up Nevada at 56-all. I believe that's a 9-0 run that the Flyers have gone on. So madness ensuing directly in front of us. CSU and Texas going to tip it off in about 10 or 15 minutes. Kreckman and Lindahl. We'll take a break when we come back, Andy. I got the Rockhead of the day for you.
We missed this.
I got a fun one here today involving, and it's not a Shohei Ohtani betting story, but it involves Japanese baseball and a beloved fast food mascot. I'll tell you that story next.
Oh, Nevada's going to blow this game. Choke job out of Steve Alford. Now down 2 with 15 and a half seconds to go. We're keeping you updated on the madness. CSU and Texas going to get going here in just a few minutes. But, Andy, right now it is time, and I know you've been looking forward to this one, for your Rockhead of the Day. It's presented to you by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, your local home comfort specialist. Visit rockheating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life. So, Andy, like I told you, I got the intersection of Japanese baseball and a beloved fast food mascot, I guess.
Figure?
You would call him whatever you want to call him. Anyway, here's the
yeah, let us know. Now, I'm more worried about the mascot.
Here's the headline, and maybe I was overstating it with beloved. Japanese baseball fans bid farewell to Lucky Charm Colonel Sanders statue.
Hold on. What?
Did I overrate?
Lucky Charm?
It was their Lucky Charm.
Oh, okay, so the statue was the Lucky Charm. Colonel Sanders of KFC was the figure.
Of KFC fame.
Gotcha.
That's right.
Okay.
He was a colonel.
Because Lucky Charms, as you know, is the leprechaun.
So a plastic statue of Kentucky Fried Chicken's founder, Colonel Sanders, that was a Lucky Charm for superstitious Japanese baseball fans, has been disposed of 15 years after being dredged out of an Osaka river. Jubilant supporters of Osaka's Hanshin Tigers, known for being Japan's most passionate baseball fans, flung the effigy and themselves into the Dotonbori River in 1985 after winning Japan's version of the World Series. But as the years went by and the Tigers' fortunes faltered, a belief took hold among fans dubbed the Curse of the Colonel, that success would return only if the life-sized doll was recovered. I love how it went from statue to life-sized doll.
Well, it was plastic.
The bearded statue was found during construction work in 2009 and salvaged, covered in sludge, and missing his glasses and left hand. It was cleaned up, blessed by a priest, and put on display. The alleged jinx took some time to be exorcised, but last year, the Tigers finally won the Japan Series again after a 38-year wait, prompting wild celebrations and more jumping into the river. KFC said on Tuesday that the statue was, quote, too dilapidated to maintain, close quote, and would be disposed of. But first, a ritual showing our gratitude was held at a temple and attended by KFC's Japan president Takayuko Hanji, who offered Japanese sake along with the chain's signature fried chicken.
Sake and fried chicken to celebrate the dumping of a doll.
That's a party.
Who was missing its glasses and left hand.
That's right. Yes. So I learned a little bit more about the curse of the Colonel.
Okay.
So again, we're going back to 85. All right. The Hanshin Tigers win the Japan Series. By the way, I do think we should have some musical accompaniment here for this story, Andy. I looked into this, and I want to play for you the fight song, the anthem of the Hanshin Tigers. This song is known as "The Downward Wind of Mount Rocco."
Oh, hey, rolls off the tongue.
This is the fight song of the Hanshin Tigers. So, why don't you give us some accompaniment there, Spring?
Wow.
See it?
Let's see this guy. That felt very foreboding. and now
it's a lot
the
happier.
Lollipop Guild is celebrating.
Getting you ready for Ska Friday over here, okay?
that took a turn.
So,
hold on, there's lyrics.
There's lyrics. I don't know what they're saying. I believe what they're saying is don't have your interpreter bet parlays.
Sure.
So apparently after the 85 series win, fans celebrated by having people who looked like Tigers players jump into the Dotonbori Canal. According to legend, because none of the fans resembled first baseman Randy Bass, an American, that fans grabbed a life-size statue of Kentucky Fried Chicken mascot Colonel Sanders and threw it into the river. Like Bass, the Colonel had a beard and was not Japanese. After many seasons without a pennant win, the Tigers were said to be doomed never to win the season again until the Colonel was rescued from the river. In 2003, when the Tigers returned to the Japan Series after 18 years with the best record in the Central League, many KFC outlets in Kobe and Osaka moved their Colonel Sanders statues inside until the series was over to protect themselves from Tigers fans.
Wow.
They're out stealing Colonel Sanders statues.
I don't. Why is there a statue outside every establishment? We don't even have that here, do we?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Must be a staple of Japanese KFC.
They like the Colonel, or they don't.
They enjoy the Colonel. But he looked apparently like Randy Bass, who was, by the way, the Hanshin Tigers. Cecil Fielder played for the club for a while before he came back over to the U.S. Randy Bass, one of the greatest players in Nippon professional baseball history here, Andy. I got another note for you on Randy Bass. Check this out. So he played for 6 seasons for the Hanshin Tigers. He was a marginal major league player. However, he took advantage of the differences between Japanese and American styles of pitching and immediately became the Hanshin Tigers' star slugger. He finished his career with a .337 batting average, a .660 slugging percentage, 202 career home runs, and 486 career RBIs. There's one other controversial note involving Randy Bass, and that was this. In one of the seasons in the 80s, there was the possibility that Randy Bass was going to break the single-season home run record held by beloved Japanese slugger Sadahara O.
Okay.
His record of 55 home runs in a single season. And in 1985, Bass was on pace to break that record, but he fell short by 1 home run because check this out. In the last game of the season, the pitcher from Sadahara O's former club, the Yomiuri Giants, threw only intentional walks, allegedly to prevent the Westerner from breaking O's record.
So it was a Barry Bonds deal. Remember, they wouldn't.
They intentionally walked him in every AB so he would not break O's single-season home run record.
You like that kind of saltiness?
Man, that's a grudge right there, isn't it?
How about this? Shout out to Chavez.
Mm-hmm.
Your guy, Randy Bass, actually spent some time in the Mile High City, 3 years, 79 to 82 with the Denver Bears, before heading off to become a Hanshin Tiger.
A star of the Hanshin Tigers.
His career high in RBI actually came in 80 with 143 here in Denver.
See, and had he broken that record, Randy Bass, then he could have used the line, more to me than you'll ever know, I got more hits than Sadahara O.
Boom!
Beastie Boys, hey ladies, there you go.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
This feels like a Japanese roll out the barrel.
It does.
Roll out the barrel. We'll have a barrel of fun.
So there you go, everybody. The Hanshin Tigers and the curse of Colonel Sanders.
I still can't get over that there's statues of Colonel Sanders all over Japan.
He's beloved.
No, he's at the bottom of a river. They had to go fish him out.
Well, that was from drunken Hanshin Tigers fans.
I think I'm on their side.
Based on my rabbit hole that I went down on this today, it sounds like Hanshin Tigers fans are like the Japanese equivalent of like Philadelphia Eagles fans.
Right. You got to be careful. That's a rough crowd.
Yeah,
it's the black hole in Oakland.
Exactly. These guys, they seem like they're a little nuts. That's why they were all jumping into a canal after their team won the World Series.
Well, you got to cool off somehow.
That's your Rockhead of the day. Presented to you by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Andy, your local home comfort specialist. Visit rockheating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life. Rammies up 8-2 right now. 15 minutes to go, first half. So if I'm doing the math correctly here, 25 minutes of first half basketball. Rammies' opponents have scored 16 points so far against them. You'll take that?
They're the Broncos.
Yes, that's what happens when you play Colorado State in this tournament. I'm going to go out on a limb. I'm going to say Texas will have more than 14 points at halftime. It's a hot take, I know, but I'm willing to go out on that limb. Mm-hmm.
We got to get to the high five, but real quick, it does help the Rams that they did get that game in.
I believe so. I believe so.
Jitters out.
I think they hit the floor with a little bit of rhythm to the whole thing. In the meantime, Nevada absolutely choked and blew that game against Dayton. Probably don't want to hear these Mountain West coaches complain about seeding anytime soon. You got to win games in the tournament. Let's go get them, Spring.
Yeah, Nevada, that was lame. That was real lame. I believed in you, Mountain West.
Extremely lame.
I feel like I have some guys that lost a little sleep.
May have.
I hope Ipe and Shohei weren't on Nevada like I was. It's time for the high five, brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it is never ordinary at Bet365. NFL officials responded today to protests over a proposal to outlaw a version of the hip drop tackle, a technique the league says has resulted in an injury rate that is up to 25 times higher than on tackles when it is not employed. Troy Vincent, the NFL's executive VP of football operations, said, quote, as gatekeepers of the game, this is something that we have to remove.
Okay, so a little bit more context here. Okay, Rich McKay, who is the chairman of the competition committee, according to him, the proposed rule is written to address only a subset of the rugby tackling style that has spread around the NFL in recent years. It calls for a 15-yard penalty if a defender grabs the runner with both hands or wraps the runner with both arms and unweights himself by swiveling and dropping his hips and or lower body, landing on and trapping the runner's legs at or below the knee. The NFLPA joined many current and former players in objecting to the proposal this week, which needs approval from 24 owners to pass. In a statement posted to social media, the NFLPA said the rule would cause confusion among players, coaches, officials, and fans.
Yeah, and the problem is, Nate, you got big guys because we see the hip drop on a lot of the tight ends quite often.
The when a smaller player, a DB, is trying to tackle some 230, 240-pound tight end or back or whatever.
Yeah. So, at some point, how do you tackle?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's a physical, violent game, and we don't want to see guys get hurt, and it stinks when it does.
Yep.
But this is going to go back to more guys targeting to blow up the knee with their helmet. And I just don't. At some point, you got to be allowed to tackle. I don't know what you're going to do. The human body, apparently, we've evolved our athletes to the point where you've got these massive 6'6" tight ends, and DBs are trying to tackle them, and I don't know what you think they're supposed to do.
It's one of those plays, Andy, where when you see like a textbook version of one, you're like, damn, ooh, because you know it hurts. You know it has a high potential for injury, but it also is just, at some point, we just have to accept it's a violent and dangerous sport. When the purpose of the game is to take a guy who is holding the ball to the ground, it has to be done violently because that player is going to do everything he can possibly in his power to stay on his feet and continue to gain yardage. That's the way that this whole thing works. I agree that it's a dangerous play.
There's no doubt.
I also just there is a point though where I stop and I go, football's dangerous.
And I just don't know what you expect these guys to do.
Yeah. Because the other thing about this, too, is the hip drop tackle, I feel as though often occurs out of desperation. Usually it happens from behind when you're trying to catch up a guy. Either you're trying to take an angle to him as he's going up a sideline, or you're from behind and you've got to step on him after he turns to make a catch or whatever it is going to be. Like, that's what I worry about. Is because guys are doing any last thing possible to make a play, how do you take that element of desperation out of the game? Like, in some ways, this is very different than the targeting rule or helmet-to-helmet contact, whatever you want to call it. It's different from that, and like in those instances, often there is an alternative. It's a difficult alternative, but it is an alternative to hitting somebody in the head to still be able to make the play. The hip drop tackle in a lot of situations, that's a defender's only chance.
Yeah, and look, the more they use this tackle, the more I think guys will defend themselves against it too. I don't know. You cannot take everything away from the defensive backs, especially from, again, the size of receiver and the tight ends.
Yeah.
They are so massive.
Yeah.
And we can't get to a point then where they just, you catch the ball, I can't tackle you, so I guess you're going to run on into the end zone. Is that what we're trying to do? That won't be fun to watch.
It's also like, okay, how are we going to call this? Calling it in real time is going to be really friggin' hard if it's going to be a 15-yard penalty. So if you want to have it be like the targeting thing or use of helmet rule and it's warning letters and fines that come in a manila envelope later in the week to come to the players, then okay, then it's something that has been reviewed. You've looked at it and you've been able to determine, like, okay, however many checkpoints of a hip drop are present. Like, did you wrap the player high? Did you leave your feet and drop your hips or your bottom or whatever to drag him to the ground? Did you land on the player's legs from behind? Okay, we got to find you $15,000 or whatever it is and stop making that play. But, like, if you're going to throw a flag on it in real time, that's so hard to judge.
Yeah, you're going to have to then review it.
Yeah.
It's going to be one more thing that's up for review. It's going to be one more thing that stops the game. I'm not a fan of this. Again, at the end of the day, you're going to have to leave some devices to the defensive players to get guys down.
And sometimes guys are going to get hurt. Spring?
High five. The NFL draft order is first pick Bears, second pick Commanders, third pick Patriots. All three teams need quarterbacks. Fourth pick Cardinals. Today, their GM, Monty Ossenfort, along with head coach Jonathan Gannon, talked to the media. And Monty was asked if phone calls for teams trying to trade up to that number 4 spot have picked up over the past couple weeks. He said at the Combine that he wasn't getting many calls. How many calls is he getting today?
There's been a little bit more action, Bo. Yeah, a little bit more action. So, I'd say those phone calls are starting to pick up a little bit. I would say they'll probably continue into next week when we go down to Florida for the owners' meetings. I think most teams are in a similar spot to us and starting to finalize their boards, and the pro day piece is kind of the final on-field piece for evaluation purposes. So I would imagine some of those conversations will continue to pick up. But honestly, they probably will not get real serious until we get right up until the week of the draft, similar to last year. So they have definitely picked up, but I would expect that to continue here for the next month.
No, I swear to God, phone's ringing off the hook. It won't stop. You better call immediately if you want the number 4 overall pick. Oh my God, I can't even go to bed at night. My cell phone won't stop ringing. They won't stop calling. This guy's lying.
Yeah, because not everybody's sure. How high are you going to go
lying.
for the 4th quarterback? You know what I mean? How high are you going to go for J.J. McCarthy?
Right. Also, here's what I would advise everybody. Okay. Hold your water until draft day.
Right.
Don't go puking away a bunch of draft capital to go up to number 4 because you're dying to have J.J. McCarthy, or maybe there's a world where Drake May falls or whatever it may be. This is one, and he does say I expected to pick up at the draft, but seriously, this is one where, number 1, I fully believe that he's lying, and number 2, teams just need to see how this thing goes right now. What has Minnesota got? They got 11 and 23?
Yeah.
I believe are the 2 picks that they're staring at. Don't go trading up now. There's no reason to go trading up now. There's no because first off, if you try to trade up now, every team is going to say back, I need 23. You got to give me 23. You have to. And if you're the Vikings, you need that pick. So if you love a player, wait until the day of the draft, okay? This whole thing is getting stupid.
Drake May could be the catalyst to all this.
Right.
He's the guy that people seem to be loving Jaden Daniels more and Drake May less as this thing goes along. We'll see if it stays that way.
Here's my question, too, on Daniels, okay, is and Jaden Daniels could turn out to be a really good player. This will sound like a weird comp. I think Jaden Daniels' draft profile, Andy, looks like Kenny Pickett's.
Okay.
And I mean it in this way. When did Kenny Pickett get awesome at Pitt? when he was a fifth-year senior and he was 23 years old and he just started dominating, okay? His production was before that. Jaden Daniels is basically the same way. 3 years at Arizona State, he was nothing special. His first year at LSU, he was fine. And then his fifth year, again, when he's 23 years old, he's out there kicking ass. And he's taking 1 billion sacks while he's doing it all. He's a freak of an athlete. I will not deny that. And, hey, maybe Jaden Daniels turns out awesome, but I look at that profile right there, and that's one where I'm kind of like, we'll see on a player like that.
I'm with you when it comes to him, when it comes to May, and when it comes to McCarthy, quite honestly. I feel like we're all in a froth about this thing because that's what we love to talk about as a media. Quarterbacks. And we'll see. This thing could line up. You could have these three. You could have Daniels, McCarthy, and May be like Lance, Wilson, and Fields at this point. Or Mac Jones, whatever you want to say. You know what? And Nix could jump in that group and to make it 4 out. You just don't know. So, well, and again, I think there's a lot of teams in back, and by back, I mean out of the top 5, maybe even out of the top 10 that are going, is there really going to be 4 quarterbacks taking this soon?
Right.
I'll wait and see.
Yeah, which I think is what teams should be doing. By the way, 10-0 run by Texas, 12-8 Longhorns right now, under 10 to go first half. Spring.
High five. Let's pick it up, Rammies. I forget that Odell Beckham Jr. was just on a 1-year deal with the Baltimore Ravens. He's free agent. He's still out there. Josina Anderson of CBS Sports reports that Beckham is scheduled to meet with the Miami Dolphins today.
Well, there you go.
Go be a number 3 wideout in Miami. It's probably not a bad situation for OBJ. Sure. It's a good paycheck. You'll put up numbers. You'll have a good time playing for Mike McDaniel. You'll get to live in Miami. You would think that's where he would want to be. The question is he a good fit for the Dolphins still at this stage of his football life?
Yeah, yes. Hey, look, that's a heck of a receiving core to go be a part of.
Sure is.
Plenty of speed to join.
He'd be a number 3 right there. Yeah.
Number 3.
Number 3. Spring.
High five. Jameis Winston signed with the Cleveland Browns. Today, he was introduced to the media there in Cleveland. He was asked if he is excited to back up Deshaun Watson and what knowledge does he think he can impart on Deshaun.
Well, just the most important thing, I believe, is the relationship between me and Deshaun is in a place where it will continue to grow and flourish. And I just admire him as a person and definitely as a football player. I look forward to allowing him to lean on me for anything that he needs, and also encouraging him and providing him with different resources that he probably hasn't gotten for people that have been in the same room as him.
Captain Crab Legs admires Deshaun Watson as a person. Mm-hmm. I look forward to encouraging Deshaun Watson. Don't let Deshaun Watson encourage you to do things, Jameis.
Do you see the video? He shows up, signs his contract, and in his London Fog pea coat, went and took a few snaps from a guy in the weight room.
London Fog.
Didn't even take the coat off.
Gross. All right, next up.
Do you think the Broncos
Spring.
even called on him?
I hope not. I'm sure they did, but I hope not. Here's the thing. Because we always connect the dots of like, well, Sean, spent some time around Jameis, so like there's a clear connection right there. But yeah, that can go in the other direction. Like Sean could have spent some time around Jameis and been like, nah, I'm good.
They both could have been like,
Very much so. Spring.
High five. And finally, this is an important note because he's one of the starting cornerbacks on a team that made it to the NFC Championship game. The Lions today released veteran cornerback Cameron Sutton, who was wanted by police in Florida because of his alleged involvement in a domestic violence case. Sutton is facing a charge of domestic battery by strangulation, a third-degree felony punishable by up to 5 years in prison.
It's really the time of year, isn't it, Andy? Ugh. Cam Sutton, by the way, he was the dude that broke up Russ's ill-fated fade to Cortland Sutton on first and goal from the 9 when the Broncos then seemingly scored 2 touchdowns and Sean Payton never challenged it, and then he screamed at Russell Wilson on the sideline.
Because he was already, the volcano had already exploded.
Yes.
It already erupted, and he wasn't going to calm back down.
The infamous moment for you right there. Craigman and Lindahl. Rammies now down 6. The offensive drought only continuing. So Texas finally woke up. Let's see if CSU can punch back. It's Craigman and Lindahl. We're rolling with you on a lovely Thursday afternoon, getting you ready for Nuggets and Knickerbockers this evening. Got the Nuggets and the Knicks this evening. Right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Kaz has the call. We'll get you rolling at 7 o'clock. Blitz immediately following Kreckman and Lindahl, and then pregame coverage with Mark Bertinoli, who is in the house, starting up at 6:30 this evening. The Nuggets returning from the road trip. Quick little homestand, a one-game homestand. I don't really know if that's much of a homestand, but they'll be at Portland on Saturday and then back for the start of a 5-game homestand coming up on Monday against Memphis. The Avalanche, Andy, start a 5-game homestand tomorrow against the BJs of Columbus. That's tomorrow night's game. They'll play Pittsburgh on Sunday, the Habs on Tuesday, the Rangers on Thursday, and then they will round out the homestand with the Nashville Predators on Saturday afternoon.
I like a good long homestand. Now, the Avs are battling for that top spot in the NHL standings there. Or, well, not even, I shouldn't say in the NHL standings, but at least in their division. Some interesting comments coming out of Jared Bednar this week when he joined the guys. Joined Mosier, Lombardi, and Kane, as he always does. That was yesterday that he kind of talked about some things. And, one of the things he did talk about was how the team's playing, how badly – we're all curious when it comes to Malone and it comes to Bednar. How bad do you want to have that top spot possibly in the conference or win the division or whatever. I thought his answer was interesting because it has to do with a possible matchup, and I don't feel like coaches often speak this interesting. Here's what Coach had to say.
I think so. Like, I was asked the question, how hard are you going to chase the division? And I don't know, like the way we're playing now, we're using 4 lines, pretty balanced minutes, coming out of lots of games. We're using both goaltenders. Like, we're going to play to win, We're not going to empty the tanks or anything to go after first place in the division because – it gets you home ice. It's still going to get you a really tough opponent. Like it's the last wild card spot. The last time I looked at it was Las Vegas. I mean, you finish top of the conference or top of the division. That's who you're seeing. Like that's not an ideal first round matchup. And playing Winnipeg or Dallas isn't either. So you try and take the advantages that you can, which is home ice and. But like you said, Vic, the important thing is that you're playing the right way and you're finding ways to win hockey games consistently so the confidence in your team grows and you feel good about being able to come back on teams, win home and road, etc. So it's important. So, again, not going to empty the tank, but we're going to play to win and hopefully finish at the top of this thing.
Andy, so I'm looking at the standings, and right now it's very jumbled, okay? Jets, Avs, Stars all at 93 points. In the Pacific, Vancouver's got 94. There's nobody else to worry about in the Vancouver. Edmonton's 8 points back right now. Even with a few games in hand, that's an awful lot for them to be able to make up. As it stands at the moment, the Avalanche would play Dallas as it stands today in a 2-3 matchup in the Western Division. I believe at the moment, Vancouver would get Vegas, which is the second wild card, and Winnipeg would get Nashville, which is the first wild card. But I think there's still an awful lot to get settled here with 13 games to go. Now, to Bedsy's credit, he kind of couched his answer a little bit into, like, anybody you play is going to be tough. But he does admit, like, hey, if you're the number 1 overall seed, and it really does look like Vegas is very likely to be that 8 seed right now, you do have to play the defending Stanley Cup champions who
that has a stacked LTIR
exactly.
that they may pull a bunch of dudes off of.
Even though they've been a bit beset by injuries this year, that the Vegas Golden Knights are perhaps a not your typical 1-8 kind of matchup, which I think he would be absolutely right about that.
Yeah, I am curious. 303-504-0925 from the Avs fans out there. How much do you want to slay the Dragon? You know what I think is funny? We always talk about, well, I want to get them at their best. I want best on best, this, that, the other.
Sure.
The Avs, I don't think have the Avs ever beaten Vegas in a playoff series? I know they've not beaten Dallas in a playoff series. And Dallas is always typically the same kind of big, brute sort of kind of team that the Avs, historically, that's not necessarily been their best matchup. Now,
if I'm not mistaken, and my hockey memory isn't always necessarily the best, but isn't there only series with Vegas? Wasn't that just the COVID year?
I think you're right.
And when the series that they blew because of the puck off the butt?
Yep.
Yeah.
Everything changed after that.
Right.
But Vegas is kind of built a little bit like those San Jose Shark teams that once upon a time gave them trouble. The bigger, heavier teams at times, especially the guys that can just clog up the middle and make the offense ugly and mucky.
Mm-hmm.
The Avs in the playoffs have not dealt well with. Let's be honest, Seattle did some of that to them last year. So is there a part of you as an Avs fan that wants to see him slay the dragon? I don't think you're getting around it. One way or the other, I think you're dealing with the Stars or possibly Vegas. Yeah. I think this is where the recreation of the bottom six for the Avs could be so big.
Yes.
Because with Trennan, Trennan's a massive body. With the way that they're all, Duhaime, the way they're all playing, it's going to be important that they have guys that can get physical this time.
Yeah.
So, I admire Coach for just saying, I don't know that you necessarily do want to get Vegas first off. Again, they're the Stanley Cup champs, and who knows what that roster looks like, depending on who does appear, on the playoff roster for those guys. But this could be a year where the Avs may have to slay all their dragons if they're going to win another cup.
It's just like it's going to be really hard, and it may not be something where you can really play matchup until like the final week of the season because it's such a freaking cluster that is going on right now with the four top teams in the West. So the chips may just fall wherever they can, but yeah, Vegas is good. They're really good.
Well, Vegas is good. The Stars and Avs have had tough playoff matchups.
Yep.
Winnipeg has been no fun at all for the Avs this year. Now, again, we haven't seen we've not seen Winnipeg play this new Avs roster with the additions they made at the trade deadline, but I just think this is one of those years where I know when we had Jason Greger on a couple weeks ago, he was talking about wanting to see Edmonton and Colorado in the final. That'd be great. We're a long way from that happening.
Andy, have you seen and I know we're several months away, but have you seen that we have matchups set in pool play for Olympic basketball coming up this summer in Paris?
I have not. Who do we have?
Okay, so as it stands right now, and some of this is still to be determined through some of the continental tournaments, so to speak. But right now, Group A, Australia and Canada are guaranteed to be in Group A. France, Germany, and Japan are guaranteed to be in Group B. And in Group C, we're guaranteed to have South Sudan,
okay,
the United States, and my dudes, Team Serbia.
I knew it. I knew something had to happen here.
In pool play, my friend. That's what I'm talking about.
You're going to betray your country?
Yes, I am.
For the Olympics?
Yes, I care way more if Nikola Jokic wins a gold medal than Kevin Durant and Steph Curry and Tyrese Halliburton. Yes.
All right, is anybody else out there with Nate? Would you root for Nikola
Serbia
over the Stars and Stripes?
What patriotism I have, Andy, has no attachment whatsoever to USA basketball. I don't care if Anthony Davis wins a gold medal.
See, I'm with you. Why do you got to do this? Why you got to do this? Where can we...
You need Kyrie to go and win it all, do you? Huh?
You better stop with this roster. What would it take to get...
Tyler Hero in USA basketball?
Can we get Nikola a posh loft atop whatever mountain he chooses to just stay here and be an American basketball player? Can we do that? Huh?
I don't think there's enough whatever on the planet. Here's the other question.
What if we gave him horses and a track?
Is Nikola going to play? If they win another title, is he going to the Olympics?
Wow. Nate.
He would be
Great
so
question.
Hated.
I'm telling
by
you, you want to talk
people.
about a can of worms.
Yeah.
That's a can of snakes.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Because now it's the Olympics.
Yeah.
It's not.
It's the big one. It's the big one.
Wow.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
What do you think? 2 full years of, because look, he's been beat up this year a little bit now.
It's got the back. It's got whatever I'm sure is a lot
wrist,
of other
whatever that
pains
wrist thing is
in his body. I have no doubt about that.
He loves horses.
He does love horses.
Does he get to go to his track if he doesn't agree to play for?
He loves his time away. Yeah, exactly.
They even let him at the track.
Throwing yelling beer at him.
He missed the world championships. They lost their mind. Can he really skip the Olympics?
I bet he'd play. I can't imagine a situation where an Olympic year at the height of his basketball powers that he would skip an opportunity to go win it all for his country. I wouldn't think so. At least.
I agree.
Yeah.
Now maybe he's got to say it. I'm gonna make it Shohei Ohtani
Also, here's
joke.
the other thing.
Leave it alone.
Is if Team USA doesn't take AG, then I'm a Canada fan before I'm a USA fan.
Wow.
Yeah.
You do have a lot of support on the text line of people saying not their favorite group of players now that you've played against.
Give me the blue arrow all day long over these dudes that we're throwing out here for Team USA. Look, in my lifetime, Andy, we had the Dream Team.
Which was awesome.
Dream Team 2, which was less awesome. We had the Redeem Team.
Yes.
We had George Karl's team that finished in 6th or whatever in that weird tournament in Indianapolis. I think Stephon Marbury was his best player.
With his shoes.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I don't care about USA basketball, okay? Like, the best memories that I'll ever get from it have already occurred in my lifetime. I'm Team Serbia all day long. Yep, Jokic and Jovic and Bogdanovic, all the itches. Those are my guys.
You need a cream for that roster.
I do.
You need a topical.
By the way, did you happen to see the white kid from Indiana State? Robbie Avila, who's playing in the NIT, because they put Virginia in over Indiana State. Did you see what his nickname is?
No.
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Oh, come on.
It's so good.
Oh, come on.
So good.
I don't know.
Oh, this kid.
I don't know how I feel about that.
He's so fun to watch. He's Indiana Jokic. He's just great, man.
By the way, Lampkin was a lot of fun last night.
He was.
Who was their guy with the bad arm tattoo?
Oh, Martin.
Doug Moe would have been screaming about big stiffs with those two playing. And I like our guy Lampkin.
Yes, he had a good game last night.
Sure.
Yes.
But not fluid hips. And your guy, what was his name again? I already forgot. The Boise State kid. Martin?
Yeah, Martin. The big, yes.
Yes.
Thought you were talking about somebody else. Sorry.
He doesn't have big butt.
No, not enough to
Going back to the draft conversation, that ain't gonna help you.
Lampkin was throwing him
How
around.
about the 3 that he took? Did you see the 3 that he took where he barely left the ground? I was like, and that's right. I told my buddy, I go, the problem is we watched Nikola Jokic.
Right.
And this looks stupid.
Right. Right.
I mean, I'm sorry.
Oh, the amount of ugly jump shots that you get at the college level. Ooh. By the way,
yeah, not going well.
There's a minute left in the first half, and CSU has 11 points. We can't make fun of Virginia anymore after this. I believe they went. I think it was a 10-minute stretch. They didn't score. They went from like 16 minutes until Joe Palmer hit a corner 3. And that was at like the 6-minute mark. And by the way, they haven't scored since then. They're down 13 right now. It's 24-11, and we're about to go to the half. We don't get to make fun of Virginia anymore. I mean, we do, but
sure,
CSU is outdoing them for first half futility right now. This is heinous. What are we doing, guys? They had a good start too.
They did.
Yeah.
They were up 8-2 or something.
And there's Patrick Cartier turning the ball over in the paint. Let Texas have the last possession of the half. Hideous. By the way, Dion was he was chatting yesterday.
Dion had a few things to say.
Let's hear from Dion.
Yeah, here was about the practice he's expecting when they get the first one of spring underway.
I know what's gonna go down Friday. I really do. We might have to have the police out there Friday. It's going down Friday. I promise you that. These guys are a little different.
Did you expect too much of them last year?
No, I didn't. I knew my team. I knew them. I knew what we had. I knew what we didn't have. I think truly we could have put them in better situations to be successful. I think everybody, including the staff, we're built for the noise. What I mean by the noise, everybody's not built for the moment. You got to understand that, and shoot, we took the moment to the greatest heights. It was shoot, and we plan on doing that again. But everybody's not built for that stage. That stage comes with tremendous responsibility. And you got to get young men that are used to that and committed to that and want it and relish that opportunity to be on that stage. And they're ready to grab that microphone and hit that note. I mean, you got to have those type of guys that I feel as though the goal is to get 8 dogs on the side of the ball, 7 or 8 dogs that you know what you're going to get on Saturday.
So I thought it was interesting in there. Talking about guys ready for the moment. Talking about guys ready for the hype.
Yeah.
And I was up there to witness it, at least at Colorado, at the home games, at CU up in Boulder. I mean, there was a whole lot of circus going on around there, right? I think he's right when he's going to have to – how do you recruit enough kids that are ready to go with what we saw last year? Do you think he needs to dial down the pregame atmosphere a little bit?
I don't think he's going to.
I don't think he's going to, but
No.
do you think he needs to? Here's the thing. Deion's used to being the dude.
Right.
Deion's used to talking the talk, walking the walk, having the commercials, having all the haters come back at him, and he's got the quick one-line retort. It's been that way since he was playing football, playing baseball, whatever it was.
Yep.
Not everybody is built to be that dude.
No, I think a lot of what his recruiting message has to be with anybody when he talks to them over Zoom is I am going to set a standard, and there is going to be a spotlight that comes with it that you will have to be able to live up to, and it's either for you or it's not for you when you come to Colorado. The issue where I think it becomes a problem is, Andy, I think it's awesome when you win. When you're 3-0, It's awesome. When you don't win, when you win one game in Pac-12 play, then it's freaking brutal. And that's the problem with it is then it's you set yourself up. Anytime you set yourself up on a pedestal, the fall is only going to be that much harder. Like Colorado State only allowing 14 points in the first half against Virginia and then scoring 11 points in the first half against Texas. Okay?
Your annoyance is not noticeable, but I catch it.
The fall is very noticeable, and especially for Deion, who he's a polarizing figure, and no matter what, he moves the needle, and people are going to want to go after him one way or another. Is it necessarily fair for the kids? Not really, but I will say this, There's no lie as to what you signed up for. Maybe in year one, where nobody really knew exactly what it was going to be, but in year two, you know exactly what you're going to Boulder for.
I think he and Shedeur have to understand you two handled it well with the time and all the other stuff. But again, Oregon would be the game that I pointed to. Not everybody was ready for the kind of tenacity and fire that they came after him with.
Yeah.
And your coaching style is you're going to have an Oregon game every year where all they want to do is shut you up, and you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so like you said, if you're a recruit, this is going to be interesting because you better understand what you're signing up for when you come here.
Here's the other thing I will say this.
But you need the Alabama roster for some of the fire he brings out in people.
Is that I need Deion to be better this year.
Yeah.
Okay?
Fair enough.
Some of his clock management, the Arizona game, the Oregon State game, you need to be better at this too, my guy.
Second half adjustments.
That has to be there and has to be a part of this operation right now up there in Boulder. We know this: the circus ain't leaving town anytime soon. Okay,
right.
Or at least until Shedeur goes to the NFL. But we have no idea. In the meantime, as a player, you know what you're signing up for, and you have to go and match it. Again, especially this year. How many wins do they have to consider this a successful season?
I think you got to go to a bowl game, don't you?
In the very least.
Minimum.
8, 9?
Well,
you got Deion out there saying that Shedeur Sanders would be the second best quarterback prospect in this draft.
Right.
That's the kind of stuff right there where it's okay, man, you gotta compete.
You got it, yeah.
You gotta be up there in the Big 12, man. 8, 9, 10 wins is sort of what you're setting yourself up for now, right?
And you basically overhauled your coaching staff.
Exactly.
So you better, yeah. I think others will tell you with as much talk, it better be 8 or 9.
Mm-hmm.
I think as a guy that's followed this program, I think a lot of CU fans would just be happy going to a bowl game.
It's Kreckman and Lindahl. We'll take a break. When we come back, Nuggets and Knicks coming up here this evening. What kind of effort do we expect? And does this one set up as a potential trap? We'll talk about that next. Andy, at the first media timeout, the under-16 media timeout, Colorado State led Texas 8-2. 8-2. The rest of the half, it was 25-3 in favor of Texas. 27-11 at the break.
No!
Yep.
Your angry Illinois tone is returning.
It's
again.
back.
Yeah. Just low key, not happy.
Except this time it's actually justified. CSU shot a very Virginia-esque 5 of 27 from the field, 18.5%, 1 of 10 from behind the arc. They turned the ball over 11 times in the half. Their leading scorer is Joe Palmer with 3.
3.
What?
Joel Scott, Patrick Cartier, Nick Clifford, and Josiah Strong each have 2. Our buddy Isaiah Stevens, 0 for 8 in that first half.
Okay. Well, maybe, you know what? Maybe a great story is about to be written.
Hey, you know what? Game's not over.
Yeah, it's only halftime.
I'm
Let's go!
Reporting
That's right.
the story of the
Yes.
halftime box score.
Yes.
A lot of good looks. Didn't go down. Maybe they go down in the second half.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Or maybe not.
Um,
Yeah. It's how the tournament goes sometimes.
Pretty sure win probability is not on CSU's side right now.
But that's when you throw the fiver down and just see, can I make a little money? Now's the time.
Ooh, good question. Spring, what is give me the CSU money line right now here at halftime.
Plus 1,100.
Hey, there's money to be made.
John says, hey, at least they have a balanced scoring attack. Well, you do. There's no doubt. There's that.
Spread out 2-point buckets. They also didn't shoot a free throw in the first half. Might want to do something about that, guys.
Let me
maybe try going to the rim.
I got a question for you. I need an answer for
Okay.
you. Okay. So
see if I can provide it.
You should be able to. So
Okay.
today I want to remind everybody, because we jumped the gun and did it a little early last week because my mind wasn't in the right spot.
Okay.
We had on Bill Allen.
Bill Allen.
Known to the world, in my world, as Crew Jones, the plucky rider that tackles Hell Track in the movie Rad.
The actor Bill
the
Allen?
actor Bill Allen.
Okay.
Yeah, join the show.
Okay.
Today, Rad is back in theaters.
Rad.
For one day only.
The original Rad.
It's in 4K.
In 4K.
And you can go see it like it was over at Highlands Ranch. It
In
was
theaters.
over in Aurora. It's all over. And Bill told us.
What is the hit song from Rad?
Oh, there's Break the Ice. There's Thunder in Your Heart. But the one that probably everybody loved was Send Me an Angel.
Spring, give me some Send Me an Angel for this conversation.
They bicycle boogie to this thing, is what they call it.
Bicycle boogie?
We talked about, look, Russell Wilson thought the bicycle boogie scene was cringe.
Okay.
In Rad, okay? So anyway, I asked you, I thought about going to the movie, and I do love the movie.
Mhm.
I do.
Rad. Yeah.
But over the weekend, I was like, what's this thing run? I wasn't sure I was going to be able to get out to the theater Thursday. I was like, well, what's it on iTunes? $10. All right, cool. I'll just buy the movie. I got $10. It's in 4K. Throw it on, watch it again. Made Marty Cesario watch it with me.
Okay.
Man, that movie's not good at all. And I knew most of it wasn't good because I fell in love with it as a 10-year-old.
Sure.
But I remember the race scene even being more grand than it really ended up being in the end.
Not so much in the end?
So my question to you, and if you'd like to text in, 303-504-0925. Look, I still got Thunder in my heart, and I still will rep Crew Jones.
Okay.
I don't know that I need to see the movie for another 20-some years. Have you had that happen recently? Just the one thing that you just, as a kid, you loved, but on maybe as an adult, whether it's a movie, a song, a food, you were like, what was wrong with me?
So, okay, I have a couple of different versions of this. One of them is when I was, I don't know, probably like 14, 15 years of age. I saw the movie Scarface.
Okay, all
with
right.
Al Pacino.
Sure,
Tony Montana. Okay,
Yeah, there you go.
First you get the money, then you get the power, then you get the women. Okay, Have you seen that movie recently?
I have not.
It sucks. It's such a bad movie. It is such a terrible movie, okay?
Kind of like Tron, too, right?
Michelle Pfeiffer just gives the flattest, most disaffected acting performance you've ever... At no point, other than she's Michelle Pfeiffer and she's hot, are you like, I would totally want to hang out with her. She seems like a good time. No, she seems like the worst time imaginable, okay? So, to me, that version is Scarface. That movie is just, it's bad. It's so comedically over the top. So that's one. But actually, here's another version of it. And I was just thinking in these terms of movies being re-released in the theaters. So, several months ago, I spent a weekend in Chicago with my friends I grew up with, and we were there for 2 nights. And Friday night, we went large. We went very big. Okay, and we woke up the next morning, and my friend Chris says, "Hey, there's a theater up." We were staying in downtown in the Loop, and he's like, "There's a theater up on the north side, up by Wrigley, that's showing Stop Making Sense at 11:30. Stop Making Sense, the legendary concert film of the Talking Heads." Greatest concert film ever made. We're all huge Talking Heads fans. We're like, well, we don't really have much to do all day. Let's go up and let's go watch Stop Making Sense. Hell yeah, it's playing at 11:30. So Chicago's just a massive city. Like, it's not easy to get around, and nobody had a car. We were staying in a hotel. So, like, you know, we had to get an L. We had to go way up to the north side of the city. It's not easy to get there. We showed up, and they were definitely showing Stop Making Sense at 11:30 at night.
You sure you went to the right place? Yeah, lobby bar right in the lobby.
We're all
10 a.m.
We're all hungover as hell. You know, just like, yeah, let's trudge our way up there. Go to all the trouble. We show up at the place. It definitely
12 hours
wasn't playing.
early.
Yeah. So I didn't get to see Stop Making Sense in theaters the second time around.
By the way, I will tell you the cool story Bill Allen did tell us. He said the Hell Track, a lot of the writers there thought that it was a prop, and then they realized they had to write it, and they were like, no, we're not writing it. I guess some 14-year-old kid went down it. So then they all had their egos bruised, and a bunch of guys got hurt trying to make the drop on Hell Track. So that I thought was fun.
That's going to do it for Kreckman and Lindahl here this afternoon. By the way, Andy, here's a Nuggets note for you. Right now, in the month of March, Denver, number 1 in fourth quarter scoring, number 3 in fourth quarter points allowed, number 1 in fourth quarter point differential right now. The Nuggets are doing the clutch thing at the end of the year. Nuggets and Knicks coming up here this evening. Also, one other note. Since the start of last season, the Nuggets record in their first game back home following a road trip of 4 or more games, 3-1. You know the one time they lost? It was the Knicks last year.
Really?
Do with that what you will, my friend. That's going to do it for Kreckman and Lindahl this afternoon.
They're getting it tonight.
That's
They're
right.
doing it.
That's right. We're back tomorrow at 3 o'clock, and we got to see if CSU can cut into a 16-point second half deficit. Have a good night, everybody. We'll see you.